Being honest is essential. Why? Because those who weren't have already turned into Lolas. On a tiny bed, a small lowly curled herself up like a caterpillar, wriggling lazily, reluctant to get up until the urge to pee shattered her sweet dream. She rubbed her eyes and stumbled out. Something fell off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. After walking for a while, she realized her slippers were way too big and her underwear was loose. When she reached the bathroom, she noticed something was missing. Something was wrong. This jolt woke Su-Yen up completely. Her mind blank, she immediately turned on the bathroom light. A delicate, youthful face stared back at her. Light blue eyes, white hair like a girl from a two-dimensional world. Her skin was fair, soft with a rosy tint and faintly visible tiny blood vessels, stunning her with her own beauty. Oh, wrong. This isn't the me after beauty filters in my live stream. Am I still dreaming? It must be. It'll be fine when morning comes. But lying in bed, she couldn't fall asleep and couldn't help crossing her legs. So Su-Yen picked up her phone. As soon as she opened it, she saw several WeChat friend requests. Tapping on them, it was the top donor asking to add her. She hesitated. It seemed the top donor wanted to pursue her. What should she do now? I don't want to become someone else's wife. Reject? No way. Pretend I didn't see it, find a job in a few days, and never beg online again. I've already suffered the consequences. If I keep deceiving with live streams, I'll end up as a mother of several children. But she glanced at the request info again. What the? The top donor wants to meet me in person. Su-Yen shuddered. It seemed she had to add him on WeChat, hoping he'd stay rational, know the law, and not do anything crazy. After accepting the request, her heart pounded wildly. Because the top donor's request message said he knew her home address and her family's ID information. Oh no. Was he going to come after her? Or maybe there would be some back and forth, some struggle before it reached that point. Damn. Had donated hundreds of thousands, probably worked hard for that money. If he snapped and came at me with a 40-meter machete, would my whole family die? With a heavy heart, she let her imagination run wild, her small pale hands nervously twisting the blanket, her mind filled with terrifying images of being forced into love by a bald old man. In reality, a CEO surnamed Fu had arrived in Su-Yan City. Even in the most luxurious hotel, he found it unbearable. The best hotel in this small city was still low-end and unrated. Fu Lingxuan, who had been fuming all night by the window, gripped the railing, his teeth grinding in anger. Thinking back to hours earlier when he happily returned home, opened his computer and grinned like a doting uncle at the cute little girl on screen, making hand signs and acting coy. His mother suddenly appeared holding a stack of documents. The corner of her mouth twitched with barely suppressed laughter, and her eyes held a complex look, a mix of sympathy and mockery. She kept hinting at something, and he felt he would never forget that look. At that moment, he was totally baffled, at a loss, thinking something major had happened. Then his mother, Lin, told him, son, don't get obsessed with the internet. It's all fake. Even the gender might be false. You know why the girl you like never speaks? Because he's not a girl at all. He might be afraid to speak. Then like a dead dog, he flipped through the documents his mother had dug up. The more he saw, the angrier he got. His face flushed red, rage like magma about to erupt, wanting to burn someone. Especially when he saw his mother seemingly mocking him, his face burned like fire. He couldn't bear the thought of his mother seeing his foolishness, and he would never be able to face his friends and family again. He had been scammed out of over 500,000. Money wasn't the issue, but the nature of the crime was outrageous. Su-Yen, you're finished. You've messed with the Northeast Tiger. At that moment, he dared not lift his head, dared not meet his mother's mildly amused eyes. Mom, tell Dad to come back for a few days. I'm going to deal with that scammer. Cough, son, I'm sorry you got scammed, but hee. Mrs. Lin Yi's lips curled, and she couldn't hold back anymore, laughing heartily, unable to stop despite her efforts. Fu Lingxuan was furious. This was an utter disgrace. He would not be a man if he didn't take revenge. He grabbed his computer and smashed it on the ground. Bang. Electronic parts scattered everywhere. He wouldn't feel at peace until he dealt with the culprit. Seriously, you do something so childish. Lin Yi stopped laughing, then looked at her furious son and couldn't resist teasing. I don't care. I want him dead. Fine, I'll give you a few days off. Lin Yi quickly agreed. Her son had been working too long, which was bad for his health and might affect sperm quality, so she let him rest for a while. The memory ended. Fu Lingxuan lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, his eyes involuntarily flashing with coldness, a contemptuous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, like a vicious criminal about to commit a major crime. After exhaling a puff of smoke, his eyes gradually calmed. No rush, there were still a few hours until dawn. He needed to devise a plan that was both legal and vengeful, leaving a psychological scar on that kid. He wondered what gave that little bastard the nerve to mess with him. After waiting for a while, he actually saw the WeChat friend request accepted. Good grief. Still on the phone in the middle of the night. This kid absolutely cannot be a girl. Staying up late causes acne, something no girl, especially one as pretty as him, could tolerate. Fu Lingxuan took out Su-Yan's childhood photos and examined them closely. He pulled out a photo of a child peeing openly on the street. He wondered if showing that embarrassing photo would make the kid die of shame. But he wasn't in a hurry to expose the kid's identity. First had have some fun teasing him. The sky gradually brightened. Fu Lingxuan straightened his clothes, tidied himself up, and prepared to go for breakfast. Some minor modifications are made to each chapter. After breakfast, Fu Lingxuan waited in the hotel for a while before sending a message to Su Yin. His patience was wearing thin. After catching up on sleep, Su Yin checked on her little brother again, but it was still unresponsive. So she had to knock on her elder sister's door. Already awake, Su Yin's elder sister frowned and said, "Come in." Then she saw her little mute brother wearing a pink white dress looking at her with a pitiful expression. One would think it was her little sister. "What's wrong, sister? I seem to have turned into a girl." She couldn't quite understand his gestures anymore. They felt unfamiliar, not forming a coherent sentence. Su Yin's younger sister stood on tiptoe to grab her phone, typed a string of words quickly, and handed it to her. "Turned into a girl? Let me check." Su Yin's elder sister was shocked. Looking at her sister's slightly flushed cheeks, those big, wet eyes, the pitiful little expression, she couldn't help but pinch her cheeks. Unlike before, this time, there was no powdery foundation crust, just clear, fleshy texture that felt addictive. Su Yan's younger cheek was smooth and tender, like squeezing a soft, glutinous rice ball. Something was wrong with this guy. "No, that's too embarrassing. How could I be good? Let me check, or I'll tell Mom and Dad you secretly went to Thailand." "All right." Su Yin lowered her head, biting her lip, her delicate pale legs pressed tightly together, her small hands gripping her skirt until her fingertips turned white. She looked surprisingly cute in her shyness. Seeing her sister's reaction, it seemed true. After a careful examination, Su Yin's elder frowned deeply. She was a medical student currently pursuing a doctorate. If she wasn't mistaken, this guy had most likely really become a little girl. A medical miracle. A medical miracle, Yin Yin, you're a girl from now on. Su Yin's elder laughed and patted her shoulder, but out of the corner of her eye she saw Su Yan's fingers flying like forming magic seals with a terrified expression on her adorable face. So cute she wanted to kiss her. "Sister, you can't do this." Su Yin stomped her feet, anxiously looking at her sister urgently. "Can't help you unless you have a system, like the kind in novels where you bind a system." It was over. Little brother wasn't coming back. "Sister." Su Yin gestured frantically, begging her sister to find a way to save her. "From now on, just be my little sidekick, my dear sister," Su Yin's elder said, pinching her cheek, sincerely marveling at how cute she was. Only then did she carefully look at her hair. Hey, this didn't seem like a wig. Her hair had turned white overnight, and her eyes seemed light blue like a 2D anime girl. Su Yin picked up her phone and typed a long paragraph. "Sister, the #1 fan wants to meet me in real life. What do I do? Now that I've turned into a girl, you can't let me die? You wouldn't want your cute Yin Yin to be taken away for re-education, would you? Alright, I'll go with you in a while to see who he is. As for your little brother, I can't do anything about it. Just leave it for now." Su Yin nodded, then looked at her sister with hopeful eyes, wanting comfort. "I can't do anything about you." Knowing Su Yin lacked a sense of security, she reached out and ruffled her hair, then took her hand to go wash up together. They would go to the meetup together later. Half an hour later, they arrived at a milk tea shop near the neighborhood, the meeting place Fu Lingxuan had provided. Su Yin nervously held her sister's hand. Finally, they entered the shop. There was only one person inside. The shop, normally not open until 10, was open particularly early today. A sign inside read, "Not open yet," so they quickly spotted a tall figure in a suit sitting upright, seemingly drinking coffee. The man gracefully crossed one leg and sipped the cheap coffee slowly, his gaze casually falling on them. "Looks like a successful man. Sis, make sure you hold on to him. Maybe in a few years he'll be an aunt." Su Yin elder teased, pinching her sister's soft arm, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Oomph." Su Yin younger huffed, hands on hips, stomping her foot in one smooth motion. As long as she didn't use her vocal cords, she could still make sounds. "Sister's thesis isn't finished yet. He doesn't look like a bad guy to me. He'll just drop you off here." Su Yin elder felt that Fu Lingxuan was well-dressed and handsome, not an ordinary person, so she relaxed her vigilance. "Sister, don't do this. Don't go." Su Yin younger made sign language while blocking her way, biting her lip, with clear, sparkling eyes looking at her with a pleading, puppy-like gaze. "I can't do anything about you." The two entered the milk tea shop and sat on the leather sofa. Across from them, Fu Lingxuan uncrossed his leg and sat up straight. His powerful aura made Su Yin cuddle close to her sister like a shy daughter-in-law. "Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Fu, full name Fu Lingxuan. Pleased to meet you." Fu Lingxuan sat up straight and introduced himself very seriously. "This is my sister Su Yin. She's mute. She said you're her top fan. She's a bit shy for this offline meetup, so I brought her along." Su Yin elder nodded. Gazing up close, she was surprised by Fu Lingxuan's stunning looks. His cold, lake-like eyes seemed capable of seeing through people. A noble aura clung to him, as if innate, impossible to cultivate without considerable expense. Fu Lingxuan pursed his thin lips, a faint smile, curling at the corner, looking at Su Yan like prey. So this little thing was the one who fooled him, huh? Had the guts to cheat, but not to face him alone at the meetup. That's right, I am indeed her top fan, and I've given her a little money. I thought she was only beautiful because of a beauty filter, but meeting her in person, she's absolutely stunning. If I could marry her, I'd have no regrets in this life. Fu Lingxuan didn't hide his infatuation, with Su Yan a hint of aggression in his eyes. My sister. She likes girls. Please don't be delusional, mister. Fu. Su Yan elder quickly spoke up for her. Is that so? What a pity. Fu Lingxuan pinched his chin, pretending to be shocked. Good, you little thing have successfully caught my attention. Hope you can withstand my anger. Not a pity at all. It's her honor to be friends with Mr. Fu. This is my business card. If you ever need help, you can find me. Fu Lingxuan pulled a card from his pocket, bearing his phone number and other details. Su Yan took a closer look and realized, oh no, this man was the president of Fenghua Technology Group. This very group had also sponsored her tuition and rumored to have an impressive background investing in various industries across a wide range of fields. She had never known who their president was, never expected it to be this guy. President Fu. Su Yan stammered out the words, utterly bewildered. How could her naive little sister have provoked a financial tycoon? Still, at least this guy's younger brother had run away, so they weren't exactly cheating him. Probably karma. If she ended up becoming his little wife, it would be a happy ending for everyone. She shot a meaningful glance at her foolish sister and prepared to leave. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to keep worrying about her unemployed sister. Outside, just call me Mr. Fu. Fu Lingxuan's lips curled into a faint, satisfied smile. He felt a surge of inner gratification seeing the shock and fear on Su Yan's face beside him, her little fingers nervously twisting the hem of her dress. Mr. Fu, I have a paper I need to finish. I'm afraid I can't stay. Please forgive me. With that, Su Yan heartlessly abandoned her poor sister. Su Yan tried to grab her hand, but Su Yan pulled away and even slapped her hand lightly. Seeing the hurt look in Su Yan's eyes, she found it oddly endearing. Disaster. Even her sister wouldn't help her. As Su Yan disappeared into the distance, Fu Lingxuan could no longer suppress the grin spreading across his face. Seeing her trembling in fear, he felt triumphant. This little brat must have realized the catastrophe looming over her. Since Xiao Yan can't speak, we'll chat on the phone. Fu Lingxuan pulled out his phone, putting on a serious expression. Seeing Su Yan typing, he leaned in to look. President Fu, I was wrong. Wrong about what? Fu Lingxuan asked with a stern face, feeling a bit displeased because his original plan had been derailed. I shouldn't have lied. Su Yan kept her head down, unable to meet his gaze. Since this guy was a wealthy man, it would be easy for him to secretly investigate her information. That meant Fu Lingxuan likely knew everything about her, and hiding things was a dangerous move. I see. He'll give you a chance otherwise. Fu Lingxuan had originally intended to pretend he didn't know her gender, then spring a dramatic revelation to scare her. But her apology left him with no outlet for his anger, abruptly cutting his plan short. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Revenge on this little brat was actually quite simple. He could pretend to be gay, seduce her, and once she fell for him, reveal the truth and mock her mercilessly. Wouldn't that be just as satisfying? Even more thrilling, in fact. What chance? Su Yan's eyes lit up. Lucky she had been honest. That meant this guy still didn't know she was a girl, so there was no risk of being well taken advantage of. Be my secretary. My mother keeps pressuring me to get married, so you can be a convenient excuse. Fu Lingxuan thought for a moment before coming up with that reason. Su Yan gave an okay gesture and nodded. Fine, such a small request probably just meant he wanted to make use of her. She readily agreed. Damn little brat, you're dead. Keeping you close will only make your demise more thorough. Fu Lingxuan considered that a contract was necessary. In a situation like this, not drawing up some unequal terms would be a waste. President Fu, what exactly does a secretary do? Huh, this kid actually dared to ask. Quite bold. Can you pour tea and water? Can you shred documents? If not, don't worry, I'll assign you a veteran employee. Fu Lingxuan said casually. Such trivial details would be easy to nitpick, and he could torment her endlessly. Yes, I can. Salary. How about 8,000? Fu Lingxuan asked offhandedly, mainly to lure her in. Really? I can afford that much. Fu Lingxuan felt a deep contempt rise within him. Disgusting. Still acting cute. Head peel off her disguise soon enough. Still, Su Yan was quite pretty. She wore a pink lace-trimmed dress which, despite its cheap appearance, she wore with a radiance like a pampered little heiress. Her beautiful legs were clad in white stockings, revealing the graceful curves of her slender, straight calves. Her fair skin made the stockings add an extra layer of allure. If you didn't know this kid was a boy, those legs would be simply stunning. All right, you're my employee now. Give me a shoulder massage. I've been tired lately. Fu Lingxuan patted his thigh, signaling the kid to come over. Su Yan nodded, stood up, and walked over to him, sitting beside him without a hint of wariness, as if she had found a kindred spirit. A faint, elegant fragrance emanated from the girl, like an intoxicating potion that stirred the young Master Fuss' heart. Though the temperature around them hadn't changed, his heartbeat inexplicably quickened, accompanied by a strange excitement, as if bombarded by some hormone. His gaze fell on her rosy cheeks, and his hand, as if guided by fate, pinched her soft jaw. The girl's clear, sparkling eyes rippled with a mix of fear and confusion. Her cheeks instantly flushed a tender pink, a natural blush spreading like peach blossoms in early spring. The innocent girl seemed otherworldly, untouched by worldly affairs. "Sorry, I just thought you were wearing makeup, but you're not. Your skin is really fair." Fu Lingxuan suppressed his strange behavior, conjuring an excuse. Yet his hand continued to gently squeeze her cheek. That soft, tender sensation was addictive. Such a pity she wasn't a girl. Su Yin sighed in relief. So her boss was just curious, not gay. She had been scaring herself for nothing. "By the way, where's your ID? I need to process your employment." Fu Lingxuan subtly changed the subject to mask his irregular breathing. Su Yin lowered her head, pulled out her phone, and typed her ID number. Fu Lingxuan then copied and pasted it, sending it to his assistant to handle the paperwork. Fu Lingxuan also took a careful look at the 17th digit of Su Yan's ID. It was an odd number, confirming that this kid was indeed a boy. His last shred of doubt vanished. Fu Lingxuan casually responded to her. "All right, from now on you are my employee, temporarily acting as my secretary. The work is not difficult, but you must be serious in your attitude. Although you are mute, you must practice your social skills." His gaze fell upon her. Her cheeks were pink and soft, somehow enticing like a peach. The girl seemed expectant, her big, sparkling eyes fixed intently on him. For a moment, he felt a pure flower blooming in his heart. With a thud, his hand tightened slightly, his large, knuckled fingers gripping the button of his suit, as if scratching an itch. Strange. Even though he knew this person was a boy, his body still subconsciously treated him as a girl. What a peculiar thing. The girl looked at Fu Lingxuan, waiting for his words, her eyes filled with a hint of admiration. Fu Lingxuan patted her shoulder and pointed to the counter. Well, first ask the waiter to get you a cup of milk tea. We'll talk later. The company's rules and regulations are quite tedious. I can't finish explaining them all at once." The girl looked at Fu Lingxuan with a puzzled and pleading gaze, as if unwilling to go. Fu Lingxuan continued, "It's fine. I've covered today's expenses. Whatever number of cups you drink, the price is the same. Don't waste it." Seeing Su Yin stand up and walk toward the back, he took a moment to adjust his breathing. After 2 deep breaths, he closed his eyes, calmed down, and then began to think about the next steps. No, I should pretend she is a girl, just like being in love. Start with a secret crush. To fool this guy, I must first fool myself. For a moment, Fu Lingxuan felt he was nothing short of a genius. Only he could come up with such a despicable means of revenge. Just thinking about a day a few months later when that despicable Xiao Nanliang would pitifully beg him not to leave, like a poor little dog with big eyes full of tears, Xiao Nanliang begging him to accept him. Then with an arrogant demeanor, he would step on her face with his shiny black leather shoes and say, "You've got your comeuppance today. To be honest, I never loved you and am not gay. I just wanted to punish this heartless deceiver who plays with others' feelings." At that time, Xiao Nanliang would be crying miserably, and for no other reason than under his terrifying charm, Xiao Nanliang would be turned gay, his cognition distorted, and he would fall into depravity, starting to sell his ass. At this thought, the corner of his mouth twisted fiercely, revealing a sinister smile. By the time Su Yin came back, he had already composed himself. "Our company has excellent benefits, but we don't keep slackers. However, you are special. Your appearance is proper, gentle, and sweet. As long as you don't say anything, no one will know you're a boy. But don't be foolish and go to the men's restroom, or you'll be exposed. And you must not take secret photos. Otherwise, they'll send you to jail." To make Su Yin let down his guard, he began to talk about some trivial company rules. His gaze became more meaningful, less sharp, and scrutinizing with more approval, as if he were cultivating a qualified corporate successor. Beside him, Su Yin began to gain a little confidence. Thus, Fu Lingxuan explained the company rules and etiquette for over half an hour. When he was almost done, he went out to have a smoke. Su Yin finally took out her phone to chat with her sister. "Sis, I have good news. I found a job. The top donor arranged a position for me with a salary of over 8,000 plus full social benefits. I just need to do some very simple things, no brainpower required." "I think you're celebrating too early. What if your top donor is trying to pursue you?" "No, he knows I'm a boy. TSK. You've managed to exploit the information gap again. But it's fine. I'm busy with my studies and can't take care of you, but remember to take care of yourself. If you really can't handle it, you can come home and lie low. I'll work hard to support you in the future. Sis, you're so nice, love you, but I still want to earn my own money. By the way, do you know why the top donor invited you to his company?" "Of course, because I'm honest." He said the most. Su Yin tilted her head, a bit exasperated by her sister's naivety. Why did she feel there was a conspiracy? Never mind, she needed to revise her thesis and didn't have time to think about it. Besides, her sister was a girl now. Even if her identity was exposed at worst, she would just get a little deflowered. And she was quite cute now, so finding a husband wouldn't be difficult. If she wanted to find a wife, she would probably have to wait until her sister became rich to marry a wife for him. After thinking about it this way, she didn't seem so worried about Su-yen anymore, but for safety's sake she still asked, "Little sister, you are a girl now. Don't let a man trick you out of your body. Wait until I graduate, then he'll figure out a way to help you. Sis, you're so nice, love you, but I still want to earn my own money. By the way, do you know why the top donor invited you to his company?" "Of course, because I'm honest. He said the most important thing in life is integrity. Luckily, I confessed to him from the start. He said he was originally very angry, but when he saw that I was mute and quite honest, he let it go. Then he said that since I'm mute, I want gossip or leak company information, so after consideration, he decided to hire me." Su-yen tilted her head a bit, exasperated by her sister's naivety. Why did she feel there was a conspiracy? Never mind, she needed to revise her thesis and didn't have time to think about it. Besides, her sister was a girl now. Even if her identity was exposed at worst, she would just get a little deflowered. And she was quite cute now, so finding a husband wouldn't be difficult. If she wanted to find a wife, she would probably have to wait until her sister became rich to marry a wife for him. After thinking about it this way, she didn't seem so worried about Su-yen anymore, but for safety's sake she still asked, "Little sister, you are a girl now. Don't let a man trick you out of your body. Wait until I graduate, then he'll figure out a way to help you." "No, he knows I'm a boy. TSK. You've managed to exploit the information gap again. But it's fine. I'm busy with my studies and can't take care of you, but remember to take care of yourself. If you really can't handle it, you can come home and lie low. I'll work hard to support you in the future. Sis, you're so nice, love you, but I still want to earn my own money. By the way, do you know why the top donor invited you to his company?" "Of course, because I'm honest. He said the most important thing in life is integrity. Luckily, I confessed to him from the start. He said he was originally very angry, but when he saw that I was mute and quite honest, he let it go. Then he said that since I'm mute, I want gossip or leak company information, so after consideration, he decided to hire me. Sis, I'm a man, you don't have to worry about me. Even if my body changes, I'm still the universe's invincible tough guy, let alone becoming someone else's little wife. I hope you can manage that." "Who are you looking down on?" After sending the message, Su-yen saw Fu Lingxuan finishing his smoke. "Xiaoyan, let's go for a walk. This is my first time in Linjiang City." Fu Lingxuan saw Su-yan's faint smile like a lotus after rain, her fair, flawless face blushing adorably. Just sitting there, she was a beautiful sight. Su-yen nodded obediently, put away her phone, and stood beside him like a young couple. "Ahem, you should follow slightly behind me, not stand together with me. It's easy to be misunderstood. As a leader, it's best not to stand too far forward. You can be a little behind." Fu Lingxuan quickly stepped back a pace. Unsurprisingly, he saw Su-yan's slightly shocked expression, as if she had received some astonishing knowledge. "Xiaoyan, from now on, when you come to the company, pretend to be my girlfriend. After work, when you come home with me, you don't need to pretend. Also, your expression should be more natural." With that, Fu Lingxuan took her small hand, his large knuckled hand enveloping hers, his warm hand, holding her slightly cold little hand. "Xiaoyan, your hands are a bit cold, like kidney deficiency. You should nourish yourself more in the future." Fu Lingxuan couldn't help teasing, and then saw Su-yan's face turn visibly red. If it were before, Su-yan might have flown into a rage. What man would admit to being impotent? But now, it seemed to stir no emotion, as if the insult were not directed at herself. How strange. Why wasn't she angry when someone called her impotent? That was an affront to her male dignity. Even if she pretended to be angry, she should be. But could she really afford to show anger in front of the boss? Probably not. "Go back and wait for me. The driver will pick us up tomorrow. Remember to check WeChat messages. See you tomorrow." Fu Lingxuan needed to devise a thorough plan, so he let this foolish fellow go home first. Alright, let's not get angry. First go home and figure out how she suddenly turned into a child. Perhaps due to her frequent cross-dressing, she didn't experience much emotional turmoil over becoming a child. Only felt that squatting to pee was odd and exceptionally embarrassing. Forget it. As long as she didn't have to marry a man, being a girl was actually quite nice. With that thought, she resolved to earn money quickly and find a beautiful lesbian partner. Though she couldn't give her complete happiness, she could provide plenty of money. After Fu Lingxuan walked away, he called his mother. "Hey mom, have you eaten?" "Yes, I have. How are things on your end?" That despicable Nanliang actually admitted to being a cross-dresser. "I originally planned to pretend I didn't know, feign falling in love with her, and then do something outrageous. But that guy dared to admit she was a man, which made me even angrier. Later I racked my brains and came up with another plan to mess with her, but I need your cooperation. Don't slip up." Hiss. Could such a son still be worth keeping? How did he suddenly become so twisted? And with such a strong, vengeful streak? Lin Yi had initially wanted to refuse, but she was bored at home, and this rare entertainment, plus the chance to see her son make a fool of himself, was too tempting to pass up. From now on, pretend I'm an old man. I told little Nanliang that I hired her as a shield to avoid marriage pressure. You just pretend to urge me to marry or try to set us up. There was a moment of silence on the other end. She thought to herself, wasn't her son already an old man? Still not bringing a girlfriend home after all this time and resorting to such childish revenge. Fine, whatever you say, as long as you're happy. Playing a prank on a little Nanliang actually intrigued her. She would have been even happier if she could prank her own son. Pranks on others lack challenge. After a while, Fu Lingxuan sent Lin Yi a photo of Su Yan. In the photo, a petite and adorable young girl wore a pink lace-trimmed dress. Her small face with moist wide eyes resembled a clear pool reflecting the blue-white sky. Her longing gaze held the boundless affection of a maiden, and her beautiful silver-white hair swayed in the wind, ethereal and dreamlike, unforgettable at first glance. The girl's delicate jade-white little hands tightly clutched a milk tea, a shy smile curving at the corners of her lips. Her cute blush was like the tender pink of peach blossoms after a spring rain, so soft and charming. What was even more arresting was the pure white thigh-high stockings that wrapped her gracefully shaped calves, exuding a blend of allure and innocence. One would never guess she was actually a boy. Lin Yi's head buzzed. This person was far more beautiful than any girl. She had thought the secretly investigated photos were the result of retouching, but they turned out to be real. For the 10th time she wished this guy would turn into a cute girl and be married to her son. That would be truly entertaining. The thought of a cute little Nanliang gradually degenerating and being ravished made her smirk like a villain. Forget it, the probability of that happening was too low. Not just low, but utterly impossible. A while later, Fu Lingxuan sent a WeChat voice message. Mom, you haven't spread the story about me being tricked by little Nanliang, have you? Fu Lingxuan suddenly remembered a very serious matter concerning his reputation. No, rest assured. How could I ruin my son's heroic image? I'm your own mother, Lin Yi declared with conviction, but she couldn't suppress the smile creeping onto her lips. In truth, as soon as she learned her son had been deceived, she had already told her best friend. By now, probably every relative knew. After all, being scammed in an online romance was a rare occurrence, and the girl her son fancied was the cute Lolita type. Instantly, all those proper young ladies became lively, competing to act cute and innocent. For the first time, Lin Yi realized how popular her son was. Just thinking about those women approaching him with ulterior motives gave her a headache. Little Nanliang was much cuter. Having swindled a few 100,000, she managed to make her son jump in fury and vow to punish her. If she were actually a girl, the fun would really begin. Su Yan had returned home, or rather to their rented apartment. The sisters lived in a modestly priced rental, neither too expensive nor too cheap. Su Yan's parents were far away in Guangdong province, over 1,000 kilometers from Linjiang City. Back in the apartment, she hurried to her room to change clothes and study the changes in her body. Searching through the wardrobe, she found clothes that might fit. Soon the small bed was piled with all kinds of little dresses, bras, and panties which she wore during her live streams. After drawing the curtains, she turned on the light and gazed at the full-length mirror, becoming somewhat narcissistic. He am so fair. No, I can't let myself degenerate. That would be dangerous. I'd become a man's plaything, lose myself, and then experience childbirth. Childbirth was a terrifying ordeal, almost like walking through the gates of hell. Su Yan gently tapped her head as a reminder, then looked at herself in the mirror with firm resolve. So, from today onward, she would be a man. A true man. Withdrawing her thoughts, she began to pick out some relatively neutral clothes. But her body seemed to have shrunk significantly. Nothing fit anymore, and there wasn't even a suitable bra at home. Suddenly she felt so troubled. How had they grown so much that one hand couldn't even cover them? Luckily, Mr. Fu hadn't been curious, or she would have been taken advantage of. From now on, she would have to wear slightly high-neck dresses. Since she was to pretend to be his girlfriend, to fool his mother anyway, most of these cosplay outfits couldn't be taken along. Lolita cake dresses, Hanfu made costumes, and relatively normal long dresses were all acceptable. The female attire may be on my body, but my male heart remains. Perseverance is victory. Su Yan crossed her hands, pinching the hem of her skirt, and deftly removed it. Then with curious wide eyes, she studied her reflection in the full-length mirror. The fair-skinned, beautiful little Loli had white hair, seemingly intrigued by her own body. Just as she was about to change clothes, the door suddenly burst open. The girl flinched, losing her balance, and countless thoughts flashed through her mind, as if she had been caught in some embarrassing act. Oi, stupid sister, are you checking yourself out so soon? Come here quick, I need you for something. Su Yan saw her sister's face flush instantly, immediately jumping to inappropriate conclusions, and stopped her without a second thought. The girl was so startled, she almost spoke, but Su Yan quickly gestured with her hands. Sis, I'm changing clothes, why did you barge in? You scared me. Then Su Yan puffed out her cheeks, as if trying to hide her guilt. Really? Not trying to treat yourself while I'm away? Or are you planning something naughty? Su Yin flashed a wicked grin, stepped forward, and stared intently at her sister's rosy cheeks, reaching out to gently pinch them. The girl was momentarily stunned by her aggressive gaze. A crisp voice echoed in the narrow bedroom. The girl immediately stomped her foot, pouting angrily at Su Yin, and gestured rapidly with her fingers. Sis, go out first, I need to change. Why should I? Silly sister, let me see. Your skin is so soft I could just bite you. Su Yin hugged her and fell onto the bed beside her, wrapping her legs around the girl's slender waist. A woo-woo, Su Yin could only let out helpless whimpers, trying to resist her sister's claws. Xiao Yin, can you be my good little sister forever? Su Yin rubbed her ear affectionately. Stop messing around, I really need to change. Boring Xiao Yin, you have no idea how tempting you are right now. If President Fu finds out you're a girl, I guarantee you'll be a mother by next year. Su Yin curled her lips, speaking with conviction, as if lecturing her. Sis, don't worry, I'm determined. He'll never fall for any man. After reading Su Yan's sign language, she shook her head. Such flag planting was best avoided, or else something amusing might happen. Little sister is so beautiful, not even a single leg hair, and even there. I'll stop talking. Su Yin immediately reached out to cover her mouth, preventing her sister from continuing. Never mind, tell me, how did you dare sign a contract with that President Fu? Aren't you afraid he'll trick you into being his little wife? Su Yin found it hard to understand her somewhat dim-witted sister. Knowing full well the other party had ill intentions, Su Yin still dared to become his employee. Wasn't that asking for trouble? Sis, I want to earn money too. I don't want to be a burden to you. Su Yin lowered her head helplessly, then mustered courage and gestured with a smile. All right. Su Yin nodded, not wanting to crush her pride, letting her contribute what she could to the family. She had skimmed some psychology, like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where the highest need is gaining recognition through one's own efforts. At home, Su Yin had always been the one holding them back, often sick as a child, which had left her slightly shorter. Just last night, after streaming for a while, she had fallen asleep and lay messily on the bed. When Su Yin came to check on her, she found that her sister seemed to have a fever again, and her body was undergoing slow changes. She simply assumed it was from excessive phone use. She hadn't thought much of it at the time. But the next morning she saw Su Yan's hair had turned white, and even her eyes had become a light blue, defying science as if manipulated by God. Why are your skirts scattered all over the place? Su Yin picked up the skirt from the bed, folded it, and set it aside. Sis, I'm packing my luggage to go to the capital with my boss. A little girl, aren't you afraid of being tricked and then crying for help? Su Yin couldn't help teasing, but her hand gently caressed her sister's cheek. Darn it. Stop talking, or he'll really give you two nephews. But Su Yin was already puffing with anger, acting tsundere, seemingly unwilling to continue the conversation. Seeing her sister didn't want to hear her teasing, she changed the subject. Anyway, Xiao Yin, it's better for you to be a girl. Since you want to be a girl, you should find a man like President Fu. Someone who can protect a delicate, cute, and helpless little lowly like you. Su Yin continued to provoke her silly sister, hoping she wouldn't follow Fu Lingxuan to the capital. She had a strong premonition that the next time she saw her sister, she would already be the mother of someone's child. But Su Yin was unmoved, her resolve growing even stronger. She was determined to make a career for herself. After all, she was a disabled person. Surely that President Fu wouldn't bully a disabled person. That would be utterly despicable. Having been well protected by her family and classmates, Su Yin found it hard to imagine the dangers of the outside world. She was even more naive than a fresh graduate. She couldn't let her sister look down on her. She was useful. Even if she accidentally got pregnant, she would be contributing to the country's population. No, don't think nonsense. She was smart enough to have that Mr. Fu wrapped around her finger. Sigh, whatever, I still need to finish my thesis. I'll talk to you later. Su Yin let go, got up, and walked out, feeling as if she had raised a daughter. She was only about 6 years older than Su Yin. After Su Yin left, she had lost the urge to explore. Since her body had shrunk, she had to change into a more elaborate little hanfu. A white inner layer, a light pink lining, and a light blue outer robe. After layering them on, she felt a bit hot, and turned on the air conditioner. After turning on the air conditioner, she noticed in the mirror that her hair was messy and lacked beauty, so she needed to fix it. Since her dexterity was lacking, she couldn't do anything too complicated, so she simply tied 2 bunches into a double bun. Almost done, she remembered she still needed to stream to earn money. Today's online begging was about to begin again. Su Yin rubbed her hands together and opened the tablet dedicated to streaming. She wondered if her income would be affected without the top donor. Night fell. 8 hours had passed since Su Yan's live stream. Although her stream had a considerable number of viewers, the tips were pitifully meager. Indeed, without the top supporter, it was extremely difficult to survive. She had also looked into the jobs her classmates were seeking. Most ranged between 2,000 and 3,000, with few daring to venture into big cities for opportunities. More chose to wander jobless. Because many positions were simply not meant for human beings. After so many years of study to still work so hard with such low pay, only a dog would take such a job. Yet those capitalists knew full well the difficulty of college graduates finding employment and ruthlessly suppressed wages. The saying, 2,000 yuan can't hire a migrant worker but can hire a college graduate, had become a stark reality. In the class group, chat a few occasionally surfaced to boast about family-arranged positions, while those preparing for graduate school or civil service exams continued their relentless efforts. Su Yin felt a hint of smugness, but also feared that Fu Lingxuan might have some scheme. Yet it didn't matter. After all, she was now a girl, and at worst, she could endure some intimate advances. No, that thought was not good, as she didn't want to become that kind of person. In any case, she would come up with countermeasures later. She would try to deal with whatever schemes came her way despite the risk of having to endure advances. But with the current job market so harsh. Her elder sister was a medical student, a doctoral candidate who would certainly have no trouble finding a job in the future, but she earned her money through hard work, performing surgeries, attending academic seminars, publishing papers. Just thinking about it was suffocating. The chronic illnesses of her parents and the mortgage on their house were troublesome. She dared not imagine what would happen if some disaster struck. Their fragile little family would be destroyed. The next day, Fu Lingxuan's driver had traveled a long distance to Linjiang City, and after resting for a morning they were finally ready to depart. Su Yin stood at the entrance of the residential complex dressed in a Hanfa-style skirt, holding her suitcase, waiting for Fu Lingxuan. It was very hot at this hour, but she dared not wear any other type of skirt, afraid that Fu Lingxuan would discover her true gender. Soon a motorhome pulled up in front of her. It was converted from a double-decker bus like those from the era before high-speed trains. The interior was quite spacious. A man in a black suit with sunglasses, his expression stern, watched as Su Yin ran over with her suitcase. "Let me take your luggage, please get in first," the driver said politely. Su Yin had to board first. The distance from here to Jingdu was no small matter. Over 1,000 kilometers, and driving this vehicle would take more than 10 hours. As she boarded, she noticed there were 3 drivers in the motorhome with a cramped resting area. Further inside, the decoration was luxurious like a hotel room. The motorhome had a fresh scent devoid of any fake leather odor. There was even a bed of decent size and 2 leather sofas. The interior lighting was bright, the decor minimalist yet tidy. "Xiaoyan, come here." Fu Lingxuan looked at the young girl not far away, patting his thigh, indicating she should sit beside him. Su Yin nodded and trotted over. Seeing her so obedient, Fu Lingxuan was very satisfied. As expected of a college student, knowing it was a tiger's den, yet she still dared to enter for a job. He admired the kid's courage. "Xiaoyan, sit on my lap and slowly get used to your new identity," Fu Lingxuan said with a frown, then patted his thigh. "After all, you're a boy, no loss. Don't dawdle, or if my mother sees through you, I'll have to fire you." As he spoke, Fu Lingxuan pulled Su Yin into his embrace. The fragrance of the young girl wafted into his nostrils, a unique scent. It was like the pure aroma of a virgin, easily stirring deep fantasies within him. For a moment, he doubted Su Yan's gender, and he reached out to gently pinch her cute cheek. The soft touch made him momentarily dazed. Was this guy really a boy? Fu Lingxuan's breathing became irregular, his heart racing. Even more flustered was Su Yin. She hadn't expected this job to be so mortifying. Was she really going to just let Fu Lingxuan touch her freely? She was being taken advantage of, but dared not speak up. If she exposed her identity, she would be doomed. And it was highly likely that something big would happen. This damned crossdresser had sprayed perfume again. Fu Lingxuan cursed inwardly. He intertwined his hands and placed them on the young girl's lower abdomen, as if intending to rest like this. His posture made Su Yin unable to move. "Lie in my arms, don't be so tense. Pretend I'm your boyfriend, relax your body, I won't blame you." A slight smirk curled at the corner of Fu Lingxuan's mouth as he spoke seriously. His plan had begun. He would slowly change that guy's orientation, subtly making Su Yin mistakenly believe that he liked her. He would wait for the opportune moment until she was madly in love with him. Then it would be time for his revenge. Su Yin closed her eyes, her small hands having nowhere to rest. But for the sake of the job, she slowly shifted her body, leaning against his firm pectoral muscles. At that moment, Fu Lingxuan adjusted his position a bit to make her lie more comfortably, and there was one more thing. This guy's body was too hard, not comfortable to pillow on. He was not gay, just a man bent on revenge. It was all that crossdresser's fault for spraying perfume, deceiving even his own body. Fu Lingxuan closed his eyes to rest his large hand gently kneading Su Yan's thigh flesh, soft and very comfortable. Meanwhile, Su Yin was extremely nervous. Fortunately, Fu Lingxuan had no vile interest in pulling a monkey stealing the peach, otherwise she would have been exposed. "Xiaoyan, if you were a girl, I would definitely marry you and have a football team of children," Fu Lingxuan said abruptly, startling her into a shiver. Holy shit, is this guy not even pretending anymore? Su Yin swore to herself that she would never let him know she was a girl, otherwise the consequences would be dire. Don't be afraid, after all you're not a girl. Fu Lingxuan sensed her trembling, felt a surge of satisfaction, and couldn't help but grit his teeth as he said this. Yin, if only you were a girl, you'd have endless riches and honor and experience all kinds of high-class services. Have you ever seen a 200,000-ton giant cruise ship? Ever stayed in a 200,000 a night presidential suite? As Fu Lingxuan said this, he slowly tightened his hold on her with a kind of gritted teeth affection. Fu Lingxuan rambled on like a demon, whispering, trying to lure her into the abyss. Hiss. Sob, I'm scared. This guy definitely wants to get back at me. But she still had to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, still had to earn his money. The capitalist's money, why not take it? Damn capitalist, it's just a little money I tricked you out of. Is it worth tormenting me like this? If he dares to use force, he'll call the police and have him jailed for 3 years, maybe even extort some money. The vehicle drove slowly. They maintained this position for nearly an hour before Fu Lingxuan decided to lie down on the bed. Now Su Yin could have the sofa all to herself. She glanced at Fu Lingxuan, saw him sleeping soundly in bed, and then lay down on the sofa in peace. This slumber lasted 10 hours until the sky darkened and the night grew deep and still. At last the RV reached its destination. Su Yin awoke fully refreshed, even though it was now 3 in the morning, while Fu Lingxuan had already tidied everything up. We're home. From now on, be careful with your actions. I won't remind you again. If you slip up, you'll deal with the consequences. Fu Lingxuan's expression was gentle, but his words sent a shiver down Su Yan's spine. This man was trouble. After getting out of the car, Su Yin saw a large pond adorned with a European-style stone sculpture of a galloping horse, its flowing lines and muscular contours exquisitely carved. At the entrance, a massive arched gate was lit by several lamps, casting a lavish yellow glow upon the ground. In the distance stood a magnificent mansion that blended grandeur with modern style. Its layered structure comprised a main building flanked by 2 slightly lower wings reminiscent of the Potala Palace. The rooftop, however, featured European architectural elements with giant pillars supporting a pavilion at the front and a long red carpet stretching across the ground. Oh no! She knew Fu Lingxuan was wealthy, but not to this extent. This mansion must be worth at least a few dozen small targets. Su Yin felt uneasy. Even if she was being threatened, she dared not retaliate. Damn capitalist. How much blood had been sucked dry to build such an extravagant mansion? Come on, stop staring. You'll never afford it in your lifetime. Fu Lingxuan teased her from beside, scrutinizing her stunned, gaping expression. From now on, you'll sleep in my bedroom. There's a storage room next to my room with a small bed. I'll have it cleaned up tomorrow. For tonight, just sleep on my sofa. Looking at Fu Lingxuan beside her, she felt helpless. She dared not defy her boss orders. Stepping into the mansion, Su Yin was awed by its opulence. The first floor had a high ceiling of about 5 meters. There was no sofa in the hall, but instead a reception desk resembling that of a company, presumably to prevent unauthorized entry. As soon as they entered, a robot butler rolled up to them. Welcome home. Would you like the lights on? Energy. Instantly the dim lights brightened, revealing a huge, intricate chandelier-like fixture overhead, though without an actual chandelier, perhaps due to safety concerns. Surrounding it were wooden reliefs and a massive cylindrical fish tank, its height reaching the ceiling, with a black base filled with bizarre marine creatures. Su Yin didn't recognize them, but she knew they weren't cheap. On both sides of the first floor, white trapezoidal staircases led upward with a landing halfway for rest. The second floor housed the core family members' quarters, while the upper floors were for staff, and the topmost floor served as storage. Following Fu Lingxuan, every step felt like treading on money. Ordinary people would be tempted to just give in. But Su Yin was different. A person must have backbone, and a man's dignity must not be violated. When they reached a room, Fu Lingxuan fiddled with the door and said, "Come over and register your fingerprint, iris, and facial recognition." After a brief setup, Su Yin laid eyes on his bedroom. A 400 square meter space divided into 4 compartments: a small hall, a study, a resting room, a storage room, and a bathroom. The small hall featured a sofa, a TV, a quaint round table, and fitness equipment, a treadmill, and an array of wine bottles of unknown quantity. Su Yin was utterly dumbfounded, like a savage from the mountains seeing a big city for the first time. "You'll shower first, then you can. That's it for tonight. Someone will tidy up your little storage room tomorrow." With that, Fu Lingxuan stripped off his suit jacket right in front of her, revealing a chiseled, muscular physique. His broad chest would make countless girls envious. Even Su Yin couldn't help squeezing her own to compare. But Fu Lingxuan simply tossed his shirt and trousers onto the sofa and strode toward the bathroom in just his boxers, a teasing glint in his eyes, especially when he saw Su Yan's mouth agape wide enough to swallow an egg. "Little one stunned by me, huh?" With her tiny, nearly microscopic little thing, there was no comparison. She felt a momentary pang of inferiority, her face flushing and her head drooping in genuine submission. She couldn't afford to be exposed. With a build like hers, she'd be done for. Su Yin glanced at her phone, deciding to roam the villa. She wasn't sleepy yet, and she could snap a picture to show her sister, who had surely never seen such a luxurious mansion. Someday I'll get my sister to live in a mansion like this. Hee Su Yin daydreamed, feeling pleased. Stepping out of the room, she noticed the corridor lights were dim. In the distance, she seemed to see a woman in pajamas, apparently unable to sleep. Su Yin didn't want to disturb her, but the woman was sensitive. Who's there? Who is it? Lin Yi thought a thief had broken in. No, it looked like Xiao Nanliang. Lin Yi hurried over. Now Su Yin could see her clearly. Though she wore silk pajamas, the fabric alone screamed wealth. Oh no! Could this be Fu Lingshuan's relative? Su Yin broke out in a cold sweat, about to bolt, but then heard the woman say, "Don't move. If you move, I'll call the police." Lin Yi, seeing Su Yin trying to flee, immediately barked. As she drew closer, she realized how beautiful the young girl was. White hair, loose light blue eyes, timid and damp, like a frightened little animal looking at her. Lin Yi's first impression was that she didn't look like a boy. Glancing down, she indeed saw no prominent Adam's apple. "Who are you?" Lin Yi demanded sternly, her face as cold as a landlady catching a thief in her room, her eyes blazing with fury. But Lin Yi was only bluffing to probe for information. Su Yin frantically gestured, desperate to explain her identity, but unable to speak, she nearly jumped up in agitation. "Oh, I remember now. I heard my son brought a girlfriend home. That must be you, right?" Lin Yi's expression softened, pretending to have an epiphany. Su Yin nodded vigorously, as if clutching a lifeline. Adorable. That was Lin Yi's first impression. Could this cute little creature really be a boy? Lin Yi approached, and only then realized that this person was actually wearing no makeup. Her fair and tender skin was like a peeled egg, so white that one wanted to take a bite. The girl's cheeks flushed with shyness, her eyes darted away, and her movements were awkward, as if she wanted to flee the scene. She seemed very unconfident, but this somehow made her appear even more adorable. "This is my kind of boy." Lin Yi couldn't believe there was such an adorable boy in this world. "Miss, go get your clothes and come to my bedroom to take a bath." A flash of inspiration struck Lin Yi, and she came up with an idea. Since the girl didn't dare to bathe in her son's bedroom, she might as well call her over here. Su Yin instinctively wanted to refuse. Just as she was about to shake her head, a new idea struck her. If she bathed at Mr. Fuss' place, if she risked exposure, on the other hand, it would be safer at Andy's place. Moreover, she was already pretending to be Mr. Fuss' girlfriend. It wouldn't be particularly dangerous for Mr. Fuss' mother to know she was a girl. Besides, maybe the mother and son wouldn't communicate about it, and then she would have the upper hand, wouldn't she? Mr. Fu could never guess, no matter how hard he tried, that she was actually a girl. Su Yin revealed a faint mischievous smile, her brows and eyes curved, and then she trotted over happily to fetch her suitcase. Seeing the girl so gentle and adorable, Lin Yi's affection nearly overflowed. If only she were really a girl, that would be wonderful. Su Yin carried the suitcase out of the door, closed it, and only then dared to set it on the ground, because dragging it would make a loud noise and attract someone's attention. She followed Lin Yi into another large bedroom. As soon as they entered, Lin Yi closed the electronic door. For a moment, Su Yin felt as if she had walked into a wolf's den. Her heart skipped a beat, but then she thought she was being overly cautious. Upon entering the bedroom, Su Yin first surveyed the surroundings. Unlike Fu Lingshuan's bedroom, the color scheme here was more luxurious, with a faint yellow light exuding an endless elegance and opulence. In the small sitting area of the bedroom, there was a white sofa with gold thread edges, and in front of the sofa was a small round table. While the girl was in a daze, Lin Yi couldn't wait to uncover the secret. She gently untied the ribbon tied around the girl's waist. The girl's fair little hand tried to stop her, but Lin Yi lightly slapped it, precisely hitting the restless little hand. Su Yin didn't dare to stop her any further, and allowed Lin Yi to help her undress. Soon she was left in only her underwear. The girl grabbed her hanfu skirt and ran into the adjacent bedroom, quickly changing into slippers. Lin Yi had already revealed a mischievous smile. Although she hadn't seen her completely naked from the proportions of her figure, skeleton, and hands and feet, she was most likely a girl. However, she still wasn't entirely sure. She planned to find an opportunity tomorrow to take her for a medical checkup. As long as she didn't tell her son and secretly took Su Yin for the examination, then the two of them would continue their scheming, and she would be able to control the progress of their relationship. She dared not imagine how panicked her son would be when he suddenly discovered that the Xiao Nanliang he had been bullying for so long had actually turned into a girl. The thought of that brat making a fool of himself and the dramatic scene of him desperately trying to win her back filled her with anticipation. With this thought, Lin Yi devised a more meticulous plan. She needed to help Su Yin conceal her identity and also secretly protect her, afraid that her son might accidentally go too far. She also needed to establish a good reward system so that Su Yin would continue to stay by her son's side even at the risk of exposure. So Lin Yi waited outside, expecting Su Yin to take a long bath. To her surprise, Su Yin came out in less than 10 minutes and was even wearing a little dress. The girl was dressed in a long Aline skirt with long sleeves and a high collar which appeared somewhat conservative. However, the black and white outfit gave her an air of elegance. Can a girl shower so quickly? Linny was puzzled again. Miss, you shower quite fast, she said, picking up a hairdryer and approaching her, gently stroking her hair as she blew it dry. Only then did she notice that the girl's silver-white strands were quite peculiar. Unlike the yellowish hair of albinism, this color was brighter than an old person's white hair. Paired with her light blue eyes, she looked like a character straight out of an anime. Moreover, because the girl's skin was very fair, the white hair didn't look unattractive, but rather added a sense of icy purity and jade-like cleanliness. Miss, you are the first girlfriend my son has brought home. In the future, you will likely become the daughter-in-law of our Fu family. Your auntie has a gift for you. This card has 10,000 yuan. Saying that, Lin Yi took out a bank card and tried to hand it to her. But Su Yan's eyes widened, and she frantically used her hands to block, shaking her head in refusal, making whimpering sounds. Take it. This is a gift from your auntie. Whether or not you enter our Fu family in the future, this is for you. And this amount of money is just a week's salary for a servant in the Fu household. It's nothing. Lin Yi reached out and pinched her little cheek, speaking very kindly, while with her other hand, she placed the bank card into the pocket of the girl's skirt. Su Yan's face flushed slightly. Was this really okay? She was only pretending to be Mr. Fuss girlfriend for money. Would deceiving a mother like this bring down a thunderbolt from heaven? My son is quite lively in nature, impatient, lacking patience, and rather rude. His manners are a complete mess. If he offends you in the future, be sure to let me know. To pacify this adorable girl, Lin Yi pretended to introduce her son, doing her best to make Su Yan feel that she was easy to talk to. By the way, tomorrow you can stay at home with your auntie for a day. They'll show you around the place. After Lin Yi's explanation, Su Yan still felt somewhat panicked. She took out the bank card from her pocket, which felt a bit hot in her hand. She still wanted to hand the card back to Lin Yi. Over 10,000 yuan was too much for her. This card is yours. Spend it freely without worry. The password is 114,477. It's a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't refuse again, or else I'll have to tell my son that you're a good girl with a great figure, a perky but fair skin, and very sensible, but you just won't accept my money. Maybe you don't want to acknowledge me as your future mother-in-law. Su Yan immediately nodded, indicating that she would accept the card. If Mr. Fu heard his mother's compliments about her figure, he would definitely become suspicious. Better to take it for now and return it later. Lin Yi had originally intended to deactivate this card, but she had just transferred a little money from another card to it, so she could give it to Su Yan. She had planned to give 1,000 yuan, but she was afraid that such a large amount would scare the girl. She decided to let her son bully her for a while first, then gradually increase the amount, so that Su Yan would feel comfortable taking the money. It was like boiling a frog in warm water, gradually lulling her into complacency, so that by the time she realized it was a trap, the rice would already be cooked. Mom, have you seen that? Nana seen my girlfriend. Fu Lingxuan had just finished showering when he noticed the young man was missing, and he hurried out to search. Now that only his mother was likely still at home, he rushed over to her. As soon as the words left his mouth, his peripheral vision caught sight of Su Yan, and he immediately stopped. He hadn't expected to open the door and find the young man's small hand being held by his own mother. Your girlfriend is right here, take her back quickly. Lin Yi waved her hand and called out. Xiaoyan, you go back first. I need to talk to my mom for a bit. Fu Lingxuan put on a gentle smile, projecting the image of a warm and caring boyfriend. What can't you say in front of me? Besides, she's your girlfriend, your future wife. Go ahead, tell me what's up. Lin Yi immediately grew displeased. Was she really that unreliable? She was just following the plan they'd agreed on. Mom, it's like this. Xiaoyan and I haven't known each other long, so. Are you saying she's not proper or not trustworthy? Or is there something wrong with her? Lin Yi put her hands on her hips, glaring at her son with mild irritation. No, we get along great. Fu Lingxuan was baffled. What was his mother doing up so late? Had she lost her mind? Or had she forgotten the plan? Really? Then kiss her. Lin Yi flashed a mischievous grin, her eyes curving into crescents as she fixed her gaze on Su Yan beside her. Hiss. No way. Had she really forgotten? Fu Lingxuan made exaggerated facial expressions at Lin Yi, his face nearly contorting into a silent comedy. Just as his features were about to spasm, she continued. Hurry up. I want to see you two get intimate. Fu Lingxuan winced. He stepped closer, intending to whisper something to his mother. Stop right there, don't come near me. Are you trying to whisper sweet nothings to your little lover, or is this girlfriend of yours fake? At that moment, Lin Yi was determined to see her son kiss this adorable young girl. She was 100% certain Su Yan was a girl. She had trained in dance and had seen countless girls in tight outfits. She knew a girl's bone structure better than anyone. Fu Lingxuan put his hands on his hips, his eyes filled with helplessness. Had his mother really forgotten? Or was she trying to prank him? It was true that his refusal to find a girlfriend was a huge sin, but giving his first kiss to a boy was simply unacceptable. Mom, that's enough. Fu Lingxuan pressed his hand to his forehead, utterly exasperated, his gaze flickering to Su Yin, who was equally terrified. TSK, could it be that this girl really is a fake girlfriend? Lin Yi tilted her head, twirling a few strands of her hair with one hand. Fu Lingxuan was furious. So what if it was his first kiss? Who did she think he was? He could afford to give it. With that, he strode towards Su Yin, who was staring at him in sheer terror. Wait, man. Nobody said playing fake girlfriend meant I had to kiss you. On the verge of tears, Su Yin clutched her little dress tightly, her face a mask of disbelief. She watched Fu Lingxuan approach slowly but dared not take a single step back. Oh, don't come any closer. Su Yin stared at the tall man, nearing her, her heart racing, an indescribable shame rising within her. Her fair legs involuntarily pressed together, and her palms were already slick with sweat. Shoo, be serious, look at me with affection. Fu Lingxuan lowered his voice, making sure only the two of them could hear. His gaze turned tender and lingering, and his large hand wrapped around her slender waist, as if he had truly fallen in love with Su Yin. To avoid witnessing such a horrifying scene, Su Yin could only swallow her saliva and close her eye. Lin Yi watched from the side. Her son was truly a ruthless man. He dared to kiss someone even without being sure of their gender, and he was getting more into it with every moment. At that point, Fu Lingxuan felt no disgust, only a sense of sweetness. As if the other person was truly a lovely and beautiful girl. This strange sensation made him think to himself, oh no, am I turning gay? He deepened the kiss, thinking that at least he wasn't the only one suffering. That hateful little boy was miserable too. If she was in pain, then he could endure a bit of discomfort as well. Su Yin was about to cry. He kissed and he was a complete pervert. She wanted to cry so badly. She had thought earning 8,000 yuan would be easy, but it turned out it was anything but. After nearly a minute, Fu Lingxuan finally released her. Ahem, that kiss was a bit awkward. You two seem like strangers. That reaction doesn't seem right, does it? Lin Yi's lips were almost twisted with glee, a wicked smile spreading across her face as she looked at the pair. They stood there like students caught doing something wrong by their dean. Su Yin couldn't help trembling at Lin Yi's fierce expression. Something was off. Did her contract require her to sell her body? If so, the price would be far more than this. Really, maybe my Xiao Yin is just shy in front of others. She's a reserved little girl. Fu Lingxuan caught the sly smile on his mother's face and immediately understood. She was pranking him. Kiss again. Lin Yi continued, now needing to fetch a glass of water so she could prevent the two from rinsing their mouths. Fu Lingxuan looked at the girl who had just opened her eyes and looked on the verge of tears, and he felt utterly disgusted. Seriously, he hadn't even complained, and she was already turning up her nose at him. Close your eyes. Su Yin shut her eyes, pinching her skirt hem, awaiting the verdict of fate. Remember to breathe later, don't hold your breath and suffocate yourself. Damn it, a man teaching me how to. Who could understand this? As the two continued, Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. While their attention was elsewhere, she took a cup from the cabinet beside her and filled it with cold water from the dispenser. She placed 2 glasses of mineral water on the table and quietly watched the pair. Finally they stopped. Here, have some water, take a break. Lin Yi was already sitting on the sofa, legs crossed, nodding in satisfaction. Fu Lingxuan frowned, barely holding it together. Once was enough? Did she have to do it again? Mom, I'm not thirsty. Xiao Yin, you drink. Lin Yi looked at Su Yin. She had heard her son call her Xiao Yin, so she guessed the young man's name contained the character Yin. Su Yin didn't dare refuse. She slowly walked over to her side, picked up the glass, and gulped it down. Sob. She had wanted to rinse her mouth. This money was way too hard to earn. She might as well have just given her. After drinking the water, she was on the verge of collapse. She had been taken advantage of for nothing and couldn't even voice her protest. What was even more infuriating was that this guy kissed her with such abandon. Was he perhaps gay? It's getting late. You two should go back and rest first. Lin Yi, having had her fun, decided to continue the game tomorrow. She waved at the two and said, Xiao Yin, go back first. Don't wander off anymore. Fu Lingxuan patted her bottom lightly and said. Su Yin nodded, pushed her suitcase, and trotted away. Upon hearing the heavy thud of the electronic door closing, Fu Lingxuan finally spoke. Mom, you've gone too far, even teasing your own son. Should keep your voice down. It's almost 4 in the morning. Lin Yi said nonchalantly. What's wrong with speaking louder? Doesn't our house have plenty of soundproofing? No one outside can hear. Fu Lingxuan argued with a righteous tone. The moment he thought about how he had been pranked just now, his entire being radiated an aura of destruction. Son, I did this to keep the act going, to make it look real. Otherwise she might quickly realize that you don't actually need a fake girlfriend. I did this to let that little liar know that I'm really eager for a daughter-in-law. Lin Yi immediately launched into her theory, gesticulating wildly. Fu Lingxuan heaved a heavy sigh and said again, Mom, you don't need to meddle in this. I can take my revenge myself. You don't need to act with me. Who wants to act with you? I just wanted to test if you're gay. I saw how passionately you kissed her just now. I thought you might actually like her. He looked at him sideways, speaking slowly. Wasn't it because I needed to get back at that liar for playing with my feelings? Why else would I go to such lengths to take revenge on her? What? Cack out your tongue. Or do you really like men? He pretended to be shocked, crossing her arms as she looked at Fu Longxuan, her tone teasing. Let me make it clear, first, I absolutely like women. Second, I kissed her because I didn't want to reveal my intentions. Really? He wore an expression of disbelief, but inside, she was already overjoyed. She wondered if her son would start doubting his own sexual orientation. She was rather looking forward to seeing her son's face get slapped. Boring. Fu Lingxuan hated it when his mother wore that look. He tossed out a word and hurriedly left. As a matter of fact, he hadn't felt any disgust just now. In fact, there was even a hint of sweetness. Could it be? I don't think nonsense. When he returned to his room, Fu Lingxuan saw that little liar sitting dazedly on the sofa, looking utterly resigned to life. No way. Was he really that ugly? Was he really that disgusting to her? Ahem, come over here. Fu Lingxuan looked at the timid Su Yin, his anger rising. But when he saw Su Yin like a wounded little animal, her frightened eyes and her big wet eyes staring at him pitifully for a moment, he didn't want to hold her accountable. Why did you run off? Who allowed you to run off? You wretched girl, you made me lose my first kiss. Fu Lingxuan still had to scold her to prevent future mistakes. Boo-hoo, it's not like she wasn't the same. She had lost her first kiss too. From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to wander around nor touch my things. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Also, you are forbidden to approach my mother. If you blow our cover, you'll be in for it. Fu Lingxuan pointed his finger at her fiercely, showing no mercy, his expression terrifying Su Yin. Tonight you'll sleep in the same bed with me. Tomorrow I'll have someone prepare a room for you. Fu Lingxuan suppressed his harshness, his tone softening. Su Yin was stunned, blinking her big eyes in disbelief. Sleep with him? Wouldn't she come out of it skinned? Come on, don't stand there like a fool. Let's sleep. With that, Fu Lingxuan took her hand. A soft, boneless little hand that felt cool and comfortable to hold. Entering his room, Su Yin was shocked by an enormous soft bed. It must be 4 meters long and 2.5 meters wide. This bed could accommodate 10 more people without feeling cramped. The surrounding decor was even more luxurious. Several Chinese inkwash paintings, a vintage desk lamp, a large curtain hanging over the bed like a mosquito net, and a small telephone on the bedside table. Fu Lingxuan directly took off his pajamas. He was used to sleeping naked, and today, with that little liar present, was no exception. Seeing Su Yan's shocked eyes, Fu Lingxuan looked at her as if she were a hopeless case who had never seen the world. Never seen something big before. Sleep? You can sleep on that end. It's far enough apart anyway. Su Yan nodded. That was fine. He wasn't forcing her to sleep next to him, just giving her half the bed. That night, she couldn't fall asleep. The image of Fu Lingxuan slowly approaching and then fiercely kissing her kept replaying in her mind, as if it were deeply branded there. Boo-hoo, this money is not easy to earn. Su Yin hugged the small blanket between her legs, rolling around on the soft bed, trying to vent her frustration. Fu Lingxuan, sleeping beside her, was disturbed by her subtle movements. He was already somewhat insomniac, and the image of himself kissing Su Yin kept appearing in his mind. Damn that little liar. Not sleeping, huh? You'll be in for it. With that thought, Fu Lingxuan immediately got up, grabbed Su Yin like a chicken, and pulled her to his side. Then he lay back down, trapping this restless creature between his legs. At that moment, Su Yin was so scared she didn't dare to breathe. Can't you even sleep quietly? Don't move around. I'm a light sleeper and often have to work late. Fu Lingxuan said in a low voice, then pulled the blanket over himself and continued sleeping. As he slept, he held her tightly, like a body pillow, like a father disciplining a young child. How infuriating. She was being manipulated again. This guy who might be gay. One day she would trample him under her feet. Su Yin found it even harder to sleep, and turning over became more difficult. Her hand would easily brush against Fu Lingxuan's warm body. Fu Lingxuan finally managed to fall asleep, holding her like a pillow, even more comfortable than a real pillow because the girl's fragrance was sweet and intoxicating like the white magnolia after an early spring rain, elegant and rich. Only after hearing Fu Lingxuan's heavy breathing did she dare to carefully adjust her sleeping position. She didn't want to be held by this stinky man while sleeping. After moving a little farther away, Su Yin hugged the small blanket again. But because the room temperature was strange, too hot under the blanket for long and too cold without it, she ended up with the blanket between her legs, half her body exposed and half covered. Early the next morning, Su Yin noticed the spot beside her was empty, and upon checking her phone, she realized it was already 9:30. Following her usual routine, this was the time she would wake up to relieve herself. Groggily, she made her way to the restroom, lifted her skirt, and then suddenly remembered that her former male self had gone on a journey. Helplessly, she had to squat down. She found it odd that President Fuss' restroom had a squat toilet instead of a Western-style one. As she squatted, she felt an empty, cool sensation below. After finishing, she reluctantly took some tissue to wipe, but feeling unsatisfied with the cleanliness, she shuffled over to the faucet to rinse herself with cold tap water. Damn it! Who had stolen away her manhood? This was infuriating. After putting on her underwear, Su Yin caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. Her cheeks were slightly flushed like a bashful maiden who had accidentally bumped into the boy she secretly adored. She leaned closer to the mirror, studying her pretty face, intently pulling at it with her slender, delicate fingers, making funny faces, then a few silly expressions, and finally pinching her chubby cheeks, as if convinced she should be acting cute. But acting cute was utterly shameful. How could a child behave that way? It was a degenerate act. The young girl lightly stamped her foot, the impact sending a tremor up her soul, as if reprimanding herself. Yet with that one stomp, she helplessly realized she had truly become a lovely young maiden. Well, forget it. She was a streamer, and wasn't it normal for streamers to act cute? To make a living, one could even sell their dignity. I'll better not dwell on that. If it ever came to actually selling her body, she would surely be scared out of her wits, a mess of panic and fear. Adjusting her mood, Su Yin waddled out on her cute little legs, ready to catch some more sleep. She needed to sleep until 11, or even the afternoon, to fully wake up. Since President Fu wasn't around, this bed was hers. She slept soundly for 3 hours until noon. By then Lin Yi couldn't take it anymore. How could this little lazy pig still be in bed? She hadn't had enough fun yet, so she reluctantly made her way to her son's bedroom. Entering the first room, she saw the little one wasn't on the sofa. Could he be sleeping in her son's bed? She went to the other room and gently turned the doorknob, only to find the lovely young girl sprawled out, her skirt hiked up to her belly, revealing her cute white underwear. Lin Yi could see clearly now. There was a distinct impression. This little one was indeed a girl. But why had her investigation shown her as a boy? Could she have gone to Thailand? Determined to get to the bottom of it, Lin Yi decided to take Su Yin for a medical checkup to see what was going on with this peculiar creature. Lin Yi gently patted her shoulder. Su Yin jolted awake, and upon seeing Lin Yi, her heart raced, but she quickly let out a sigh of relief. However, noticing her skirt had ridden up to her belly, she felt her sleeping posture was rather indecent. If Fu Lingxuan were here, her secret of being a girl would easily be exposed. Blushing, Su Yin smoothed down her skirt, sat up straight, and waited for Lin Yi's lecture. Later, come with Annie for a checkup. But first, let's grab some lunch. Lin Yi gently patted her shoulder like a tender mother softly scolding a child who had overslept. Su Yin tilted her head, curiously watching Lin Yi. Was that all? No real scolding. Seeing Su Yin still standing there dazed, Lin Yi reached out and lightly patted her bottom. Hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. Auntie will wait for you outside. Oh. Seriously, why did President Fuss' mother always pat her? But what a strange fetish. Su Yin didn't dare delay and rushed to wash up. After a while, she emerged to find Lin Yi smiling warmly. Su Yin felt a bit uneasy. Was this wealthy lady so desperate for a daughter-in-law? Or was she yearning for grandchildren? She hadn't expected that President Fu was still single. Last night, she had stolen his first kiss. Could he still be a virgin? At his age, still a virgin. Then, was he gay? Her pupils dilated in shock. Unbelievable. Well, better not overthink. He used to be her top donor, so maybe he just liked Lolis. What a hypocritical beast, fancying Lolis. All those lolicons should line up on the street and get a bullet. 762. Lost in her wild thoughts, she followed Lin Yi to the ground floor dining area. The restaurant was divided into a staff cafeteria and a luxury dining hall. They entered a private room with 2 types of round tables, one long, one round, and in various sizes. Around the room were many tables, but only one was set with dishes. We didn't stock anything particularly special today, and I don't know what you like to eat, so I had them prepare a bit of everything. Su Yin sat at the table gazing at the dazzling array of dishes, each exuding an enticing aroma. Almost all 8 major cuisines were represented, including boiled cabbage, Buddha jumps, over-the-wall lobster, steamed fish, grilled meat, beggars chicken, braised crocodile, charcoal grilled tuna, Western-style steak. Her mouth watered. Oh, the life of a capitalist. These dishes are quite common. Next time I'll take you to try something you've never seen before. Lin Yi patted her shoulder, urging her to start eating. Lin Yi really liked this little one. She was mute but stunningly beautiful and a bit adorable. Her clumsy nature only made Lin Yi fonder. She detested clever, scheming women who easily sparked mother-in-law conflicts. A girl like this, clumsy and a little timid, was not only fun but also easy to handle. Su Yin couldn't wait to stuff her mouth with food, as if she were a convict just released from prison, eating with abandon and even a bit of rudeness. Seeing the young lad's uninhibited manner, Lin Yi felt a pang of discomfort. She would have to teach her proper table manners later, but for today, she let her enjoy herself. In just half an hour, Su Yin was full, letting out satiated burps as she lounged lazily in her chair, looking utterly content. She felt a bit hesitant. She didn't want to continue this job anymore. It was too easy for Fu Lingxuan to take advantage of her, and she might end up giving herself away for free. What if she acted crude? Make President Fuss' mother despise her, and then she could slip away. With that plan in mind, she dared to act so boldly. When you're full, take a walk with me. Later, Annie will take you for a checkup. Remember, don't tell my son about the results, and don't let him know I took you today. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Lin Yi's face turned stern, and she spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. How severe? She might get bent over right then and there. After eating and drinking her fill and taking a stroll, Su Yin was reluctantly led by Lin Yi to the other end of the villa. To her surprise, there was a medical room there, and even more astonishingly, it was equipped with physical examination facilities. Apart from the lack of large-scale MRI machines, almost everything else was available. The first item of the checkup was to undergo a CT scan and blood tests, while height, weight, blood pressure, genetic testing, and an analysis of hereditary disease risks were also on the agenda. Lin Yi stood at a distance watching the young girl walk toward the CT scanner, then spoke to an elderly woman nearing 80. Oldly, do you think she is a girl? Lin Yi asked in a low voice. The old woman, dressed in a white coat, had a calm demeanor and a kind gaze, but upon hearing the question, she frowned slightly. What kind of question was that? She did not answer immediately. Judging by her physique appearance and the proportions of her hands and feet, it's highly likely she is a girl. However, it's also possible she is already a woman, though the probability is low. She seems quite conservative. Hearing the old doctor's words, Lin Yi instantly realized that she had misunderstood the question. Never mind, no rush. Soon the girl's CT report would be available, and by evening, even Su Yan's genetic and chromosome reports would be ready. After a while, the old woman walked to one side, and a young female doctor handed her a CT scan. Lin Yi, standing nearby, caught a glimpse of it. The bodice outline was fully revealed. Seeing it, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this one was a girl, who otherwise her guilt would have been immense. But then the question arose, if she was a girl, why had her investigation indicated she was a boy? Could it be? Oldly, is there any disease that can turn a boy into a girl? Lin Yi asked again. The quiet medical room soon received a response. Theoretically, no boy can suddenly become a girl. However, there is a special case medically known as pseudo-hermaphroditism. The patient is originally a girl, but excessive secretion of male hormones causes external organs to resemble those of a boy. In reality, such girls often appear quite delicate. Many such cases have occurred in the past, possibly due to some conservative families during the family planning era following certain folk remedies leading to great misfortune. But such medical records are generally kept confidential, especially for underage patients, because it could affect their future. Dr. Li had retired over a decade ago, and was then hired as a private physician here. Easy work, high pay, and without the need to see many patients or handle complex cases, she was only responsible for detecting minor ailments. Oh, Lin Yi suddenly understood. Could it be so? If you're still worried, later we can have her undressed for a further examination. Given how timid she looks, I can tell at a glance whether she's a virgin or not. Dr. Li spoke confidently, understanding the wealthy family's obsession with female chastity. Lin Yi nodded. She wasn't really concerned about whether Su Yin was a virgin, but was eager to know if she had undergone gender reassignment surgery. After all, she couldn't let her son marry. So she instructed the younger doctor to have Su Yin undergo a nude examination. The delicate little loli was now preparing for the final checkup. After measuring her blood pressure, the young doctor said, "Next, go to the changing room. Well, do the last examination." Huh? Su Yin looked at her in surprise, trying to see if she was joking. Shy. It's okay, we're all women. It's all the same, except your skin might be a bit fairer than mine. The doctor patted her head. This one was really petite and cute. The doctor had to report this to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, with a sullen face and arms crossed, slowly approached Su Yin. Shy. It's fine. Auntie will go in with you for the checkup. So saying, without waiting for her consent, she took Su Yan's hand and led her into a small room, with the doctor quickly following. A long while later, the girl emerged with a red face, head lowered, as if she had been violated, looking utterly devastated. However, she soon changed her mind. After the examination, wouldn't she know whether she had truly become a cute little girl? After all these tests, she hoped she had turned into a girl. Otherwise, what would she be? A hermaphrodite? Or a monster? Though she didn't want to be a girl, given the current situation, there was no better option. Whoa. She felt like singing, "My youth, my little bird never returns, forget it. Gone is gone." That useless little thing, which couldn't even hold a little sister's hand, had made her little brother suffer for 20 years. While she was lost in thought, Lin Yi came over, mistakenly thinking she had hurt her feelings. So she had to speak. "I'm sorry, Xiaoyan. The reason I had you examined was that I wanted to know if you're a virgin. There's a pitiful young man in the Fu family who once knew a girl who was quite open-minded. At first he didn't mind her past since it wasn't her fault. She had just been deceived by a scumbag. But unfortunately that girl ran into her ex-boyfriend again. He had an indecent video of her and used it to threaten her into doing something unpleasant. I don't know if it was because the wedding was approaching or what, but the situation escalated to a terrible point. That poor young man gathered a group of thugs, broke the ex-boyfriend's legs, and also had some social youths do some unspeakable things. Later the case was exposed and he was sentenced to over a decade in prison. He's still in jail now. That's why I brought you for the checkup. Don't tell my son what happened today, or he'll make a fuss again. Su-yin nodded, silently listening. The more she heard the stranger, it seemed. How was this more exciting than a novel? She seemed to understand why Lin had told her earlier not to mention today's checkup to Fu Lingxuan. Could this be the reason? And coincidentally, she herself dared not tell Fu Lingxuan about the checkup because it would reveal her gender. If Fu Lingxuan knew she had a checkup and Lin hadn't suspected anything, that would clearly indicate she had a problem. Xiaoyan auntie is very satisfied with you. He'll transfer 10,000 yuan to the card from last night later. I hope you don't mind. Lin stroked her head gently, while the girl's fair face was full of curiosity and anticipation. Lin soon realized that this one loved gossip. Xiaoyan, let me introduce you to the Fu family and tell you some interesting stories. Su-yin tilted her head, seeming to come back to life. With money, she could also listen to gossip, and the work wasn't too tiring, though it might cost her in other aspects such as dignity. Although following Lin did carry the risk of exposing her identity, the compensation was generous, and she could enjoy the life of a tycoon. This was simply paradise. Lin didn't dare give Su-yin such a large sum all at once. Just like training a small animal, if you feed it until it's full, the training loses its effect. Moreover, training a pet works best when the pet is hungry. Only then can you achieve twice the results with half the effort. Seeing the young girl's smile gradually blossom, Lin breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this one was easy to coax. Besides, her figure was excellent. She had just personally verified it. Not only that, but every inch of the girl was like a meticulously crafted work of art. She wondered what her foolish son would do if he suddenly discovered that this little cutie was actually a girl. Would he do something particularly outrageous, or would he restrain himself, transforming into a sinister big bad wolf and luring the little white rabbit? Lin was getting older, wrinkles had begun to appear on her face, and she could no longer hide them. After all, she was nearly 50. To outsiders, she might look only in her 30s, but compared to genuine 30-somethings, her fatigue was more pronounced, and her eyes were not as bright. Xiaoyan, your boyfriend Fu Lingxuan has been a good student since childhood. He graduated from university at 18 and then studied corporate management in the family business. To this day, he has never had a girlfriend. Sometimes I suspect he's gay, but fortunately you appeared, or I wouldn't know what to do. Fu Lingxuan. This was the first time she knew his name. Last time she hadn't had time to see the postcard her sister took away. That guy Fu Lingxuan must be gay. Otherwise, how dare he kiss her like that last night, even using his tongue? Just thinking about it made her nauseous. She wanted to vomit. She even wanted to take a knife to him, but sadly his mother gave her quite a lot of money. Moreover, it seemed, she could continue to receive a steady stream of gold coins. She never expected she had the potential to be a gold digger. Huh? Xiaoyan, let's add each other on WeChat. You can't speak, so just chat with me by typing from now on. Lin reached out and ruffled her head. Her sleek glossy hair was incredibly soft, and stroking her head felt like petting a small animal. Su-yin nodded, wondering if she could find a way to tattle to Lin at work tomorrow. After they added each other on WeChat, she suddenly remembered that her WeChat account was set to mail. Was it too late to change it now? However, Lin didn't seem to have any further questions. She simply continued narrating her son's story. My son is 26 this year, should be just a few years older than you. But he's quite mature. Maybe because he's been managing the company for a long time, he can be a bit fierce. Actually, he's quite gentle. Don't be fooled by his aloof appearance. He's actually a bit of a secret romantic. They chatted for a long time. Su-yin was almost falling asleep as they wandered around the villa. Then she saw the backyard, a zoo-like area that completely stunned her. There were many adorable animals. Among the birds, hyacinth macaws, sun canas, kayaks, African gray parrots. On the ground, calico cats, tabby cats, British shorthairs, ragdolls, and even more dogs, Labradors, Alaskan Malamutes, huskies. They also kept a few groundhogs and an unknown number of small squirrels. There were also a huge number of rabbits, enough to dazzle the eyes. There was also a small goldfish pond where the large koi were the main attraction. Some were worth millions. The birds were actually the cheapest. Su-yin wanted to go play in the zoo, but Lin seemed to see through her intention and deliberately didn't take her there. Today I'll just take you around here. Tomorrow you'll go to work with my son. Come back for dinner in the evening, and Andy will prepare a lot of delicious food for you. After painting this rosy picture for Su-yin, Lin took her outside the community. The surrounding area was home to several major families, most of which were related to the Fu family, either closely or distantly. Meanwhile, at the company, Fu Lengxuan summoned his unsavory friends to discuss avenging a good brother. Since his father was covering for him today, he had some free time. Right now in his private office, 5 of his childhood friends had gathered. Some of them were starting businesses with the older generation, while others lacking talent were living off the family fortune or managing arranged marriages. Brother Xin, you actually had that kind of experience. A young man in a white shirt pinched his chin and revealed an amused smile. Lujan, don't laugh so exaggeratedly. Be careful. Our brother Xian might get angry and secretly screw you over. The speaker was Fu Lengxuan's good buddy and half rival Li Jinyu, the second young master of the Li family, a man whose looks rivaled Fu Lengxuan's. Only young Master Li dares to joke with our brother Xian like that. Lu Zhan lowered his head, secretly snickering, and muttered quietly. I called you here to discuss a more specific revenge plan, not to have you mock me. Fu Lingxuan was a bit angry, but his face remained calm. His hands were clasped like crab claws and moved up and down as if he were about to say, if you're bad, practice more. If you ask me, just find a few thugs and beat him up. Why bother with all this effort? Lu Zhan wasn't very interested in this. He had played with countless women. Wasn't it just being deceived by a man? No big deal. Fu Lingxuan lowered his head, feeling as if he had taken a critical hit. These people simply didn't understand what he had been through, and they couldn't empathize with him. Actually, it's not difficult. Just deceive him once. Turn his own trick against him. Find a pretty female secretary, preferably one who has a boyfriend and is involved with some short, fat, ugly, rich second-generation heir. Have that woman seduce him, and then one day reveal the truth to him. As for the details, we can discuss them together. Li Jinyu frowned slightly. This future brother-in-law still needed to be buttered up. He had recently secretly slept with the other's sister, so he needed to get closer to him early on. If Fu Lingxuan found out, he would be beaten to a pulp. Not a bad idea. Are there any details that need to be polished? That's simple. First, you need to find a way to spread the news that she is a crossdresser to a few gossipy women. Let those women bully your little crossdresser. You just need to give a subtle hint. They will definitely try hard to curry favor with you and cruelly humiliate her. Fu Lingxuan nodded. This guy was reliable after all. When the time came, when the little crossdresser was heartbroken, he would take the opportunity to be nice to her slowly, making her mistakenly believe that he had feelings for her. Then one day, when she was deeply immersed, he would suddenly strike the fatal blow. Lin Yi suddenly felt reluctant to let her son tease Su Yan. What if that reckless boy accidentally hurt her? She thought she should quickly find a few female bodyguards to secretly protect her. Besides that, Lin Yi also wanted to teach Su Yan dance to improve her flexibility so that in the future this benefit could be repaid to her son. She also wanted to teach her some seductive dances and yoga to make her figure better, firmer, and more resilient. She had already prepared a reason to make Xiao Nanliang fall faster. She must let Su Yan frequently interact with women and get used to a feminine lifestyle. How wonderful it would be to teach her dance. Not only would it make the little girl more alluring, but it could also provide her with more knowledge. Perhaps it would even make childbirth less dangerous. And now Su Yan seemed frail and weak. How could she bring happiness to her son? Given this girl's physique, she couldn't even last half an hour. Lin Yi had full confidence in her son. That brat would surely last for hours. At this moment, Su Yan was completely unaware that a conspiracy against her was gradually closing in. Lin Yi took Su Yan to a dance studio and found from the storage room a dance outfit and shoes that fit Su Yan, a pair of white long tights and a light blue backless leotard. Su Yan broke out in a cold sweat at the sight of the outfit. If she wore this, she would be exposed in no time, and then she would end up with a nest of adorable babies and knowledge of various positions. Put it on. Auntie will take you to practice ballroom dancing. Lin Yi lightly patted her soft, bouncy bottom, wanting this dazed girl to hurry up. Su Yan was about to pick up the clothes and run to the changing room when she heard a voice from behind. Change right here. Don't worry, no one will come in, not even my son. Lin Yi knew her little thoughts and easily took control of her. Su Yan stared at the clothes in her hands, dazed. She squeezed the soft, cottony feel of the tight one-piece dance outfit, unable to resist the urge to flee. But she was confused again. Where could she escape to now? She felt an uncomfortable sensation all over. It was as if she had re-entered school, bound by invisible rules, surrounded by steel cables that restricted her. Yet she didn't know how to resist. Somehow she wanted to retreat, but when she thought of her aging and emaciating parents at home, she didn't want to worry them. She had been sickly for years and was mute. She could cook, do housework, and live independently, but her sister insisted on renting a place with her and taking meticulous care of her. The whole family treated her like a child. No, I don't want to be a child. I want to be an adult. I want to have my own life, earn money, support my family. I want to be the most successful one. Be good, quickly change. Girls need to exercise every day to maintain a good figure. Annie has been doing it for over 20 years, that's why my figure is so good. Lenny reached out and pinched her cute face, her hand already unzipping her skirt. Su Yan stopped resisting and changed on her own. She didn't know why. She followed Lin E in a daze as if she were meant to be a puppet. Later she gradually understood that earning money couldn't be too easy, otherwise she wouldn't be worth the price. After changing into the tight dance outfit, Su Yin was forced into a devilish training session. Lin E discovered that this girl's flexibility was exceptionally poor, almost as bad as a boy's. How could that be? Therefore Lin E did not go easy on Su Yin. From now on you must come to Auntie's place every day to practice dance. Otherwise, he'll tell my son that you are nothing but a cute little white tiger with no other qualities, delicate and weak, lacking exercise, and would fall apart at the slightest mishandling. Lin E's way of threatening Su Yin was quite peculiar. As long as she emphasized intentionally or not that Su Yin was a girl, it would achieve very significant results. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's face fell. She had originally wanted to slip away, but how could she always hit her weak spot? Very frustrating. She couldn't let that guy Fu Lingxuan know she was a girl, or else something terrible would happen and she'd be doomed. Seeing her expression, Lin E knew that this cute little one had been caught. Lin E took out her phone and suddenly noticed an unread message. It was from her daughter, saying she was coming home. She frowned slightly. This daughter was a bit older than Su Yin, about the same age. Recently, she seemed to be getting close to the son of the Li family. She had a good opinion of that young man. He was excellent in every aspect and came from a well-matched family. She was just worried that her son couldn't accept it since the two of them were half-rivals before they became closer. Xiaoyan, practice here by yourself for a while. Auntie will step out for a moment. Lin E put away her phone, grabbed a coat, and draped it over herself, changed her shoes, and walked out. At that moment, Su Yin immediately gave up. Practicing dance would make her effeminate. Learn? No way. Even a dog wouldn't learn. For the sake of his male dignity, Su Yin despised her own spineless behavior, being scared by a few words and changing into this outfit. How pathetic. She pulled out her phone from the skirt she had just taken off. Skirts usually have a hidden pocket, and that's where she kept her phone. And Shu starts. Today I want rest until I wipe out the rats. She equipped a rat head of Victor 9, a small backpack, a bunch of painkillers and blood packs. And Shu is a very dark game. This game is about searching for supplies and extracting. Successfully extracting with supplies is victory. And the rats are a bunch of despicable campers. They hide in dark corners, poking out a gun to shoot people in the back. This is a very shameful camper behavior. To avoid being exposed, they wriggle like maggots or hold down the walk key until they see an innocent player, then they mercilessly open fire. 5 minutes into the game, Su Yin crept up on a despicable rat and viciously shot his feet. The moment the rat stumbled, she immediately threw a stun grenade and finished him off. Then around the corner she encountered another wild rat trying to avenge his teammate. She threw a stun grenade to force him back, and after being hit, the enemy immediately ran away. Su Yin pursued closely behind. In the thrilling game, she was completely unaware that Lin E had returned to the dance studio. Good heavens, she was so absorbed in the game. It was time to cure her internet addiction. It was hard to imagine that one day, when her son caught her and threw her onto the bed, Su Yin would still be clutching her phone, frantically playing games, completely ignoring Fu Lingxuan's various assaults. That would be quite a sight. Cough, cough. A coughing sound almost made Su Yin drop her phone. Just stepped out for a moment, and you're already misbehaving. Huh. Lin E's oppressively intimidating words made Su Yin break out in cold sweat, but her fingers didn't stop moving because she had caught a sixth set. This was a high-value target, and the opportunity was rare. A warrior helmet of Pharaoh with a flashlight, a large backpack, and a large drum magazine. The opponent was probably a newbie who just entered the game using flesh damage bullets, which were loadier, very cheap, but couldn't penetrate body armor. Well, let me play a bit longer. Su Yin showed a faint smile with a hint of longing in her eyes, seemingly unwilling to give up this game. Go ahead, Annie will let you do extra practice later. Lin E glanced disappointedly, then nodded. Another child addicted to games. Unbearable. She must be strictly disciplined. How outrageous. A successful person like her harbors such great malice towards gaming, as if it were a heinous crime. However, Lin E didn't give up on Su Yin. Instead, she developed a desire to educate her, because only children like this could bring a sense of achievement when taught. Upon hearing Lin E's words, Su Yin played freely. Finally, after half an hour, she reached the extraction point. There were only 30 seconds left until extraction, but a sneaky rat successfully struck her wounded leg, and she fell just before the finish line of victory. I'm really furious. What's worse, she would have to do extra practice later, not only losing all her gear, but also working for nothing. Staring at the elimination screen, a sense of helplessness welled up. Damn stinky rat. The game's over, right? You seem quite tense. Drink some water. Later Auntie will take you to stretch and relax, and teach you a bit of yoga knowledge. Lin E could tell that Su Yin had just suffered a huge loss and hadn't enjoyed the game much, so she didn't continue to discourage her. Lin E had made up her mind to help Su Yin kick her internet addiction, dress her up beautifully, and get her to participate in more beneficial and interesting activities. Thinking of this, she recalled that a relative's daughter had invited her to a birthday party tonight. Originally, for such annoying banquets, she would decline whenever possible. But she glanced at the little white-haired girl beside her and decided to take her out to see the world to motivate her to strive hard and not be addicted to gaming. As a candidate for her daughter-in-law, and one she personally trained, she couldn't afford to lose to others. Although this girl's family background, physique, education, and talents were slightly inferior to those heiresses, she had upright character, was a bit mischievous and greedy, but overall quite satisfactory. More importantly, her son seemed to like this type. By evening, Fu Lingxuan finally came home accompanied by his sister Fu Lingyu. Fu Lingyu had delicate features, wore a simple white long dress, unassuming and conservative, but exuded an elegant aura like a daughter from a scholarly family. Fu Lingxuan was half a head taller than his sister, but his sister was 1.75 meters tall, a proper model height. Her figure was naturally beyond words. With Lin Yi as the body management master, her figure could rival a runway model. In terms of appearance, she was slightly inferior to Su Yin, but her overall evaluation was much higher. Xiaoyu, when we get home, don't hug that little crossdresser, got it? He's a boy. Fu Lingxuan reminded her again, afraid she would be taken advantage of by Su Yin. I know, bro. What kind of person do you think I am? Would I be fooled? With the exception of that deceiving, ghostly Jinyu who had already taken her completely, and if this continued sooner or later, there would be real trouble. I'm just reminding you that little crossdresser is just too cute, afraid you might not be able to resist. Fu Lingxuan couldn't help but want to roll his eyes at her. He himself had been fond of that cute little crossdresser, and thinking about it made him grind his teeth in anger. As the saying goes, deep love leads to deep hatred. When they got home, they didn't see the so-called little crossdresser. Fu Lingxuan was puzzled. If he remembered correctly, his mother seemed to be planning to discipline that annoying guy. He hoped she wouldn't be like an old cow eating tender grass and cuckold his father. If that really happened, it would be a great sin. Fu Lingxuan immediately dismissed this unrealistic thought, but his stiff facial expression made him very uncomfortable. Yo, you're back. Lin Yi, hearing that her daughter had returned, told Su Yin to change clothes first and come down later. Mom, did you miss me? Fu Lingyu immediately took her hand in a little girl's manner, speaking in a coquettish tone. Just a few days away, not really. Lin Yi patted her hand and said in a pretend regretful tone, but inadvertently caught her son's strange gaze, feeling a bit puzzled. Lingxuan, what's wrong? Lin Yi asked. Xiaonana, where is Xiaoyan? Fu Lingxuan had intended to call her little crossdresser, but was afraid Su Yin might overhear. She's changing her skirt. Mom, you didn't do anything bad today, did you? Fu Lingxuan said half-jokingly, but his eyes were fixed on her, afraid to miss any detail. No, I just taught Xiaoyan to practice dance. That girl's flexibility is really poor, just like a boy's. It's almost killing her to practice dance, but she has a very low body fat percentage, and she looks very cute in the dance outfit. Do you want to go take a look? Lin Yi teased in a mocking tone with a hint of amusement in her eyes, as if ridiculing. What do you mean, just like a boy? That guy is actually a boy, Fu Lingxuan muttered inwardly. No thanks. Fu Lingxuan waved his hand. He had seen it before. When he was the top spender, Su Yin had taken many alluring and seductive photos and videos. Back then he marveled at how perfect this girl's legs were and how perky her butt was. Later he found out that this annoying guy was actually a boy. Biologically, most males have perkier buttocks and slimmer legs than females. So Fu Lingxuan was a bit angry, grunting with a sharp gaze, as if looking for a place to vent his. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a girl in a Lolita cake dress walked down from upstairs. The dress was layered with intricate patterns interwoven in white and chocolate. The girl was stunned for a moment, her cheeks flushed, her fingers tightly gripping the lace hem. The pure white, over-thinny stockings made her skin look even whiter and brighter. With light blue eyes, she looked at them shyly, restrained and quiet, like a maiden hidden deep in her boudoir. The moment Fu Lingyu saw Su Yin, her eyes lit up. If she had met such a cute little loli earlier, she might have turned gay. Could this be the wicked little crossdresser my brother mentioned? So cute. No wonder he could charm my brother. Could this really be so beautiful? Is he truly a boy? Fu Lingyu parted her rosy lips slightly, her face a picture of disbelief. Too adorable. And in that instant, when the girl saw them, she became as docile as a little rabbit, her large eyes blinking, her clear gaze exuding an air of harmlessness. Yet this very creature had deceived her brother. If not for their mother secretly investigating the records, he might have been cheated out of everything. Fu Lingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she longed to rush over and knead Su Yin, thoroughly inspecting her. She couldn't believe there existed such a beautiful boy. I told you to restrain yourself a bit, Fu Lingxuan said in a low voice. He shuddered to think that if he hadn't told his sister about this, she might have pounced and hugged that damned Xiao Nanliang, letting him take advantage of her. Brother, your taste is not bad, really. But why is she so cute? You're not a pervert, are you? Fancying this type? TSK to SK. Fu Lingyu flashed a suspicious smile, her gaze fixed on him, as if she had seen through his little schemes. Fu Lingxuan's expression remained calm, but inwardly he was extremely embarrassed. Fu Lingyu let out a faint cold smile. Good, her brother was starting to hide his emotions, which meant she had guessed correctly. This expression of his only made his sister's gaze more mocking. Brother, so you like this type? So small and petite. Can you really bring yourself to lay a hand on her? Aren't you afraid of accidentally? She glanced downward as she spoke, as if trying to see through his suit trousers. Fu Lingxuan's gaze turned unnatural, and his composure was about to crack, but he had to maintain his image. Su Yan took small steps and slowly moved in front of them. This is Xiao Yan, let me introduce you. Her vocal cords are damaged, so she can't speak. She's my girlfriend now, surname Su, single name Yan. Fu Lingxuan introduced her to his sister with a pretense. Su Yan nodded and edged forward, slightly hiding behind Lin Yi, afraid to get too close to Fu Lingxuan, worried that he might take advantage of her again. Xiao Yan, this is my daughter Fu Lingyu, 23 years old this year, a year older than you. You can call her sister. Lin Yi quickly introduced her daughter. Though she would have to discuss things with her daughter later, otherwise if they accidentally let the secret slip, it wouldn't be fun. Su Yan nodded, then gazed at Fu Lingyu with her beautiful light blue eyes. Perhaps because she had become a girl, she could now observe a beauty up close without restraint. Fu Lingyu was stunningly beautiful, breathtakingly so, as if she were not human, but a celestial maiden descended from heaven. Her skin was like ice and jade, like a lofty flower dressed in a simple, white dress reminiscent of a female college student from the Republic of China era. Her innate grace and elegance exuded an otherworldly charm, and the gentle sparkle in her eyes held a soft allure. She did not bring any sense of oppression, so Su Yan felt safe. Perhaps sensing Su Yan's prolonged observation, Fu Lingyu felt a bit strange. Logically, being stared at for so long by a boy would have disgusted her. It was hardly gentlemanly. But maybe she didn't see Su Yan as a boy at all. Xiao Yan, right? So cute. You're so tiny, how dare you be my little sister-in-law? Aren't you afraid of being? Fu Lingyu could no longer restrain herself. She reached out and pinched Su Yan's adorable baby fat, fondling her without any hesitation. And while no one was watching, she secretly squeezed Su Yan's little buns to check if they were real or fake. Suddenly Fu Lingyu hugged her tightly, and before the other two could notice, she had already succeeded. Su Yan bit her lip lightly and let out a muffled groan, obviously in pain, tears threatening to fall. Sorry, I got too excited and used too much force. But still, Xiao Yan is too cute, Fu Lingyu said while rubbing her little hand, then lowering her head to observe the girl's slender fair neck. Just one glance and she saw clearly. Could this really be a girl? Fu Lingyu glanced at her foolish brother. Ahem, stop playing. Let's go eat. Lin Yi quickly intervened, diverting her son's attention and preventing her daughter from observing further, which would ruin her plan. Let's go, Fu Lingxuan said, sensing nothing unusual, though he was extremely dissatisfied with his sister. Hadn't she agreed to help him tease Xiao Nanliang? And now she was captivated by her face. What a waste. He at least had the excuse of not knowing her gender. The group headed toward the dining room. Since the Fu family had many smart home devices, they didn't need many servants, but still over 100 people served the family. They paid hundreds of millions in wages every year with benefits even better than state-owned enterprises. They valued character, and conduct appearance was just average, neither too beautiful nor too handsome, lest it confuse their roles. Su Yan was very timid, only following behind them, her gaze flickering with unease. Lin Yi sat in a corner seat, gently patting another chair, and watched as Su Yan slowly sat down before nodding with satisfaction. Soon the prepared dishes were brought over by servants pushing a cart. Xiao Yan, after dinner, continue practicing dance with Annie, and then go back to your bedroom tonight. Lin Yi wanted to find an opportunity to send her son away and have a private chat with her daughter. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's face fell. She had been practicing all day and her waist was about to break. But seeing Fu Lingxuan's slightly threatening gaze, it seemed Lin Yi was easier to get along with. The only painful part was being forced to practice dance and flexibility. Damn it. The thing she hated most in this life was moving around. If it were exams, she could try hard and maybe pass, but singing and dancing, that was practically killing her. Su Yan wailed inwardly, but as an adult earning some hard-earned money, she could endure it. At the table, everyone harbored their own secrets as they ate in silence. Su Yan ate slowly and was restrained in helping herself, so Lin Yi, unable to bear it personally, served her food. She promised that in a while she would definitely make Su Yan plumper, with a better figure, more endurance, and greater stamina. Son, you've been losing weight lately. Eat more, and remember to exercise at night. Don't slack off, or when you bring your wife home you'll be too weak. Then poor Xiao Yan will suffer widowed at such a young age. Lin Yi served her son food, while urging him to work out, especially recently. Don't let those 8-pack abs turn into a single slab. Fu Lingxuan's face darkened as he allowed Lin Yi to blacken his image. Fu Lingyu secretly chuckled, finding it strange. Could her mother really be so playful? Her brother would never hide anything from her, or was there some other inside story? Fu Lingyu waited quietly, not in a hurry. From her first impression, she didn't think Su Yin was a boy. She was definitely a lovely girl. Not directly, but through judgment, absolutely certain and affirmative. Su Yin felt the gazes of the three people, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She couldn't imagine how red her face was at that moment. Why was everyone in the family staring at her? Did she have rice on her face? Or was she eating too rudely? But she had already been very restrained. Su Yin didn't understand, and suddenly felt that she wasn't so fond of money anymore. She could just give and once endure the disgusting scene, and then live a worry-free life. Her chances were exceptionally high, and she might even have a carefree life for the rest of her days. Just needed to pay a small price, namely. Su Yin tilted her head. How could she have such a terrifying thought? Money was something that couldn't be taken to the grave. And why did thinking about that scene make her blush? Something was wrong. How could she have such thoughts? She was a real boy. A man must be self-reliant and never back down. She must be strictly disciplined, never become a minor, never experience a girl's joy, never degenerate, and never marry. Yes, never compromise. She would be a boy for life. After suppressing these unrealistic thoughts, she still felt that money earned through hard work was cleaner and more justifiable. The act of selling one's body must be utterly despised. Selling her body was also unacceptable. She had to work hard to make a fortune. Perhaps she could learn a lot from Fu Lingxuan, such as the operations of a large company, its boldness, strategies, and inside secrets. The few of them remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts, no one paying attention to Su Yan. Fu Lingxuan, bogged down by company affairs, didn't have much time to tease Xiao Namliang. Or rather, he would let her off for a few days. Once he had some free time, he would slowly cherish her. After all, many people had been inviting him to parties and banquets recently. He would take her along, pretend to force himself on her, lock her in a stronghold, and scare her, thoroughly cackling. Lin Yi was a bit worried. Many things were uncontrollable. What if they went too far? She wanted to see her son chase his wife through a fiery trial, but she didn't want Su Yin to run away with a baby. Although it was far from that point, it was still necessary to prepare for the worst. She glanced at her daughter beside her, feeling she could be an ally. When her husband returned in a few days, she would find another ally. The whole family would tease the two of them together. Dinner was soon over. Fu Lingxuan was the first to leave the table because the company was busy with a very important acquisition plan. A state-owned enterprise heavily in debt had to initiate bankruptcy proceedings and was now at the judicial auction stage. The key material produced by this enterprise was crucial to their production. If the state-owned enterprise went under, their company would face a blockade from foreign enterprises, and he knew too well the faces of Westerners. But taking over a bankrupt state-owned enterprise was not something an ordinary company could do. The capital chain had to be sufficient. They were already struggling to cope with the economic crisis, and now this acquisition plan was like a death sentence. Su Yin, after eating her fill, followed Lin Yi for a walk, accompanied by Fu Lingyu. The two walked ahead while Su Yin followed slowly behind. Xiaoyu, I have something to tell you. Xiao Yin is actually a girl. I took her for a physical examination this morning. I observed every inch of her body carefully, very white and tender. Your brother likes this type of girl, Lin Yi whispered to her. Su Yin dared not get close, afraid of overhearing company secrets. Oh, Mom, I had a feeling she was a girl, but I didn't expect it. But why does my brother think she's a boy? Fu Lingyi's face was full of question marks. That's not hard to explain. Maybe when your brother found her, she had already become a girl. Or perhaps she was always a girl, but due to a strange disease called pseudo-hermaphroditism. Lin Yi didn't dawdle, chatting slowly with her daughter. The two observed Su Yan's movements from afar. The girl kicked her legs idly, occasionally hopping and skipping, walking listlessly. Though she seemed so lonely and bored, she was as lively as a child, with childish gestures full of playful innocence. If one didn't know better, they would truly think she was a child. The girl's gaze occasionally fell on the small animals in the yard. Watching the expensive parrots and cute creatures, she couldn't help cupping her cheeks and gazing at them with starry eyes. She watched the large parrots effortlessly crack walnuts with their beaks and use their agile tongues to eat the meat, and she couldn't stop watching. While they were secretly plotting, Su Yin had already made up her mind. When she had money, she would buy a flock of parrots, especially large parrots. These creatures, if well cared for, could outlive humans, often living 50 to 60 years, and some could live over 100 years. Truly a miracle. Lin Yi and Fu Lingyu discussed for a while, and suddenly realized that Fu Lingyu was the one most likely to alert Su Yan. Because Su Yan's appearance was originally to deal with the marriage pressure, but Fu Lingxuan knew she was a boy while Lin Yi did not. Oh no. So either I join my brother in teasing Xiao Nanliang, or I join you in pretending to urge marriage. Meanwhile, Su Yin suddenly realized a very important issue, whether she should let Fu Lingyu know that she was a girl. Su Yin shook her head. What if Fu Lingyu, like Fu Lingxuan, still thought she was a boy? If Fu Lingyu discovered that she wasn't a boy, the consequences would be severe. If she blabbed, Su Yan would become Fu Lingxuan's wife. Disaster. Had she miscalculated something? What if Lin Yi told Fu Lingyu that she was a girl? That would be terrifying too. Then Fu Lingyu would know that her brother thought Su Yan was a boy while in reality, she was a girl. Disaster, disaster. She only hoped that Fu Lingyu wouldn't know too much, prayed that Fu Lingxuan hadn't told his sister about Xiao Nanliang, and also prayed that Lin Yi wouldn't reveal that she was a girl, so that when they compared notes, they wouldn't discover her peculiar existence. At this moment she was panicking. Fu Lingyu had already figured out the key point. There was actually no need for her to conceal anything. She could even go a step further. Not only could she threaten Su Yan, but she could also neutralize the conflict. Mom, I do have an idea. Since I'm so easily exposed, I might as well drop the act altogether. He'll just tell Su Yan that I know all her secrets and then use that to threaten her. She'll become someone I can mold at will, and I can even prevent her from ending this game. Having cracked the puzzle, a faint smile curled on Fu Lingyi's lips. She could even now make Su Yan and her brother sleep in the same bed under the same blanket, and even make her become her little sister-in-law ahead of time. Lin Yi was suddenly jolted awake. It seemed true. However, that would be less fun. This forced behavior was a bit excessive. But it did excite her, especially when she imagined Su Yan wronged and helpless, having to submit to her son. That scene would be quite beautiful, wouldn't it? In her youth, she had read some CEO novels, especially those melodramatic romance dramas and stories of domineering bosses taking by force. The ups and downs of the plots were irresistible, especially the steamy scenes that made one sink into them, unable to stop the corners of the mouth from lifting. The idea is good, but a bit too much. Hey Mom, that's not fair. Don't you want an adorable little granddaughter or a cute grandson? A little girl who looks just like Su Yan lying in your arms calling you grandma in a baby voice, or a handsome, somewhat aloof little boy reluctantly and proudly calling you grandma? Fu Lingyu was a master at manipulating people's hearts, especially knowing that her mother longed for a grandchild. She planned to surprise her mother in a while. I'm in. If anything goes wrong, you'll take the blame. Lin Yi nodded, just imagining a tiny adorable baby clinging to her leg, crying and begging for a hug. That would be pure bliss. As for the process, it didn't matter. As for her son's feelings, they also didn't matter. Since he would fall for the trap, it meant he had liked Su Yan before and was deeply infatuated. Only Su Yan's feelings needed to be considered, otherwise she would appear too malicious. But how could she make Su Yan fall in love with her son? She didn't intend to use force, but she was really impatient. Impatient for them to get together quickly and form a little family. Generally speaking, for one person to quickly build goodwill toward another, they need to go through a crisis together or be saved from danger. Girls all have a hero complex. They will more or less develop feelings for a man who saved them and is not bad-looking. Fu Lingyu proposed a scenario, but it might be a bit dangerous. Change it. I don't want either of them to get hurt. Then it's harder, like a one-night stand or building a deep relationship over a long time. As for the one-night stand, Lin Yi temporarily set it aside. If Su Yan never took an interest in her son, and she forcefully tied them together, the relationship would inevitably break down later, leaving her in a difficult position. Can't you think of something proper? No underhanded means. Lin Yi frowned, looking at her daughter with confusion. Well, for now she couldn't think of any. Mainly because when she was in college she had a boyfriend, but they hadn't even held hands or had any physical contact. And then Li Jinyu ruined it. Initially she was angry and resentful toward him because not long ago he had not only controlled her freedom, but also forced his love on her. After countless times of domination, she gradually fell. Previously she thought Li Jinyu wanted to stop her from finding a boyfriend. In a fit of pique, she decided to find a good-looking man, but she never expected that this move would infuriate him completely, and then she was imprisoned. She expressed extreme disgust at his countless ruthless methods in the past, but Li Jinyu's later performance gradually conquered her. He became gentle and restrained, willing to learn various skills to take care of her, sometimes cooking himself, sewing clothes, and designing jewelry. Later, Li Jinyu told her that he had liked Fu Lingyu since childhood. It was precisely to be worthy of her that he studied hard and worked hard, only to have some brat cut in front of him. He wished he could blow up that person's entire family. Later, Fu Lingyu gradually realized that her ex-boyfriend was a scumbag. To get close to her, he had not only secretly followed her, but also planned to steal her private photos. Truly unforgivable. But honestly, being imprisoned and forced into love was quite thrilling, especially since the man was very handsome. The memory of that familiar yet stranger. When she thought back, it still made her heart race. She wondered if Su Yan liked forced love. If she did, then it would be, she should still respect her. After all, everyone has different preferences. Some like gentle and considerate types, others like domineering and cold ones. Some like lolas, some like mature women. In short, it's hard to please everyone. But for now she could tease Su Yan and scare her a bit. Fu Lingyu rubbed her slender fingers, did some stretching exercises, and then planned to grab Su Yan and whisper something in her ear. Su Yin saw Fu Lingyu not far away staring straight at her, a sly smile curling at the corner of her mouth, her eyes flickering with excitement, as if she had discerned something. Especially when she saw her own life, she felt as if she was about to burst. Oh no, could she really have known my secret? No. Su Yin shuddered, clamped her legs tightly, and trembled as she looked at Fu Lingyu. Little sister, I seem to have discovered a very important secret. Do you want to hear it? Fu Lingyu had already closed in, her smile full of schemes, as if she were about to do something bad. No, don't come closer. Su Yin hurriedly stepped back, but unexpectedly Fu Lingyu suddenly sprinted a short distance and hugged Su Yin, who was about to turn and run. Don't run. If I told my brother that you're a girl, guess what would happen? He likes you so much. If I really tell him, maybe before long, he'll have a little niece or nephew. Dear little sister, you wouldn't want to become a mother so soon, would you? Fu Lingyi's words were like the whispers of a demon, not only stimulating Su Yan's mind, but also leaving her unable to resist. No, my little plan failed. Am I doomed? Xiao Yin, I'm not a bad person. As long as you prove that within 2.5 months you haven't fallen for my brother, he'll keep this secret forever. Oh, really? Su Yin looked skeptical, her mouth slightly open, wanting to speak, but only producing strange sounds. Content revised. The details in this chapter have been slightly adjusted. It may be somewhat incoherent, though further revisions will be made later. Rest assured, I am a woman of my word. I will not force a virtuous maiden into my home against her will. Of course. If you ever change your mind, finding yourself in need of more funds, my door remains open. Fu Lingyu reached out and gently pinched her cheek, the soft, supple texture exactly as she had imagined. She truly wouldn't force her. Could such a fortunate turn truly exist, or was it a trap? Su Yan's face was etched with suspicion. Yet at this moment, she had no other recourse, for her leverage lay in the other's hands. Within these 2.5 months you are not to leave my brother's side, lest the agreement be rendered void. We can negotiate the finer details. Fu Lingyu, to prevent this girl from exploiting loopholes, could only establish a provisional agreement, for now planning to discuss the subsequent terms with Lin. For the moment she was safe. No need to surrender herself for free. 2.5 months didn't seem so long after all, shorter than a semester. She wondered if she could earn enough money in that brief span. Though she wished to earn more by staying close to Fu Lingxuan, some ventures carried too great a risk. She had to cut her losses in time. She would earn for 2.5 months, then flee the moment the time was up. Then she could return home in glory and live a life of ease, lying flat. Seeing Su Yan's smile bloom, Fu Lingyu sensed trouble. Perhaps this girl wasn't interested in her brother. Could it be that she was of a different persuasion? Otherwise it made no sense. She couldn't fathom it. Maybe she had been overly confident in her brother's charm. Perhaps there were girls who didn't favor his type. But if she wasn't drawn to men, surely she was drawn to money. If even that couldn't tempt the little minx, what then? She couldn't very well force a man to stay. Though she hoped Su Yin would be captivated by her brother's allure, saving her the trouble of matchmaking, she had accidentally set the wrong pair in motion. Never mind. She could still find a few advisors, cunning strategists. One person's strength was limited, or with more it would be easier. In time the girl would willingly fall into the role of her little sister-in-law. First let her lower her guard and enjoy a moment of happiness. Then, slowly boil the frog. Su Yin would never escape. The very thought made her blush with excitement. Truly she was not a good woman. I'm far too wicked. Meanwhile, far away in Su Yan's hometown, having failed in their investments and burdened with debts, Su's father and mother were secretly selling their house, concealing it from their children. The house was no longer theirs, nor even the furniture within. Father of our children, what do we do now? If Xiao Yin and Xiao Yan find out that our assets have been auctioned by the bank, and we still owe 2 million, they will be devastated. Su's mother wept, tears streaming down her face. If only she had given up on the business venture earlier and obediently worked a regular job. All their lifetime's savings had vanished. Even more terrifying was the family's debt reaching 2 million, and Su Yin was disabled. Most companies would not hire a mute. A vast number of jobs were beyond her capability. Sweat poured down their brows, truly embodying despair at that moment. The despair of being unable to live and daring not to die. If only their eldest daughter could marry into a good family, there might be hope. But who would take on such a mess? Word had it that their daughter already had a boyfriend, apparently attending a military academy. As for their son, forget it. He was a lost cause. Xiao Yan probably had no chance of finding a wife, who a boyfriend would be more likely. Just hope that kid doesn't engage in vice. Wife, what now? Our daughter's dowry is gone, the betrothal gift for our son is gone, even our home is lost. If only we hadn't listened to those deceitful relatives who swore we'd make a fortune. Su's father wept bitterly, covering his face in anguish. The thought of his own foolish deeds made him want to beat himself to death. Heavens, my money. I'm dead. My poor children, who never enjoyed a single day of happiness, now have to follow us down a painful path of debt repayment. Maybe they should just give up, not pay back, and become deadbeats. After all, the bank wouldn't miss that money. If they worked in a factory earning $4,000 a month living frugally, the couple could save $7,000 a month, $84,000 a year, with the remaining 2 months as vacation. At that rate, they'd have to work 30 years. The mere thought was despair. Worse still, 30 years later, they'd be old, penniless, and riddled with illness. Once older, they wouldn't even find work. For a moment, the desire to die overwhelmed them. Moreover, they had done manual labor in various jobs, and they understood factories well. At their age, most factories had already rejected them. Even if they sent their son and daughter out to work and repay debts, it would take over a decade. By then, the debt might barely be cleared, but their son would be unable to marry and their daughter would be undesirable because of the debt. Don't think too much. Maybe Xiao Yin will become a doctor earning $10,000 a month. Besides, she's a Ph.D. With such high education, what man wouldn't want to marry her? Her future salary won't be low. Sue's mother quickly comforted, fearing that if her husband continued to blame himself, he might take a free fall from the 18th floor that very night. As for Xiao Yin, she might have to suffer a bit. The girl was delicate, not tall, just like a little girl. If only she were a girl, it would save worry. Maybe they could even collect some betrothal gifts to clear the family debt. If she met a rich second generation, that would be even better. They could just lie flat. Ahem, too much wishful thinking. Still, she needed to inform Xiao Yan of the family situation. Sue's mother took out her phone, found Su Yan's WeChat, and composed a message. Xiao Yan, our family business lost some money. Mom and Dad are very sorry. From now on, we'll have to work hard together. Everything is fine at home, don't worry. Xiao Yan told me you found a job. You must work hard and not be lazy. Jobs are hard to come by these days, especially for the disabled. After composing the text, Sue's mother felt it wasn't enough. She needed to explain to Su Yan and tell her never to think about starting a business. It was all a trap. Don't trust anyone easily and don't act on hearsay. One more thing, tell Su Yan to live well, not stay up late, not play games, and eat properly. She said everything she could. And since Sue's mother didn't know pinyin, she had to write each character by hand. After finishing, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Father of our children, let's find a job. Where? Shenzhen, Guangzhou, Shanghai, or Beijing. Ordinary places were too slow for earning money. They'd go straight to a big city. Let's go to Beijing and have a look. It's prosperous there, and we've never been in our lives. I heard Xiao Yan is there too. Maybe we can find time to visit her. Sue's mother frowned thoughtfully, then quickly made her decision. After her walk, Su Yan was dragged back to practice dancing. While changing clothes, she pulled out her phone and saw a long message from her mom. She read it carefully, her brow slightly furrowing. The family was in debt. How much? Her parents hadn't said, so it probably wasn't too much. At most, it was 100,000 or so. No need to panic. If she worked a little harder, she could pay it off quickly. Then she would quit her job and go back to live streaming, which brought in money fast. Working properly here? Not likely. If she stayed too long, Fu Lingxuan would easily see through her disguise, and then her virtue would be at risk, or worse, she'd become the mother of several children. She didn't want to experience that. As for her savings, she had none at the moment. She had given a portion to her sister to help with the student loan, paid off part of her own loan, and used the remaining bit to improve her sister's living conditions. Right now, she only had the money Lin had given her plus what she had left before, totaling less than 30,000. Su Yan immediately transferred 2,000 yuan to her mother. Mom, I asked my boss for an advance on 2 months' salary. Don't be frugal. After sending the message, a faint smile appeared on her face. She was finally able to contribute to the family. Sue's mother saw the transfer and burst into tears, sobbing. Oh, what sin have I committed to make such a good child suffer with us to repay the debt? If she could ever earn a fortune, she would definitely make it up to Xiao Yan. After sending the message, Su Yan glanced at Lin Yi beside her. Since the dance studio had mirrors on 3 walls, she could easily see Su Yan's little movements without even turning around. Xiao Yan, come here for a moment. My daughter will teach you the basics of ballet later. Be good, okay? Auntie has a gathering to attend. Bye-bye. Lin Yi blew a flying kiss, turned around, and left without a moment's hesitation. As for Su Yan, she wailed inwardly, oh no. Fu Lingyu was going to teach her ballet basics. Wasn't she going to set her up? Ahem, my little cutie, I'm here. Fu Lingyu had already changed into a tight dance outfit, a black top and black tights. Su Yan's face was full of reluctance. She even had the urge to burst through the wall. This girl definitely had a scheme. Don't worry, I've already locked the door. My brother can't get in. I won't let him know you're a girl. Fu Lingyu comforted her, slightly gently patting her shoulder. Come today, he'll teach you the simplest standing posture. Feet together, open at a 45-degree angle, head high, chest out. Adjust your hips a little, they're too arched. Lift your head slightly. Fu Lingyu reached out and kept adjusting her posture, stepping back to observe repeatedly. Feeling Fu Lingyi's small hands slowly adjusting her waist, Su Yan looked relaxed. It seemed much easier than Linny's lessons, but she soon realized she was wrong. Stand for 10 minutes. Later he'll teach you other moves. After Su Yin stood properly, Fu Lingyu frowned. This girl's posture had some issues, probably because her previous standing and sitting habits were too casual and she had never systematically studied etiquette. Her posture was a bit off. Stand up straight. Posture reflects a person's spirit and boosts confidence. Since you're a beginner, I won't set the bar too high. During our walk today, I observed your walking posture and standing posture. Honestly, it's a bit petty, not confident or graceful enough. To correct these bad habits, I'll be strict with you starting today. Fu Lingyu pointed out her flaws without hesitation or politeness. Although at home, they could overlook these details when attending banquets, gatherings, or government-invited events, they couldn't afford to slip up. It was a matter of their reputation. Reputation was both important and unimportant depending on the situation. After 2.5 hours of training, Su Yin was finally allowed to rest. Phew, this was too exhausting. Just one standing posture nearly killed her, and she still had to learn ballet. That was for girls. She didn't want to learn it. But Lin Yi had returned to the villa and was now in Fu Lingxuan's room. Fu Lingxuan had just finished his work and was about to relax and take a shower when he saw his mom sitting on the sofa playing with her phone. Mom, is there something you need? I'm thinking of having Xiao Yin learn some dance etiquette and deportment. She looks like she's struggling, so I wanted to ask your opinion. Lin Yi intertwined her fingers, sat upright, and asked kindly. Struggling? Fu Lingxuan thought about it. These daily habits might not be a big deal to him, but for an ordinary person to learn them, it would indeed be painful. As long as it made her uncomfortable, he was all for it. Especially making Su Yin learn dance, which would gradually make her psychologically identify as female. A slight smile curled at the corner of Fu Lingxuan's mouth. That meant she would work during the day and practice dance at night, leaving her with no rest time. I suggest increasing the difficulty. She can't embarrass herself by my side. She especially needs to practice dance. In a few days I have to attend a banquet and need to dance a social dance with her. She'll be my partner. Fu Lingxuan could already picture Su Yan's humiliation. Just thinking about her suffering made him feel good. Since you agree, from now on she'll come to my room in the evenings. Don't go to the dance studio. Got it. Fu Lingxuan replied without hesitation. He hated learning jazz dance the most. It was a childhood trauma, and social dance too. Lin Yi, satisfied with his agreement, nodded and prepared to leave. Mom remembered to teach her plenty of dances: Latin belly dance, dai, folk ballet, traditional. In short, find more teachers to teach Xiao Yin and teach the female versions, not the two masculine ones. I think she'll enjoy it. Fu Lingxuan could barely suppress his smile. You hateful little Nanliang, let's torture you this way first. Just imagining Su Yin standing on tiptoes, dancing gracefully, swaying her body seductively, and making feminine gestures with her fingers, he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yi frowned. Was his resentment really that strong? But since her son had made the request, she couldn't refuse. She might as well order a treadmill online and make Su Yin exercise every day to improve her physique, so she wouldn't start screaming after half an hour. She also needed to improve Su Yan's flexibility, aiming for the splits. Su Yin felt terrible because she had to learn the basics of dance. Today was just an appetizer. Tomorrow, who knows what it would be like. Annoying. What was more annoying was not knowing when she would be exposed, and whether Fu Lingxuan would suddenly turn into a pervert after the exposure. At that time, she would truly be doomed. She was dancing on the edge of a knife, ready to give up at any moment. Damn it, was making money really this hard? Wasn't there an easier way? Having just turned into a girl, she really couldn't accept it. Even more impossible was accepting marriage. Every time Su Yin went to the bathroom, she would sigh, mourning the departure of her little brother. Whenever she thought of how it had accompanied her through countless days and nights, every time in the dead of night. She would fly a big airplane with her good buddies. She heard that a girl's pleasure was many times that of a boy's, but she didn't know if it was true because no one had truly experienced both sensations. Su Yin held a new dress in her hands, which Fu Lingxuan had specially prepared for her. It was for work tomorrow. She didn't have to wear the company's uniform miniskirt, but she had to wear a more formal little dress. Su Yin felt like crying, but had no tears. This was for tomorrow. For tonight, she would change into a nightgown. Su Yin took the dress to her small storage room. Although it was called a storage room, it could hold a large bed, 2 wardrobes, and was fully equipped with a desk lamp, air conditioner, refrigerator, and even a washing machine. This was a bit shocking, but there was only one bathroom, which she had to share with Fu Lingxuan. Taking advantage of Fu Lingxuan's absence, Su Yin hurried to take a bath. In the spacious bathroom, she stood before the large floor-to-ceiling mirror, examining her curvaceous body. Her fair skin, tinged with a light pink due to shyness, appeared even more alluring. She gently pinched her own cheek with her small hand, feeling a bit unreal. She turned sideways, looking at her fair, delicate back and exquisite curves, thinking that if Fu Lingxuan saw this, he would instantly turn into a wild wolf. If that beast found out she was a girl, she couldn't imagine what terrible things would happen. Su Yin walked to the bathtub and slowly sat down, the warm water enveloping her body. The bathtub also had a massage function, but she dared not use it for fear of electric shock. She was a bit curious about her current body, but the thought made her ears red. Forget it, she couldn't be that perverted Eve. She wanted to be a young person with good habits. After applying lotion, scrubbing bubbles, and rinsing off, Su Yin ended her enjoyment. The bathtub was indeed more comfortable than showering, but it wasted more water. Meanwhile, Lin Yi received some good news. Or rather, not exactly good news, but something that worked in her favor. When she investigated Su Yan's family background, she discovered that Su Yan's family was heavily in debt. If she made this poor little thing suffer a bit, it probably wouldn't be difficult. However, to avoid accidents, Lin Yi had someone sign labor contracts with Su Yan's parents temporarily, giving them unimportant jobs in her company. The salary was neither high nor low, just enough to keep them from seeking new jobs elsewhere, gradually dulling their will. When the opportunity arose, she would transfer them both to the villa, and then everything would fall into place. It seemed she couldn't give the little one too much money, or one day, she would have money and escape from her grasp. But it didn't matter. Her daughter had already grasped Su Yan's other weak point, so she wouldn't dare leave the Fu mansion easily. Double insurance, if she couldn't control her, she might as well retire. Poor Su Yan still thought she could outsmart Fu Lingxuan with her limited intelligence. To prepare for tomorrow's work, Su Yan went to bed early, but she slept restlessly, with various blush-inducing images flashing through her mind. Gradually her breathing became heavy, and she finally fell asleep. After a night's rest, when Su Yan got up the next day, she quickly lifted her nightgown. Her white panties were almost exposed. If Fu Lingxuan walked in, she would become someone's wife. Su Yan picked up the dress from the corner. This was what she would wear to work today. She really didn't know what she would be doing today, but it shouldn't be too difficult. Meanwhile, Fu Lingxuan had already planned the work for Su Yan, a clerical job not difficult, but requiring a lot of repetitive tasks with a considerable workload. It was almost irrelevant to the company's operations, all about handling internal employee matters. Fu Lingxuan was already eating breakfast in the dining room early, while Su Yan was still slow in brushing her teeth and washing her face. Since there were still 2 hours until work, she had already woken up early, but there was still some sleepiness on her face. She picked up a small bag that Lin Yi had given her. Since this dress had no pockets, she needed to carry this girlish pink bag, which contained various toners, tissues, an eyebrow pencil, and her phone. She was a bit nervous because Fu Lingxuan definitely had something up his sleeve. She had to find a way to provoke him and go a bit overboard, like secretly spreading rumors that Fu Lingxuan liked men and was a pervert. That way maybe one day he would get angry and fire her. Then she wouldn't have to live in fear. After going downstairs, Su Yan saw Fu Lingxuan already full and content, leaning against the railing at the staircase, looking relaxed and in a good mood. "Xiao Yan, hurry up and eat breakfast, we'll be going to work soon." His tone was gentle, not pressuring Su Yan. Perhaps he thought there was no need to scare her, or maybe he was afraid Su Yan would just run away. Su Yan nodded, quickly slipped past him, and ran to the small dining room. She felt that Fu Lingxuan was acting strangely, a bit too gentle. After escaping from Fu Lingxuan, she saw Lin Yi and Fu Lingyu already waiting for her at the dining table. "Xiao Yan, come sit here." Fu Lingyu was the first to greet her, inviting Su Yan to sit beside her. Since Lin Yi obtained Su Yan's genetic disease risk report and chromosome report, her fondness for Su Yan had grown day by day. Initially, she had some concerns, but gradually, seeing the tiny, timid little thing, maternal feelings easily arose in her heart. Fu Lingyu rubbed her cheek and then hugged her slender waist tightly, wishing she could give her a big kiss on the cheek. Why was this creature so cute, especially with her white hair and light blue eyes like a heroine straight out of an anime? Su Yan refused to get close to her and protested softly because she saw Fu Lingxuan not far away. This CEO would definitely punish her. No man would want a little man to get close to his sister, and Fu Lingyu had just kissed and hugged her. Given his personality, he would probably crush her, especially since he didn't know she was a girl. She could clearly feel Fu Lingxuan's resentment, his eyes carrying a hint of murderous intent. "Oh no, Fu Lingyu, you've ruined me." Su Yan had already seen Fu Lingxuan's darkened face, but Fu Lingyu was still holding her like a child with her legs wrapped around Su Yan, preventing her escape. She was doomed. "Little darling, don't squirm, let your sister hold you." Fu Lingyu, sensing her movements, had already guessed something. At this moment, she decided to be a bit excessive, hoping to provoke her brother. This would deepen their conflict, and through hatred, love might bloom. Perhaps in the process of educating Su Yan, they would gradually develop deep feelings. Thus, Fu Lingyu tightened her grip, pressing one hand on Su Yan's head, while the other supported her slender waist, her legs clamping around Su Yan to prevent her from falling. Her eyes were full of affection. Why did this adorable creature feel so good in her arms? Especially Su Yan's chubby cheeks, which would bounce back when pinched like little jelly. A faint fragrance emanated from her. Watching Su Yan struggle in fear, yet finding her strength too weak, she could only nestle pitifully in Fu Lingyi's embrace, making her even more endearing. Damn, was she truly this weak? Even a woman could overpower her, and the strength she exerted was overwhelming. Seeing Fu Lingjia's face pressed against her own, Su Yin felt an unprecedented terror. Though she caught a faint scent of perfume through Fu Lingjia's shoulder, she spotted the man behind her. Su Yan's light blue eyes flickered with fear and panic before settling into calmness, adopting a whatever happens happens attitude. At that moment his fists were clenched, terrifying veins coiling like writhing dragons, and his gaze could kill. Su Yin swallowed hard. Forget it. Since death was inevitable, she might as well go out with a bang. So driven by an impulse, she leaned closer to Fu Lingyu. Consequences be damned. She could always get beaten up later. Ahem, let's have breakfast. Don't hold me so tight. Lin Yi quickly intervened to stop the escalating tension, not wanting a peaceful breakfast to turn into a battlefield. But a faint smile tugged at her lips. It seemed little Yin was in for trouble. Su Yin broke free from Fu Lingyi's embrace and rushed back to her seat, her face still etched with terror, fingers trembling, as scenes of Fu Lingxuan's revenge played out in her mind. Once that man lost his temper, would he tear her skirt or challenge her to a unknown duel? If Fu Lingxuan grabbed or touched a forbidden area, her identity would be exposed. The mere thought of that scene was too terrifying to imagine. This damn money. I shouldn't have earned it. A mere 8,000 a month, yet I have to risk everything for free. Woo, that wretched Fu Lingyu must have set me up. What do I do? Should I make a run for it? No, impossible. Fu Lingxuan had already investigated her family address. With their kind of family, getting her entire family's information would be a piece of cake. How could a commoner like her compete with them? Sob. Was death truly inevitable? Could it be that Fu Lingyu was watching her fall step by step into the trap? No. Boys cannot be with boys. That is a taboo. Not only a taboo, but it would bring disgrace. The entire village would know that their family had a son who sold his body for gain. Su Yin could not bear that shame. Moreover, if Fu Lingxuan ever discovered that she was once a male high school student, and now a little lowly, that would be fatal. Su Yan's little mind raced frantically. Anxious and restless, she dawdled through breakfast, her legs feeling weak. Fu Lingxuan, however, chose not to linger. Deciding that out of sight was out of mind, he went ahead to the living room and sat on the sofa waiting for Su Yin. When Su Yin finished breakfast, wiped her mouth, washed her face, and tiptoed out, both mother and daughter smiled. This girl was so afraid of Fu Lingxuan. If she simply told him she was a girl, it would be like obtaining a get-to fail-free card, maybe even becoming a wealthy young wife. Lin Yi watched them walk away before starting a conversation with her daughter. It seems little Yin doesn't want to reveal she's a girl. Perhaps she doesn't like your brother either, Lin Yi said with certainty. Otherwise Su Yin wouldn't have shown such fear earlier. I don't know about that. I'm heading to the company too. They'll keep an eye on those two from there. I'm afraid my brother might go too far. You should find a boyfriend soon too. Don't wait until you're an old maid. Oh, no one will want you then. Lin Yi expressed concern for Fu Lingyu. Among the elite young men in wealthy families, many were either promiscuous or only interested in beautiful women from less affluent backgrounds. Lin Yi did not want her daughter to be forced into a marriage alliance. She hoped she would find someone she loved. Family background was not important. Even poverty was acceptable since the family had plenty of money. Her only fear was that the man might have ulterior motives. I know, I promise you'll be satisfied, Fu Lingyu replied with a smile. This son-in-law her mother would surely approve of. As for her brother, that was another matter. He would probably be furious, curse, and then swallow his pride, because there were few men as outstanding as Li Jinyu. Fu Lingxuan had been waiting in the living room for Su Yan for a long time. When he finally saw the detestable little boy emerge, he immediately took Su Yan's hand, not allowing anyone to approach, especially not his sister. He couldn't understand why his sister, knowing full well that this guy was a boy, would hold him so tightly even. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And just now Su Yan had deliberately provoked him. Daring to take advantage of my sister. You're in for it today, kid. They took the elevator to the garage, and Fu Lingxuan held her hand tightly, not allowing Su Yan to leave his side, even for a moment. His broad hand gripped her small one, already damp with sweat. Su Yan could feel Fu Lingxuan's fury. Her heart raced like a wildfire. Maybe. No. Don't even think about it. Death is better than giving in. I must stay strong, not fall. I'm a man, a real man. They arrived at a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. A young chauffeur opened the rear door with a standard gesture. You get in first, Fu Lingxuan finally spoke. Su Yan lifted her short legs, climbed into the car, and then Fu Lingxuan followed. Once inside, he pulled Su Yan into his arms. Young man, didn't I tell you not to take advantage of my sister? Fu Lingxuan's tone was resentful yet calm, but the unsettling undercurrent made Su Yan break out in a cold sweat. Do you enjoy being held by my sister? Or do you just like being held? If you don't speak, they'll keep holding you. Oh, what should I say? I'm a mute. As he spoke, Fu Lingxuan's fingers brushed against Su Yan's slender, delicate neck, the ticklish sensation sending a shiver down her spine as if ants were crawling over her skin. The girl clamped her legs together and tucked her chin, hoping he wouldn't touch her Adam's apple. No, wait, girls didn't have prominent Adam's apples. She quickly shrunk her neck, trying to evade his grip. Damn it. Was he trying to strangle her? Su-Yan's neck flushed a tender pink from the strain of breathing. His gaze lingered on her slim neck, where fair soft skin had taken on a faint rosy hue, and the sternocleidomastoid muscles, the tendons on either side, stood out with tension. Fu Lingxuan inexplicably felt an even stronger urge to squeeze her neck. Such a beautiful neck, more exquisite than any girl's. He really wondered how this guy was put together. Kid, you only have yourself to blame for being born with the wrong parts. If you were a girl, he would have pulled you close and kissed you deeply without a second thought. Your neck is so slender. What do you think would happen if I gave it a little squeeze? Fu Lingxuan whispered against her ear, his breath stirring the fine hairs at her earlobe, sending a jolt through her entire body. But to her surprise, Fu Lingxuan tightened his hold even more. Fortunately, the car's air conditioning was blasting, and the driver had turned it on early, so Su-Yan didn't feel too hot. However, she seemed to be pressed against something like a baton. Hey, could you move that baton? That thing hurts like hell when you hit someone. It could kill a person. Oh no, this is bad. Kid, didn't your parents ever teach you that boys and girls should keep their distance? Don't go around flirting with other people's sisters, especially my sister. Fu Lingxuan's gritted teeth toned terrified Su-Yan. She looked aggrieved. It wasn't like she wanted to take advantage of his sister. The girl had thrown herself at her. Fu Lingxuan smiled like a Yandra, his chilling grin making her skin crawl. His knobby fingers lightly traced her collarbone, and his expression was absolutely terrifying. No, something's going to happen. No, please. Su-Yan couldn't take it anymore. If his hand went any lower, she would be exposed. She slapped his hand away, then crossed her arms over her chest, hugging herself tightly in a defensive posture. Little mute, you've got some nerve. How dare you hit me? In all my life, you're the first person besides my parents who's ever laid a hand on me. Su-Yan didn't care, as she just wanted to break free and not let Fu Lingxuan take advantage of her. But her small arms and legs were weak, and she couldn't even resist Fu Lingyu, let alone a man as imposing as this. She was like a chick in his grasp. Fu Lingxuan easily adjusted her position, laying her face down across his lap. He then brought his hand down hard without any restraint. Slap, slap. The heavy blows landed on her soft, tender flesh, sending a fiery pain that instantly filled her eyes with tears which streamed down like tiny pearls. For the first time in her life, someone other than her parents had spanked her, and with such force that her buttocks went numb. Sob. She wanted revenge. This despicable man had deliberately hired her to be by his side, and she had been foolish enough to believe his lies. But even if she hadn't signed the contract with him, she would still have been retaliated against. Only the target might have been her family. This realization filled her with helplessness, and the process was ongoing. She felt like she had fallen into a wolf's den with nothing but darkness ahead. Thinking of those bleak days and the terrifying possibility of becoming Fu Lingxuan's wife, she regretted everything. Why did she stream? Why did she trick the top donor? She was truly wrong. Fu Lingxuan felt himself becoming twisted. Maybe he had been repressed for too long. He seemed to be having an inappropriate reaction. This kid was kind of cute, and he found it hard to keep hitting her. Then, hardening his heart, he delivered 2 more slaps. He marveled at how firm and springy Su-Yan's flesh was. It had a satisfying bounce. He wanted to hit her again, but his hand accidentally brushed against her cheek, wet with tears, and his heart softened instantly. But how could a man let himself soften? That wasn't right. Was he gay? Absolutely not. This disobedient brat needed a harsh lesson. His heart hardened again. So he steeled himself. This naughty kid needed to be taught a lesson. Sob, sob. Her sobbing sounded oddly pleasant, making his heart tremble. He was sick. How could he think that little brat's crying was beautiful? He was beyond help. He needed a woman. He was starting to hallucinate. Su-Yan got angry. Enough. Did he think he was her father? She grabbed Fu Lingxuan's hand and bit down hard, wanting to bite it off. The deep hatred in her eyes startled him. Good grief. Just when he started to soften, she dared to climb on the roof. Fu Lingxuan squeezed her cheeks to make her let go. Kid, seems you forgot that your family's information is all in my investigation files. If you don't want anything to happen to them, keep biting. A cruel smile twisted his face like a villain from a movie that makes your teeth clench, his eyes cold and mocking. Su-Yan was shocked and instinctively released her bite. She had acted on impulse, but she was still so wronged. Still want to bite, little thing? You really don't know your place. Adjust your position yourself. Don't make me repeat myself. Fu Lingxuan was satisfied with her reaction. Finally, the brat was behaving. Su-Yan looked pitiful, but then a stubborn defiance flared in her eyes. She glared at him with contempt, but like a hero walking to the execution ground, she obediently complied with his words, lying over his lap, raising her bottom slightly, and clenching her teeth, as if facing her doom. Kid, remember, this weakness is not a sin, but arrogance and blindness to reality are. Fu Lingxuan lectured her like a parent, his face stern and arrogant like a successful man looking down on losers. The arrogant tone and the twisted face were deeply etched into Su Yan's eyes. One day she would trample this despicable man underfoot and humiliate him thoroughly. Little did she know that day would come sooner than she thought, and Fu Lingxuan's demeanor would be more fawning than a sycophant. With each slap, her hatred peaked. She would remember this humiliation, this stumbling block on her path to success. She would one day kick him away and crush him beneath her feet. Su Yan fell completely silent, slowly accumulating her fury, vowing to make him pay one day. Her poor bottom ached from the beating. Fu Lingxuan had vented his anger, but the enmity was now set. Su Yan sat on the side, hatred written all over her face, but she had no way to retaliate against him. Seeing Su Yan now subdued, he was quite satisfied. With gradual training, she would become an excellent employee. For those who were less obedient, a bit more pressure was enough. Once you reach the company, you are not allowed to use the men's restroom. If I catch you, you'll be in trouble. Also, you must use the women's restroom, and you are not allowed to bring your phone. Fu Lingxuan said coldly, his tone laced with menace. Got it, you big jerk, she muttered in her heart, feeling a bit better after venting. Soon the car arrived at a CBD building. The 300-meter-tall skyscraper stood there like a giant beast, with a team of bodyguards patrolling in front of its grand entrance. The roads were spotless, the lobby polished to a pristine shine, and at that moment elite professionals, briefcases in hand, hurried into the building. The spacious plaza gradually filled with geniuses and top students from prestigious universities, handsome and beautiful receptionists, and countless elites. In that instant, Su Yan felt an inexplicable sense of oppression, as if a new recruit had stepped into a military camp. The tanks, the soldiers, the immaculate barracks, everything struck her with awe. Beside her, Fu Lingxuan was undoubtedly that general. No, an emperor, as if holding the power of life and death over tens of thousands, able to decide one's fate with a single word. That immense social disparity made her involuntarily belittle herself, feeling as insignificant as a tiny blade of grass. Su Yan had once worked as a summer temp at a huge factory filled with large machines she couldn't understand, along with a group of bespectacled elite engineers. However, she was assigned a trivial assembly line position. Upon arrival, she felt a strong industrial atmosphere, and gazing at those sophisticated and complex machines, she experienced an endless sense of inferiority, because she truly understood nothing and was afraid of being fired at any moment. Su Yan stared at the building before her, feeling that strange sensation without any surprise. For someone like her, who dared not even step into slightly upscale hotels, shops, restaurants, or clothing stores, now having to enter this CBD skyscraper was a tremendous shock to her heart. She began to tread carefully, experiencing a severe sense of oppression for the first time. Especially those impeccably dressed, elite-looking older men who resembled CEOs. They bowed and scraped before Fu Lingxuan like groveling underlings, their sycophantic behavior truly nauseating. Fu Lingxuan's peripheral vision caught the timid and shrinking figure behind him, and he couldn't help but curl his lips. As he had said, ordinary commoners couldn't possibly not fear the powerful. It was just that she hadn't been in the right setting, hadn't been given enough pressure. This guy, what a detestable fellow, almost turning him crooked. She would make him pay sooner or later. Sobbing, was this terrifying person really someone she could take revenge on? Did her poor bottom have to suffer for nothing? Actually, it wasn't entirely impossible. If she sacrificed just a little and made him chase after his wife to the crematorium, she could still get her revenge. No, how could she have such bizarre thoughts? She wasn't gay. She was a boy. Stop daydreaming. It was as if an angel and a little demon had appeared above Su Yan's head, arguing incessantly. Was revenge really that important? Wasn't it? Did she really have to suffer that beating for nothing? Moreover, given the current situation, Fu Lingxuan would find out she was a girl sooner or later. She might as well give in early, maybe even become the CEO's wife, and then turn around to bully him. Not important. A small grudge. No need to avenge it. She couldn't lose the big picture for the small one and end up being bullied by him for the rest of her life, right? You don't want to be wronged every day, sniveling like a little sissy every day. No, she couldn't keep daydreaming. After a fierce internal struggle, Su Yan deepened her hatred for Fu Lingxuan, because only by doing so could she ensure she didn't fall into depravity or overthink. She must thoroughly despise this detestable capitalist. She must thoroughly scorn this dog of a capitalist who deserves to be hung on a lamppost. It was people like him who oppressed them. Ahem, what are you thinking about? Fu Lingxuan saw Su Yan's struggling expression and found it highly amusing. He didn't know what nonsense the little one was daydreaming about, but it didn't matter. He had plenty of time to deal with her slowly. He would definitely prank her properly later. For today, he had borrowed a mistress from a good friend who loved toying with women. That woman had just started college not long ago. Because her family owed a lot of money, she had submitted to that playboy. Lu Zhan's woman was still quite good-looking, but Lu Zhan himself had some issues. The women he had played with could almost form a department. Fu Lingxuan didn't approve of that kind of behavior. Because an older elder who had indulged too wildly had contracted a slew of diseases with small bumps on his skin and strange markings looking particularly creepy. Fu Lingxuan had severe mental and physical cleanliness, detesting anything dirty. It was precisely because he was too clean that he couldn't accept women who weren't virgins, but he had no way of knowing whether others had had a boyfriend. Su Yan, well, was an exception because Su Yan looked like a very innocent and cute girl, the type who wouldn't casually date around, and moreover she couldn't speak. Somehow she had touched the softest spot deep in his heart, but unfortunately the despair this one had brought him was too heavy. Thus Fu Lingxuan's rage blazed like a wildfire across the plains, unquenchable. Fu Lingxuan curled his lips, slightly coldly sneering. Damn little sissy pretending to be a loli. Today you'll get what's coming to you. He had heard that the women outside the CEO's office were terrifying in their jealousy and rivalry, especially some vicious second-generation rich kids who had been messing around with boyfriends since childhood, yet refused to lower their status, dreaming of winning him. Fu Lingxuan remembered that many company executives and major shareholders had children around him, and he had also heard some rumors, not knowing whether they were true or false. Su Yan felt as if a pair of sinister eyes were watching her from somewhere nearby. She dared not turn around, sensing that person was Fu Lingxuan. She couldn't help but shiver, and the thought of his scheming plots made her heart tremble with unease. A boy must be strong, never give up easily, and never bow your noble head before power. Just like Li Bai, who said, "How can I stoop and bow before the mighty to earn a cheerless smile and a joyless heart?" But is it really practical? Thinking about it, it seems a little unrealistic. Following Fu Lingxuan into the CBD building, its vastness surpassed all imagination. The first floor was a colossal reception hall decorated in a minimalist modern style, clean, neat, and creative, exuding an air of luxury. Yet these areas were separated by glass walls, as if isolating the commoners from the elite. The immense class disparity creates a tremendous psychological gap. Yet most people remain silent in the face of such a situation. Su Yan seemed to understand why the bosses favored this approach. Only by manufacturing a sense of hierarchy in such settings could they exploit and oppress ruthlessly, especially in factories. In a factory, the cleanest and most beautiful area is the reception hall, which is located close to the office where migrant workers sign labor agreements. This arrangement plants various subconscious cues in people's minds, instantly putting them into a certain state. In factories, not only is the labor intensity high, but the wages are also low relative to the work performed. And those detestable managers leveraging their management positions would either scold or threaten the employees, uttering all sorts of foul language that made one feel utterly uncomfortable. Even a mere low-level manager could dismiss any employee at will and drive others around arbitrarily. Moreover, before each shift, there was a roll call reminiscent of elementary or middle school, when the teacher stood at the podium calling out names. This blurred the lines between people, creating a sense of hierarchy. It was precisely this that made those employees unable to advance or retreat, submit to exploitation and compromise. It is the artificial creation of status and hierarchy that tames laborers into obedience. This is why many companies that go abroad find their management model reported to foreign labor unions or even shut down directly. Su Yan's legs felt weak. Don't panic. My brain commander hasn't flinched, so why is my body already trembling before the battle? Yet the more I cheered myself on, the more my body showed signs of anxiety. Sweating palms, twitching eyelids, and beads of sweat dripping from my forehead. This kid is already scared. That's just too pathetic. Fu Lingxuan's face was full of contempt, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes, though he felt secretly pleased inside. Fu Lingxuan rarely used such exploitative methods because the company he worked for was a technology firm, not one that required no thought. They needed to give employees initiative, otherwise the employees would refuse to use their brains, merely following orders from management, and the products developed would lack innovation, which would be disastrous. Come on, the elevator is here. Fu Lingxuan looked at the executive elevator, which required a card to use. Ordinary employees couldn't access it because the president and senior management sometimes needed to handle urgent matters quickly and couldn't afford to waste time waiting for the elevator. Employees, on the other hand, were not considered a priority. Fu Lingxuan led the adorable little one into the elevator, drawing the attention of many. Some of the bolder ones even started taking photos. Since the company didn't have strict rules or too many regulations, mainly to free employees from constraints and allow them to work to their fullest potential. Fu Lingxuan looked at the people outside and didn't stop them. This was exactly the effect he wanted. It wouldn't be long before those twittering ladies would start causing trouble for little Namliang. The 6th floor, the president's office. The 2nd and 3rd floors of the building were the cafeteria, where everyone, regardless of rank, ate, unless they ordered takeout. The company fostered a sense of equality devoid of the terrifying hierarchy found in factory assembly lines. because that kind of atmosphere is a huge detriment to intellectual work. For instance, the first mobile phone company in the Lighthouse country built a super expensive headquarters, investing a total of $5 billion to create a pleasant environment that keeps employees physically and mentally healthy. The headquarters building was filled with greenery everywhere because their CEO believed that walking could open up the mind and spark inspiration. Whether in any tech company, any successful marketing book, or any entrepreneurial startup, they all emphasize one crucial thing: unleashing employees' initiative and valuing their creativity. However, some departments were a different story. Fu Lingxuan thought of an administrative department in his company, which also had high educational requirements. But the employees' majors didn't match the company's recruitment needs. The work they did was trivial, just bits and pieces unrelated to the company's operations. Management was also strict, and their main role was to serve all other departments. Pouring tea and fetching water was routine, doing odd jobs and dirty work was also normal. They were responsible for the company's cleaning as well as ordering takeout and meals for various departments. They served every department like a daddy. To put it bluntly, they were like waiters, similar to the Heideleo approach, treating every customer as a god and always smiling. This kind of department only required dexterity and efficiency, no thinking, no interpersonal skills. Therefore, its management model was identical to that of a factory. Su Yan looked at Fu Lingxuan beside her and could clearly feel the aura of superiority emanating from him. The overwhelming presence of a superior, like an ancient emperor, deliberately creating status differences to exploit eunuchs and maidservants. Just a tiny bit of favor would make them swarm like madmen with mania. Especially when those managers were given a little sweetness, they would become lackeys, turning into detestable quasi-human not resembling humans. Entering the floor of the president's office, the heads of each department were scolded daily, especially those with particularly poor performance. Some important departments would have vice presidents responsible for conveying the president's strategic ideas and executing the goals set by the president. Fu Lingxuan only needed to set a general goal without excessive interference or blind commands. He had to trust the vice presidents enough, especially the head of the research department, whom he treated like a grandfather. In front of this vice president, he felt like a greenhorn standing before General Douglas MacArthur. It was precisely because Fu Lingxuan placed great importance on this and often listened to the vice president's opinions that he could leverage enormous advantages. Su Yan followed Fu Lingxuan to the CEO's office. The workspace was clean and bright with relatively few people coming and going. Most of the employees moving about were high-level managers, and only a small number were menial workers. Fu Lingxuan stood there like a formidable beast, causing everyone to scatter and avoid him. Occasionally a few would choose to greet him, and he responded to each one. Su Yan observed their expressions. They all carried an air of confidence, clearly indicating that these employees held high status, unlike those who automatically stepped aside. Xiao Yan, stand here for now. After I finish the meeting, I'll call you over. Fu Lingxuan pointed to a spot and told Su Yan to stand there. Su Yan watched the high-level executives passing by, and most of them became obsequious and fawning toward Fu Lingxuan, putting on various sycophantic postures. It was like a complex palace intrigue drama unfolding here. Those executives who looked like elites exuding the confidence of tech professionals had a completely different attitude toward Fu Lingxuan. They could even look him in the eye and communicate on equal footing. At this moment, the whispered chatter nearby piqued Su Yan's curiosity. At this moment, Su Yan stood like a primary school student, even more meticulously than a hotel doorman, impeccably obedient. Speak softly, not so loud. Who cares? Am not short of money. A woman dressed very fashionably exclaimed loudly. We in the logistics department are treated like beasts of burden, working every day, and getting scolded every day. That damn CEO. Why doesn't he just die? Should you want to lose your job? You may be a beast, but am not. The fashionably dressed woman didn't wear a uniform at all, with an arrogant expression. She had gotten in through connections and did little work. Fu Lingxuan routinely scolded the administrative department, nitpicking about every trivial matter. This had become his daily routine. As for the administrative department, it was their logistics department responsible for all the miscellaneous and heavy work. They did more than beasts of burden, endured the harshest scoldings, suffered the most, and felt the most extreme humiliation from the leadership. Things like company annual parties, company events, various bizarre projects, maintaining unity. All of it was their job, along with all sorts of strange interactions and weird tasks. Alright, in today's meeting, let's first call out the administrative department. Your hygiene management is terrible. Employees complained. Why wasn't the toilet flushed clean? Didn't you call maintenance? Fu Lingxuan pointed at the blurred images on the PPT and various other absurd matters. After finishing the brief morning meeting, he would proceed to formulate grand strategic plans. He would first propose a goal, and then the think tank below would have to develop a feasible plan based on that goal. That's all for today's morning meeting. Everyone is dismissed. Seeing the dejected administrative department manager, Fu Lingxuan shouted, He-chan, what's your attitude today? I've noticed your state has been off since this morning. Do you want to resign? President, I don't. That manager named He-chan hung his head low. Unlike other managers who had climbed through ability, he had risen by sticking with the company through its early days, slowly accumulating seniority. His department's position was not very important, with virtually no technical difficulty, making him highly replaceable. The managers below him were all eager to show off, and he couldn't keep them in check. He was truly afraid that one day he would be fired and replaced by someone more ruthless. All right, President, let's not waste time scolding employees. Let's talk about technology. Our team has recently discovered a new direction that requires a detailed report. The head of the technology department stood up with a grin and hastily interrupted Fu Lingxuan as one of the most influential department managers. His career had never experienced setbacks. He was like Han Xin of ancient times. Upon first arriving at Fenghua Group Technology Co., Ltd., he received significant responsibility. Fu Lingxuan even treated him with great respect, practically begging him like a grandson to join. In his eyes, Fu Lingxuan was undoubtedly the bull who recognized a swift horse. Not only was he willing to invest in his technology, but he also gave him ample face in interpersonal dealings, making him feel immense vanity. Even his walk became confident. Fu Lingxuan valued talent like Liu Bang. The grace of being appreciated could only be repaid with utmost loyalty. Thus, after several years of effort, their technology achieved remarkable results, elevating Fenghua Group to new heights. After finishing the morning short meeting, Fu Lingxuan finally came out. Oi, Xiaoyan, come here. Fu Lingxuan called out like summoning a dog, a faint smile on his face, exuding inexplicable confidence. He was almost making clicking sounds to call Su Yan. This was not the work environment she wanted. She felt inexplicably stressed, especially seeing Fu Lingxuan's smug expression. Everyone was curious about Su Yan's identity, but seeing her standing obediently at the door for so long, it seemed her status wasn't high. Come with me to the CEO's office. From now on, you're my little assistant. If there's anything you don't understand, ask this sister. Fu Lingxuan looked at a sophisticated older woman beside him, about 30-something, with good looks, seemingly married, with a neat bun hairstyle, clean and crisp. Her smile was very standard, like that of a 5-star hotel service attendant. Although she didn't bring strong pressure to Su Yan, she gave her the greatest sense of burden. She always felt that if she didn't work hard, she would drag this woman down. Like a first-time employee, Su Yan was now full of energy, with no desire to be fired and no thought of slacking off. The eagerness to show off was written all over her face. Xiaofang, her name is Su Yan. She's my girlfriend. She has a minor vocal cord problem and can't speak. Remember not to bully her. She'll join your administrative department. He'll have the assistant send you her information later. Fu Lingxuan said casually, then followed the senior executives into a small meeting room. As for what happened next, it was none of Fu Lingxuan's concern. Someone would help train this little one. The department manager, who had swallowed a belly full of grievances, was now like a bomb with nowhere to vent. He lashed out at his subordinates, scolding and cursing them wildly. Logistics, come over for a meeting. Put down your work. The department manager, named He-chun, bald and pot-bellied, had a really unattractive appearance. A group of people dragged themselves over like zombies, with haggard faces resembling walking corpses, completely devoid of spirit. Everyone fucking perk up. He-chun roared, then pointed at one of the employees and started cursing him out. Su Yan followed the young woman assigned by Fu Lingxuan to a location that soon filled with logistics department staff. That bastard manager was venting his anger on them. Zhou Juanhui, what the hell are you doing? You want to get fired? Huh? Answer me. The department manager started scolding people with such intensity that the timid employees trembled in fear. However, those with family backgrounds looked at this paper tiger with a nonchalant air, as if his bluster meant nothing. Su Yan noticed a girl also dressed in a formal gown standing close by. She was beautiful, with a quiet, scholarly aura, clearly an educated soul. She seemed shy, trembling with fear as she was being reprimanded. Louis Webai saw Su Yan beside her and immediately remembered that her benefactor had told her to befriend this person, mentioning that Su Yan was a little Nan Liang and that she could interact but not get too close. To be honest, she didn't understand the benefactor's thoughts. She just found Su Yan adorable and wanted to get to know her. Initially resistant to the task, she now felt a growing curiosity. And from first glance, Louis Webai didn't think she was a boy. After being scolded for a long time, Su Yan saw Fu Lingxuan walk out of the small meeting room, followed by a group of elites gradually leaving. The meeting ended sooner than expected. The group seemed to have gotten the support they wanted, leaving with elated expressions. Xiaoyan, come here. Fu Lingxuan beckoned. Now wearing a pair of plain glasses with gold-rimmed frames, he looked like a refined scoundrel, and Su Yan had to admit he was quite handsome. Su Yan finally escaped the presence of that manager. But worse was yet to come. She obediently followed him to the CEO's office, which was spacious, more like a tea lounge with numerous tea canisters and utensils, unlike a workspace. The bedroom where he slept seemed more like an office. Perhaps many tasks didn't require his personal attention. Fu Lingxuan with a smug grin beckoned half-jokingly, "Come sit on my lap." Under pressure, especially after being transferred to the so-called administrative department, Su Yin acted like an obedient student, walking up to him, adjusting her posture, and lifting her hips to sit. But Fu Lingxuan quickly moved, causing Su Yin to miss the seat completely. With a thud, she landed on the edge of the stool, losing balance and falling in an awkward position. "Not bad, you actually dared to sit. Humph, you wicked little Namliang." Fu Lingxuan burst into mocking laughter. Now he had no need to hide his vengeful intent, acting like a shameless rogue. Enraged, Su Yin, who had initially wanted to work hard, instantly snapped out of some psychological suggestion and stomped her feet in fury. Her fear of Fu Lingxuan's authority diminished. "Stand up," Fu Lingxuan suddenly barked. Seeing his expression, she stubbornly remained on the floor, wanting to throw a tantrum like a child. Sobbing, she thought maybe she should just let him chase her and beg for forgiveness later. It would only hurt a little and be a bit embarrassing. But after this immature thought surfaced, Su Yin immediately scorned her own cowardice and lack of spine. She began a new round of introspection. First, don't be deceived. This man is a despicable, hateful capitalist who would bleed the common people dry. A capitalist riding roughshod over the people. With her stance solidified, Su Yin silently sang revolutionary songs to boost her morale, vowing to be steadfast and fight. Since she refused to get up, Fu Lingxuan directly picked her up off the floor and set her on his lap, holding her like a child in an intimate gesture. Fu Lingxuan leaned down, his lips close to her ear, and murmured, "Young man, why are you so bold? You knew I might seek revenge, yet you still came home with me. But am not unreasonable. You can earn money, but you must obey. Got it? Don't let my mother find out you're a man. And stay away from my sister." His tone was cold and laced with menace, his eyes full of mockery. His hand had already begun to pinch Su Yan's small ear restlessly. Not to mention, raising a little human pet was quite amusing. No strange odors, just a bit stubborn. If only he could get her neutered, she might be perfect. Fu Lingxuan gently pinched her ear, then punished her by squeezing her soft cheek. How could such a cute boy exist? Unprecedented. Su Yin winced in pain. Arg. She would never forgive him. It was him or her. "Go make me a coffee. Let Li Fong outside teach you how to brew." Fu Lingxuan patted her butt and urged her to work. He hired her to work, not to be a lord. He drove her out like a little animal. Damn it. Su Yin walked out with a face full of resentment, wishing she could bite him to death. Fuming, she approached the junior manager, named Li Fong. When Su Yin appeared, Li Fong immediately guessed that Fu Lingxuan wanted coffee. Xiao Yin, the CEO, said, "You're a little mute. Did he send you out to make coffee?" Li Fong liked this little one. She looked obedient and cute. She didn't expect the CEO's girlfriend to have to work. Maybe Su Yin didn't want to rely on a man and wanted to be independent. Li Fong began to imagine all sorts of things. "Come, I'll teach you." Li Fong took Su Yan's hand and led her to a back kitchen where many staff worked. Everyone entering had to wear a thin raincoat-like garment for cleanliness. The small kitchen had all kinds of tools for making snacks and drinks, even more complete than a bubble tea shop. The chefs, tea masters, and baristas were all professionals. Su Yin had a new idea. Maybe working here wouldn't be so bad. Though tiring, at least she wouldn't be bullied by that jerk Fu Lingxuan all the time. While learning to grind coffee, Su Yin discovered a small item labeled wasabi and thought this is the perfect opportunity. However, knowing Fu Lingxuan, that bastard would definitely be on guard, so she should squeeze the wasabi under the cup first, not stir it, and after the poison test was over, she would kindly help Fu Lingxuan stir it. No, I'm really damn smart. You dead man, you're doomed. Let you bully me. Su Yin eagerly watched Li Fong make coffee step by step, carefully recording the process. The CEO's coffee is custom-made and very expensive, cannot be wasted. Only this key can open the cabinet. You must take good care of it in the future. Li Fong guided her gently and patiently, as seeing Su Yin reminded her of her own daughter at home, thinking that perhaps her daughter would be as adorable as her someday. After handing the key to Su Yin, she continued grinding coffee. Su Yin didn't like this hand-ground coffee much, but it was good for killing time and allowed her to slack off. Although the coffee machine was fast, it would deprive her of the time to loaf around. The two ground coffee for a long time, and Li Fong told Su Yin various precautions. "The CEO just sent me a message saying this cup of coffee must be made by you alone. He'll drink this one I just made myself. You should have learned right. These steps are not difficult." Li Fong smiled, guessing that the CEO wanted to drink coffee personally made by his girlfriend. She didn't mind and walked out. At that moment, Su Yan's mouth twisted into a grin, revealing a villainous smile. He, that idiot Fu Lingxuan actually dares to drink the coffee I made. You're so brave." Su Yin secretly glanced behind her, There was indeed a surveillance camera, but he probably couldn't see her little tricks right. So she could only meticulously make the coffee, trying to cause trouble inadvertently. From the surveillance, Fu Lingxuan indeed saw nothing suspicious. After a quick glance, he continued with his work and didn't bother to mess with Su Yan. Soon the scalding coffee was ready. She placed the wasabi at the bottom of the cup. Since the coffee was hot, Fu Lingxuan would definitely ask her to take a sip first. Then she would take a tiny sip and later help stir it. Young man, you bullied me first, I'm just playing a little prank. Su Yan carefully placed the coffee on the tray, straightened it, and walked out. It was impossible for Fu Lingxuan to have no guard at all. Come here, take a sip. Fu Lingxuan pointed at her coffee. Su Yan obediently picked up the small spoon and took a scoop. The bitter coffee almost made her grimace. Fu Lingxuan frowned. Is this kid so dishonest? What kind of ingredient did he add again? Fu Lingxuan looked at her suspiciously. Then he took her spoon, scooped a spoonful for himself, and took a sip. He didn't find anything wrong except it was a bit hot. All right, you can stand over there. Don't make any noise. I need to work. Fu Lingxuan placed the coffee on the side table and told Su Yan to move a bit further so as not to disturb him. Su Yan smiled. Because her plan succeeded, he didn't taste the wasabi. Perhaps to let the coffee cool down faster, Fu Lingxuan gently stirred it with the spoon. However, the video conference had already started, so he had to give his speech first. He ignored everything else and prepared seriously. Let's begin the meeting. Everyone, if there are no important matters, please don't leave the conference room. Stop what you're doing for now and give a brief report today. Fu Lingxuan spoke with a stern face and a serious expression. These video conferences were held daily routine meetings, not particularly important. However, the branch managers had many matters requiring authorization, making these meetings long and tedious, and Fu Lingxuan couldn't refuse. The branch executives didn't have high authority and had to follow Fu Lingxuan's orders on many matters. Half an hour later, he was feeling drowsy and hadn't taken a sip of coffee. Su Yan looked anxious. Fu Lingxuan found the manager's headache inducing as they were all discussing trivial matters. He couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of coffee. The terrible spiciness and bitterness rushed up his throat instantly. For a moment, he wanted to spit it out, but the meeting was at its most critical point. His eyes could almost kill. Good heavens! This kid really not afraid to die? However, Fu Lingxuan with his strong willpower forcibly suppressed it, and then revealed a faint smile. But his eyes inadvertently glanced at Su Yan, who was secretly laughing. A cold gleam swept over, making one's heart flutter. Yet Su Yan had adopted a dead pig not afraid of scalding water attitude, gritting her teeth and waiting for punishment. The meeting ended quickly. Come here. Fu Lingxuan closed the tablet and pointed at Su Yan, shouting loudly. What do you want? Su Yan walked over reluctantly. Su Yan, come here and bring the stick. This is outrageous. You dare to tamper with my coffee. Fu Lingxuan was furious, almost shouting at the top of his lungs. This isn't that bad. Sweat poured down. Su Yan grabbed her skirt and tried to run out. She couldn't let Fu Lingxuan know she was a girl, otherwise it would be a disaster, a life or death situation. Stop! Where do you think you're going? Fu Lingxuan grew even angrier. He violently pushed aside the chair and chased after her, quickly catching the culprit, vowing to spank her bottom until it was bruised. How could someone be so mischievous? He couldn't understand. What baffled him even more was that despite the huge gap in their status, she still dared to retaliate. This was absolutely unbearable. After catching the little wretch, Fu Lingxuan immediately clamped her slender waist between his legs and spanked her hard several times. Su Yan wronged and helpless covered her bottom. The intense pain made her struggle wildly like a trapped deer, but Fu Lingxuan's anger didn't diminish. Instead, he hit even harder. The sound of spanking made Fu Lingyu outside feel strange. She immediately pushed open the CEO's office door and saw her little darling being caught by her brother and severely punished. Brother, stop hitting her. Fu Lingyu was sweating coldly with a look of disbelief and a bit of headache. If you beat your wife like this, I'm really afraid of what expression you'll have when you find out she's a girl. Don't bother me. This kid. She put wasabi in my coffee. The coffee just cooled down and I gulped it down. Do you know I was in a video conference? Fu Lingxuan was so angry he was trembling and his hand kept punishing the audacious brat. A naughty kid needs a spanking to behave. Especially this kind of cross-dressing little sissy. Su Yan covered her bottom and hid behind Fu Lingyu, her face full of grievance. The rims of her eyes faintly reddened and pitiful teardrops had already trickled down her delicate cheeks. Her pathetic appearance truly pained Fu Lingyu. How could her brother strike a girl like this? All right, my brother doesn't know this one is a girl yet. Brother'll have a word with her, Fu Lingyu quickly said, pulling the little hand and heading out, acting on her own accord regardless of Fu Lingxuan's consent. Xiaoyan, how about I tell my brother you're a girl? That way you won't get beaten anymore, and maybe my brother will even dote on you and love you. Fu Lingyu gently coaxed her, wiping away her tears tenderly and softly rubbing her cheek. Su-yin shook her head frantically. Spanking was merely physical humiliation and pain, but if that beast Fu Lingxuan found out she was a girl, it would be the end. Then not only would she face humiliation, but Shed also have to bear his children, and the beating Shed endured would be in vain. So she couldn't yield. Not only would she not yield, but she would resist even more fiercely. Alright, I respect your choice. Fu Lingyu nodded with a helpless sigh. This pair of little adversaries was tricky to handle. She needed to ask her mother's opinion. Soon Fu Lingxuan chased after them, his anger still unquenched. Su-yin, come here. Fu Lingxuan called out loudly. He had intended to shout, that kid, but swallowed the words, remembering that Su-yan's fake identity here was a girl. Everyone in the office area looked over. Some who knew Fu Lingyu were curious about this girl's identity. She was under Fu Lingjia's care, and the CEO had personally led her in this morning. Curiosity about Su-yan's identity abounded, with most guessing she was either a connection or a girlfriend. However, the majority of those spoiled second-generation heirs who fancied Fu Lingxuan preferred to believe she was a connection rather than a girlfriend. Only then could they soothe their own hearts. Having pursued Fu Lingxuan for so long without any results, only to be beaten to the punch by an outsider girl, was utterly unbearable. Called over again. What mischief did he intend? Su-yin looked at Fu Lingyu with a pleading expression, but Fu Lingyu paid her no heed, hoping only that her brother would quickly realize the little one was a girl. So she could only watch coldly. Su-yin had no choice but to pinch the hem of her skirt and resignedly walk into the CEO's office. Take off your shoes and stand barefoot by the door, Fu Lingxuan pointed, ordering her to stand there as a minor punishment. Then he returned to his seat and ignored Su-yin. Su-yin had no choice but to obey, removing her little leather shoes and white socks, standing barefoot by the door with her hands behind her back, as if facing the wall in repentance. She fidgeted, curling her toes on the cold floor, which was anything but comfortable. Fu Lingxuan poured a glass of cold water and took a sip, then noticed the restless Su-yin. His gaze fell on her cute little feet. Her skin was fair and delicate, easily turning red with a pinch, nothing like a boy's, especially those adorable little feet, so tiny and petite. He frowned slightly. Was this one not afraid of attracting the wrong kind of attention? Or perhaps such types weren't to the taste of villains. Fu Lingxuan returned to work, reviewing financial statements while pondering occasionally, keeping an eye on the unruly Su-yin. After standing for just half an hour, Su-yin couldn't take it anymore, leaning against the wall and lightly scratching the surface with her fingers. Come here. Fu Lingxuan finally finished his work, now free to deal with this troublesome little creature. Su-yin lowered her head, looking at the tall and imposing figure before her, wondering what he ate to grow so large. If he were to be with her, wouldn't it be the end of her? No. She must never let this guy find out she was a girl, as she had to endure for 2.5 months. The time seemed long, and she didn't know how to cope, but Fu Lingyu could offer some help, and Lenny too. She surely wouldn't want a commoner like her to marry into a wealthy family. Otherwise, she wouldn't be teaching her so much, probably afraid she'd embarrass her in high society. After a reasonable analysis, Su-yin concluded that her chances of marrying into the wealthy were slim. So her main task now was to figure out how to get Fu Lingxuan to fire her and grant her freedom. When Su-yin approached Fu Lingxuan, he simply pulled her into a hug, treating her like a human plush toy. Oh, this thing's quite convincing, he said with a mischievous grin, squeezing her a couple of times. Su-yin couldn't take it and grabbed his hand, biting it hard. Hiss, this kid's got some nerve. You little brat. I told you to behave and listen, and you dare bite me. Fu Lingxuan didn't indulge her. Though in a good mood, that didn't mean he wouldn't hit. He grabbed Su-yin and adjusted her position to distribute the force evenly. Seeing Fu Lingxuan's infuriating and malicious expression, she was furious. Behave. Don't make me lose my temper. Boo-hoo. Bullied, taken advantage of, beaten. It was too painful. She wanted to go home. She didn't want to be a scapegoat anymore. There was no fun in it. Even if Fu Lingyu told him she was a girl, so what? If she didn't consent, would he dare force himself on her? She didn't believe the law was useless. He couldn't possibly have the power to do whatever he wanted. What? Just a couple of spanks and you're unhappy. Look at you like a little girl. Want to cry about it. Oh, don't tell me you want me to comfort you. Ha, dream on, little thing. If you were a girl, maybe I'd show some tenderness. But unfortunately, you just had to grow that tiny little extra bit you shouldn't have. Fu Lingxuan pinched her little face, messing it up and tugging at it. The texture was delightful. Watching Su-yan's aggrieved yet restrained expression only fueled his playful mood. This one was just like a child. Seeing Su-yan's pitiful look, he almost felt sorry for her, but alas, he wasn't into men, or else this kid would be in luck. Even more infuriating. Little thing, what if I took you to Thailand, had you neutered, and changed your gender on the side? What do you think? Say something if you agree. Su-yin could not speak, so she had no choice but to endure in silence. How infuriating. The humiliation of today would be repaid someday. Watching Su Yan's cheeks puff up with silent fury, Fu Lingxuan only intensified his teasing, pinching her face as if he wanted to kiss her. How could there be such an adorable little human pet? Just then Fu Lingyu entered from outside. She feared her brother might go too far, and since there had been no sound for a while, she worried something serious might have happened, so she came to check. The moment she stepped in, she saw her brother relentlessly bullying Su Yan, and her face turned green. Good heavens, what a sight! She couldn't imagine what it would be like when her brother finally faced the consequences of his actions. She could only shake her head in utter disbelief, wanting to tell her brother that this person was indeed a girl, not some crossdresser. Brother, why are you bullying her again? Fu Lingyu asked calmly, her tone tinged with helplessness, as if she held the correct answer, but dared not share it. Could this brother still be salvaged? Bullying his own future wife like this? Seeing Su Yan's pitiful, resentful expression, Fu Lingyu felt a headache coming on. Looking at the adorable little creature, she truly wished Su Yan could become her little sister-in-law. But this brother of hers? Oh well, what could be done now? Now the little darling would never be able to like her brother. If anyone was to blame, it was that vengeful jerk who bullied the poor girl to death. I'm not bullying her, just playing a little game with her. Alright, you can go put your shoes back on. I need to start working seriously. Fu Lingxuan released her, afraid his sister might think he was gay. Watching Su Yan leave slowly, he felt a twinge of reluctance. He wanted to continue teasing her. That kid. Having earned hundreds of thousands, wasn't it only fair to get back at her? How could this person lack such self-awareness? After Su Yan put on her shoes, she hid behind Fu Lingyu again, like a wronged little wife. Seeing her so pitiful, Fu Lingyu had no choice but to take her out, lest the conflict between them deepen. Brother'll take her out. You work on your own. Fu Lingyu shielded Su Yan once more, leaving no room for Fu Lingxuan to refuse. Watching his little human pet leave, he felt a pang of reluctance. Oh well, he'd get to work and not let it distract him. After leaving the CEO's office, Fu Lingyu took Su Yan to her own office. As a personnel manager, Fu Lingyu was responsible for recruitment leave requests and work schedules falling under the administration department. Most of her tasks were handled by her assistant. Alright, stay here for now and learn how to organize documents and materials. If you have any questions, ask the assistant beside you. Fu Lingyu had her sit at a small desk before going out to inspect the floor. Like an ancient imperial guard, she had to sternly criticize those who didn't work hard. Of course, it depended on the person. The RD department could be more lenient. As long as they weren't constantly slacking off, occasional loafing was understandable. As for the lowest level administration and sales departments, they didn't enjoy such favorable treatment. As soon as Fu Lingyu left, a curious employee approached Su Yan. Little one, is your hair real? Why is it white? A stylishly dressed woman, slender with a curvaceous figure, appeared to be a young married woman. Was the work environment here really this good? The benefits were decent too. Su Yan could only nod and use sign language, hoping the woman would understand. You can't speak? The woman asked, her eyes showing pity. Su Yan nodded immediately, her smile bright, revealing cute little fangs. Who could refuse a beautiful sister? Just then Lu Yuebai arrived. She was also there through connections. Her wealthy patron had sent her here to earn money, though she had to return at night to endure Lu Zhan's humiliation. Seeing Su Yan so adorable, she wondered, is she a boy? Impossible, she thought. Full of curiosity, Lu Yuebai wrapped her arms around Su Yan and casually checked her. Little cutie, caught you. What's your name? Lu Yuebai squeezed and hugged her hands wandering restlessly over Su Yan's body. Su Yan's cheeks flushed. This was the first time she had been so popular with girls. Feeling a bit shy, Su Yan took out her phone and typed 2 characters. You're called Su Yan. What an adorable name. How about we call you Xiao Yan from now on? Lu Yuebai continued to hold her, now absolutely certain she was a girl. There was no other way to explain her smooth throat and the... Well, Su Yan couldn't help but hug Lu Yuebai back. Since the other was being so bold, she might as well not let herself be taken advantage of. This scene was secretly captured by someone nearby. Thinking it was just 2 pretty girls hugging each other in a harmonious way, they posted it on a short video site. The title was "A Little Cutie Came to the Company, 2 Adorable Little Sisters." At first the video gained no traction. Xiao Yan, you're so cute, like a 2D anime girl. Lu Yuebai pinched her cheek and gave her a big kiss, utterly smitten with this girl. Su Yan couldn't speak, so she just hugged Lu Yuebai in response. Alright, you two, stop cuddling. If that sharp-brained CEO comes out on his rounds and sees you like this, he'll get chewed out again, the fashionably dressed woman interrupted. Fine. Xiao Yan, come on, I'll teach you how to organize files. Lu Yuebai took the initiative to guide Su Yan. Su Yan didn't refuse. This was a rare opportunity to make a female friend. During her school days, she had never had any friends. Everyone thought she was aloof, but the truth was she couldn't speak. She desperately wanted to be normal, to have normal relationships and a group of friends, but it was impossible. She was left alone except for her loving sister and parents. She had no playmates, no peers. Xiao Yan, how old are you? Lu Yuebai asked. Su Yan made a gesture with 2 fingers. 22. Louis Webai asked in surprise, never expecting Su Yin to be 2 years older than her. What a surprise. Su Yin nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed. Could it be that the girl in front of her was younger? I'm 20 this year, but I feel like you're younger than me. How about we call you Xiao Yin, and you can just call me Webai? Su Yin nodded, smiling. She had a friend now. Let's get to work then. Louis Webai smiled as she familiarized Su Yin with the surroundings. Louis Webai came from a poor family. After managing to get into a prestigious 985 university, she was burdened with a gambling-addicted father, an ailing mother, and a younger sister about to enter high school. The weight on her shoulders was too heavy, so she had to seek part-time work. Unexpectedly, she encountered the playboy Lu Zhan, who offered her 500,000 for a month of her company. Initially, she did not yield, but later her father had his hands severed by loan sharks, forcing her to agree. She gathered enough for his medical expenses and then for her mother's treatment. In the end, her grandparents also fell ill. Her family seemed to guess where her money came from. Even her younger sister, still in middle school, had troubling suspicions and worried greatly for her safety. Unable to hide it any longer, Louis Webai told her sister that she had found a boyfriend and even sent her a photo of Lu Zhan, which eased her sister's concerns. Her future was shrouded in darkness with not a glimmer of light in sight. Seeing Su Yin reminded her of the only one who still cared for her, her sister, so she wanted to embrace this adorable creature. Time quickly passed until noon. Fu Longxuan, who had been working for a while, felt boredom creeping in again. Having a human pet made a difference. Why hadn't he realized before how much he needed this spiritual solace? Fu Longxuan walked out of his office and saw Su Yin surrounded by women, one of whom was his good brother's mistress. This was problematic. He had originally borrowed this woman to orchestrate an emotional scam, but now. Luckily, that guy wasn't here. However, Fu Longxuan didn't plan to tell Lu Zhan about this. That guy was extremely jealous, and besides, he found this woman named Louis Webai quite pitiable. Then he thought, how could this little cross-dresser, Su Yin, be so popular with women? Or had women's tastes changed? Utterly puzzled, Fu Longxuan decided to interrupt this brat's sweet dream. Pist, oi, come here. He ordered Su Yin without any courtesy. Su Yin was startled, thinking, what does he want from me? Su Yin instantly shrank back, staring nervously at Fu Longxuan, afraid her misdeeds had been discovered. Oh no, what does this lunatic want again? What a jerk. My beautiful lady. Reluctantly, Su Yin followed Fu Longxuan to the office. This time, Fu Longxuan didn't give her a hard time. He had ordered 2 takeout meals, originally planning to eat with his sister, but she had gone off somewhere unknown. So he decided to let Su Yin, that little brat, have the benefit. Here, this is your lunch for today. Fu Longxuan picked up a small box, the dishes inside, ordered from a neighboring restaurant, not cheap. When the box was opened, it revealed layers, the top, one brimming with various dishes. Su Yin counted. There were 8 dishes and a bowl of rice. Eat your fill and regain your strength. Don't even think about going back to whatever hometown you're from. You can't escape my grasp. You wouldn't want your cross-dressing secret to reach your parents' ears, would you? And you wouldn't want everyone on the street to know how much money you swindled from me, right? A smile lingered at the corner of Fu Longxuan's lips, his tone carrying a hint of threat, though at this moment, he was relatively easy to talk to. Su Yin swallowed hard, her delicate little nose taking a deep breath, then her big eyes stared straight at Fu Longxuan. Fu Longxuan found her act of acting cute a bit hard to bear. It was quite adorable. For the 10th time, he sighed that she had that little thing she shouldn't have. Su Yin didn't care whether he was seeking revenge or had drugged the food. She ate first. The aroma of the dishes only made her hungrier. Su Yin devoured the food, her cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel, her eyes bright and fixed on Fu Longxuan, afraid he might spring a surprise attack. Fortunately, during the meal, it seemed this guy had a shred of conscience. After eating her fill, she patted her little belly, stretched lazily with contentment, and let out a yawn. I was so comfortable. Oi, time to work. Come here. Seeing her so smug, Fu Longxuan felt the urge to pet her again. What's wrong with him? Su Yin felt something was off. She didn't dare refuse and walked over to Fu Longxuan. Unexpectedly, he immediately grabbed her and pulled her into his embrace. Now that you've eaten, don't cause any more trouble. Otherwise tonight I'll have no choice but to lock you up, Fu Longxuan said with a grin, his hands already unable to resist pinching Su Yan's cheeks. It was strange. Why was he acting like this? Fu Longxuan didn't know why, but he felt that doing so brought him physical and mental pleasure. Especially the scent on Su Yan. It was oddly pleasant, exuding a faint girlish fragrance. That subtle ethereal hormone allure, like an abyssal demon, continuously teased Fu Longxuan. His brow furrowed. This brat was clearly male, so why didn't he feel disgusted by the contact? Normally, having a man sling an arm over his shoulder was fine, but embracing a man should have triggered aversion or resistance. He couldn't figure it out. Forget it, he definitely wasn't gay. It must be that this brat's perfume smelled too good. All right, this afternoon sleep with me. My bed is quite big. Fu Lingxuan thought having a human-shaped pillow wouldn't be bad. Su Yin was shocked. Are you serious? Or is this guy gay? That doesn't seem right either. If he were gay, he wouldn't be seeking revenge on me. Could it be? There's some other conspiracy waiting for me. Su Yin looked at Fu Lingxuan incredulously, trying to read something from his expression. Stop staring, or else watch your backside get spanked. Fu Lingxuan held her head and continued petting her like soothing a little animal, even rubbing her small ears. His technique was quite gentle, which Su Yin liked, but she felt uneasy being held by him like this. Meanwhile, in a nearby apartment, Li Jinyu was smoking a cigarette, having entered a state of post-coital clarity. Half an hour, neither long nor short. Looking at the charming young woman on the bed, he felt immensely pleased. Lin Yu, when are we going to get the marriage certificate? I'm getting a bit impatient. Li Jinyu watched her playing with her phone and couldn't help but bring it up again. What's the rush? I'm already yours. Who knows, I might even be carrying your child. Fu Lingyu threw off the covers, slowly walked over to him, and sat in his lap. I'm afraid someone else might try to take you from me. Li Jinyu's lips curled into a faint smile. She was right, as she was already his, so there was no need to rush. By the way, what are you guys plotting lately? I noticed a new face in my office. Fu Lingyu suspected her brother might be scheming something against Su Yin. She couldn't let this blow up. Nothing, just that your brother was emotionally scammed. Li Jinyu said casually, not considering it a big deal. Alright, I understand. Don't go overboard and don't resort to any lowdown tricks. If anything happens to that little one, it'll have your head. No. He'll never be able to marry you. So don't you dare interfere. And don't even think about snooping around. Fu Lingyu warned harshly. She never expected her brother to go this far, actually telling his cronies about such matters. That's serious? Li Jinyu looked at Fu Lingyu in surprise, sensing there was something fishy going on. Yes, very serious. Don't you guys do anything rash. Fu Lingyu feared that they might tip someone off, yet she dared not reveal the truth to Li Jinyu directly. Alright, I won't get involved. Li Jinyu nodded. After learning of this, Fu Lingyu no longer wished to linger with him. She had to quickly inform her mother to arrange some protection for Su Yin beforehand. She couldn't let Fu Lingxuan act recklessly. Watching his wife hastily dress and vanish from his sight, Li Jinyu couldn't help but wonder, just who was this mysterious little figure? Since his fiancée had warned him, he suppressed his curiosity, refraining from probing further. After all, the truth would reveal itself in time. At the headquarters of Fenghua Group, Fu Lingxuan was now holding Su Yin as she slept. Truly, she was the perfect cuddle pillow. The faint fragrance emanating from her intoxicated him, and he soon drifted off to sleep. Su Yin also fell asleep, finally resting after being tormented by Fu Lingxuan for most of the day. But Fu Lingxuan was restless, wrapping his legs around her, trapping her, so she could barely move. Fortunately, the air conditioning was cold enough, otherwise she would have been suffocating. The two slept until 2 in the afternoon. Fu Lingxuan, nearly oversleeping, felt a wet patch of saliva on his arm. Curious, he suddenly jolted awake. Good grief, this little one even drools in her sleep. How outrageous. Unable to resist being mischievous, he gently pinched her nose. Feeling suffocated, Su Yin swatted away the annoying hand. Then another wave of breathlessness hit her. Unable to bear it any longer, she suddenly sat up, only to find a smug, grinning face inches away. You're awake. Why aren't you working? Fu Lingxuan grabbed Su Yin by her slender waist, then lightly swatted her as a reward. The crisp sound made Su Yin want to cry. This guy just loved to bully her. Drooling on my bed, quite bold of you. Do you know how expensive this blanket is? 160,000. It's silk. Can you even afford it? Fu Lingxuan usually had no interest in such things, but strangely at this moment the price of the blanket came to mind. Sigmund, no way, man. This blanket costs enough for a down payment on a small city apartment. Su Yin stared wide-eyed at the plain white quilt. It looked so unremarkable. How could it be so expensive? No wonder it felt so comfortable. She had been sleeping on a fortune. Little did she know a certain celebrity's bed cost 5 million and another's wedding veil was worth 1.6 million. Such luxuries were merely the tip of the iceberg. Seeing Su Yan's shocked expression, Fu Lingxuan smirked. He loved watching her act like she had never seen the world. Go back to the HR department and continue what you were doing this morning. I have an external inspection this afternoon and won't have time for you. Fu Lingxuan decided to let the little one off for now. There's plenty of time ahead, he'll tease her slowly. Time flew by until evening. Without Fu Lingxuan's antics, the afternoon passed quickly, especially under the patient guidance of 2 young ladies who taught her step by step, guiding her hands. Su Yin grew increasingly familiar with her work. At the Villa Lin, he had been waiting all day, her eyes straining with anticipation. She longed to see the little darling and find out how her day at the company had gone. Upon returning to the villa, Fu Lingxuan headed straight to the bedroom, while Su Yin entered and saw Lin Yi approaching her. Xiaoyan, come with me, we have dance practice today. Lin Yi stepped forward, took her hand, and led her toward her room. Oh, Another tough, pre-dinner dance session. She was already a bit hungry, but disobeying Lin Yi was the last thing she dared to do. The two arrived at the dance studio. Lin Yi brought out Su Yan's health report, which included not only chromosome analysis, but also detailed indicators of various bodily functions. Xiaoyan, this is your medical report. You're slightly malnourished with low blood sugar and low blood pressure. These aren't good signs. Remember to eat well from now on, okay? Like a caring mother, Lin Yi held Su Yan's hand and explained, her eyes brimming with maternal affection. Su Yan inexplicably felt a little touched. Having heard that her son had bullied Su Yan today, Lin Yi decided to help her change into her dance outfit to check if there were any bruises on her body. Her son was truly too much. Su Yan was so small and fragile, yet he had subjected her to corporal punishment, showing no tenderness at all. Lin Yi insisted on helping Su Yan change clothes in the dressing room, causing Su Yan's face to blush deeply. She was rarely treated this way. Poor Xiaoyan, your bottom is so swollen. Auntie will deal with him for you. Lin Yi said, compassionately stroking Su Yan's head gently as she helped her into the dance outfit. Really? Su Yan felt immense joy and eagerly anticipated seeing Fu Lingxuan being chased and scolded by his mother. Su Yan tilted her head and looked at Lin Yi as if trying to confirm her sincerity. All right, I'll help you teach him a lesson. Be good, come exercise and practice your posture. In a few days, Annie will take you to a banquet where you can enjoy delicious snacks, tasty juice, and plenty of other food. At this moment, Lin Yi truly doted on Su Yan as if she were her own daughter. The little one was adorable, well-behaved, and most importantly pure-hearted without any scheming. Lin Yi had already bought durians, keyboards, and washboards waiting for Su Yan to make her choice. Su Yan suddenly grew nervous. A banquet. In novels, these were the settings for the most unexpected incidents, like drunken encounters leading to a CEO's forceful advances, or the classic opening of female-oriented novels, a one-night stand. Forced love, mistaken identities, drugging. Every trick in the book. It was practically a danger zone. Cold sweat trickled down her back. She dared not venture into such a perilous place. Su Yan numbly followed Lin Yi to practice dancing. The young girl, clad in a blue dance dress and white tights, struggled to perform the backbend, the most excruciating move especially for a dance novice. Lin Yi sighed in exasperation. This girl's flexibility was no better than a boy's. She had never seen such poor flexibility. Even her own son could do better than Su Yan. Thus Lin Yi could only intensify the training, yet each time she saw Su Yan's face contorted in agony, flushed red, and strained, her heart ached. At this moment the girl was a painting. Strands of delicate white silk floated before her eyes, her light blue irises seemed to steal a fragment of the serene sea surface, and her gentle, tranquil face exuded an aura of timeless peace. Her slender, graceful figure curved in an elegant line like a figure stepping out of a painting. Practice well, and later it'll take you to get revenge. How about making Lung Xin kneel on a washboard? He'll even bring you a hard stick to spank his bottom. Lin Yi skillfully painted a rosy picture for Su Yan, deepening the grudge between them. Perhaps in a moment of impulse something might happen, like a life-altering incident. She inwardly chided herself for such inappropriate thoughts. Perhaps it was because her son was getting a bit older and she was growing impatient, hoping he would settle down soon and give her a brood of grandchildren. Su Yan felt a flicker of fear, hesitant to go through with it, but quickly dismissed the thought. Why was she too afraid to even seek revenge? How cowardly. Wasn't she supposed to become a man? To be a true man, she must not waver nor fear authority, but possess an unyielding spirit. After several agonizing backbends, she felt her waist might snap, but thankfully mealtime arrived, signaling the end of her grueling training. After changing clothes, Su Yan cheerfully followed Lin Yi to dinner. Since Fu Lingxuan was still busy with work, only Lin Yi, Fu Lingyu, and Su Yan sat at the table. In this harmonious atmosphere, Su Yan feasted heartily, sampling seafood, lobster king, crab bread, crab grouper, tuna, taking a bite of everything. The feast was so abundant that Su Yan overate, letting out a burp as she patted her little belly before joining the others for a walk. Then they returned to the dance studio, ready to prepare for another day. However, there was one more event tonight, Lin. It was taking Su Yan back to get even with Fu Lingxuan. Around 10 p.m. Just as Fu Lingxuan finished his leftovers and was about to shower, he saw a little girl in an adorable Lolita cake dress, led by his mother, entering his room. Mom, what's up? Fu Lingxuan frowned, tired from work and eager to sleep. He noticed the young boy, no, the young girl, in a cute outfit tonight, a pale yellow dress with layered frills and small toys hanging from it, paired with white knee-high stockings. Her little leather shoes were also charming, and she wore a white beret with rabbit ears, making her look like a sweet little girl. But the look in Su Yan's eyes suggested trouble. I heard you bullied the little darling today. I'm here to get even. Lin Yi tossed a washboard onto the floor with a sharp crack that made hearts pound. Kneel on it, Mom. Fu Lingxuan frowned, his face a mix of frustration and resentment, looking as if he were watching a farce. Do you still listen to your mother? Or do you not want me as your mom? Lin Yi played her trump card, one that always forced Fu Lengxuan to yield. Sure enough, his expression shifted, and with a sigh of resignation he knelt. His gaze fell on the small Su Yan, now only a bit taller than him. It must be that little brat's fault. He'll spank her bottom raw. Su Yan broke out in a cold sweat, pretending to be innocent, as she blinked rapidly, hoping it was just her imagination. No, she was innocent. This revenge wasn't her idea, it was entirely Lin Yi's doing. She hadn't asked for it. Seeing his resentful stare, she got goosebumps. That kid was definitely plotting something. No. She had to think of something, or she'd be doomed tonight. Su Yan hid behind Lin Yi, peeking out to draw her attention. Alright, Xiao Yan, don't be afraid of him. If he dares to bully you, tell me, and I'll deal with him. Lin Yi turned, patting her head soothingly. Su Yan immediately looked at Fu Lengxuan, who wore an I-knew-it expression before breaking into a sinister grin. Like a lion king spotting its prey in the wild, a confident smirk curled on his lips, his gaze as deep as an abyss. Oh no, I'm doomed. Woo-woo. I should never have trusted this mother-son duo. Su Yan felt a tingling in her bottom. Tonight, she was in for a spanking. Oh look, he's still not convinced, Lin Yi chuckled, seeing the little darling's terrified expression. Xiao Yan, keep an eye on him for me. I'm going to take a shower. Make him kneel for 30 minutes. If he gets tired, let him rest, then continue. Lin Yi smiled softly before heading out the door. No. Don't leave. Su Yan screamed inwardly, but it was useless. So she forced a smile at Fu Lengxuan, but standing there was awkward. Spotting a stool, she scurried over, grabbed it, and sat in front of him to watch. His expression had turned sufficiently menacing, his grin growing more exaggerated by the second, twisted and perverse. Young man, tell me, how should I reward you tonight? How about tying you to an operating table and giving you a neutering procedure? Fu Lengxuan's cold smile carried a hint of cruelty. This kid is sick, isn't he? Always threatening me. Should I tell him I'm actually a girl? Honestly, all talk and no action. If he knew she was a girl, he'd probably kneel on that washboard without complaint. But Su Yan didn't dare. The mere thought of that terrifying scenario filled her with despair. Tragedy. A bleak future. Forget it, stop overthinking. Fu Lengxuan looked at Su Yan, who was unmoved, and even seemed eager to try, and he couldn't figure it out. Was this guy really that bold? Or did he have some kind of backing? Something was off, extremely off. Kid, get me a glass of water. Fu Lengxuan said loudly, his tone laced with contempt and insolence. Forget it, I won't argue with him, he's in a bad mood, so petty. He'll reluctantly pour him a glass of water. Su Yan walked to the water dispenser, picked up Fu Lengxuan's designated cup, filled it with lukewarm water, and then walked over to him. After handing the water to him, Su Yan went to take a shower, not wanting to deal with this guy. As for supervision, she dared not supervise Fu Lengxuan. What if he went berserk tonight? Would she even survive? Fu Lengxuan took the cup from her, then a cruel smile twisted his lips, a ferocious expression that sent chills down one's spine. Little Nanliang, remember to sleep with one eye open tonight, or else something unpleasant might happen. After saying that, Fu Lengxuan took a big gulp of water and placed the cup on the floor. Fu Lengxuan slightly pulled open his collar, revealing extremely sturdy muscles, large pectorals that were as heavy and powerful as rock. The corner of Su Yan's mouth twitched, her legs felt weak, and she could barely walk. Was this guy really that muscular? He had always worn that dark blue suit, looking quite slim, so how could he have such solid muscles? Oh no, not like this. She was scared. She didn't want to be beaten, nor did she want any trouble, and she definitely didn't want to see Fu Lengxuan's muscular build. He would surely hurt when he hit. Quick move, you useless legs. Trembling, Su Yan scrambled out of the room, wanting to hide in Lin Yi's room. This guy was terrifying. The corners of Fu Lengxuan's mouth lifted. So this guy was also a bully who cowered in the face of strength. Seeing his muscles, he knew to be afraid. Nevertheless, he still chose to finish kneeling for the 30 minutes for no other reason than to deepen the hatred so that he wouldn't go soft one day. After Su Yan slipped out of the room, she quickly headed to Lin Yi's room. However, Lin Yi was taking a shower at the moment, so she could only wait on the sofa outside. How terrifying. If Fu Lengxuan succeeded, wouldn't she fall apart? This kind of man was not someone she could afford to provoke. She should go home quickly. Yes, she had to tell her sister in case the guy was unscrupulous and went after her family. That would be disastrous. Su Yan immediately opened WeChat and typed a long message. Sis, how's work? I think I've been tricked. That despicable guy is out to get revenge on me. If you have any way, please pick me up soon, otherwise next time we meet, he'll be a mother of two. After finishing the message, Su Yan sent another one. Sis, has any bad guy been targeting you? I'm afraid that Fu guy might go after my family. Be careful recently. Don't let bad people bully you. At this moment, Su Yan's face was full of resentment. Because her advisor told her that her scholarship for this semester might be gone, and her lab report had been stolen, and she needed to change her thesis topic quickly, otherwise her PhD graduation would be delayed. Su Yan's hatred for the academic tyrant reached its peak, all because her advisor's son, who was also pursuing a PhD this year, had spent his time eating, drinking, and having fun, leaving no time to write a thesis, so he had to steal her work. Even though she had all the evidence, there was still a risk of failure. At this moment she was desperate. Years of hard work day and night experiments, day and night grinding, to encounter such a troublesome matter on the eve of graduation. Seeing her sister's message, she seemed to have an idea. If her sister was willing to sacrifice a little. No, she was the older sister. How could she let her sister suffer? Her sister was so adorable, but she couldn't bear it. Besides, Xiao Yan was meant to be protected by her for life. With Su Yan's ability, she certainly couldn't fight those people. Even the dean of the college advised her to postpone for a year, promising to recommend a good job next year to compensate her. Ridiculous. She didn't care and would never yield. At this moment, Su Yan had another idea: to get married quickly. Her boyfriend was an Air Force pilot flying the nation's strategic assets. Once she became a military spouse, these bastards wouldn't dare to mess with her. Not to mention a petty academic tyrant. Even a more formidable background couldn't be lawless, right? But her heart was still uneasy, because among those who had fought against academic tyrants, how many had succeeded? The notorious case of 12 graduate students jointly reporting their advisor for academic fraud. All of them had their graduations delayed. Su Yan looked at her sister's cute avatar, chuckled softly, and let out a heavy sigh. Medical corruption was no joke. She didn't know if her report would be useful. With so many directors having fallen from grace in recent years, there were still those daring to act against the wind. Truly audacious. Su Yan sent a message: everything is fine. I hope you find your other half soon. I'm having some trouble here, but I can handle it. No one can bully me. When Su Yan saw the message, she was absolutely furious. This must be Fu Lingxuan's doing. She would retaliate fiercely. So she plucked up her courage and returned to the room, ready to exact revenge. At this moment, Fu Lingxuan, who had only been kneeling for a short while, suddenly felt a bit bored. Unexpectedly, the little one came back. Su Yan accelerated, sprinted, and launched an Olympic flying kick towards him. He sidestepped, stood up smoothly, then wrapped his arm around her slender waist, quickly bent his leg, and pulled Su Yan into his embrace. Then, pressing her waist, he raised his right leg, making her but stick up, and slapped her hard. Little one trying to ambush me. That's it. You're bad and love to play just like a total noob. Something was off. How did I walk right into the trap? Su Yan looked at Fu Lingxuan with tears. This despicable guy hitting her again and bullying her sister. Kid, you're pretty brave, huh? Just kidding, him super brave. Daring to fight against dark forces. Fu Lingxuan could not fathom Su Yan's train of thought at that moment. How had she become so audacious after stepping out for just a moment? Little did she know she had misunderstood Fu Lingxuan. I'm not done with you. The girl's tiny fists hammered against Fu Lingxuan's body, one after another, as ineffective as a gentle tickle, yet she herself suffered greatly. Each blow jarred her rear, which had already taken quite a beating today. At this moment, she could no longer hold back her tears. In the face of such a disparity in physique, it was like an adult disciplining a child. Effortless. Kid, did you swallow dynamite? What possessed you to ambush me? Fu Lingxuan was utterly perplexed as he delivered a harsh smack to her backside. He struck with some force, but soon heard an unusual sound. Thus his movement slowed. Oh, so the brat was crying. That was all there was to it. Utterly lacking in manly spirit, like a little girl. Fu Lingxuan felt nothing but contempt for this one, telling him to grow a few more feathers before challenging him again. A thoroughly deflated fellow, and he hadn't even used any real strength. Sob sob. Seeing Su Yan weeping and whimpering, his heart inexplicably softened. So his movements grew gentler, though he didn't stop. Mainly because Su Yan was still pounding on him, and he couldn't afford to lose out. He had to get his licks in. Unexpectedly, his mother returned, apparently drawn by Su Yan's sobs. Oh my. I step away for a moment, and you're already bullying this little darling. Fu Lingxuan, I find you have a violent streak. Lin Yi planted her hands on her hips, her face flushed with anger, as she saw her son holding Su Yan, one leg propped over her stomach, forcing her rear high into the air. And there was Su Yan, tears streaming down her face, still beating against her son. As for what had happened, she hadn't yet figured it out. Mom, you didn't see it just now. This one came at me with a flying kick, nearly nailing me. I sidestepped, grabbed her slender waist, propped up my leg, and spanked her. She started it with the ambush. Fu Lingxuan released. Su Yan stepped back half a pace and recounted the scene, vividly gesturing as he spoke. His aggressive demeanor gave Lin Yi a moment's pause. Is that so? Lin Yi asked, her expression doubtful as she turned her gaze to Su Yan. To her surprise, Su Yan nodded, admitting to the ambush. Then you must have a reason. Tell me, let Auntie hear it, and I'll make things right for you. Lin Yi promptly took out her phone and handed it to Su Yan, encouraging her to type out the full story. Su Yan wiped her tears as she took the phone, shooting a venomous glare at Fu Lingxuan from the side. He frowned and sneered. A baffling creature, unable to even execute a proper ambush, all talk and no skill. And why was his mother so biased? It was clearly this one who was at fault, not him deliberately causing trouble. Trembling and sobbing, Su Yan's fingers flew across the screen. Annie, my sister is being targeted by some bad people. I'm sure it's CEO Fuss doing. My. Lin Yi was startled, glancing at Fu Lingxuan beside her with a look of surprise. What's wrong? Noticing Lin Yi's expression shift, Fu Lingxuan also grew curious and leaned in to see what tattletale tale this one was spinning. When he saw the content, Fu Lingxuan's face darkened. When had he ever gone after her family? Though the thought had crossed his mind, personal grudges were personal. He wouldn't resort to collective punishment. Upon my honor, I have not targeted your family, nor have I arranged for anyone to interfere with your relatives. At most, I've made inquiries about them to understand your background and your family's work situation. Fu Lingxuan refused to take the blame for this, denying it outright. What's going on? Xiaoyan, calm down first. Tell Andy clearly. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Lin Yi soothed Su Yan, taking her small hand and leading her toward the nearby leather sofa, gently stroking her fluffy little head as they walked. Su Yan picked up her phone, intending to show her the chat history. Then she suddenly remembered there was something problematic in her chat records. So she gestured with her hands, trying to stop them from inquiring further. She needed to first understand her sister's situation before showing them the conversation. She silently deleted some chat history, then sent a new message to her sister. Sis, did CEO Fu send someone to bother you? Did he do something bad? I need to know because his mom wants to help me. Reply to me quickly. It's extremely urgent. On the other end, Su Yan's sister Su Yan felt a warmth in her heart upon seeing her younger sister's message. Su Yan, sis, no, it's because my lab report was stolen. The thief is my advisor's son, and my advisor wants to delay my graduation. I'm gathering evidence to report him, but many of my experiment records have been tampered with, and my classmates are giving false testimonies. They're afraid to offend the advisor. Even the surveillance footage has been mostly deleted. If you can help, that would be wonderful, but I have my own ways too. Su Yan read the message, a look of embarrassment crossing her face. She seemed to have misunderstood someone. Lenny leaned in for a look and understood the situation. It seemed the little darling had been too impulsive, mistakenly suspecting her own son. Don't worry, it's a small matter. Leave it to Annie. Lenny stroked Su Yan's head, feeling much more at ease now that she knew the full story. But the little darling's trust in her son seemed a bit shaky. The moment something went wrong, she immediately suspected him. Did she see him as a thoroughly villainous character? She would need to gradually change this stereotype, otherwise any troublemaker could easily drive a wedge between them. However, Fu Lingxuan on the side had a different thought. This brat thought she could escape punishment so easily. She was far too optimistic. Tonight he would make her pay. Fuming, Fu Lingxuan went straight to take a shower. Lin Yi led Su Yan to her bedroom. She had actually looked into the school Su Yan's sister attended, but it had slipped her mind for the moment. Xiaoyan, still angry. Lin Yi rubbed her head, her eyes tender as water fixed on her. Su Yan shook her head. Perhaps she had been too upset, or maybe she had a conditioned reflex toward Fu Lingxuan. Whenever something bad happened, her first thought was that he was behind it. All right, there's some bad news I need to tell you. Your family seems to be in quite a bit of debt, about 2 million. I found out through my connections. It's not that we're trying to stir up trouble, but your rotten relatives deceived your parents. To prevent Su Yan from overthinking, Lin Yi decided to inform her in advance that her family was facing some financial difficulties. Su Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? No way. Already poor, and now the family owes so much debt. This is a total disaster. For a moment, she felt her parents were targeting her, trying to make her give up, and she even thought of just dying. The thought of one day lying in Fu Lingxuan's arms, sweetly calling him husband, made her soul feel like it was leaving her body, her worldview trembling, and even her body felt like it was cracking apart. To avoid such a terrifying fate, she had to work hard to earn money. Sweetheart, 2 million isn't that much. Annie has a way to help you. If you just marry into the Fu family, this amount is nothing. Lin Yi coaxed gently, a subtle curve lifting the corners of her lips, her brows arching softly, eyes shimmering with affection. Why is she looking at me like that? Su Yan instantly played dumb, not daring to meet Lin Yi's gaze, her heart full of resistance. It's okay, Auntie is willing to wait. You will marry into the Fu family. Lin Yi patted her shoulder, comforting her. Impossible. She was too manly to ever fall, especially not for that Fu Lingxuan who was so wicked. He already bullied her before marriage. If she actually married, and she'd be tormented every day. When would such endless misery ever end? Su Yan dared not think about it, nor did she want to. All right, leave your sister's matter to me. I'll ask someone to help her, so don't worry, Lin Yi said, giving up upon seeing her resistance. Su Yan would compromise one day. Though Lin Yi hoped she wouldn't be someone who gave in easily, she paradoxically longed for Su Yan to yield soon. A contradictory feeling that was hard to fathom. Su Yan lowered her head and left the room. She wandered aimlessly like a soulless being, and without realizing it found herself in her small storage room. She picked up her change of underwear and a nightgown, then prepared to take a shower. Since Fu Lingxuan's bedroom had only one bathroom, she sat in the small outer hall waiting for him to finish. With a click, the bathroom door opened. Fu Lingxuan had a white towel wrapped around his lower body, revealing his muscular torso. A few drops of water clung to his solid chest, broad enough to make any woman envious. Truly a sight that left men silent and women in awe. Suyin glanced at him and pursed her lips. Nothing special. She could build muscles too, and even bigger ones. Hey kid, go get me a glass of water. Don't just sit there like a fool, Fu Lingxuan said, enjoying bossing her around, though he wasn't thirsty at all. He inexplicably loved bullying her, and it was almost addictive. Perhaps it was because she was the first to dare defy him, sparking his curiosity. If Suyin gave in easily, it wouldn't be fun. But her reactions were unique. Timid yet playful, and utterly hopeless. Suyin, humble yet stubborn, poured the water and handed it to Fu Lingxuan. Little one, you seem unhappy. Want me to teach you how to have fun? He reached out and pinched her cheek, not gently like Lin Yi or Fu Lingyu, but hard enough to make tears well up in her eyes. The girl's shimmering eyes were like ripples on a shallow cold sea, glistening with tears, a pitiful sight. She sniffled softly, enduring her grievance. With a heart-wrenching restraint, placed the cup on the table and bravely wiped away her tears, trying to comfort herself. Fu Lingxuan loosened his grip, but his heart inexplicably raced. Especially when he saw Suyin turn, grab her nightgown, and quickly slip away from his sight. It felt like a piece of his heart was missing, aching inexplicably. He was sure he had no heart disease, so why this strange palpitation? Fu Lingxuan felt he should wash his face to clear his head. Returning to his room, he began working. Even though it was already 10:30, his recent workload was indeed heavy, and it would take about another week to clear up these trivial matters. The night grew cool, and the girl had drifted into sleep. She hugged the blanket, half covered, half exposed, her legs tightly clutching it, sleeping peacefully. Fu Lingxuan had been lying in bed for a long time, but couldn't fall asleep. Maybe it was because he had worked too long, triggering a bout of insomnia. Forget it, head, go hug that one to sleep. If he couldn't sleep, someone had to accompany him. With that thought, Fu Lingxuan immediately got up, slipped on his slippers, and went to the small storage room next door. He turned the doorknob gently and entered. Seeing the girl sleeping so soundly, he grew annoyed. He had been forced to kneel on a washboard and falsely accused tonight. How could she sleep so well? So he started bullying her again. He went to the head of the bed and gently pinched her nose. Feeling her breathing blocked, Suyin reached out to slap away the mischievous hand. Not yet fully asleep, she quickly woke up. Seeing Fu Lingxuan, her anger flared. How can you sleep? After offending me, you still want to rest. His smug face leaned close to Suyin, and then he planted a kiss on her cheek. Who knew why he did it? Maybe just to disgust her. Suyin wiped hard at the dirty saliva, seething with resentment. Come here, sleep with me, Fu Lingxuan ordered in a low voice. Seeing his cocky demeanor, Suyin backed down again, as she really couldn't beat him. She wished someone would put him in his place. Forget it, shed, deal with it tomorrow. She was too sleepy. Reluctantly, she followed Fu Lingxuan to the adjacent, more spacious bedroom. Suyin bet this bed was even more expensive than the one in the CEO's office. She could tell from the understated, elegant yellow woodwork. What amazed her most was how the carpenter had carved a picture along the wood grain. But Suyin knew little about such luxuries. Whatever, shed, just enjoy sleeping on it. Without a word, she pounced onto the bed, rolled into a corner, and tried to fall asleep. But Fu Lingxuan wouldn't let her. He immediately embraced her and pulled the covers over them. You're the best human pillow. How about I hold you every night from now on? No way. Are you gay? That's terrifying. Then another thought struck Suyin. Maybe some hormone she emitted attracted Fu Lingxuan. She recalled an experiment where researchers had women smell several men's sweaty shirts. They found that liking someone's scent significantly increased hand-holding rates, a phenomenon experts called genetic selection. Suyin froze instantly. No, don't. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't tell me. Tisk, you really can't judge a book by its cover. I'm just holding you while we sleep. Don't think I've fallen for you. Though falling for you isn't out of the question. Fu Lingxuan deliberately emphasized the word fall, clearly a mischievous sort, and as he spoke he even wrapped his legs around Suyin. If you're gay, just say it outright, no need to beat around the bush. I can understand. But Suyin was mute, unable to utter a word, and could only endure Fu Lingxuan's teasing. After pinching her cheeks for a while, his gaze drifted downward a little. Her slender neck was so delicate, fair, and jade white, with a touch that felt exquisite. He wanted to go further, but Suyin clutched her chest tightly, refusing to let him have his way. Where did you get that thing? It's quite realistic. Fu Lingxuan stared at Suyin's pale, tender skin. Suyin held her chest firmly, refusing to let go. Are we going to sleep or not? Already annoyed at being disturbed, and now this guy is getting handsy. Oh, getting upset already. Forget it, forget it. Only girls are this petty, can't even take a joke. Sleep, sleep. With that, he stopped fooling around, lay down to sleep, and even pulled the covers over them. After all, he had to work the next day and couldn't stay up too late. In the quiet room, he breathed in the girl's fragrance. Though he knew she was supposedly a boy, Fu Lingxuan couldn't resist the temptation, wanting to hold her. He wondered what shampoo she used, why her scent was so sweet. Soon both fell asleep. In the dream world, everything was unrestrained and wild, shaped by inner desires. For instance, women he longed for in life, but couldn't have would appear in his dreams. In his dream, Fu Lingxuan saw Su Yan. In this world she was a girl, but he didn't believe it and insisted on checking. Then came absurd yet beautiful passion-filled scenes that made him unable to suppress a smile. Even if it was just a dream, it was still wonderful. The next morning he was jolted awake by the beautiful dream. Damn, it was only a dream. He glanced at Su Yan still sleeping beside him and wanted to tease her a bit. But at that moment the morning light fell upon her dreamlike, delicate face. Her skin fair as congealed fat, and jade reflected the light, making Su Yan look like a porcelain doll, exquisite and beautiful. Especially her white hair. Not the sunset of old age, but the vibrant, energetic dawn. The girl suddenly opened her clear, innocent light blue eyes. The first thing she saw was Fu Lingxuan, who had been tormenting her in her dream and riding on top of her. In the dream she had turned into a white tiger and a tamer was riding her, even whipping her, but with a crop. Utterly wicked. Just as she was about to bite him to death in fury, why did she wake up? Perhaps because she realized the dream was a fabrication. She woke up. When a dream becomes logical, it's time to get up. Opening her eyes, she saw Fu Lingxuan's highly recognizable face, incredibly closed with a slight smirk. That smug expression was both infuriating and annoying. Get up, still sleeping. With an attitude like that you think you can earn money and find a wife. I'd say you're destined to be ridden forever. Poor little workhorse. Su Yan was a bit angry, but then calmed down. It seemed she couldn't get married anymore. Fu Lingxuan reached out and gently poked her face, speaking with a scolding tone, as if he were some stern relative lecturing a junior. Forget it. This guy is sick. Ignore him, and he'll only get worse. Su Yan looked at Fu Lingxuan as if he were an idiot, which irritated him. He was usually the one giving that look. Well done, you're the first to dare look at me like that. Fu Lingxuan rubbed her ears, speaking with a hint of anger. Really? Su Yan doubted it, but didn't ask, or maybe she simply couldn't speak. Feeling slighted, Fu Lingxuan laughed in anger. Fine, you'd better be tough today and not cry when bullied. After brushing their teeth, washing their faces, and eating breakfast, they set off. The journey was silent, even Fu Lingxuan didn't speak. Enjoying the rare quiet, Su Yan leaned against the car window to catch up on sleep. The road was calm and uneventful except for a strange car that seemed to maintain a certain distance behind them. This strong unease made Fu Lingxuan break out in a cold sweat. He quickly called out, "Shall Lu, speed up and lose that car behind us. It's been following us, and I suspect trouble." The driver had been focused on the road ahead, only occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror. At Fu Lingxuan's warning, he reacted instantly. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. The company founded by Fu Lingxuan's family was currently in a high-level partnership with a state-owned enterprise preparing to acquire a soon-to-bankrupt state-owned enterprise. This enterprise had involvement in both national defense and civilian sectors, and it was a critical matter. Some insightful people were unwilling to sell the failing company to foreign capital. But the losses made it impossible to sustain operations. The Fu family was willing to keep it running at a loss because precision instruments needed for processing certain components were available at this state-owned enterprise. Although foreign ones were more advanced, foreigners refused to sell, fearing that China would quickly reverse engineer them and lose its competitive edge. Su Yan, who had been sleeping, jolted awake. Holy crap. It had been peaceful just moments ago, and now suddenly, it was a high-speed chase. Oh, this damn capitalist must have made enemies or exploited too many workers, and now the workers are fighting back, trying to ram him. No. I'm one of the poor laborers too, just like you. Not on the same side as this despicable capitalist. Please don't hit me. Unfortunately, Su Yan couldn't speak. She could only watch as a small car suddenly accelerated and swerved while another car appeared ahead to block their path. Seeing this, Fu Lingxuan immediately shielded Su Yan. He didn't know why, perhaps thinking the little one was fragile and might be shattered on impact, while he being sturdy would be fine. Su Yan looked at the solid broad shoulders that suddenly appeared in front of her. The masculine aura washed over her, and she had seen his muscles before. They exuded strength and a sense of safety. In an instant, a powerful jolt surged over them. The car was already speeding abnormally fast when Su Yan felt a force dragging her, while the pressure on her neck intensified, akin to the sensation of riding a roller coaster. A violent impact instantly engulfed them both. The vehicle tilted at a shocking angle, the high-speed crash far from ordinary. Su Yan felt her head slam into Fu Lingxuan's solid chest, but thanks to his obstruction, the blow was cushioned for Su Yan, while he endured twice the pain. In that moment, agony racked him, making him grimace, yet he couldn't utter a single word. His chest ached dully, his internal organs feeling as though they had been displaced. In that instant he lost all ability to resist. Outside, another car accelerated at breakneck speed toward the already overturned vehicle. With a thunderous crash, the overturned car rolled a full turn and miraculously landed steadily on its wheels. The startled driver instinctively floored the accelerator, swiftly veering off course. The road once again became a scene of speed and frenzy. The outskirts of the city were now a chaotic spectacle, with several cars converging on Fu Lingxuan's sedan in a deliberate act of collision. "Are you alright?" Su Yan reached out to pinch Fu Lingxuan's cheek, only to find his face deathly pale, his breath labored. Indeed, Fu Lingxuan struggled to breathe, his ribs ached fiercely, each inhalation threatening to claim half his life. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. "Don't you dare die on me." Though she had once wished him dead, his recent rescue left her unscathed, still lively and bouncing. "It's fine, I won't die just yet," Fu Lingxuan said, pinching her cheek with difficulty, feeling exceptionally manly in that moment. If only the person before him were a girl, it would have been better. "Really?" Su Yan felt an inexplicable surge of emotion, tears welling in her eyes. Strange. Was it that becoming a girl heightened her sensitivity to feelings? Stop overthinking. There was no future with him. She had to remain a man. Her identity was unclear, and her parents would never approve. She still had to carry on the family line. Gaining acceptance from Fu Lingxuan's family was impossible. She came from poverty, knew nothing of high society, and possessed nothing but her body. Worse, her family was drowning in debt, one she couldn't repay, even by selling herself. Su Yan longed to comfort Fu Lingxuan, but she couldn't speak. He too kept his eyes shut, conserving energy to endure. After passing a stretch of road, the driver decisively headed toward the police station. Seeing their chance slip away, the pursuing cars went berserk, retaliating against nearby bystanders. Dust flew, blood flowed, and the scene became a tragic tableau. In the distance, sirens suddenly blared. Traffic police, alerted by surveillance footage, had raced out to restore order. The driver gradually slowed, pulling up beside the police car, then killed the engine. "Officer, someone just attempted murder. My boss is gravely injured. Could you please clear a path?" The driver hurried out and addressed an older officer. The officer didn't know Fu Lingxuan, but recognized the license plate. Seeing the pale, barely conscious man inside, he urged, "Go quickly. Follow my car, it'll take you to the hospital." "All right." The police dealt with the aftermath and took the driver in for questioning. Meanwhile, Fu Lingxuan lay in the hospital undergoing surgery. Su Yan waited outside the operating room, reporting to Lin Yi via phone. "Su Yan, Annie, something happened to CEO Fu. On the outskirts, several cars tried to ram us." He noticed their intent and told the driver to speed away. "Lin Yi, how is my son? Are you hurt? Where are you now? I need the address." Su Yan sent the hospital address and quickly explained. As for Fu Lingxuan, she had no idea of his condition. She bravely signed the surgery consent form, knowing someone would cover the costs. In less than half an hour, Lin Yi arrived. Fu Lingxuan was still in critical surgery, the situation seemingly dire. Following Su Yan's directions, Lin Yi soon reached her. "Xiao Yan, is my son badly injured?" Lin Yi gripped Su Yan's shoulders, shaking her vigorously. Su Yan wanted to nod and shake her head, but didn't know how to respond. "Sorry, I got too emotional." "Take your time typing," Lin Yi said, realizing her lapse, and pulled out her phone for Su Yan to type. Su Yan could only describe the situation with gestures and text. "You mean my son had blood at the corner of his mouth, was pale, and looked unwell?" Lin Yi asked anxiously. These were signs of internal injury. If Fu Lingxuan had seemed unusually excited or acted fine, that would have been more dangerous. A sign of a brief rally, or the body's protective mechanisms failing with pain, unable to reach the brain. This meant her son still had a chance. Her face tense, she said, "It's okay, Xiao Yan, you're safe now. It's my fault for being careless and not taking your security seriously." She began a self-criticism. They had been deeply convinced that without guns in the country and with firearm restrictions, no one could harm them on the outskirts of the capital. They had even often traveled without bodyguards. Previously, they'd thought to give the guards a break. Now, after just a few days of rest, such a disaster struck. From now on, the guards likely had no respite, only cold hard cash. Su Yan wanted to comfort the poor mother, but couldn't speak. She reached out to embrace her, then hesitated, thinking herself a boy and the gesture inappropriate. However, Lin Yi misinterpreted her intent, assuming Su Yan was scared and needed comforting. It's okay. We've been through this many times and always pulled through. It's your first time. Fear is normal," Lin Yi said, holding Su Yan and patting her back gently like soothing a child. Was this right? Wasn't she supposed to be comforting Lin? How had the roles reversed? "Xiao Yan, if you ever marry into the Fu family, never forget the dangers around you. When one possesses staggering wealth, petty villains will always emerge. Even the son of Hong Kong's richest man was once kidnapped and held for ransom." Lin Yi, fearing Su Yan might overthink, explained further. Such incidents were common in high society, especially in times with fewer surveillance cameras, when even more tragedies occurred. Unexpectedly, the surgery was not easy. Although it was only a few broken ribs, it required opening up the chest and abdomen. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's face turned pale. Just imagining the scene was distressing. The two embraced each other for a moment before letting go. After a long wait, a man appeared before them. This man was Fu Lingxuan's father, Fu Jiangwo. He bore a striking resemblance to Fu Lingxuan, with a towering stature and a very similar aura. Fu Jiangwo did not have the beer belly typical of middle-aged men. Instead, he resembled a gentle and refined, modest uncle with graying hair, but sharp eyes, giving off a sense of an elderly, domineering CEO. Compared to Fu Lingxuan, he had less frivolity and more introverted steadiness, the result of years of worldly tempering. "Wife, how is Lingxuan?" Fu Jiangwo asked Lin Yi anxiously. Seeing Lin Yi holding a little girl in her arms, the girl was quite pretty, but her white hair made him mistakenly think she was a sick child. Wait, no, a child wouldn't have such big breasts. "Wife, who is this?" Fu Jiangwo was curious. "This is your son's girlfriend, cute, right?" Lin Yi said, immediately forcing a smile. "Not bad, but she's a bit small." "My son? Wouldn't that be too much?" Fu Jiangwo couldn't imagine the scene. Looking at such a little one, a sense of guilt welled up. "It's fine now, it's popular for older men to date young girls." "Small is cute," Lin Yi quickly explained. "But Xiaoyan is disabled and can't speak. Probably her vocal cords are damaged. Don't bully her." "How could I'd cherish her too much." Fu Jiangwo immediately put on a show with exaggerated tone and flamboyant gestures, which was quite eye-catching. Oh no, if this continues, it would solidify her status as Fu Lingxuan's girlfriend. If one day she really gets, then these people would be accomplices. Rumors. Spreading rumors right in front of her. Su Yan's face was flushed, her small hands clenched, her skirt tightly palmed, sweaty, but she couldn't say a word, looking at Lin Yi pitifully. "See, Xiaoyan is blushing. Let's not talk about such private matters," Lin Yi said softly, pinching her cheek. "By the way, where is Xiaoyan from?" Fu Jiangwo asked curiously again. "Guangnan province. She came to our home not long ago. Your son has a great relationship with her, they even sleep in the same bed at night," Lin Yi explained. Oh, Fu Jiangwo showed an expression of understanding. He looked at Su Yin expectantly, like a mother-in-law eyeing her daughter-in-law. He didn't expect the relationship to have progressed this far. It seemed their family was about to gain a new member. Rumors. Spreading rumors right in front of her. Su Yan's little face was crimson, her small hands tightly gripping her skirt, palms sweaty, but she couldn't utter a single word, looking at Lin Yi pitifully. "See, Xiaoyan is blushing. Let's not talk about such private matters," Lin Yi said, gently pinching her cheek and laughing. "Ah, is this right?" Unexpectedly, after a while, a nurse walked out. "Where are the family members?" the nurse said with a smile. Seeing this, everyone's anxious hearts eased. The surgery was very successful, but he needs to stay in the hospital for a few days of observation. If there are no special circumstances, it's recommended to rest for half a month before discharge. The nurse quickly informed the family to ease their worries. "Thank you, nurse, thank you. God bless, God bless." Lin Yi couldn't help but be superstitious for a moment, clasping her hands in prayer. "All right, we can go out and rest. Our son is fine." Fu Jiangwo pulled Lin Yi to leave, as sitting there was uncomfortable, especially with the constant smell of iodine in the hospital. It was a smell of pain, usually only used for very serious wounds. Su Yin followed the couple to a parking lot outside. Having been delayed for several hours, it was now meal time, and she felt a bit hungry. "Xiaoyan, you don't need to go to the company these days. Stay with Auntie." Lin Yi wanted Su Yin to practice dancing more at home to improve her flexibility. She felt they were almost at that stage. If she didn't practice now after Su Yin was messed around with, she would definitely find ways to throw tantrums and avoid practice. She understood human nature too well. When the time came, her son would be so busy chasing after his wife that he would indulge her in everything. Not only would he stop the dance practice, but if he were asked to kneel on a washboard for an hour, he would do it willingly. Really, not go to work. Work? Even a dog wouldn't want to go. Unless it's easy, pays well, has little to do, and is close to home. To increase Su Yan's initiative, she also needed to have her daughter come over to keep her company and give her a little pocket money every now and then so she wouldn't resent it. Maybe one day she would even look forward to it. "All right, leave the house to you two. They'll handle the company for a few days. Once Lingxuan is better, he'll go back to work." Fu Jiangwo agreed with the idea. Their son had been busy lately, and he was a bit older still without a wife. How could that be? If he didn't get married and have children soon, that little thing might become useless by then. After eating out and returning to the hospital, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The weather was hot and stuffy, but the hospital was extremely cold, with air conditioning colder than anywhere else. Fu Lingxuan had also woken up. He regained consciousness just a few hours after the surgery. The three of them sat by his bedside. "Hey young man, you're in good shape waking up so soon." Fu Jiangwo joked immediately. "Dad, who hit me, eh?" Fu Lingxuan asked with difficulty. Not yet identified, but those people are all dead. They couldn't hit you, so they randomly crashed into pedestrians on the street. The police told me they were all cancer patients from the same village, and because of heavy metal poisoning from a black factory's illegal discharge while they were young. They probably wanted to earn some money for their families before dying. I heard they built houses in their hometown. Fu Jiangwo frowned, beginning to speculate. He guessed that those people had extreme hatred for the rich, colluded with foreign forces who brainwashed them and thus launched this attack. But due to insufficient intelligence, they could only wait at the entrance or street corners until they saw Fu Lingxuan in the car before taking action. One could say his guess was quite accurate. Seems I've been too lax lately. Fu Lingxuan also had a headache. Maybe it had been a few years since something like this happened, so he let his guard down, thinking that with so many surveillance cameras nowadays, criminals wouldn't dare act recklessly. Then, well, just hire more bodyguards. I know a retired veteran who used to be a brigade commander. He should have some good prospects. Dad, thank you for your trouble recently. It's nothing. Fu Jiangwo said, small matter, but I can help you with administrative affairs. As for the company's major decisions, I haven't been involved for a long time. Anyway, recover as soon as possible. The acquisition of Huayong Heavy Industry should be handled by you. I'm not familiar with this business. He had no desire to keep busy, having finally retired. Fu Lingxuan frowned slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. However, work at the company wasn't particularly exhausting. He only made decisions and sometimes merely listened to opinions. When decisions were made, the key subordinates provided the proposals. The feeling of going to work was truly unpleasant. He now also had some hedonistic thoughts. Xiao Yin, take care of Lingxuan. We'll head back first, Lin Yi said, pulling Fu Jiangwo out. What trick is Annie up to now? Su Yin was secretly feeling a headache. At this moment, she should take out her phone, otherwise Fu Lingxuan couldn't communicate with her at all. What, kid, you okay? Fu Lingxuan was not polite at all. Seeing his parents had left, he began to act recklessly. Su Yin immediately typed a line. It's fine, thank you, President Fu. I'm deeply grateful and at your service. Someone like you. I wouldn't dare hire you. Who knows if you might secretly drug me one day. How could I dare? President Fu, don't joke. Kid, what do you plan to do in the future? You can't speak, so many jobs are impossible. How about I introduce you to a rich woman or a boss? I know a few bosses who like non-liang and a few fat wealthy women weighing over 100 pounds. They'd love a delicate-skinned cute guy like you. Fu Lingxuan inexplicably began to worry about this guy's future. This guy, perhaps because of their life and death experience, his attitude toward her suddenly softened. I want to write novels or do live streaming. Su Yin revealed her white teeth, smiling brightly at Fu Lingxuan. Her sunny smile was very obedient and cute, like a sensible little sister at home. You? Fu Lingxuan sneered, then joked. At best, you could write a story about going to Thailand for a sex change, then ending up selling your ass. That kind of dramatic story is quite appealing, I think. Why not give it a try? As for live streaming, you can't speak. If you can't speak, you can't sell products. Relying on gifts alone, I think you'll starve to death. What a hateful guy. Incorrigible, always making sarcastic remarks and teasing her. Why can't he say something nice? Su Yin, puffed up with anger, closed her eyes and refused to acknowledge this guy. What? Stunned, speechless, aren't you? Don't you think him a genius? To come up with such a bizarre and interesting story. Fu Lingxuan couldn't help but smirk, then reached out and gently pinched her cheek, looking thoroughly pleased. Strange, she didn't seem to hate Fu Lingxuan that much anymore. She even felt a bit of admiration. What was going on? If there weren't so many conflicts between them, perhaps she wouldn't dislike him. Why are you spacing out again? Hurry and get me a urinal. I really need to pee. Fu Lingxuan patted her shoulder to wake her up. Fine, after all, he saved her. She would just endure it for now. Su Yin went outside the ward wanting to ask a nurse, but the nurse was busy and didn't have time to look at her phone. The nurse thought Su Yin had some serious illness. Why wouldn't she speak, and insisted on showing her phone. When the nurse realized Su Yin was disabled, a young doctor noticed this scene. He saw that the young girl could use sign language, which was not something ordinary people could learn, or it required long-term practice and use to form a habit. So he stepped forward to ask, "Little girl, can you hear me?" A concerned voice sounded beside Su Yin. She involuntarily turned around and saw a doctor in a white coat. She immediately nodded. "Then use sign language to tell me the situation. I can understand." The doctor suddenly became much gentler, his eyes filled with kindness. Su Yin was shocked, dumbfounded, as if she had met a kindred spirit. She smiled and nodded, because in real life, she rarely met people who knew sign language, and she was quite introverted, seldom using sign language to communicate. She never expected to meet a young doctor who knew sign language. The doctor wore a mask, looking only about 27 or 28, but his sharp and capable appearance inspired immense trust. "I need a basin. My boss is sick and needs me to take care of him." "I understand, but leave this matter to our nurses." The young doctor, thinking of a middle-aged man hiring such a pretty young girl to help him hold the gun, assist with urination, felt uncomfortable. It was as if something sacred had been stained with filth. Thank you, no need. I just need a basin. Fu Lingxuan waited for a long time on the hospital bed thinking to himself, is this kid trying to wet the bed on purpose, deliberately delaying time? Su Yin came back from outside with a basin, grinning. I can't get up. How about you get me a mineral water bottle? Oh no. Give me a bottle like the one for Nutri Express. He'll transfer the money to you later. Fu Lingxuan was mortified. How was he supposed to use this basin? He wasn't going to take a dump. Did he really need Xiao Nanliang's help? Why was his face burning? It felt weird. If he had a water bottle, he could handle it himself. So many demands. Really? A Nutri Express bottle? What kind of demand is that? I think an ampoule is enough, small and cute. What? Doubting me? Want me to show it to you? Fu Lingxuan continued to tease. Forget it, she wouldn't stoop to his level. He was just a pervert. Su Yin obediently went to look for a drink bottle, but whether she could find one was uncertain. There should be vending machines in the hospital, right? She hadn't noticed any when she came. Su Yin was a bit tempted to slack off and let the guy suffer, but her conscience bothered her. After all, he had saved her life. In the struggle between conscience and unease, Su Yin searched unhurriedly. Finally, after 5 minutes, she found one. After buying the Nutri Express, she didn't want to waste it, so she had to drink it herself. But with her small stature and having just eaten a full meal, finishing it was a bit difficult. After struggling for a few dozen seconds, she chose to pour out the remaining Nutri Express. Then she went to the bathroom to wash it clean. Meanwhile, Fu Lingxuan was under immense pressure. He realized he couldn't bend over, he had just tried to prop himself up. As a result, his whole body felt like it was exploding, as if the bones inside were cracking. It was a pain beyond endurance. In an instant, his face turned pale, as if he were about to die. Oh no! Did he really need assistance? Returning to the hospital room, Su Yin saw Fu Lingxuan looking utterly despondent. Had he wet the bed? The corners of Su Yan's mouth twitched, barely suppressing a smile. Xiao Yan, help me out, I can't get up. Fu Lingxuan said, his face ashen like a salted fish that had lost all hope. Rather than a stranger, he might as well let Su Yin assist him. After all, Xiao Nanliang couldn't possibly be bigger than him. What a joke. Huh. This guy actually had to beg her for something. She felt a mischievous urge to take a look at him. A few minutes later, she watched Fu Lingxuan's face flush crimson, his expression utterly lifeless. But it had to be said, Xiao Nanliang's little hands were quite soft, fair, and tender. Xiao Yan, could you step out for a while? I need to rest. Fu Lingxuan weakly laid his head on the pillow, as if his soul had been drained away, his mind replaying the sensation of that touch over and over. Su Yin nodded, then picked up the yellow tea and left the ward. Once in the restroom, she emptied the liquid inside, tossed the bottle into the bin by the door, and went to the sink to squeeze some hand sanitizer, scrubbing her fair little hands. After finishing, she shook her hands dry. Then, unsure of what to do next, she noticed Fu Jiangwo and Lin Yi had slipped away again, and Fu Lingxuan wouldn't let her back in. So why not? Play a few rounds of a game. With that thought, Su Yin found a quiet spot and happily started gaming. Recently, the game had introduced a new high-stakes mode that was basically a resource graveyard. Anything from high-end weapons, large backpacks, level 5 armor, to level 6 armor. She had to plan a little scheme where it damaged level 6 armor and a big black helmet, wait until the last 20 minutes, then pop various boosters, and go kick those ghouls. After a while, little Su Yin felt drowsy, but suddenly an unbearable pain struck her stomach. Was this a terminal illness? Was she about to die? She clutched her stomach tightly, trying to ease the pain by squeezing it. Meanwhile, a young doctor on his rounds noticed this adorable little girl again. He wasn't sure why he felt so concerned for Su Yin. Perhaps it was her white hair and the fact that he thought she was mute. Mistaking her for a patient, he naturally paid her extra attention. Little one, where do you feel unwell? The doctor asked in a gentle tone, making Su Yin look up. She didn't quite remember him, and quickly gestured, trying to refuse his help. You don't look well. Is it a stomach ache? I saw you holding your stomach. The young doctor kept inquiring. Su Yin nodded, then recognized him. Is it your period? The doctor asked, first ruling out possibilities. Su Yin froze. Wow, how could I forget about that? She had only been a girl for 3 days, so it was easy to overlook such a thing. Embarrassed, she nodded, her eyes darting to the doctor as he removed his mask, revealing a handsome face. The doctor was charming and refined, gentle and polite, and genuinely caring. His image was instantly etched into her memory. Su Yin nodded shyly, her gaze flickering to the doctor. He removed his mask, revealing a handsome face. The doctor before her was elegant and courteous, gentle and considerate, and his care for her left a deep impression. I'll buy it for you. Wait here, the doctor said kindly. Su Yin reached out to stop him, but he had already run off. Experiencing kindness from a stranger for the first time, Su Yin could hardly believe it. She was a little mute, too afraid to ask for help from anyone, so she rarely encountered kind-hearted passers-by. But she didn't want this doctor to be nice to her, because she didn't want to owe anyone a favor. She preferred to handle things herself. Due to her physical discomfort, she couldn't move and had to stay there enduring the pain. Before long, the doctor returned bringing not only sanitary pads, but also a cup of warm brown sugar water. Su Yin quickly gestured her thanks and bowed. Just then Lin Yi, who had stepped out for a moment, returned and saw Su Yin standing close to a strange doctor. A sudden sense of crisis surged within her. Her foolish son bullied Su Yin every day. If someone kind and good-hearted appeared by Su Yan's side, it would be easy to win her affection. Xiao Yin, is it your period? Lin Yi hurried over and sat beside her asking. Su Yan's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. How could this auntie say such a thing in public? Looks like I guessed right. Want me to take you to the restroom? Lin Yi asked curiously, placing a hand on her shoulder and gently kneading it. Su Yin pushed her hand away and quickly fled the scene, utterly mortified. Once in the restroom, Su Yin opened the ultra-thin sanitary pad, then read the instructions and placed it on her underwear as directed. At least that was one problem solved. Returning to the corridor outside the ward, she was about to sit down and continue gaming when she saw Lin Yi calling her over. Reluctantly, she followed. Xiao Yin, let's go rest for a while and come back this afternoon, Lin Yi said, taking her hand and leading her to a nearby luxurious residential complex. To her surprise, Lin Yi took out her phone and used NFC to open the access gate of the compound. Poverty had limited her imagination. She never expected that wherever Lin Yi went, she had a home. Unlike her confined to a 100-square-meter apartment for her whole life. Damn it. She too would become a capitalist. She would ride roughshod over Fu Lingxuan, wear leather shoes, and kick his ass hard. Xiao Yin, this is the apartment we used to stay in. When Lingxuan's grandparents, my in-laws, were alive, they often had chemotherapy at the nearby hospital, so we simply bought this place, Lin Yi explained, seeing Su Yan's confusion. It's not my home, so why tell me all this? Xiao Yin, how about I give this apartment to you? Lin Yi suddenly said. What? Don't joke like that. Are you giving it to me, or to your future daughter-in-law? I'm not that foolish. No way she'd fall for that. Su Yin shook her head. Taking from others would put her in their debt. It's fine, we can talk about it later. There would be no later. Ever since she had gotten the upper hand over young Lingxuan, she knew it would never happen, unless she had a death wish. Entering the compound, the security guards stood like soldiers, just as they had when the complex was first built, tall, patrolling in neat steps, as vigilant as a military police unit. If Su Yin knew how much they were paid, she would lose all ambition and just want to be a lazy fish. Remember the way and note the floor number. Don't forget, Lin Yi said, gently squeezing her little hand to bring her back to reality. All right, whatever you say. She had no choice but to comply. Lin Yi tidied up the room her son often slept in. Since it had been unoccupied for a long time, she had to do it herself. Occasionally, she would send her maid to clean, so it didn't take too long to arrange the room. Xiao Yin, you can stay here tonight. Do you still remember the way to the hospital? It's not far. There are shared bikes and scooters at the community gate. You can chat with my son anytime, talk about feelings, and even though you can't speak, you can still text him on your phone. Lin Yi, like a matchmaker, urged Su Yin to take the initiative and get closer to her son, hoping she would be more proactive. She decided not to hire a nurse for her son, because if Su Yin took care of him, it might gradually make her son fall for this person. Then their feelings would heat up quickly. The more she thought about it, the more reasons Lin Yi found for Su Yin to care for her son alone, preferably without any hospital nurses. After listening to Lin Yi chatter for a while, she finally got to rest. But then Lin Yi cleared out a dance studio. She couldn't let the dance practice lag. What if her son later complained that she hadn't pushed Su Yin to practice hard enough? In Lin Yi's fantasy, Su Yin, dressed in a beautiful dance outfit, danced gracefully, while her son gently wrapped his arm around Su Yan's slender waist, dancing together, gradually falling in love in an intimate atmosphere. In that ambience, harmonious music rose and fell with rhythm, and the next morning they woke up in the same bed. She now found it hard to understand the dating process of today's youth. Forget it, she would take it step by step. After all, she was there to guide them. In the afternoon, Lin had already left to take care of her son, while Su Yin slowly got out of bed. It felt so good to slack off. She wondered how Fu Lingxuan was doing now. She really didn't want to see him, but she was afraid of ruining her image in Lin Yi's eyes. If Lin Yi stopped protecting her, Fu Lingxuan could bully her at will. If that happened, she might be close to giving in for free. At that moment, Lin Yi sat by Fu Lingxuan's bedside, peeling grapes for him. If she had a choice, Lin Yi would rather peel oranges. Grape skins were tricky, often breaking off halfway, driving her obsessive-compulsive disorder crazy. Son, have you and little Naliang become so close that you would rather get hurt yourself to protect her? Lin Yi voiced her confusion. Fu Lingxuan frowned, unsure what to say. I don't know either. The situation was urgent, and I instinctively shielded her. Maybe I felt she was fragile. If I didn't protect her, she might die. Also, I felt a bit dazed, as if she had turned into a girl, and my body moved on its own. I even had a sudden urge to kiss her. Maybe that damn little Namliang was wearing perfume. Fu Lingxuan said half-jokingly. Lin Yi laughed, thinking that his body was quite perceptive. It could sense that Su Yin was a girl, but unfortunately his mind was fooled. If one day her son fell in love with male Su Yin and mistakenly thought he had been turned gay, how amusing that would be. Then she would secretly tell him the truth, giving him a roller coaster surprise. Mom, what does that little Nanliang mean by wearing perfume? Is she trying to seduce me? Fu Lingxuan asked. Lin Yi knew that Su Yin didn't wear any perfume. She was fully aware of all her belongings except for her phone. Oh, you're so narcissistic. What if you fall for her before she falls for you, and you want to betray your ancestors and do something outrageous? I'd beat you to death for sure, Lin Yi said, playfully curious to see how far he would go for Su Yin. Mom, don't overthink it. I'm not that kind of person. Just if, Su Yin were really a girl, I might love her deeply. If she dared to love someone else, I would lock her up and spend day and night growing feelings until one day her belly swells and she can't cause trouble anymore. Oh, you sure know how to imagine. What if she's actually a girl? Would you turn into a simp? No. Simps don't get any meat. I'd become a wolf at most. Devour her first, then kneel on a washboard later. Lin Yi's mouth nearly split from smiling. She was eager to see how her son would act next. Mom, your smile is too exaggerated. Something's wrong. Fu Lingxuan couldn't stand her laughing like that. It always happened when he made a fool of himself. He still couldn't figure out what he had done to make her laugh like that. Alright, I'll stop talking to you. We'll talk later. After learning how much her son liked Su Yin, Lin Yi left. Mom called little Nanliang over. Fu Lingxuan said quietly. He was a bit urgent to pee but couldn't find a suitable person. Hiring a nurse felt weird, and most young nurses had ulterior motives. In short, he wanted Su Yin to take care of him. After thinking it over, little Nanliang was perfect. Then he wouldn't be controlled by strange women or other men. Only this guy was special. He didn't seem to mind him. I know. Wait a bit. She's still sleeping. Isn't it a bit excessive? Lin Yi felt a little helpless, wanting her son to be more gentlemanly and not leave a bad impression on Su Yin. But Fu Lingxuan thought otherwise. If little Nanliang didn't come soon, he would wet the bed. At that moment, Su Yin had already reached the hospital entrance. She hesitated, not really wanting to take care of Fu Lingxuan. That guy was too annoying. But just as she was about to find a place to slack off, her phone rang. Hello, Xiao Yin. Come to the hospital quickly and take care of my son. I'll transfer you some money and you can buy some snacks. Forget it, she might as well go over early. Plus she could earn some pocket money. Su Yin walked to the vending machine, bought a bottle of water, and drank while walking. Along the way she saw medical staff rushing about. She glanced at her phone. It was just past 4 in the afternoon. The sun outside was quite hot, but the hospital always maintained a low temperature, supposedly to inhibit bacterial growth. Su Yin walked a bit further and noticed an unread message. A WeChat transfer of 200 yuan. No way. She was that rich. This job wasn't so hard anymore. Su Yin quickened her pace toward the ward. Just as she arrived outside the ward, Su Yin saw Lin Yi coming out. Oh, Xiao Yin, you're here so fast. Go take care of your boyfriend. Auntie is going to buy some things, and we'll make you some soup later to nourish your body. Lin Yi rarely cooked, but since her son was injured, she felt uneasy not doing something. Su Yin made an okay gesture and opened the ward door, noticing Fu Lingxuan's unusual expression. Just in time, Xiao Yin. Close the door first and dump the water from your bottle. I need your help. Or could she just slack off and let this guy wet the bed? But seeing Fu Lingxuan's pathetic state, she chickened out. Afraid of being held accountable later, Su Yin did as he instructed. A few minutes later, Su Yin poured out the nauseating yellow tea. This Fu Lingxuan seemed somewhat different. What a detestable fellow. He was bound to meet his doom. After discarding the plastic bottle, she scrubbed her hands vigorously with soap, bought a new bottle, and then returned to attend to Fu Lingxuan. Minutes later, Su Yin sat by his bedside, uncertain of what to do. I feel a bit uncomfortable lying down. Fu Lingxuan expressed longing to turn over. Lying still for so long was causing his waist to ache. Su Yin recalled that the bed had an adjustable function, allowing half of it to rise slowly. She moved to the bedside, found the switch, and adjusted the bed structure. Now he sat as if in a recliner, feeling somewhat more comfortable. If you have nothing to do, just play games by my side. I don't need your care for now, Fu Lingxuan said after a moment's thought. He figured it was better to let her occupy herself with something rather than sit idly. Su Yin was overjoyed. She had no desire to sit there in boredom, accompanying him in a daze. She immediately opened her phone and began to play. As she played her game, Fu Lingxuan watched from the side, unable to do anything else. He could move his fingers, but lifting his arm would strain his injured muscles, making it impossible for him to even scroll through short videos. Moreover, Fu Lingxuan disliked games and short videos, preferring more meaningful activities. Move a bit closer. I want to watch too, he whispered. Su Yin was uncertain, but complied with her boss' request. She equipped her gear and entered the Battle Royale mode. They played for over an hour. Fu Lingxuan finally realized that she was a coward, constantly hiding or lying down to sleep. Her gameplay was utterly lacking in awareness, akin to a rookie. He often saw her bullets flying into the sky, and the sudden sound of her AX rifle would even startle him. Your skills are terrible. You're always lying down to sleep. You need practice, Fu Lingxuan teased. Su Yan's face flushed red with anger. How dare that wretched Fu Lingxuan mock her? She decided to stop playing and stare him down, instead seeing who would get bored first. Just as she was about to outlast him, he said, "Let's watch some short videos." Su Yan found this reasonable and immediately switched to scrolling through videos. Gaming was not for her, as short videos suited her better. As she opened the app, she saw several girls in cute anime-style dresses dancing to cheerful music with suggestive borderline provocative moves. Their enchanting and seductive dances were indeed captivating. Oh, you like this type? Not bad, but with your condition, you could never handle a woman like that, Fu Lingxuan remarked with a slight smirk. Su Yan pouted, knowing she couldn't handle them now, not with her manhood gone. She scrolled further and saw more beautiful girls in alluring outfits dancing seductively. I didn't expect you to be a lecher, but with your physique it might be tough. Want me to introduce you to a sugar mommy? She might be a bit heavy, around 200 pounds. Fu Lingxuan continued to taunt, his smirk fixed, infuriating Su Yan. How infuriating. He talked so much while she was just watching videos. She wished she could stuff something in his mouth. Then the videos shifted to fishing, donkey hoof, trimming, novel promotions, various success philosophies, and college student daily life. These videos deeply misled Fu Lingxuan into believing Su Yan was a boy, as none of the female relatives or friends he knew would watch such content. Then Su Yan stumbled upon a video of a beautiful man, a Nan Liang, who suddenly donned a white hanfu, looking as elegant as a fairy from a period drama. The stark contrast left even Fu Lingxuan speechless. He had never seen Su Yan in men's clothing. Oh, your kindred spirit. I thought Nan Liang were rare, but it turns out I just hadn't encountered many. This man was too insufferable. She had to find a way to shut him up, or he would drive her to death. Seeing her both angry and helpless, he felt a twisted pleasure. Just as they were watching videos, Lin Yi returned from outside. She brought a lunchbox and a container of nourishing soup. You two, time for dinner. Make do with this today. I made the soup myself, so it might not be as good as restaurant fare, but don't waste it. It took me over 2 hours to prepare. Lin Yi brought many dishes, some from high-end takeout, and some she had cooked herself. Since Fu Lingxuan couldn't move his hands, Lin Yi had to feed him. Meanwhile, Su Yan began eating ravenously, looking as if she hadn't eaten for days. Su Yan rarely had such delicious food, so she happily finished everything. The soup Lin Yi brought was not exceptional, but was passable. She downed it in one gulp, pretending it was especially good to win Lin Yi's favor. Is Aunt Xiaoyan's soup good? Lin Yi couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. The greatest compliment to a cook was an empty plate. Su Yan nodded eagerly, looking as obedient as could be. Sycophant, Fu Lingxuan thought sourly. This girl. Well, let her make his mother happy. He felt he could be discharged in about a week, though full recovery would take a bit longer. Lingxuan later, Xiao Yan and I will go for a walk to digest the food. You rest for now. Fu Lingxuan rolled his eyes. Little did she know how boring it was to lie in a hospital bed, unable to move his hands or body, feeling numb, with poor circulation, and even struggling to use the toilet. All right, I'll rest. Please lower the bed so I can lie flat. Oh, Mom, step out for a moment. I need to talk to Xiao Yan. Fine, Lin Yi nodded and left the room. Xiao Yan, I need your help again. Not the bathroom again, Su Yan thought with a frown before nodding in agreement. Fu Lingxuan's cheeks flushed slightly. He felt a bit embarrassed seeing how adept Su Yan had become at this. He wanted to find a hole to crawl into, feeling deeply unsettled at being outmaneuvered by her so many times. Oh, well, he'd wait for a chance to get back at her little sidekick. He wondered just how big that guy's little thing was. Probably couldn't even find it with a magnifying glass. A faint smile curled at the corner of Fu Lingxuan's lips as he watched Su Yan bustling about. Having her set up this cannon for him every day made him feel a bit awkward. The doctor had said he'd likely recover in about 2 months and could be discharged in a week, but he couldn't perform any strenuous movements like bending or throwing during these 2 months. That meant he'd need help with bathing. The mere thought of that scene filled him with despair. Wouldn't that little Nan Liang be overjoyed? But no, Xiao Nan Liang didn't seem interested in him. He could even see the smile tugging at her lips. After finishing up, Su Yan followed Lin Yi out. The setting sun was as crimson as blood spreading across the sky. On the sweltering streets, crowds bustled and traffic flowed endlessly. Amid the hurried figures on the busy thoroughfare, only they strolled leisurely. Su Yan couldn't understand why Lin Yi would want to take a walk with her in such heat. Was an after-dinner stroll really a must? Unable to figure it out, she simply stopped thinking about it. On the way, Lin Yi spotted a clothing store and excitedly dragged Su Yan over. Su Yan saw the shop front adorned with all sorts of little dresses. No way. She didn't want to wear dresses anymore, as she wanted to go back to men's clothing. But her ample chest seemed impossible to hide. If she wore men's clothes, it would only look more suspicious since she hadn't found a suitable binder. Xiao Yan, look, is there anything you like? Lin Yi placed a hand on her shoulder and pointed at a dress on a mannequin. Su Yin quickly waved her hand to stop her, not wanting her to spend money. The more she owed, the harder it would be to repay later, and she didn't want to sink deeper into debt. It's fine, Annie has plenty of money. Look, this dress isn't expensive, just over 1,000 yuan. My handbag alone could buy the whole store. Lin Yi patted the bag at her waist. This child was too reserved, too polite. She decided to pick out her favorite dresses herself, holding them up to Su Yan's chest and examining them carefully. Not bad, I'll take this one too. Lin Yi didn't ask Su Yan to try them on, fearing hidden cameras in the store. In no time, she had selected dozens of dresses, all in a cute style that suited Su Yan. There was a white floral print dress, a campus-style piece that would evoke a first love feeling, but on Su Yan it made her look like a little kid. Anyone would mistake her for a high school or middle school student. After buying clothes, they moved on to shoes, bras, and underwear. Then came a pile of hair accessories like bow clips and crystal barrettes. In short, Lin Yi wanted to dress Su Yan up beautifully. The small clothing store had just completed a quarter's worth of sales in one go. Have someone deliver these to this address later, Lin Yi said, handing the salesperson the address of the apartment near the hospital. Then she dragged Su Yan out to buy more daily necessities like cosmetics. She had never seen Su Yan use any, and her face would easily get damaged by UV rays without sunscreen. So Lin Yi took her to a skincare store. Their arrival stunned the shop assistants, while the bodyguards lurking nearby grew impatient. But with such high pay and relatively easy work, they suppressed their restlessness. It was like a whirlwind sweeping through. Lin Yi wanted to buy everything she saw, regardless of whether it was useful. Xiaoyan, you seem a bit unhappy. Are you worried I'm buying too much? Let me tell you, if the rich don't spend and just hoard money, it wrecks the economy. In ancient times, merchants loved hiding away their gold and silver. By the end of a dynasty with less silver and gold in circulation, the exchange rate for copper coins soared and the national economy collapsed. So we're not doing anything wrong. Don't overthink it. Su Yan watched Lin Yi ramble on, which seemed to ease her anxiety a little. But still, was it really okay to accept so many things? And the skincare products Lin Yi bought were even more expensive than the clothes, starting at several thousand or tens of thousands of yuan. It felt less like shopping and more like being ripped off by the store. Yet Lin Yi didn't seem the least bit pained, spending money like water. After nearly an hour of shopping, they finally stopped. But Fu Lingxuan was in agony. Having just drunk soup, he was plagued by frequent urination and a desperate need to go, sweat pouring down his face. Wasn't that kid just out for a walk? Why was she taking so long? Was she trying to kill him? Fu Lingxuan urgently wanted to make a call, but as he reached out, a searing, stabbing pain shot through his chest. The saying, a single move affects the whole body, was perfectly apt for him now. After a long while, he felt he couldn't hold on any longer. His bladder was about to burst. Just then the door opened. Su Yan saw Fu Lingxuan's face flushed red, as if he was enduring something. Panicked, she was about to run for help. Stop. Xiaoyan, bring your water bottle over here. I need a favor. Fu Lingxuan spoke humbly, for the first time terrified that Su Yan would run off. I don't want to listen, you're talking nonsense. I want to see this guy wet the bed. Xiaoyan, you wouldn't want your family to know you dressed as a girl and swindled me out of hundreds of thousands, would you? Fu Lingxuan said slowly. Oh, how dare he threaten her? Su Yan's stubborn streak flared up. Her face twisted in anger. She lifted her leg to leave the ward. I'm not threatening you. I'm just asking you to calm down. Hurry up, I can't hold it much longer. Fu Lingxuan was bright red, on the verge of passing out. This guy? Fine, shed reluctantly, help him one more time. After all, he had saved her before, so she ought to do something decent. Su Yan pulled back the covers, unscrewed the water bottle, and poured the remaining water into the lunchbox Lin Yi had brought. Then she grabbed a tissue to wipe the bottle's rim, just in case he caught some virus, and blamed her. Xiaoyan, after you shower tonight, could you come stay here and take care of me? I promise from today on I'll never spank you again or bully you. If I do, may I be a dog, a faithless dog. Really? Su Yan was a bit skeptical. After taking care of Fu Lingxuan, she went to wash her hands and dispose of the mineral water bottle. Earlier he had the audacity to demand she bring him a bottle of nutrition drink, but now he no longer had such picky preferences. He had even started reusing the bottles. Returning to the ward, Su Yan sat on a stool and began playing games. Little did she know this would soon turn into her nightmare. Within the span of an hour, Fu Lingxuan's frequent urges to urinate forced her to shuttle back and forth constantly, washing her hands, leaving her with hardly any time to play. After 2.5 hours, Fu Lingxuan had grown numb. Each repeated cycle filled him with regret. Why had he saved Xiao Nanliang? If he hadn't, perhaps he would be the one sitting on that stool instead of being at her mercy. Xiaoyan, go take a shower first. You can take care of me later, Fu Lingxuan said, sensing his urgency subsiding. Su Yan nodded, a flicker of worry crossing her face, but since it wasn't her bed that would get wet, she left without a second glance. Heartless wretch, leaving so decisively. Half an hour later, Su Yan returned after her shower and once again helped Fu Lengxuan to the restroom. How infuriating. He lay comfortably in bed, while she had to stay up all night attending to him. Fortunately, the adjacent bed was empty, so she could sleep there. Xiao Yin, from now on we're brothers. Whenever I have a bite to eat, I'll save half for you. Fu Lengxuan couldn't resist making empty promises. It was an ingrained habit of his. Su Yin didn't believe him, but a flutter of joy stirred within her. Still, she remembered how she had been tricked into coming here just a few days ago. No need to look at me with that suspicious gaze. I mean it. With our bond, you could walk sideways through the company without anyone daring to question you. Fu Lengxuan flashed an enigmatic smile. Watching his adorable little junior's eyes gradually clear with hope, he almost felt a pang of guilt. But he was a capitalist at heart. And what capitalist was ever truly good? Wasn't it perfectly justified to swindle a petty trickster? She had deceived him first after all. He was merely giving her a taste of her own medicine. Let's call it even. Consider my tips to you as charity. You don't need to dwell on it anymore. Fu Lengxuan declared flatly. What truly gnawed at him wasn't the money. That amount was barely enough for a few meals, but the way Su Yin had toyed with his emotions. Back then he had treated her as his future wife, and the thought of his misplaced affection ignited an indescribable fury. Unaware of his turmoil, Su Yin sat beside Fu Lengxuan like a close comrade, scrolling through short videos together, watching attractive women sway their hips. Suddenly Fu Lengxuan felt a strong urge to bathe. His skin was sticky and clammy. Given his condition, however, it was impossible unless someone was willing to wipe him down with a towel, and he couldn't even turn over. What was the point? Forget it. As night fell, Su Yin grew drowsy, but Fu Lengxuan remained wide awake. The fractured ribs caused excruciating pain with every breath, as if a deeper inhale might cost him his life. This agonizing torment, coupled with the monotony of lying still, was sheer torture for both body and mind. Sleeping on the hospital bed was soft and comfortable, but the downside was Fu Lengxuan's midnight cries for help to relieve himself, which disturbed her rest. Her sleep was ruined throughout the night. In the morning he needed to go again. It was utterly exasperating. However, a young doctor arrived that morning, apparently a friend of Fu Lengxuan's. This man seemed remarkably skilled, though not particularly wealthy compared to Fu Lengxuan's extreme affluence. To Su Yin, however, the doctor's annual salary of tens of millions was beyond her reach. He had entered university at 12 and earned his PhD at 16, a true prodigy from a gifted youth program. It was a pity he chose medicine over more prestigious fields like aerospace, but Fu Lengxuan kept singing his praises. What do you think? My buddy here could handle a gender reassignment surgery for you with ease. Want to give it a try? Given your height and build, you'd make a cute little loli. Finding a wife might be tough, but a husband would be much easier. Fu Lengxuan teased her as usual. How infuriating. Last night, they were sworn brothers, and now he was mocking her. Once he recovered, would he start breaking their pact? Worse still, would he suggest having a child to cement their brotherly bond? What? Am I wrong? Look at you, Xiao Yin. Even your name has a feminine character. You were clearly born in the wrong body. I'm just trying to help you correct it. That doctor friend of mine is a genius. He's just over 30, a few years older than me, but already a top expert in his field. If his family hadn't fallen on hard times, he'd probably be a rich second-generation heir. But his salary is nothing to sneeze at. If you're not comfortable here, you could go to Thailand or the States. Their gender reassignment surgeries are top-notch. I'd even cover the travel and medical expenses. Watching Fu Lengxuan's vivid narration, her anger flared. Annoying man. Su Yin ignored him, but he unable to do anything else, in his boredom indulged in base pleasures like teasing her. His favorite pastime was seeing her angry yet speechless. Seriously, that thing of yours is so tiny you'd need a magnifying glass to find it. You might as well have it chopped off. She wanted to retort that his own had already shriveled, but she held her tongue. Su Yin could only pout silently on the stool. See, you're angry again. Am I wrong? She decided that next time he needed to relieve himself, she would deliberately delay, teaching him a lesson. With that resolve, she tried to slip away. Hey, don't leave. Big brother has a gift for you, Fu Lengxuan called out, panicking as she rose to leave. If he needed to go again, would he wet the bed? What gift? Probably just a lie to keep her around. Su Yin cast a skeptical glance at Fu Lengxuan. Bring me my phone, he said. What did he mean? Was he going to call his mother to supervise her? Reluctantly, she handed him the phone. You like that game Dark Vermin, right? Let me buy you some skins to cheer you up. Open the game's payment page, and I'll handle it. Su Yin was stunned. Someone was actually willing to spend money on her. Fu Lengxuan, meanwhile, found her far too easy to manipulate. A little money was all it took to keep her in line. Would it be just as simple to trick her into going to Thailand for sterilization? Su Yin had no idea of the sinister Fu Lengxuan, but at this moment, she didn't care. Having received several 648 top-ups from Fu Lengxuan, she began frantically drawing for knife skins and beautiful gun skins. Young man, stop playing video games, go out for a walk, enjoy the scenery. or find a philosophy book to broaden your horizons. Fu Lingxuan couldn't help but lecture this guy again. Mind your own business, who are you? Su Yin continued playing. This round had to be satisfying. The game started with a Lixiangguo announcement, then a single bullet hit right in the face. Youth is good. Fall asleep, instantly screen went black. Damn it. This crappy game I'm done. Oh, with that expression on your face looks like you're suffering a heavy loss. Someone like you should only play games for girls. This kind of intense gunfight game isn't for you. Look, something like Nuan Nuan would suit you better, Fu Lingxuan said teasingly. Fu Lingxuan mocked. This little noob, seriously, your skills are so bad, yet you still insist on playing. It's like Chao Pi's wife picking vegetables, Zheng Ji picking vegetables. Your perseverance is truly incomprehensible. Damn it. My big gold, worse than being bullied. Finally got the big gold after waiting so long. Miserable. Miserable all day. Tisk little noob, is this all? Can't handle such a small blow. Back in the day when your brother Xian was ambushed by foreign capital, I stayed awake for 3 days straight watching the company's stock rise and fall like an electrocardiogram. Much more thrilling than your crappy game. Why does this man have a mouth? He's good looking, but his mouth is so annoying. He puts her down every day, making her miserable. Whoever marries him will be out of luck. Why, come here. I think I need to pee, Fu Lingxuan said awkwardly. Fu Lingxuan awkwardly realized that shortly after breakfast he needed to pee. Su Yin stood with her hands on her hips, unmoved, looking like she was enjoying the show, hoping to see Fu Lingxuan make a fool of himself. Oh dear, so petty, like a girl. Alright, your brother Xian will buy you skins no matter the cost, as long as you're happy. Fu Lingxuan was afraid. He didn't want to wet the bed. It didn't seem so bad after all. No wonder girls like being pursued. Having a man willing to spend money to make them happy brings a joy that's hard to understand. Seeing Su Yin scampering off to buy mineral water again, he helplessly clenched his fists. His arm couldn't move. Any movement caused tearing pain, much worse than ordinary pain, because it was the agony of a broken bone. Soon Su Yin returned and skillfully provided assistance to Fu Lingxuan then. Omitted not long after Fu Lingxuan's face began to turn red. His cold, stern expression couldn't hold up anymore. Seeing Su Yan's grinning face, he became furious. Su Yan sneered. She didn't expect this guy to be shy. Maybe he was having a reaction. She wondered if she could turn him gay. Impossible. If she dared to try, he would force her into a man's embrace. Then she would be the one to suffer. What, feeling inferior? Right, that tiny little thing of yours, almost invisible, doesn't dare to face a true dragon. Fu Lingxuan used words to hide his shyness, especially in front of Su Yan. He couldn't back down. What nonsense, I don't even have one, can't compare. Su Yan pouted, looking reluctant. What's that expression? Fu Lingxuan saw Su Yan's disdainful, slightly cold, and mocking look, and felt his dignity severely insulted. Just this expression, what else could it be? A faint smile curled at the corners of Su Yan's lips, a hint of joy dancing in her brows. Fu Lingxuan secretly admired her. She was quite attractive. If she were really a girl, she would have been his woman from the first meeting. There wouldn't have been so many opportunities for her to boss him around. Dealing with this little brat was a piece of cake. At this moment, Su Yin only wanted to make Fu Lingxuan bleed money to get him to give her more cash, so she could recharge her game and enjoy some spiritual pleasure. Dong dong, after playing around for a while, Lin Yi finally returned. Xiao Yin, Auntie bought you some jewelry, would you like to pick some? Lin Yi lifted the shopping bag in her hand, which contained many small boxes, each holding delicate trinkets. Su Yin quickly waved her hands. She didn't need to think to know these items were not cheap. But Su Yin couldn't speak, and her hands alone couldn't stop Lin Yi's enthusiasm. She just didn't expect that Lin Yi had bought her many beautiful, expensive little hair clips. These seemingly ordinary clips. She had no idea they were worth millions. She only thought they might be a bit pricey, maybe 1,000 or 2, but anything beyond that was beyond her understanding. Su Yin severely underestimated the value of these simple, yet cute little hair clips. Oh dear, really? Why does this Annie treat me like a daughter-in-law? Su Yin felt helpless, unaccustomed to such gift-giving. Xiao Yin looks so beautiful. From now on, these jewelry are yours. Don't return them to me, or I'll throw them straight into the trash, Lin Yi threatened Su Yin lightly. Then she opened another box, revealing a very pretty necklace and a pair of earrings. But she didn't have pierced ears, and getting them pierced was definitely not good. How could a boy get ear piercings? Wait, she was a girl now. Getting ear piercings didn't seem impossible, but if she wore such beautiful earrings, would she be targeted by motorbike thieves? She had heard many such cases in Guangnan province before. The older generation of wealthy people dared not show off. Back then it could really lead to trouble. Xiao Yin doesn't have pierced ears. Would you like Annie to take you to get them done? Lin Yi asked with a smile. I agree. Fu Lingxuan interjected suddenly. I disagree. That must hurt a lot. Su Yin raised both hands in protest. I didn't expect Xiao Yin to be so brave, raising her hand to agree. Auntie will take you to get your ears pierced later. It's nearby, very close, and it doesn't hurt at all, Lin Yi said with a smile, knowing full well that Su Yin was resistant. Lin Yi chuckled knowing Su Yin was resisting. It was obvious from her expression. The naive little thing with no experience in society was like an open book to her. So annoying. I have a mouth, but can't speak, while Fu Lingxuan has an extra mouth, always using words to put me down. Lin Yi gently pinched her ear, surprised that this guy didn't have pierced ears. Had she wasted the earrings she bought? These were terribly expensive, worth tens of millions. And the small necklace Su Yin was wearing at that moment was worth half a small fortune. This little girl seemed none too pleased. Lin Yi thought it was because Xiao Yin was afraid of the pain. It's alright, it doesn't hurt. I'll be fine in a few days. Look at my son, how brave he is. Lying on the bed without even a whimper. Lin Yi gently patted her son's chest. At that moment Fu Lingxuan's face flushed crimson like a boiled lobster, his facial muscles taut, tears nearly welling up from the pain. Auntie, is it really okay for you to thump that guy like that? Su Yin was utterly stunned, especially at the sight of Fu Lingxuan's agony. Yet she felt a secret delight, for that detestable fellow was suffering. Yes, it doesn't hurt at all. Xiao Yin, go get your ears pierced quickly, Fu Lingxuan said, feeling he shouldn't endure this blow alone. She ought to taste some pain too. But Su Yin refused. Once pierced, there was no going back. Boys didn't get ear piercings. It's fine, it really doesn't hurt. Look, Annie has piercings too. With them you can wear beautiful earrings. Do you prefer gold or silver? Lin Yi tried every trick to lure the child, certain any girl would love such shiny things. Unfortunately, Su Yin truly didn't care for them, and was even a bit scared. Piercing a hole in one's ear, wouldn't that hurt? Her mother had also gotten piercings once. As a child she didn't understand, or perhaps her mother had a girlish heart too, but she had never seen her wear earrings. Seeing her resistance, Lin Yi felt a pang of disappointment. However, not all earrings required piercings. There were clip-in converters, though they bore much less weight. Particularly expensive earrings were rarely light. They were usually part of a set with other jewelry. Alright, when you're ready to get piercings, come talk to me. But the necklace you're wearing now matches these earrings. Without them it's incomplete. Lin Yi produced a pair of small earrings. They were white, adorned with a pink gem, and the design fanned out like tassels into several delicate metal strands, each segment studded with tiny diamonds. Utterly charming. No wonder Lin Yi wanted her to get piercings. Seeing such pretty earrings, even a boy like him couldn't look away. Su Yan's gaze was so intense that Lin Yi knew she loved them. But without piercings her ears couldn't bear the weight. Do you like them? Lin Yi continued her coaxing. Su Yan snapped back to reality and shook her head firmly. Such precious items were too much. The necklace she wore, studded with so many gems, was surely worth a fortune she couldn't even fathom. Lin Yi seemed to understand. Su Yan didn't want to join the Fu family. Still, she wasn't worried her son liked this type. Love growing over time was indeed a slow burn. She considered using a few unorthodox methods to hasten their union, but feared causing Su Yan distress. What if the child never grew to like her son? Wouldn't that make her a great sinner? By the way, Xiao Yin, your sister's matter seems rather tricky. I'm afraid I can't. Lin Yi felt a twinge of guilt. The case involved college administrators, hospitals, and some officials with seemingly powerful figures behind them. The head of a university department was at the bureau level, and there appeared to be experts backing them. Forcing the issue further might cause chaos, though their intervention had likely deterred any rash moves. Even a corporate giant like the Fu family dared not offend certain people. As the saying goes, merchants have never contended with officials except abroad. A neighboring tycoon who ran a supermarket chain and had long supported football, even a former richest man like him, dared not cross the football association. He had said it was too dark inside for businessmen to handle. Not a joke, man. A family this big, and yet. Su Yin felt a moment of despair. Then she recalled a childhood brand worth 20 billion in market value back over a decade ago, equivalent to nearly 100 billion today. Such a giant had been subdued by a mere deputy director. Forget it. In fiction, financial moguls who could turn the world upside down didn't exist in China unless abroad. Xiao Yin, it's okay. I've looked into your sister's academic record. She's remarkable. If we transfer her to Germany as an exchange student, her future might be even brighter. She may need to study for 2 more years, though. Lin Yi proposed a compromise. Pursuing further studies there, earning a doctorate, was no joke. Those who graduated in 3 years were formidable. A PhD in Germany carried considerable prestige, but it would be tough on Su Yan. Oh, know what to do? Su Yan was at a loss, so she pulled out her phone. Her sister must be feeling terrible right now. She wanted to comfort her. Yet she didn't realize that while ordinary people couldn't fight dark forces, the military could. If they dared bully a soldier's wife, public opinion would expose their misdeeds, and even the biggest protective umbrellas would have to retreat. At that moment, Su Yan was getting a marriage certificate with an Air Force pilot. She had long known her sister was unreliable, so she made another plan. After so long apart, her boyfriend had become somewhat unfamiliar. Years ago she wanted to marry him, but academic demands and his flourishing military career delayed it. Others had tried to set him up, but he refused. Xiaoyan, once we're married you can't leave me. Zhao Qingji took her hand and led her to the backdrop. He was about her height, not much taller. Both were top students. One chose to defend the nation's skies, the other to heal the sick. Next time I'll introduce you to my sister. She idolizes you, Su Yin said with a bright, playful smile. In truth, Su Yin had no idea her sister even had a boyfriend. But Su Yin wasn't lying. If she knew her sister's boyfriend was an Air Force pilot, she'd be astonished. Didn't you say you only had a brother? Zhao Qingji was puzzled. Had his memory failed him? No, that one turned out to be a girl. A hospital check revealed her chromosomes were XX. She was mistakenly raised as a boy from childhood. Su Yin smiled knowingly. Such a thing required a little white lie, or how would Xiao Yin face their relatives? Really? Zhao Qingji was doubtful, but didn't question it. Hey, that little one just messaged me. Su Yin immediately opened a video call. A cute little white-haired girl gazed at her pitifully, then turned to Zhao Qingji beside her. She felt utterly discomfited. Her sister was married. Hello, Xiaoyan. This is your brother-in-law. Say hi. Brother-in-law. Oh no. My pure and chaste sister, has she already? Oh. Su Yin was utterly distraught. She had let her guard down. Xiaoyan, your brother-in-law is a soldier and an Air Force pilot at that. Su Yin hurriedly explained, seeing her sister's ferocious expression as if she wanted to tear Zhao Qingji apart. No way. Su Yin was stunned. She had jumped to conclusions too quickly. Her expression softened. She had been careless. She had thought her sister had just picked some random man, but he turned out to be a pilot. How? How did she even find someone like that? Su Yin was full of curiosity. Her sister wasn't a military doctor, so how did they meet? Your brother-in-law and I were high school classmates and also middle school classmates. We've known each other for a long time. He's very outstanding, Su Yin said, holding his arm with a smile. Since there was no longer a need for a household registration booklet to get married, it was quite convenient. Naturally, China's fighter pilots were even rarer than billionaires. There were hundreds of thousands of families with assets over 100 million, but pilots were even fewer. Xiaoyan, this is our first meeting. I didn't bring you a gift, but next time we meet in person, I'll give you a model airplane, okay? Zhao Qingji waved his hand. Seeing such a cute little girl, he felt delighted and couldn't help but speak to her in a coaxing tone. Xiaoyan, why are you at the hospital? What are you doing? Su Yin saw the scene behind her sister, which looked familiar like a hospital, so she asked casually. Oh, hello. You must be Xiaoyan's sister. You're so beautiful, even more so than in your photos. I'm Lin Yi, the mother of the CEO of Fenghua Technology. Hello. Lin Yi leaned in to greet them. Hello. Thank you very much for your help, Annie. But those people are deeply involved, and it might be quite troublesome. I'm afraid of causing you trouble. You'd better not get involved, or it might affect your company unnecessarily. Su Yin, seeing an elegant lady appear behind Su Yin, immediately became cautious. Also, thank you for taking care of my sister. She's a bit frail and often gets sick. I hope she hasn't been too much trouble for you. Not at all. Your sister is very well behaved and adorable. Besides, I haven't even helped you yet. I'm a bit worried about your situation. If anything happens, please let me know. If things get really tough, you can come to Jingdu to lie low for a while. After the supervision team leaves, you can report them, then how about that? Lin thought that Su Yin might be bullied by the local powerful figures over there. Coming here would be safer, as she knew many people here and the atmosphere was better. After all, it was the capital. The big tigers wouldn't dare to do evil so blatantly. Jingdu was within the Fu family sphere of influence, much like how the neighboring internet giant sphere of influence was in Yu province. No need, Auntie. I've already written the complaint letter. They'll be staying in the military family compound, so no one can bully me. Su Yin quickly declined. I see. That works too. Lin Yi had originally wanted to do Su Yin a favor, but she overestimated her own reach. Perhaps the distance was too great for her to help. After the video call ended, Zhao Qingji patted Su Yin on the shoulder and said, Your sister is really cute. But I think I saw my future brother-in-law. He was lying in bed looking seriously injured. Su Yin's lips curled up slightly. She seemed to have caught a glimpse of a man on the hospital bed. Although he hadn't spoken throughout, his presence was not insignificant. What does he do? Zhao Qingji asked out of curiosity. He seems to be a CEO. His family has a massive amount of assets. Among them, Fenghua Group alone owns over 15 subsidiaries with a controlling scale of 10 trillion. The Fu family probably has assets worth 100 billion. That impressive. Zhao Qingji was shocked. Fortunately, he was a soldier and didn't have much contact with society. If nothing unexpected happened, he would spend the rest of his life in the military camp until one day he retired and transferred to become an ordinary section chief, bureau chief, or department head, depending on his future performance. What? Are you interested? Su Yin asked casually. She was actually more worried about Su Yin. Her foolish little sister might be tricked into losing her innocence, and even have a child then run away with the baby. That would be a headache. They shouldn't get involved with families that were too wealthy. Once their relationship broke down, the consequences would be severe. No, I just didn't expect your sister to be so impressive meeting a man like that. Zhao Qingji had never seen someone so wealthy before, so naturally he was curious. Am I not impressive? I married a pilot. Su Yin smiled brightly, her eyes filled with him. He said nothing, only smiled softly, and gently pulled her into his arms. They sat together on the chair, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Fu Lingxuan fell silent for a long time after seeing their video call end. Was it too much for him to bully the brother-in-law of an Air Force pilot? Besides, the pilot's sister was a medical student and a doctor. Su Yin would surely become a doctor who saved lives. These two people would probably dedicate their entire lives to service, only enjoying life after retirement. Xiao Yin, your brother-in-law, is really handsome. Lin Yi patted Su Yan's shoulder and said, really? She felt proud too, as if she was basking in her brother-in-law's glory. She became confident and radiant, even unable to resist putting her hands on her hips. Lin Yi could read the doubt in her eyes without even thinking. Really, why would Andy lie to you? Lin Yi ruffled her hair, then couldn't help but gently pinch her cheek. All right, enjoy the rest of your time here. Andy has to go out for a while. Lin Yi left Su Yin alone in the hospital again. Watching Lin Yi walk out of the ward with her handbag, Su Yin instantly felt dejected. She had to take care of this detestable guy again. Why, look at your sister, then look at yourself. You were just wearing women's clothes and shaking your butt online begging. Is that appropriate? Answer me. Look at my eyes. Fu Lingxuan began to interrogate Su Yin. Oh no. This wretched guy learned a few broken English phrases and started being aggressive. Her little hands clenched into fists, itching to beat him to death. But what Fu Lingxuan said didn't seem wrong. She really wasn't as good at learning as her sister. What? Hit a nerve, did I? Ignoring him, this guy was just trying to crush her confidence. He was a bad person. After a little self-suggestion, she pretended not to see or hear him, ignoring him entirely. Fu Lingxuan, lying in bed, was terribly bored. Su Yin had only ignored him for half a minute, and he couldn't stand it anymore. There was no one to argue with or play with him, so he could only lie stiffly in bed. Xiao Yin, say something. It's just the two of us here, and it's so boring. At least play a few games, and I'll Bro, are you serious? Speak. Su Yin glared at him in frustration, though she couldn't help but feel a flicker of pity for the man. How could it be that no one had come to visit him yesterday? Just as her confusion deepened, a knock echoed from the hospital door. A middle-aged man stood respectfully at the entrance bearing gifts, a fruit basket in one hand and a bouquet in the other. Upon spotting Su Yin, he brushed past her without a second glance. He didn't recognize her, dismissing her as some minor figure, or perhaps a caretaker, and thought nothing more of it. President Fu, yesterday your mother barred us from visiting, but today I've finally managed to come. How are you feeling? The man's face was plastered with sycophantic smiles as he edged closer to Fu Lingxuan. Fu Lingxuan, however, had no desire for conversation at that moment. Yet, recognizing the man as a business partner, he couldn't afford to offend him and forced himself to engage in pleasantries. I'm a bit under the weather, but you seem well, President Li. Fu Lingxuan offered a professional smile, knowing he couldn't afford to be aloof with partners. His cold demeanor was reserved only for useless employees like Su Yin. I'm in fine health, but I've heard foreign forces are meddling in the upcoming bid. You'd best be cautious, President Fu. President Li laughed exaggeratedly, puffing out his chest with a grand flourish. Su Yin realized this wasn't her place to stay. They were likely about to discuss company secrets. She needed to slip out. After all, Fu Lingxuan had already used the restroom and wouldn't need her for a while. So she stepped out of the ward. Outside the ward, she finally had the freedom to play on her phone. But then she spotted Fu Lingyu. Oh my god, what terrible luck. Her plans for gaming were about to be ruined. Oh, little Yin, so you're the one taking care of my brother. Fu Lingyu hurried over, settling onto the iron chair and pulling Su Yin into a tight embrace. Yin, I'll buy you some treats later. She held Su Yin close, playfully touching her, even pinching her adorable little ear. I just noticed you don't have earrings. Let me take you to get your ears pierced, okay? It won't hurt a bit. Like her mother, Fu Lingyu couldn't stand seeing Su Yin without any adornments. Su Yin shook her head as she was on her period today, and her stomach had suddenly started aching again. Seeing Su Yan's pallid, pained expression, her cheeks flushed from enduring the discomfort. Is it your period? Fu Lingyu asked, instinctively noticing her clutching her stomach. Su Yin nodded, continuing to press her abdomen and silently bearing the pain. I'll get you some brown sugar water. Sit here for a moment, Fu Lingyu said, softly patting her shoulder with a gentle tone and eyes full of concern. It had been a long time since Su Yin had contacted her parents, and she felt anxious. Lin Yi had told her before that her family owed a hefty debt, over 2 million. Su Yin feared the creditors would resort to violent collection, so she decided to check on her family's situation. Su Yin, Mom, the family owes over 2 million. How are you planning to repay it? I think I saw sister get married yesterday. Did you know? After a moment, a voice message replied. Mom knows. Your sister has had a boyfriend for a while now. You were the only one in the dark. Don't worry about the debt for now. Just focus on your job. Your sister told me your company is very famous, so work hard and don't get fired. How infuriating. She felt like an outsider. Why wouldn't her family tell her anything? Would they only reveal things when they couldn't be hidden anymore? Su-yin instantly deflated. Was she really that useless? Maybe that was true. Her sister was a PhD candidate. Even if she couldn't graduate, she was still a graduate student, and she was so brilliant. There was no way she wouldn't finish. If only it weren't for those despicable villains. So in the family, she was the only failure. Su-yin gazed at her own chest and sighed in despair. She couldn't even fulfill the role of carrying on the family line. Maybe she should take a trip to Thailand. Perhaps she could regain her manhood. Just then Fu Lingyu returned with the brown sugar water, saw Su-Yan's dejected look, and mistook it for moodiness caused by hormone deficiency. She tried to comfort her. Little Yin, what do you want? Like jewelry, earrings, or a bag? I'll buy them for you. I can even get you a little dress. Inheriting Lin Yi's shopping addiction, Fu Lingyu always turned to retail therapy when upset. But Su-Yin wasn't interested at all. She was too pessimistic. It was like graduating from college without finding a decent job, being pressured by family to find a wife, and then drowning in massive debt. A hopeless, despairing feeling. That was roughly her mood, compounded by hormone deficiency, leading to low spirits, irritability, and a temper she could barely control. Nothing could lift her spirits. No purchase could bring her joy. Her lost manhood couldn't be reclaimed like a eunuch after castration, wanting to marry, but realizing there was no going back. Yin, talk to me, alright? I'll read your messages. Fu Lingyu gently shook her shoulders, trying to get Su-Yin to respond, and not be so cold. Su-Yin had no choice. Any more shaking, and her head would split. Sister, I'm a useless waste, I can't do anything. How could that be? Fu Lingyu saw the chat on Su-Yan's phone and immediately denied it. Little Yin, you're so adorable. If you ever had a child, they'd be the cutest in the world. I'd love to know what you looked like as a little girl. You must have been really cute. Oh no, why was she talking about this again? Boring. Forget it. Su-Yin crossed her arms over her chest, crossed her legs, closed her eyes, and pouted high, shutting herself off from the world. Alright, Yin doesn't like this topic. How about some gossip? Gossip? Su-Yan's eyes lit up. What fresh gossip could there be? But she wasn't interested. She wasn't a girl. She didn't care for gossip. We once had a business partner whose ancestors were landlords inland. Later his family fell into poverty and was bullied, so they stowed away to the port city with their relatives. The family was caught by local smugglers who forced them to name relatives in the city to ransom them. The relatives came, but didn't have enough money. His sister was sold to the red light district, and his brother was beaten until he was crippled, dying of illness soon after. His sister disappeared for 20 years. The once destitute young man transformed into a business tycoon. Never mind how he made his fortune. He found his sister 10 years later, a lonely grave, not even a tombstone, overgrown with weeds, nothing but desolation. Later that partner tracked down the people who had bullied him back then. The revenge story was thrilling to hear, but the ending wasn't as satisfying as expected. Su-Yin listened, frowning and feeling distressed. She wondered, did enduring enough suffering and pain truly drive one to strive harder? So, she shouldn't give up. Besides, making money required brains. A mere loss was nothing. Just an obstacle blocking her path. Have you ever heard the story of the gambling king? Fu Lingyu continued to gossip with her. Su-Yin shook her head, gazing at Fu Lingyu with earnest attention, eager to hear something new. Have you ever seen a caregiver with a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan? His net worth once reached 200 million. Fu Lingyu exclaimed dramatically. Su-Yin was utterly stunned. Was there really such a path to wealth? She looked at Fu Lingyu with admiration. This brings us to the feuds among the wealthy families. When the gambling king suddenly suffered a stroke, his concubines from the second, third, and fifth houses began plotting for his legacy. The second and fifth houses even joined forces to divide the fortune. They hired a caregiver who was required to be married, top-notch in skills, and plain-looking. At that time there was indeed such a person. She didn't have a husband, but had a fiancé. This demand arose because the fifth concubine had once been a caregiver herself, so the others were wary of her. Though the caregiver was ordinary in appearance, she was gentle, considerate, highly skilled, and emotionally intelligent. She made the gambling king feel like family. During her long-term care, their bond deepened. Though she only cared for him for a year, his health miraculously improved. Eventually, the gambling king appeared hand-in-hand with the caregiver in the media. Just as she was on the verge of becoming his sixth concubine, she was dismissed. Years later, when the gambling king's health declined again, all the concubines refused to have her return. They gave her a check for 200 million yuan and told her to leave the elite circles forever. The caregiver took the money, married her fiancé, and vanished from sight. Su-Yin was listening intently when Fu Lingyu suddenly stopped. Why did she stop? Su-Yan's curiosity was piqued. She wanted to know the fate of the fiancé, who had gained wealth through betrayal. He was cuckolded but became rich with a fortune to last a lifetime. What was the moral of this story? Su-yin racked her brain. To get rich, should she first become a caregiver? She needed emotional intelligence, attentiveness, and to be like family by Fu Lingxuan's side. She pinched her cheek. It seemed to make sense. She was a caregiver now. Even if she was plain, she had to be attentive care for her employer and sacrifice something. No, that part could be ignored. She wasn't following the same path as that legendary caregiver. She relied on her hands, not her body. She was a respectable girl. Seeing Su-yin in better spirits, Fu Lingyu rubbed her cute face, hugging and kissing her. Su-yin blushed, overwhelmed by Fu Lingyi's enthusiasm, but accepted it. Yin, if you ever want to hear more secrets of the wealthy, come to me. I know plenty. Next time I'll tell you a story about succession struggles. Su-yin sat up straight, listening obediently. All right, let's go check on my brother. Fu Lingyu took her hand and led her inside. Inside, CEO Li had been awkwardly chatting with Fu Lingxuan for a long time. Seeing Fu Lingyu enter, he found an excuse to leave. Oh, CEO Fu, your sister is here. I won't disturb your rest. I'll take my leave now. Catch you later. CEO Li smiled cordially. Hello, CEO Li, Fu Lingyu greeted politely. Little you, you've grown so beautiful in just a few years. Not at all. After CEO Li left, Fu Lingyu quickly closed the door. She didn't want a parade of visitors disturbing her brother, giving her a headache. Brother, looks like you're having a good chat, she said with a smile, wondering if he'd blame her for not visiting yesterday. I've been on a date with some lover boy, and you forgot about your own brother. Only coming to see me today. Fu Lingxuan teased. Su-yin stood by the door like an NPC, perfectly still. I heard you weren't badly hurt. Since you weren't dying, I didn't come. Fu Lingyu pouted, a hint of reproach in her tone. All right, I'm fine now. Later, help me keep away those who want to visit. I don't want to be disturbed. Fu Lingxuan quickly asked his sister to intercept the visitors. He sensed something odd about her lately, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Brother, I've brought back your little caregiver. Fu Lingyu walked over to Su-yin and pushed her in front of Fu Lingxuan. I know? You can go now. Xiaoyan will take care of me here. Fu Lingyu felt she might be intruding on their time alone, so she tactfully left them to their privacy. Fu Lingxuan was troubled. Lying in the hospital bed, he had no chance to tease Su-yin. Not pranking her for a day made him restless. But a more urgent matter pressed. He needed to use the bathroom. And not just for urination. Xiaoyan, get me a basin. A basin? Su-yin was horrified. Could she handle this alone? It's fine. This bed is special. A section of the board can be removed. Fu Lingxuan had asked the nurse and knew the procedure. But this was too difficult. With his broken ribs, any movement would cause him excruciating pain. Though Su-yin was tempted to take advantage of his predicament, she feared his revenge. It's okay. Brother Xian can handle the pain. I won't scream. Fu Lingxuan was prepared. He had to assist in moving the board, or Su-yan's strength wouldn't be enough. He didn't want to soil himself. For his dignity, and to keep his privacy, he gritted his teeth through the pain. Su-yin reluctantly followed his instructions, moving the board, while he clenched his jaw, trying to lift his waist with his legs. The pain contorted his face, turning it bright red. Su-yin shifted the board, placed a stool under the bed to bring the basin closer, and fetched a plastic bottle. After 10 grueling minutes, Fu Lingxuan finally relieved himself. This terrifying ordeal was one he never wanted to repeat. No more car accidents. The pain was unforgettable. The room was thick with a heavy odor, forcing Su-yin to step outside. Inside, Fu Lingxuan stared at the ceiling, longing for a speedy recovery. After the smell dissipated, Su-yin re-entered. Perhaps due to their days together, Fu Lingxuan had grown increasingly dependent on her. Kid, you've done well. Once we're back at the company, you'll find you an easier position. He habitually painted rosy pictures as if it were second nature. Su-yin nodded, feeling that the story Fu Lingyu told her was highly instructive, surely meant to encourage her to work hard and strive for a monthly income of 800,000. Although it was highly unlikely she would achieve it, getting close was still possible, and one could always dream. Xiaoyan, help me wipe down my body. I want to bathe. Fu Lingxuan felt his backside wasn't clean, and his body was drenched in sweat, practically seasoned. It needed a wash. Fu Lingxuan had completely let go of his inhibitions. She hesitated, a hint of helplessness in her heart. Well, she was a caregiver now, and this was the dirty, thankless work caregivers did. Su-yin stopped hesitating and went to find a towel, a basin, and some body wash. She also needed to buy him a toothbrush to clean his mouth, maybe some gum, and turn on the TV for him. It felt like Fu Lingxuan was nearly as helpless as an invalid, now needing assistance with everything. Su-yin fetched some warm water and the necessary items, then began to unbutton his hospital gown. She started by wiping down his firm chest muscles, but kneeling on the bed in this position risked him catching a glimpse of her assets. So she adjusted her approach, first putting a blindfold on Fu Lingxuan before resuming the wash. Since he had fractured ribs and was severely injured, she dared not apply much pressure. Fu Lingxuan closed his eyes, finding it best to see nothing. Occasionally he would grunt in pain, and Su Yin would have to be even gentler. She cleaned every inch of him with great care and a light touch, but for the uninjured areas, especially the hidden spots like his armpits, she had to scrub a bit harder. After Su Yin finished her tasks, she closed her eyes and collapsed onto the adjacent bed to sleep. She was utterly exhausted, as drowsy as a perpetually sleep-deprived little girl, even swaying as she walked. When she slept, Su Yin liked to hug the blanket and clamp it between her legs, as if only that could grant her peaceful slumber. Due to the angle, Fu Lingxuan couldn't see how Su Yin slept. The past 2 days together had softened his hatred for her. Yet the plan he had devised, he felt it would be a waste not to execute it. But then again, she had been taking such devoted care of him. Torn between conscience and unease, Fu Lingxuan chose to continue his mischief, but with reduced intensity. As for the ultimate goal of straightening Su Yin, he was still biding his time for the right opportunity. In the afternoon, Lin Yi suddenly wondered how her son in his current state managed to use the toilet. So she hurried off to ask the doctor. After learning the situation, Lin Yi's lips curled slightly. The hospital and nurses hadn't helped her son with his toilet needs. So who had? The adorable Xiao Yin, of course. To make things easier for her son, Lin Yi decided to buy a new urinal, knowing he disliked sharing and had a severe case of misophobia. Lin Yi quickly shared this news with her daughter, wanting to discuss how to foster the relationship between the two without letting Fu Lingxuan discover Su Yan's true identity too soon. Su Yin had been bullied so harshly before. If Fu Lingxuan found out she was a girl now, it would surely lead to a dramatic pursuit to win her back. In the afternoon, Lin Yi arrived with her daughter, bringing nourishing soup, sweet drinks, and all kinds of meat and protein. Determined to speed up her son's recovery, she planned to make bone broth every day from now on. Though it might not be effective, the psychological comfort was strong. When dinner arrived, Fu Lingxuan managed a resigned smile. More soup. Did she really not understand? After the last bowl of soup, he had to go to the bathroom over a dozen times, and just thinking about that ordeal was despairing. Son, this is the bone broth your mother made for you. Drink up, it'll help you recover, Lin Yi said cheerfully, feeding him large spoonfuls. Fu Lingxuan wanted to say that the soup was mostly purine, since protein doesn't dissolve in water, and eating the meat would be more beneficial. But he dared not speak, because in the family she was the authority. No matter what he said, it would be useless, so he might as well just obediently drink the soup. Su Yin, at a small table on the other side, enjoyed a luxurious meal, replenishing her energy. She marveled at the excellent food, meat and fish every day, with occasional delicacies. Every time Lin Yi brought her many small gifts, and aside from her fear of getting her ears pierced, Su Yin always looked forward to Lin Yi's visits. Xiao Yin, I'm entrusting my son to your care. You are his girlfriend after all. If you have any difficulties, just let me know and Auntie will help you out, Lin Yi said as she fed her son, watching his face contort in disgust as he mechanically chewed the dry meat. Su Yin remained silent, since Lin Yi wasn't looking her way and was focused on shoveling food into her own mouth. She secretly wished Fu Lingxuan would stay bedridden forever so he couldn't bully her anymore, and she could witness his pathetic pleas for her not to abandon him. It felt like holding someone's life in her hands. Xiao Yin, look what Big Sis brought you. I bought you so many pretty dresses. Fu Lingyu pulled out her phone and flipped through photos of dresses she had ordered online, since she couldn't find any she liked in physical stores. She didn't like wearing dresses, but seeing Fu Lingyi's enthusiastic expression, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. Xiao Yin, I just found a set of jewelry at home that suits you. A necklace, earrings, and a hairpin, all matching. Since these pieces no longer fit my style, I want to give them to you. Fu Lingyu pulled out a small shopping bag containing several exquisite jewelry boxes. Su Yin was a bit tempted, but wouldn't it be too expensive? If she accepted, would Fu Lingxuan next door hold a grudge against her? Su Yin refused, using her hands to stop Fu Lingyu from putting the jewelry on her. But the small necklace didn't look very valuable. It was white without many small diamonds or gems appearing to be silver, so it probably wasn't too expensive. Just put it on. It's not expensive, just a little trinket I wore when I was in school. It's depreciated now. Fu Lingyu held her hands down, telling Su Yin to stay still and stop fidgeting. Really? Su Yin was curious to see if she would look prettier wearing the jewelry. I also need to comb your hair. Sit up straight and let me fix you up. Fu Lingyu took advantage of her vanity to brush her hair and give her a little makeover. Such a beautiful face, always bare. Who could stand it? Since she hadn't finished her meal, Su Yin decided to eat first and look in the mirror when she had time later. Does Xiao Yin have a boy she likes? Fu Lingyu asked curiously. No, not a single one, and never will. Seeing Su Yin shake her head frantically, she couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. Could it be that you don't like my brother? Fu Lingyu pinched her little cheek and said with a smile, as if hinting to the nearby Fu Lingxuan. He frowned. Xiao Nanliang likes me. That's not impossible. It would make bullying her even easier. Moreover, this detestable Xiao Nanliang had colluded with his sister to deceive him. If it weren't for his mother investigating her background, he would have been duped. Forget it, let's ignore Xiao Nanliang for now. He needed to find the culprit who dared to crash into his car, leaving him stuck in bed in such discomfort. Brother Xiao Yan said she doesn't like you. How did you seduce her into being your girlfriend? Fu Lingyu asked, knowingly flashing a bright smile as she spoke to Fu Lingxuan. Oh well. Actually that night, I drank too much and accidentally did something really outrageous. Then as a man I naturally had to take responsibility, so I asked her to be my temporary girlfriend. Fu Lingxuan's mouth twitched slightly. Then countless remedial plans instantly flashed through his mind. Damn, this guy could lie at the drop of a hat. Could it be that he had been tricked into coming here as well? Wake up. He really had been tricked into coming here, otherwise that guy wouldn't have been so blatantly bullying him a few days ago. Su Yan grew wary. She felt that not a single word from his mouth could be trusted. Someone like him who was so dishonest should be the one turned into a lowly, not her. However, she had already earned a lot of money. Tens of thousands from Lin Yi alone, plus all those jewelry pieces. She might not dare to take the jewelry, as it could be considered a gift with marriage as the purpose, and if they went to court, she would have to return it. As for the transferred money, it probably wasn't a huge amount to her, so taking it would be safer. Ooh, was it really that thrilling? Fu Lingyu looked shocked, though she and her brother knew this story was a lie. But to keep Su Yan stable, she decided to pretend to be shocked for now. Fu Lingxuan wished he could punch this foolish sister. Not only was her acting terrible, but she also kept spouting useless nonsense. If she blew their cover, and Su Yan ran away, how would he ever get his revenge? Alright, you two go out for now. I'm a bit tired, Fu Lingxuan said dismissively. Lin Yi quickly led her daughter out, not wanting to disturb her son any longer. She left the urinal in the room along with a lot of fruit. Xiao Yan, peel me a grape. Fu Lingxuan felt restless, especially lying in bed with poor blood circulation, unable to turn over. He could only alleviate the pain by frequently adjusting the tilt of the bed's back half. The worst part was the pain in his buttocks. No matter how he adjusted, the soreness wouldn't go away and his tailbone ached terribly. Su Yan nodded, obediently sat by the head of the bed and gently peeled the grape with her delicate little hands. You haven't washed your hands yet, Fu Lingxuan quickly reminded her. Su Yan shot him a disdainful glance. Dirt doesn't hurt, as they say, but quickly returned to normal so as not to reveal anything. She ate the grape herself, then went to wash her hands. Xiao Yan, could you give me a shoulder rub later? I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable, Fu Lingxuan coaxed in a childlike tone. It was strange. Why hadn't his mother arranged a nurse for him? He wondered perhaps his injuries weren't serious enough to require a caregiver. A shoulder and back massage. That would cost extra. She was already humbled enough working as a caregiver. Wait, that wasn't quite right. Lin Yi had transferred 20,000 yuan to her. Thinking about it, working in a factory would take half a year to earn that much. Su Yan had no complaints and continued to serve him. Fu Lingxuan watched as her slender, fair little hands gently pressed on his shoulders. Her strength was light, and every press felt ticklish. Use a bit more force and Brother Xian will give you a reward. She thought, am I that light? I'm afraid of hurting you. Su Yan had to press harder, her body involuntarily leaning forward, revealing the subtle undulation of her slight curves. Yet Fu Lingxuan remained firmly convinced that it was all fake. Prosthetic breasts were sold online, but how could her neck be so fair? Fu Lingxuan closed his eyes, trying not to overthink, afraid of developing feelings for this Xiao Nanliang. Yet in that small space, the faint fragrance emanating from her had already drifted through the entire ward, carried by the breeze. His heartbeat seemed to quicken. Though his body still ached with burns, the gentle pressure from Su Yan seemed to ease the pain. This Xiao Nanliang really did have something. For now, he would just enjoy it. Fu Lingxuan's body relaxed, and the spasms in his muscles subsided. Rub my legs too. I feel like I'll be crippled if I lie here any longer, he continued. Su Yan had to lift the blanket, roll up his pant legs, take off her little shoes, climb onto the hospital bed, sit on one of his legs, and begin massaging from his calves. This time he felt even better. If only he could turn over. His buttocks were almost numb. He longed to stand up and stop lying in this bed. Su Yan remembered how Fu Lingxuan had shielded her that day, his broad, solid chest protecting her head. Though the car had flipped over after the collision, she had barely been injured, not even a scratch. The driver had some scratches and had already been discharged, but Fu Lingxuan was the worst off. Thinking about it, perhaps serving Fu Lingxuan didn't even need payment. Watching her cute figure sitting on his thigh, back to him massaging his calves, he thought maybe she wasn't so bad after all. Should he let her off? We'll see. Maybe later he wouldn't hit her, but find another way to torment her. Alright, let's start with the thighs. They're more uncomfortable. And remember to bring me the urinal later. After drinking so much soup, it was torture. He didn't know how many times he'd have to go to the bathroom. Fu Lingxuan suspected his mother was deliberately messing with him. Little did he know he would later feel extremely embarrassed and grateful to her. Su Yan turned around and sat on his calves, massaging Fu Lingxuan. Perhaps because she wasn't heavy, it felt quite comfortable for him. Watching little Su Yin massage him earnestly, he felt a peculiar sensation, like a helpless husband receiving treatment from his wife. Fu Lingxuan began to feel drowsy, but the urge to urinate forced him to whisper, "Xiao Yin, I need to pee." Again. How annoying. She wished she could cut off that little thing of his just to see him act smug. Su Yin reluctantly went to clean the newly bought urinal for Fu Lingxuan. 2 hours later his urge to urinate subsided, and he could finally fall asleep. He was restless all day, leaving Su Yin with an aching back and sore muscles. Serving others was hardly a dignified job, but the pay was indeed generous. She lay down on the adjacent bed and drifted off to sleep. The next morning Fu Lingxuan felt his entire body numb, as if he had slept with an arm pinned beneath him, except this time, it wasn't just one arm. His entire back was paralyzed. Xiao Yin. Fu Lingxuan panicked for the first time in moments of weakness. One fears being alone. Su Yin, still asleep, woke quickly at his pained moans. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, her hair disheveled, she reluctantly walked to his bedside. What now? So annoying. Help me adjust the bedboard so I can sit up, and bring me the urinal. He had disturbed her rest again, as she hadn't slept well for 2 nights, afraid to sleep, deeply needing to help him with his nighttime urination. They say frequent nighttime urination is a sign of kidney deficiency. Could that guy Fu Lingxuan be impotent? Otherwise, why would he still be a virgin after all these years? No, that must be a rumor. Su Yin was certain, because she used to have frequent nighttime urination herself. A few minutes later, Su Yin had to put on rubber gloves to clean the wretched urinal for Fu Lingxuan, then discard it like a disposable glove into the trash. She had bought plenty of these gloves since someone would reimburse her, as she had no intention of using her beautiful hands to touch that urinal. Returning, Su Yin began adjusting the bedboard behind him so Fu Lingxuan could sit up. Perhaps sensing her goodwill, his gaze was unusually kind today. That day Fu Lingxuan's pain lessened significantly compared to the previous 2 days. He could move his hands a little without too much agony. Today many people were destined to visit Fu Lingxuan, and the bodyguards outside no longer barred his visitors. Just as Su Yin was about to go for breakfast, several young people walked into the ward. All were dressed in bespoke suits, though in a riot of colors. The suits accentuated their tall figures, making them look like insurance salesmen. "You're still alive. Looks like you're being well taken care of," Lu Zhan immediately joked. Lu Zhan was a notorious playboy, having slept with enough women to fill a school. "Still alive, how have you been?" Fu Lingxuan smiled and greeted them. The group tacitly ignored Su Yin, knowing she was a little Nan Liang, but Li Jinyu was more observant, sensing Su Yin wasn't a boy. Otherwise, why would his wife tell him not to join in bullying her? This adorable little one, short and slender, was most striking for her light blue eyes, like a crystal capturing the blue sky, making them not only bright, but also sparkling, as if they could speak. Her white hair, like an elf from a Western movie, was ethereal and stunningly beautiful. Could such a pretty creature really be a boy? When the young girl saw them, she instinctively shrank back, shy, and reserved a faint blush spreading across her. A quiet little thing. Li Jinyu drew that conclusion. "I never thought our Master Fu would need a girlfriend to take care of him. Lying in bed must be awful, right?" Lu Zhan said, sneaking a glance at the little Nan Liang. He gritted his teeth as he looked at Su Yin, having seen a short video of his lover hugging and cuddling with her, the intimacy exceeding all bounds. One day he would teach this little Nan Liang and that shameless woman a lesson. "Xiao Yin, pour some water for the guests." Fu Lingxuan quickly called Su Yin to get water. Su Yin scurried off to pour water, her fawning demeanor disgusting even herself, but she dared not look up at the group, fearing they might see through her disguise. Fortunately, they paid no attention to such a minor figure. But just then Su Yin felt a sharp pain, and her stomach was acting up again. Her hand trembled as she held the water glass. "Xiao Yin, you can step out now." Fu Lingxuan mistakenly thought she was shy, intimidated by his friend's presence, so he told her to leave. Su Yin put down the glass and left. But sharp-eyed Li Jinyu noticed blood trickling down Su Yan's leg. Damn, that was a lot. Li Jinyu was worried about the little one, realizing she was on her period while having to take care of his brother-in-law. He also felt like hinting something to Fu Lingxuan, urging him not to be so harsh on the little Nan Liang. Thinking about it, he understood why his wife had advised him not to join in bullying Su Yin. Damn, he had given Fu Lingxuan a bad idea earlier. He wondered if he had already acted on it. "Lingxuan, your little caregiver seems to have a stomachache. Aren't you giving her time off?" Li Jinyu winked at him suggestively. Fu Lingxuan didn't catch the hint, mistaking it for a twitch, and frowned. "It's fine, she won't die. Don't you think she's very fair, small, and cute?" Li Jinyu tried to hint further. But Lu Zhan spoke first. "Brother Xian, this little Nan Liang is infuriating, cuddling with my girlfriend. When you're better, let's find a chance to beat her up." Lu Zhan was already seething, itching to act. "Cough, don't be so impulsive. Let's take it slow, no rush. We have plenty of time to deal with her," Fu Lingxuan said calmly, though inwardly he didn't want Su Yin to get hurt. But making her suffer emotionally, that he was willing to do. "Lingxuan, don't you sense anything off about that one?" Li Jinyu pressed on. Such an obvious hint, and this guy still didn't get it. Li Jinyu was exasperated. What terrible eyesight. Forget it, let this fool reap what he sows. His wife probably knew the little one was a girl, but she hadn't told her brother. It was clear there was a big issue here. Likely Fu Lingxuan was the only one in the Fu family who didn't know Su Yin was a girl. With that thought, he decided not to tell Fu Lingxuan, instead eagerly awaiting the day he would chase after his wife through fire and brimstone. Having experienced it himself, he wanted his brother-in-law to taste the agony of kneeling on a washboard. He should buy a gift to hint at Fu Lingxuan. Should he pick a jade washboard or a golden one? Better go with gold as part of the betrothal gift. Jade might not come in such a large piece. There's nothing strange about it. Just that she's a bit smaller, her scent is a little sweeter, her strength is a bit weaker, and she's rather mischievous. Fu Lingxuan saw no issue. After all, he couldn't very well tell him that Su Yin had suddenly turned into a girl, could he? Impossible, what a joke. How could such an absurd thing happen in this world? He had seen Su Yan's ID card himself. He refused to believe that an ordinary citizen could forge one. Besides, her mother had also investigated. Unless that kid had been to Thailand. Otherwise, he couldn't figure it out. So it was only natural that he had been tricked out of hundreds of thousands by that little Nan Liang, right? Just look. Even this sworn rival didn't think little Nan Liang was a boy. Even he thought Su Yin was a girl. It was normal for him to be mistaken. You win. Li Jinyu's mouth twitched slightly, but inside he was plotting to get a large washboard for that kid to have a good time on. He felt that besides the washboard, he could also prepare something else, like a durian, though that might be a bit too cruel. He needed to discuss this with his wife and see what she thought. Li Jinyu, you're off today. Fu Lingxuan squinted his eyes. That kid wasn't that kind-hearted. Could he be trying to mislead him? Knowing his character, it was possible. Did he really think Fu Lingxuan didn't know that Su Yin was just a little Nan Liang? Or was Li Jinyu trying to make him believe Su Yin was a girl and then take the chance to turn him gay, so that he would be mercilessly mocked by everyone? Given Li Jinyu's despicable nature, he had every reason to believe it. He wouldn't fall for it. Forget it, if someone didn't appreciate the warning, it wouldn't be him who ended up chasing after his wife in a blazing fire. No, he had to kick him while he was down, or else this guy would later whine about not being reminded. After stepping outside, Su Yin wanted to go buy sanitary pads, but the pain in her stomach made it hard to move. Fortunately, as she gazed into the distance, she spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Fu Lingyu also saw Su Yin from afar and quickened her pace. Only when she got closer did she notice a bright red bloodstain on the girl's flawless fair calf. Xiaoyan, come with me quickly to change your pad. Fu Lingyu took her small hand and hurried toward the nearby restroom. Seeing Su Yan's increasingly suppressed expression, she couldn't help but quicken her steps. Xiaoyan, here, take the pad. They'll wait for you outside. Fu Lingyu pulled a pack of sanitary pads she always carried from her bag. Su Yin quickly took it and slipped into a stall. After a bit of fumbling, she was out soon. After all, practice makes perfect. Her speed had improved, and she no longer dawdled. Do you want to change your underwear too? Fu Lingyu asked. Of course, if she could, that would be great. Seeing Su Yan's expression, she immediately understood her thoughts. Come on, let me take you to buy some new underwear. They'll also let my brother know. Fu Lingyu took out her phone, sent a few voice messages on WeChat, then took Su Yan's hand and left. Back in the hospital room, Lu Zhan, feeling the emptiness, uttered a soul-searching question. Brother Xin, how do you pee? How come I seem to see a urinal under the bed? He stepped back a few paces with a hint of disgust. Fu Lingxuan's face flushed instantly. He wanted to reach up and stroke his chin as he usually did when thinking under pressure, but his movements were slow and painful from the injury. Li Jinyu immediately understood. Could it be Su Yin? Well, not bad. At least he hadn't suffered a loss. But this kid probably didn't even know Su Yin was a girl. Of course I did it myself, Fu Lingxuan said with a righteous tone. I see. But using a urinal, isn't that a bit unsanitary? Wouldn't it be better to use adult diapers? Lu Zhan frowned as he paced beside the bed. Meanwhile, Bai Yao, another friend who had been silent, posed a soul-searching question. What about yesterday? You couldn't even move your arm yesterday. A man in a white shirt and dark blue suit pants now looked at Fu Lingxuan with a smirk. Could it have been a little nurse? Oh, Brother Xian is so lucky. What did the nurse look like? Was she pretty? Lu Zhan wore a lecherous grin. Fu Lingxuan seemed to be the only virgin among them. Such a thing was rare. However, in wealthy families, unmarried men usually didn't mess around, and most of the debauchery began after marriage. After all, wealthy families needed face and arranged marriages. If one's reputation was ruined, the only option would be to marry a woman of questionable character, as no woman from the same social class would have them. That was Lu Zhan's situation. No matter how handsome he was, no woman from his circle would marry him. Those he liked didn't like him back, and those he didn't like his family disapproved of, so he was stuck in a stalemate. As for Fu Lingxuan, he was a hot commodity. Fu Lingxuan blushed and said nothing. He couldn't talk about this matter. Whether the nurse was male or female, he would be looked at with strange eyes. Tch brother Xian is so stingy. Lu Zhan waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps because word had spread that Fu Lingxuan could be visited today, more people came than yesterday. At first they could be stopped, but later, the few bodyguards stationed outside couldn't hold them back. For a moment the small corridor was nearly blocked. Fortunately nurses and doctors came out to scold them, not allowing the crowd to cause trouble. Su Yin followed Fu Lingyu and bought many pairs of underwear. Then she was taken to the small apartment where she had stayed for a day before. It wasn't actually small. Compared to a villa, this apartment was just a bit cozier. After changing into new underwear and a white sleeveless dress, Fu Lingyu also fixed her hair accessories to make Su Yin look a bit nicer. However, if she was going to take care of Fu Lingxuan later, she would have to change into another outfit, or the sleeveless dress would easily reveal her gender. She didn't want to wait until Fu Lingxuan recovered and then start a story of strong man locks man. Xiaoyan, you can rest a bit now. Later you'll have to take care of my brother. If you want any snacks, just let me know. Fu Lingyu really wanted to give Su Yin some time to rest. But if she rested, what about her brother? So for now, Su Yin would have to make do. Compensation. She could give it now. Work again, always work. If she hadn't spent time working in a factory before, she probably wouldn't want to take care of Fu Lingxuan. Actually, taking care of Fu Lingxuan wasn't tiring. It was even a bit leisurely, but the working hours were a bit long and rest time became fragmented. Xiaoyan, are you unhappy? How about I buy you a few more little dresses? No, no little dresses. She was a man. A real man couldn't always wear dresses. Don't like skirts. But Yin Yin is a girl, and she looks especially beautiful in them. Fu Lingyu noticed Su Yan's reluctance and felt an urge to pinch her cheek. A whim she indulged, then offered a soft word of comfort. Well, fine. Since refusal was futile, she might as well keep wearing it. After all, a skirt wouldn't strip him of his masculine dignity. Instead, it served as a reminder not to succumb to depravity. Su Yin planted her hands on her hips, feeling immensely pleased with herself. Meanwhile, her parents had finally arrived in the legendary capital aboard a green-painted train. This was a megacity home to 20 million permanent residents, a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. It was astonishing that their son had managed to find work here, a truly rare stroke of fortune. Lately, a wealthy magnate had invited them to watch over his home. With too many properties to manage, the tycoon needed a few servants to maintain daily cleanliness. They gladly accepted, and this grand villa happened to be in the capital as well. Dear Yin Yin is in the capital too. Should we ask where she is? Su's mother, dragging her luggage, awaited the train's arrival. Go ahead and ask. That child Yin Yin. Why did she have to go so far for work? Su's father furrowed his brow with a mild complaint. She can't speak. Perhaps she came here seeking a place with more tolerance, a chance to survive. Su's mother offered her own speculation. Maybe. Su's father nodded. This big city was indeed different. Even the green train could reach it. Su Yin had changed into a black and white made outfit, complete with white knee-high socks and a large light blue bow tied in her hair. Her small feet were clad in black leather shoes, and her fluffy layered skirt resembled a blooming hibiscus flower. At the front of the skirt was a sizable pocket, likely meant for tools. This outfit was a gift from Fu Lingyu, who had also helped her dress up. My brother should love this style. Fu Lingyu beamed with satisfaction at her handiwork. As long as your brother isn't gay, he couldn't possibly hate it. But this is torturing me. Just as Su Yin pouted in protest, her phone suddenly vibrated. She had set vibrations only for her parents' messages, so she quickly pulled out her phone. The message stunned her. A line of text caught her eye. Oh no. Mom and Dad are coming to the capital. If they find out I lost my little brother, they'll be furious. No. She couldn't tell them where she was. Just then a video call popped up. Su Yin instinctively declined it. Then came a barrage of messages dinging incessantly. Oh no. Can't escape. What's wrong, Yin Yin? Fu Lingyu noticed Su Yan's panic after a single glance at her phone. She was pacing like a cat on a hot tin roof. Am I doomed? Su Yin was consumed by fear, so Fu Lingyu tried to soothe the adorable little creature. Really, what could possibly scare you this much? Fu Lingyu was puzzled, suspecting her brother might be threatening the sweet girl again. Su Yin dared not reply to her parents immediately. She needed to devise a plan. In fact, there was a half-baked idea. She wasn't sure if it could fool her parents, but if it worked, she could keep coasting for a while longer. Yet she hesitated to send it, afraid of worrying them. Yin Yin. Fu Lingyu called softly, but Su Yin remained lost in her own world, ignoring her. Deciding to take matters into her own hands, Fu Lingyu resolved to ask her brother directly. Fu Lingyu immediately dialed and asked, Hey bro, are you threatening Yin Yin again? Not at all. I'm chatting with my buddies, Fu Lingxuan replied, bewildered but quick to defend himself. He refused to be the scapegoat for everything. Was that wretched little cross-dresser bad-mouthing him behind his back? Fu Lingxuan was sure of it. Once he recovered, he'd find a chance to get back at him. Alright, I'll trust you for now. Yin Yin stays with me, I'll send her back later. Fu Lingyu temporarily believed her brother wasn't the one scaring Su Yan. Fu Lingxuan hung up feeling gloomy. How infuriating. Why did the whole family favor that little cross-dresser? Fu Lingxuan was baffled. Or perhaps they had a new scheme to prank him. Su Yan found a full-length mirror, snapped a photo of herself, and saved it to her album. Before sending it to her parents, she composed a message. Dad, Mom, I'm working as a maid in a wealthy household. Since I'm too short, I snuck in through connections. I could only be a maid as male servants need height and strength. So after entering the villa, I have to wear women's clothes every day. He'll visit you in a few days. Our boss is sick and hospitalized, so I need to take care of him soon, so no time for a reunion lately. I earn over 40,000 a month plus 6 insurances and 2 funds. Ask me if you need money. Soon Su's parents saw the message. Then came photos of a towering skyscraper, a magnificent villa, and its lavish interiors. Image after image that left them awestruck. The two fell silent, then exchanged glances. Is this real? It felt like stepping into a fantasy world. Yet looking at the photo of their son, they couldn't help but think how adorable she looked. Wife, do you think? Our son knows someone important. How else could she slip into a rich man's villa as a maid? Su's father wore a worried expression, simultaneously stunned by his son's cross-dressed appearance. Wow, she was almost unrecognizable. So beautiful, like a figure stepping out of a painting. Maybe she befriended a butler's son or a junior manager in that household, using the connection to sneak in as a servant. Su's mother strained her limited imagination. Who'd have thought their son would be so enterprising, working as a maid in a villa? But something felt off. If they wanted to invite him out for a meal later, would they have to be discreet? Couldn't be too flashy. Oh well, their son wasn't stealing or cheating, just working in women's clothes. It wasn't a big deal. They might as well help keep the secret. Su's mother quickly typed. Yin Yin, work hard and don't slack off. Such a high salary is rare. And don't blow your cover. I'm worried those people might cause you trouble. Also, you look too beautiful in those clothes. I'm afraid you'll be in danger. Her words were laced with concern. Su Yan saw it and rejoiced success. I can keep fooling them. But how long must she endure before her little brother returned? She couldn't wait any longer. Following the address left by their employer, Su's parents found the workplace, a super luxury district on the outskirts of Jingdu. They were to reside in the most upscale row of villas. Moreover, someone came to pick them up in a Rolls-Royce, greatly satisfying their sense of dignity. Lin Yi, residing in the Grand Fu family villa, learned that Su Yan's parents had arrived in Jingdu. She decided to first arrange for them to stay in a long vacant villa. As for when to arrange a meeting, that would have to wait until her son had successfully won over this girl. Meeting too soon would only make Su Yan flee. After resting enough, Su Yan had to go to work again. Fortunately, from today onward, Fu Lingxuan could handle his own urination, as she only needed to hand him the urinal. As for bathing and bowel movements, there was no choice but to endure the discomfort once more. Su Yan put on her shoes and set off. No need to guess. Today would be another day packed with visitors. When she arrived at the hospital, she saw a long, orderly line of people waiting to visit Fu Lingxuan one by one. She sat outside, paying no attention, yet her attire drew the gazes of many men, especially those waiting in line. Their stares carried a nauseating scrutiny, particularly from the portly short executives with greasy faces. Su Yan had to move farther away to avoid these people. Since Fu Lingxuan hadn't ended the visiting session, she dared not disturb him. So she left the corridor and found a bench to sit on in another area. This side was nearly empty, with only the occasional woman queuing for a checkup. After a long while, when her back ached and her legs grew numb, Fu Lingxuan finally sent her a message on WeChat. Su Yan stretched and walked back. This time the line was gone. Fu Lingxuan had begun refusing visitors. The bodyguard recognized Su Yan and didn't stop her. Pushing open the door, she saw Fu Lingxuan looking utterly dejected, like a rooster with no fight left. His head hung low. Even in illness, the poor man had to entertain guests. Su Yan couldn't help but sigh at the hardships of a CEO. Xiao Yan, bring me the urinal. As soon as Su Yan entered, she knew what was needed. Fu Lingxuan could now manage on his own, but he still needed her to place the urinal on the bed. Afraid of making a mess, she also laid out a large towel and prepared a small hand towel for him to wipe clean. After preparing everything, Su Yan turned her back and waited for the sound to stop. Finally, she was done. Once she had finished handling that, she had to massage Fu Lingxuan's shoulders and back. Lying in bed for days had left his back numb and his whole body uncomfortable. Su Yan changed into a maid outfit, looking incredibly cute. As before, she took off her shoes but kept on her long white stockings as she climbed onto the hospital bed. She sat on his thighs, her back to Fu Lingxuan. She began to knead from his calves. Perhaps because Su Yan's technique was becoming more skilled, his body grew slightly warm. The person before him seemed to transform into an adorable girl. The girl's faint, pleasant fragrance dispelled the earlier stale air, making the surroundings feel beautiful. Fu Lingxuan awkwardly realized that he was Silently, he reached out to stop her, afraid she might accidentally discover his little secret. Su Yin remained immersed in her work, knowing only that Fu Lingxuan had saved her life. His feet were large and hard, not easy to massage. She had specifically looked up techniques for foot massage. Without any disgust, her soft, tender hands worked on his thick feet, rubbing and kneading bit by bit. After finishing one side, she moved to the other. Fu Lingxuan lay on the hospital bed, truly miserable. He longed to turn over, but the pain in his ribs was excruciating. His buttocks, tailbone, and spine had reached their limit from the prolonged lying, even on such a soft bed. Xiao Yin, I'm so uncomfortable. I want to turn over. Fu Lingxuan inadvertently voiced his thoughts. Su Yin turned her head to look at him lying there. Was he thinking of being discharged? So soon. Had only been in for 2 days, and one morning his wounds hadn't even healed yet. The stitch scar on his chest was especially large and frightening. Su Yin didn't want to look at it more than necessary. Alright, that idea is a bit naive, Fu Lingxuan sighed helplessly. Looking at Su Yin, who seemed somewhat concerned for him, he no longer felt the strong urge for revenge. Instead, a desire to protect her arose. No, something was wrong. He wasn't gay, so how could he have such thoughts? It must be because he was vulnerable and had someone caring for him stirring up these emotions. He needed to restrain himself. Knock knock. Fu Lingyu suddenly opened the ward door and saw Su Yin sitting on her brother's thigh, seemingly giving him a massage. Time to eat. Here, I bought all this for you. But I have to go out, so Xiao Yin, remember to feed my brother. Fu Lingyu set down a food basket. The small lunchbox was impressive, resembling a takeout container, but hers had layers. With a gentle push, each layer slid out like a drawer, revealing a different dish. Due to dietary restrictions, Fu Lingxuan's food was light and not heavy on flavor. He also needed to eat rice with the dishes in a Cantonese style, which Su Yin found quite palatable. Fu Lingxuan, however, rarely ate rice, usually only consuming dishes throughout the year. But following the doctor's orders to limit oil and salt, he had to eat rice today. Alas, having to feed Fu Lingxuan was truly embarrassing. Su Yin arranged the dishes on the bedside table, put on her shoes, pulled up a chair, and took a large spoon. Gently scooping up a spoonful of rice with some vegetables, she brought it to Fu Lingxuan's mouth. He struggled desperately, and Su Yin quickly reached out to catch the food he spat out. It's burning hot. Fu Lingxuan stuck out his tongue, panting heavily. I didn't mean to, believe me. Su Yin looked at him apologetically. He just glared at her and then let it go. So Su Yin had to blow on each mouthful of food before bringing it to Fu Lingxuan's lips. He frowned slightly. Wouldn't blowing like that get saliva into his food? He felt a bit disgusted, but when the food reached his mouth, he unconsciously opened it. It was delicious. Su Yin fed him bite by bite, as if feeding a baby. Outside, Lin Yi and Fu Lingyu had already anticipated this scene. Feeding him allowed their eyes to meet briefly and let Fu Lingxuan clearly see Su Yan's face. If he still couldn't seize this opportunity, then he deserved to suffer. Fu Lingxuan felt his cheeks burning, as if Su Yan's gaze was fixed upon him, even someone as thick-skinned as he couldn't bear it. Yet his eyes inadvertently fell upon the girl's face. A serene little visage that seemed to embody the tranquility of time itself, her delicate pink skin, as if she had just emerged from a bath. The girl parted her rosy lips, gently blowing on the steaming food on the spoon before bringing it to his mouth. Fu Lingxuan froze for a moment, then instinctively opened his lips. It was such a simple action, yet it unsettled his heart. Fortunately, due to his injury, his hands remained still, only clenching and unclenching while the girl beside him focused entirely on feeding him. The wind could not dispel his melancholy, but it brought the fragrance of the girl. The bright sunlight, after multiple refractions, illuminated the room, and also illuminated the girl before him. Heaven is unfair. Why bestow such a beautiful face upon a pretty boy? Could it be that he was supposed to become gay? No, he would never surrender to fate. Damn, what was he thinking? This was just a simple psychological reaction. Don't connect a racing heartbeat with love. Hadn't a psychologist once shared a case, even her own experience? Back then, the psychologist's home had a leak, and she called a carpenter. Perhaps because the carpenter was a bit less intelligent, he kept staring into the psychologist's eyes, causing her heartbeat to accelerate. And the psychologist developed an unusual emotion, a budding feeling of affection. So this situation of his must be normal, right? To suppress this strange heartbeat, Fu Lingxuan stared wide-eyed at Su Yin. She kept blowing on the food to cool it, and a strand of silvery saliva drifted onto the meal. Fu Lingxuan saw it clearly. Hey, no, you got your saliva on my food. Kid, can't you be more careful? Yet when the spoon reached his lips, he couldn't help but open his mouth instinctively. Seeing the girl oblivious, still feeding him, he didn't know what to say. He ate for a long time until his stomach was stuffed, but he didn't say a word until he felt nauseated and had to speak. Enough, I'm full. It's my turn to eat. Su Yin was overjoyed, then abandoned Fu Lingxuan and quickly carried the lunchbox to a distant table. Was it necessary to sit that far away? Was he some kind of monster? Fu Lingxuan couldn't understand. Su Yin wolfed down her food using chopsticks to shovel large chunks of meat into her mouth, eating with pure delight. Say what you will, the food was excellent. Even with a lower salary, it was worth it just for meals like this. Outside, Fu Lingyu and Lin Yi waited for a while before entering the ward. Brother, how are you feeling? As soon as Fu Lingyu opened the door, she saw her brother's little tent. This guy was up to something. Was this his sister? She hadn't visited him as often as that pretty boy beside him. Oh, are you upset? Honestly, I stayed away so I wouldn't disturb you. Fu Lingyu said with a light smile, but her eyes darted towards Su Yin not far away. The little darling ate with such gusto that everything seemed delicious. Watching Su Yin stuff her cheeks full like a little squirrel devouring food, as if possessed by a starving ghost, Fu Lingyu almost thought the dishes were cooked by celestial beings. If not for the fact that she ate these same meals often. Brother, what do you think of Xiaoyan's maid outfit today? Fu Lingyu brought up the topic again, eyeing Su Yin with interest. Was that an appropriate comment? He didn't want to comment. I think I heard someone call my name. Su Yin turned sideways to look at Fu Lingyu, suddenly realizing how messy she was eating. Was she being too unladylike? Ladylike. But I'm a boy, why would I need to be ladylike? Just eat. Xiaoyan. Fu Lingyu couldn't help calling out, wanting to greet her. Su Yin nodded, acknowledging she heard. Son, how are you feeling? Lin Yi noticed Fu Lingxuan seemed in good spirits today, though his face was a bit flushed. What had happened? Then she spotted the little tent, and immediately understood. It seemed her plan was working. From now on, Su Yin would be the one to feed her son. His hands wouldn't be usable for at least a week or two. Mom, I want to be discharged early. Lying in bed every day is unbearable. Fu Lingxuan voiced his thoughts. You just behave. The doctor said you need to stay for a week, not a day less. Lin Yi refused outright. She didn't want to lose her son in middle age, even if the probability was low. But, I'm so bored, and my whole body is numb. Lying down is breaking my back. Fu Lingxuan couldn't help complaining. It won't break. Isn't Xiaoyan here? Let her give you a massage, rub your shoulders. Damn, his words no longer carried weight. So Fu Lingxuan stopped talking, just staring blankly at each other, doing nothing. Perhaps finding it dull, Lin Yi took out a phone stand, placed it in front of Fu Lingxuan, and then produced a long stick for him to bite on. This was to make it easier for Fu Lingxuan to swipe the screen. Alright, I'm heading back. He'll make you some more soup. Drink it all, don't waste it. Lin Yi patted his shoulder and instructed. I'm leaving too. Fu Lingyu followed her mother out. With his phone, Fu Lingxuan's mood improved. At least he could be a bit more comfortable. While eating, Su Yan's parents quietly initiated a video call. The reason was that the villa had no work left, the robots had done everything. Their efficiency was remarkable. Even window cleaning was handled by a mop-like device that cleaned quickly and thoroughly. Moreover, the colleagues at the villa were very friendly, so they had free time all of a sudden. Su Yan answered the call. Then Su's father and mother saw Su Yin in a maid outfit at the hospital with a man lying in bed beside her. They remained silent. My child having lunch now? Su's mother asked with a chuckle. Su Yin immediately nodded, then pointed at Fu Lingxuan nearby, signaling them to think before speaking and not to reveal her gender. The two understood, instantly nodding cautiously. That dress looks really nice on you. Was it expensive? Su's mother asked with a smile. Su Yin shook her head, then gestured with her hands to indicate she didn't know the price. My child, your boss looks quite handsome. Why is he lying in bed? Su's mother was curious. Su Yin had to use gestures to explain. On the other end of the video there was silence. They hadn't expected the boss to have saved their child. So, did the boss have feelings for her? Su's mother was flustered. Who would have thought your boss is so kind, protecting you like that? He's brave, a true man. You must take good care of him and not let him suffer. Su's mother said earnestly while secretly glancing at Fu Lingxuan's reaction. She had to seize the opportunity to praise Fu Lingxuan so that he would have a deeper impression of her child. That way, even if his identity were exposed later, it wouldn't lead to a dead end. Fu Lingxuan naturally overheard Su Yan's mother's words. Initially, he paid no attention as he was watching short videos to pass the time. The loud audio from the videos drowned out Su Yan's mother's voice. Yet he still discreetly pricked up his ears to eavesdrop, curious if Su Yan was speaking ill of him. Alright, little Nanliang can't speak. Child, how old is your boss this year? Su Yan shook her head as she truly didn't know. Perhaps a few years older. Child, when are you free? Let's have a meal together. Since we're all in the capital, meeting up is easy. Su's mother missed this son dearly, but it had been far too long since they last met. Oh ho, little Nanliang's parents are in the capital. This presented a new scheme for mischief. He would tell her parents that Su Yan harbored ill intentions, infiltrating their home in women's clothing, planning to sell fasting pills, and was exposed by righteous him. He intended to send her to Thailand for neutering surgery. To spare their son, Su Yan would have to work for the Fu family for life or become his personal human pet. Su Yan quickly waved her hands, adamantly refusing to meet. She couldn't let her parents discover that their adorable Yin had accidentally lost her little brother. What's there to fear? It's just a family gathering. I'm sure your kind boss will agree. As Sue's mother spoke, she didn't forget to praise Fu Lingxuan. Even though the flattery wasn't perfectly timed, it still pleased him greatly. Listen, this was someone who understood social graces, unlike a certain little Nanliang who failed to appreciate that he was her lifesaver. After chatting for a while, Su Yin couldn't bear her parents nagging any longer and hung up the video call. If she continued, she'd be infuriated into a false pregnancy. Xiaoyan, come help massage my shoulders and rub my thighs, Fu Lingxuan said, seeing her unfilial behavior and hanging up on her parents. Thus he decided to discipline her on behalf of her parents. Su Yin wasn't in too bad a mood. Perhaps realizing her parents were right. Fu Lingxuan had saved her life after all, and she should treat him better. She began working again. She took off her little black leather shoes and climbed back onto his hospital bed. Help me massage my thighs. I've been lying down too long, they've gone numb, Fu Lingxuan said, honestly hoping Su Yin would sit on his legs. He didn't know why, but it always felt very comfortable. Watching Su Yin skillfully knead his feet, performing rehabilitation exercises over and over, he felt his blood boil, his circulation smooth, and the numbness gradually fading. Though it couldn't completely erase the pain, it was very soothing. Xiao Yin, if you were a girl, would you marry me? Fu Lingxuan asked in a daze, the words slipping out unconsciously. Not cool, bro. Was this right? Asking such a bizarre question. Wait, he needed to calm down. This kid was definitely testing him. Su Yin immediately shook her head. That was impossible, she wouldn't do such a thing for no reason. This guy had bullied her so much recently. If not for the fact that he protected her during the car accident, she would have long sought revenge, perhaps by finding a pair of scissors and giving him a neutering surgery. Xiao Yin is truly beautiful. Like a celestial maiden descending to earth, breathtakingly lovely. If you were a girl, I would forcefully take you as my wife, Fu Lingxuan said with a smile, eager to see how she had become so fair and delicate, just like a girl. How was this right? Why was she feeling a bit shy? Could it be that he was complimenting her beauty? That was wrong. Why did she enjoy being praised? She used to hate being called pretty because for a boy being pretty meant being effeminate. Xiao Yin is blushing. Fu Lingxuan noticed her cheeks turning pink and the corners of his mouth lifted. Could it be? This kid was showing signs of being swayed. He should press his advantage. In truth, he was reacting. His gaze fell on the girl's serene, obedient face. She seemed a bit dazed, white hair drifting, light blue eyes full of innocence, her small face flushed, shy and adorable. Su Yin continued massaging his legs, but her stomach suddenly felt uncomfortable. Fortunately, she had already put on a sanitary pad, so there wouldn't be any leaks. Her expression was pained yet restrained, and soon her fair, delicate neck flushed pink. Could it be your period? Fu Lingxuan smirked, a look of disdain on his face. Was this kid's constitution really that weak? Oh no, he guessed right. She felt an inexplicable guilt, her heartbeat accelerating. Fortunately, Fu Lingxuan was feeling sleepy and closed his eyes, not observing Su Yan's unusual behavior. Xiao Yin, could you lie next to me for a while? I seem to have trouble sleeping, Fu Lingxuan asked. What the heck? Was this right? Alright, that's settled. Maybe it's because I've been in bed too long, I'm a bit insomniac. Lie beside me closer. This bed is big enough for both of us. This guy was acting strange. Could there be some hidden scheme? But when Su Yin saw the little tent, she was completely startled. Not cool, bro. Was this right? Or was it just a natural phenomenon? Frightened, Su Yin pulled out her phone and trembling typed a message to her sister, seeking a solution. Sis, are you there? I think CEO Fu is gay. He just asked me if I were a girl would I like him. And he wants me to sleep next to him. His behavior is very suspicious. After editing these words, Su Yin concealed the most crucial evidence. Su Yan's sister Su Yin heard the incoming message alert she had set, fearing her sister might need help. She took one look and felt a headache coming on. What if CEO Fu had known all along that Su Yin was a boy and deliberately brought her to the capital planning to forcefully lock her in a male-male relationship? That would be disastrous. Moreover, a man of his age with no woman by his side and no rumors. That was highly suspicious. Oh no, her sister was in danger. Actually, that didn't seem right. Her sister should be safe. Whether Fu Lingxuan liked men or women, this guy should be safe. So Su Yin sent her a message, don't panic. In my view, you're quite safe. If he likes boys and you're currently a girl, you're in no danger. At least not from being forcefully locked in a male-male relationship. If CEO Fu likes women, at worst you'll become his little wife, and then our family will be set. You might need to make a small sacrifice. This isn't right. Either way, it's a losing situation. Better hope Fu Lingxuan likes girls, or else it's all over. Su Yin had just lain down beside Fu Lingxuan's bed. Perhaps sensing someone nearby, Fu Lingxuan shifted slightly toward the edge. The small bed felt spacious for one person, but with two lying together it became cramped. Su Yin quietly pulled the blanket over herself, sharing the same pillow as him, and then edged a little away. She placed her small hands neatly over her abdomen, looking demure and ladylike. After closing her eyes, she began to feel drowsy. Having just eaten, she was a bit sleepy, but with her ailing boss lying beside her, she dared not fall into a deep slumber, fearing her sleeping posture might inadvertently worsen Fu Lingxuan's injuries. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying the faint, fragrant scent of the young woman wafting in strands into his nostrils. Fu Lingxuan felt the profound silence around him, even sensing his own heartbeat, a thumping that spoke of a stirring within. He tried to control it, but it only grew more chaotic. In such a tranquil atmosphere, his mind was beset with vexation. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists tightly, exhaled, and repeated this several times, attempting to regulate his breathing, yet it was futile. His heart only grew more restless. Impossible. There's something wrong with this kid. Could my subconscious be mistaking the little crossdresser beside me for a girl? Fu Lingxuan felt a jolt of alarm, but quickly reassured himself this kid must be quite skilled. Only such an opponent is worthy of opposing me. No panic. I originally planned to turn this guy straight, so I might as well treat him like a girl and pursue him. Let Su Yin fall for me, and when the time is ripe, ruthlessly abandon him. But he feared he might be the one to turn first. Why, he was a real man. How could this be? He couldn't be defeated before the battle even began. Besides, a little crossdresser in a skirt thinks he's a girl. When the temptation becomes unbearable, just grab his little thing, and everything would be fine. After a storm of thoughts, Fu Lingxuan decided to play along for real. To truly fall in love with Su Yin, then make him fall from grace, make him wear skirts forever, love cross-dressing, and completely feminize his demeanor. Whether he had convinced himself or not, Fu Lingxuan let down his guard and bravely faced that deep-seated subconscious. So he reached out and gently grasped her small hand. The young woman was clearly startled and tried to pull away, but found Fu Lingxuan's grip rather tight. Xiaoyan, you smell so nice. What perfume do you use? Fu Lingxuan toyed with her soft hand, caressing it repeatedly. Oh no, this guy is really gay. How did I not realize it sooner? I need to introduce him to a more handsome gay guy to divert the risk from myself. But she didn't know anyone. What to do? This is deadly. Where was she supposed to find someone on such short notice? Perhaps knowing Su Yin wouldn't answer, he didn't press further and gradually drifted off to sleep. 2 days later, Fu Lingxuan had recovered significantly, able to get out of bed and walk, though his arm couldn't handle strenuous movement. After daily checkups by the doctor, he met the criteria for discharge. Although he hadn't stayed a full week, Fu Lingxuan insisted on leaving. On the day of discharge, Su Yin finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel, no longer needing to attend to him like a maidservant serving a landlord. No more exhausting daily massages, and she could finally relax. The bad news was that tomorrow he had to go to work, and she would have to follow. She wondered what monsters awaited her at the company. That day she wore a cute maid outfit with a chef's hat-like accessory, though this one was pink and white, simpler in design. The clothes were specially chosen by Fu Lingxuan for her. Clearly, he wanted to send a message to everyone in the company that she was only there to take care of him. After breakfast, they boarded the company's minibus, a favorite among celebrities. Unlike previous trips to the office, today the minibus was escorted by 2 Rolls-Royces, one in front and one behind, shielding them from danger. They chose the minibus because it had the best shock absorption, was the most comfortable, and offered the most space. Though Fu Lingxuan could walk, he couldn't do so for long without hindering his recovery, so he still needed a wheelchair often. In the car, Su Yin sat beside Fu Lingxuan, who habitually draped his arm over her shoulder. Xiaoyan, for now, just focus on taking care of me. At the company, don't wander around. From now on, you only listen to me. Fu Lingxuan was certain there were moles and corporate spies in the company, perhaps even in the Fu family's old mansion. To eliminate these people, he could either fire everyone and rehire, but rehiring would make it easier for bad elements to infiltrate. Fu Lingxuan was racking his brains for a way to root out the moles. Meanwhile, Su Yin had already begun fantasizing about a wonderful future. Could she slack off? Was this her reward for taking care of Fu Lingxuan? He had promised to arrange an easy position for her. Could it be? Her good days were finally here. Su Yin was filled with anticipation, promotions, wealth, marrying a beautiful wife. Well, the last one might never happen in this lifetime. If only Xiaoyan could talk, Fu Lingxuan said abruptly, then pinched his chin in thought. A mute was cute, and bullying her meant she couldn't tattle, but talking alone felt like monologuing. Conversation required back and forth, otherwise it easily fell flat, so keeping the thread going was crucial. Since Su Yin couldn't speak, he lost the desire to talk. What now? Su Yin saw Fu Lingxuan's expression turn cold as he closed his eyes to rest, but why was his hand still on her shoulder? And he was pinching her shoulder blade. So unruly. She had suspected he was gay before, but was it true? No evidence. Should she secretly report to Lin Yi? Would Lin Yi believe her? No. She forgot that in Lin Yi's eyes she was a girl. If she ran over and said your son is gay, Lin Yi might force her to reveal her true identity. That would be trouble. What if Fu Lingxuan wasn't gay, just stimulated by her hormones? That would be bad. She didn't want to end up in a forced Manonman scenario. At the headquarters of Fenghua Group, Su Yin stood before the 300-meter building. Unlike her previous visit, she now had her hands on her hips, taking in the view with an air of triumph. She felt incredibly grand, perhaps because she believed today marked the beginning of her glorious life. The excitement was impossible to conceal. Su Yin pushed Fu Lingxuan's wheelchair to the steps. At once the bodyguards behind them stepped forward, lifted the wheelchair, and carried it up. After they set it down steadily, it was Su Yan's turn to push Fu Lingxuan again. The burly men behind her, dressed in expensive black suits, polished leather shoes, ties, and sunglasses, stood with their hands behind their backs, exuding an imposing presence. The employees passing by were nervous. They had heard that their CEO had been in a car accident that nearly cost him his life. To their surprise, he was still alive, though now confined to a wheelchair. Yet when they saw the maid-uniformed young girl pushing the wheelchair, they couldn't help but feel that the capitalists were utterly detestable. Could such an adorable creature also have fallen victim? Damn it, I want to become rich too. The young girl smiled faintly as she slowly pushed the wheelchair. Deep within, an immense vanity surged. After all, she was now, in a sense, President Fu's trusted confidant, wasn't she? That bond was forged through life and death trials. A sense of pride swelled in her heart, as if she had acquired supernatural powers, making her look down on everyone. No wonder protagonists who gain superpowers turn into something like the Homelander. She must remain humble, careful not to cause trouble for Fu Lingxuan, and especially not to wander around. Heaven forbid she run into one of his admirers. Along the way, countless people stopped to stare, but dared not approach. For Fu Lingxuan's aura today was exceptionally strong, far from his usual approachable demeanor. His face was taut like a stern old king, his eyes sharp enough to kill. Beneath his gaze, everything seemed like mere ants. After swiping his card and entering the executives-only elevator, he pressed the button for the 6th floor. Due to Fu Lingxuan's injuries, the daily morning meeting had been cancelled. Such formalities, if held too often, would only annoy subordinates. Upon arriving at the 6th floor, several vice presidents had already gathered, all busy reporting their work. Xiaoyan, push me to the president's office. They'll be holding a private meeting shortly. Fu Lingxuan smiled at the vice presidents and department heads, waving to greet them. How is your recovery, President Fu? A middle-aged man in glasses bent over and asked with utmost respect. I'm fine. Let's not block the way here, it's inconvenient to talk. Let's head to the president's office first, and we'll discuss matters there. Understood, President. Understood, President. A chorus of voices replied in unison. Since these were the administrative team he had built, this group could be trusted. They were all relatively young executives, none over 60. Anyone over 50 had to step back from the front line. The company belonged to the youth, and the future would belong to them as well. As for the board of directors, those old timers were a different story. All a bunch of old men. Su Yin pushed Fu Lingxuan into the office and then stepped out. She had a clear understanding of her own position, but now she could head to the small kitchen to grab some snacks. She remembered they had French fries there. There was also a dazzling array of snacks, and she even had access to Fu Lingxuan's private cabinet stocked with expensive ingredients. The thought of making herself a cup of coffee or milk tea, a plate of fries, and some fried chicken, sitting at the desk doing nothing but eating, leaving work early, and still earning a decent salary, that was pure bliss. Joining her in the slacking was Lu Yuabai, who seemed to have lost a bit of weight in the past few days. Dark circles under her eyes made her look as if she hadn't slept, like someone drained by a succubus. Yin, where have you been these past few days? Lu Yuabai wrapped her arms around Su Yan's slender waist from behind. The small kitchen suddenly felt cramped. Su Yan quickly gestured that she was busy. Are you making coffee, Yin? Or milk tea? Let me help you. Lu Yuabai was eager to try. She had worked part-time at a milk tea shop, so making these drinks was a breeze. She found the right ingredients and started preparing milk powder, cooking tapioca pearls, and even pulling out a small stopwatch to time everything. Xiao Yin, you're so adorable today. Are you cosplaying or playing some little game with the boss? Lu Yuabai took off her gloves and began to pinch Su Yan's cheeks, hugging and kissing her. MMPH, what are you doing? I'm making snacks here, and this is the kitchen. Su Yan wanted to protest, but couldn't escape. Phil, ignore her. I heard you're the boss girlfriend. Have you slept with him yet? Lu Yuabai pinched her cheek, curiosity written all over her face. She looked at the cute little girl before her, who was a bit feisty and clumsy, and felt an overwhelming fondness. Rumors? Who said that? She hadn't even seen what Fu Lingxuan looked like. How could she have slept with him? Her face flushed with embarrassment as she shook her head, insisting that she hadn't. Right. Judging by your expression, it seems. Something interesting has happened. Lu Yuabai saw Su Yan's struggling expression, her lips curling into a slight smirk of disdain. She seemed to dislike this line of questioning. It's fine, we're both women. Besides, it's only a matter of time, isn't it? Isn't it normal for close friends to share some private things? Lu Yuabai pressed on, hoping to extract more. Close friends? That didn't seem right. Boys could have close friends too, couldn't they? Maybe she should get to know her first. Once they were close, she could slowly turn her into her wife. Ah, she was a genius. Then she would stand with her hands on her hips, step on Fu Lingxuan's head, and proudly declare that she could indeed find a wife, not a useless little boy. But what Su Yin didn't know was that she was too late. This woman had already been claimed by someone else. What? Not willing to be my close friend? Lu Yuebai noticed the excitement in her eyes. Had she guessed something right? Of course she was willing. Su Yin took the initiative to hold her hand. You're the first close friend I've made in the company. Later I'll teach you how to make caramel milk tea, fruit tea, bubble tea, and coffee. Do you want fried chicken too? I can make all of that. Lu Yuebai felt incredibly proud, like a big sister taking her little sister into the kitchen to whip up a feast. Su Yin looked up at her with admiration. She was so amazing. How could she know how to do everything? The two of them busied themselves for a while, and soon made a variety of snacks. Since they were both connected to the company in a special way, no one dared to say anything to them. They carried small trays laden with goodies to the office desks, sharing some with their closer colleagues. Su Yin had barely eaten for a moment when her phone rang. Opening it, she saw a message from Fu Lingxuan on WeChat. Xiao Yin, come to my office. He's looking for me again. Can't this guy do things himself? Su Yin sulkily abandoned her snacks and went to attend to Fu Lingxuan. As soon as she entered, she saw him sitting at his desk. Xiao Yin, come here. Help me print a document, then deliver it to the 68th floor to the supervisor's office. Remember to greet them, and though you can't speak, don't forget to knock. Fu Lingxuan beckoned her over quickly. Su Yin took a look. It was just a small task, nothing to fear. He also handed her an elevator card, the one for the executive elevator, which fewer people used, but ascending such a tall building would still take considerable time. This building had 26 elevators, 5 of which were freight elevators with greater capacity and larger interiors, though during peak morning hours some people would still squeeze in. Those working here followed staggered schedules. For instance, some departments started at 9, others at 9:30, but they left work later. This way the pressure on the elevators was alleviated as much as possible. Moreover, the higher floors generally had fewer people, further easing the up and down traffic. Su Yin printed a document nearby and showed it to Fu Lingxuan. After he confirmed it was correct, he let her leave. On the 68th floor, a supervisor who looked quite young, dressed in a professional skirt, had risen swiftly to this position through ability and background as one of the most outstanding second-generation members of the company. If she were 10 years younger, she might have pursued Fu Lingxuan, but at 40 she remained unmarried. A knock sounded. Come in, the woman called out. To her surprise, the door opened to reveal a young girl in a pink-maid outfit topped with a white chef's hat. A rather exquisite little thing. Oh, the CEO's little sweetheart. I never expected you'd come here to deliver documents. How rare, Lu Yin said, patting her desk with a smirk. She hadn't thought Fu Lingxuan, that younger man, would fancy this type. Something's off. How does someone here recognize me too? Is trouble brewing? Su Yin placed the document on her desk and turned to leave. Little cutie, don't rush off. I have some snacks here. Take some back, Lu Yin said, pulling a box from under her desk. Opening it, it was full of snacks, none of them cheap, many in pretty little tin containers with unfamiliar packaging. Such good fortune. Though tempted, she first pretended to decline, but unable to resist Lu Yan's insistence, she ended up carrying a large box of snacks back. After delivering the items, she took the elevator to the 6th floor. Upon arriving, Su Yin saw someone bullying Lu Yuebai. What a shocking sight. Oh, a kept woman dares to fight me. How audacious. The woman yanked Lu Yubai's hair forcefully, her ferocious expression instantly evoking hatred. Even more distressing was the crowd of onlooking colleagues, none willing to lend a hand. Lu Yuebai herself offered little resistance. What was going on? Furious, Su Yin set the box down by the elevator entrance, charged forward like a young calf, lowering her head to ram into the woman's back. Caught off guard, or simply defenseless, the woman collapsed to the floor with a crisp cracking sound. Now Su Yin saw her clearly. The arrogant woman's face was a mix of disbelief and resentment, shocked that such a young girl had dared to strike her. But she quickly recognized Su Yin as the girl beside Fu Lingxuan, his little lover perhaps. Yet the woman, undeterred by Su Yin's connections, lunged for a fight. Su Yin, unwilling to be bested, swung her fists wildly and kicked her hard. The woman, in high heels and unsuited for standing combat, ended up grappling with Su Yin on the floor, both pulling each other's hair. Lu Yubai's anger flared. She might be meek, but if someone bullied Su Yin, she wouldn't hold back. She swung her fist fiercely, striking the woman's face. Ahem, stop. Fu Lingxuan was pushed in by his sister. He had come because someone had reported the incident. Su Yin immediately let go and scurried behind him. What a guy. Sent to deliver a file, and you end up fighting here. If someone hadn't tattled, had never have known she was so bold. Su Yin, go to my office and wait. He'll handle this. Fu Lingxuan insisted, sending her away. Oh, CEO Fu, quite capable, keeping a little lover. The woman's face was full of spite, looking at Fu Lingxuan with arrogance and pride. Wu Shiao don't cause trouble in my company. I'm only giving you face because of your connection to Lu Zhan. Don't make a scene. I owe you nothing. Fu Lingxuan said sternly, his tone forceful, his eyes devoid of emotion. This woman was a wealthy heiress Lu Zhan had once been involved with, only for Lu Zhan to heartlessly dump her. Her coming today was clearly to stir up trouble. She refused to leave defiant. Could they really beat her to death? Xiaoyan, go. Fu Lingyu urged, pulling her away when she didn't budge. Something's off. Could she be Fu Lingxuan's admirer? Or his ex-girlfriend? Su Yan was curious, but seeing Fu Lingxuan's expression, she decided to leave. Little did she know she was about to be burdened with a massive debt. Once she was gone, Fu Lingxuan began resolving the matter. Half an hour later, Su Yan grew impatient waiting in the office. Fu Lingxuan finally returned. Oi kid, hey, raise your bill. 765,000 in total, including 60,000 in medical fees, 130,000 for lost time, and 20,000 for emotional damages. You just broke a set of jewelry and an earring from that woman. To keep you out of jail, I covered some of it up front. Of course, if you have questions, ask my sister or my lawyer. Fu Lingxuan's lips curled slightly as he watched Su Yan's jaw drop, her eyes wide with terror, her little hands clutching her skirt tightly. Don't worry, I'll introduce you to a wealthy woman or a boss tonight, and you'll pay it off quickly. Fu Lingxuan said, oddly amused by her expression. I'm doomed, set up by capital. What now? Sob. See, you're panicking again. Don't look at me with those pitiful eyes. You didn't consider who she was before fighting, and the impact was terrible. If not for me, you might have ended up in jail for life. Fu Lingxuan stared at Su Yan seriously. With her hands behind her back and head bowed, her pitiful look was rather endearing. To him, this sum was nothing, the cost of a car, a bed, or even just half the price of his sister's necklace. Seeing her like this, a playful urge arose in him. Manipulating this kid in the future would be a breeze. Xiaoyan, I bet you don't want to get fired, right? Then hurry up and give me a massage. He crossed his legs and adjusted his chair slightly. Su Yan sniffled, feeling her future was bleak. How could she ever repay such a debt? One more thing. Lu Yuebai is leaving tomorrow. Fu Lingxuan informed her in advance, wanting her to say goodbye. Lu Zhan had complained that Su Yan was too handsome with Lu Yuebai and didn't want her to stay at Fenghua Group, fearing he'd be cuckolded. So it wasn't Fu Lingxuan's decision to fire her. What? That despicable Fu Lingxuan. He'll remember this grudge. Wrongfully blamed, Fu Lingxuan sat with his legs crossed, enjoying Su Yan's massage. There's a banquet tonight. Do you want to come? Fu Lingxuan suddenly remembered a plan he had made earlier. But he no longer wished to toy with Su Yan. After all, this kid owed so much money and couldn't escape. From now on, he might as well treat him like a little pet he kept. Gradually, Fu Lingxuan grew impatient. Whoever wanted this damn job could have it. He inexplicably felt a strong urge to smell her scent. Don't misunderstand. He was merely agitated and needed to relax. Sit on my lap. Don't get the wrong idea. My legs are a bit uncomfortable, and your weight feels just right to ease them. Fu Lingxuan said this nonchalantly, as if trying to ensure Su Yan wouldn't misunderstand his intentions. Yet his palms were sweating, and he discreetly wiped them on his clothes, though his gaze remained unchanged. He swallowed, quietly suppressing any sound as he watched Su Yan slowly settle into his embrace. At that moment, he felt an immense satisfaction, and his thoughts inadvertently drifted back to a time not long ago. Back then, he couldn't move properly and needed Su Yan's help for everything. The mere memory of those scenes made his face flush. If you're bored, you can play on your phone, but keep the volume low, Fu Lingxuan said again, fearing she might find it tedious. What's up with Fu Lingxuan today? He seemed off, strangely gentle in a way that was hard to get used to. Su Yan didn't dare dwell on it, afraid her thoughts might overwhelm her. She pulled out her phone and quickly typed a message asking her sister if there was any hope left for her. Su Yan says something huge happened. I got into a fight and accidentally smashed a bunch of her jewelry. Now she wants me to pay 7.65 million. What do I do? Su Yan was revising her thesis when she saw her sister's message and clicked on it. Su Yan's eyes showed helplessness. She had warned her that going there would be like walking into a trap. Her sister never listened. She even wondered if Su Yan had done it on purpose. This little fool had gotten into trouble so quickly, as she'd probably have a brother-in-law soon. Maybe within 2 years, she'd become an aunt. But she thought the chances of actually getting a brother-in-law were slim. Oh well, forget it. She was so cute, as she'd marry someone eventually. If she could marry Fu Lingxuan, at least Su Yan could rest easy. Su Yan's silly sister, I told you not to go, but you wouldn't listen. For a measly 8,000 you actually dared to go. Are you that desperate for money? He's clearly out for revenge and will mess with you on purpose. Look at this. How are you going to pay back so much debt? Mom and Dad owe 2 million, and now you owe 7.65 million. That's almost 10 million combined. Even if you sold me or sent our whole family to Southeast Asia to be dismantled for parts, it wouldn't be enough. I think it's time you told President Fu that you're a girl. Maybe if he's happy, he'll spoil you rotten. Not just 7.65 million. Even 100 million head wipe it clean. Su Yin saw her sister's message and felt darkness closing in. Was that even human advice? But nearly 10 million in debt could crush anyone's will to work. Forget paying it off. Even the interest alone would ruin her for life. Watching Fu Lingxuan work diligently, his face surprisingly gentle, she noticed how handsome he looked when focused. Thick eyebrows, bright eyes, and deep passionate pupils. Fu Lingxuan caught Su Yan's gaze and instinctively looked away, thinking he must have something on his face. For a brief moment his cheeks actually felt warm. Strange, why was he feeling shy? He was the CEO. Even when wrong, he could shamelessly know should be steady as a mountain, face unchanged, and keep pushing through. What's wrong? Fu Lingxuan's deep voice carried concern, gentle and pleasant inexplicably, making Su Yan's ears tingle. Her body felt like it was hit by a weak electric current, trembling all over involuntarily, making her squeeze her legs together. Seeing Su Yin like this, like a maiden smitten with her lover, Fu Lingxuan mistakenly thought something was on his face and quickly reached up to touch it. "Don't look at me like that for no reason," Fu Lingxuan said with a hint of anger. His heart was racing and he emphasized his words as if to mask his inner guilt. Su Yin swallowed hard, frantically trying to explain, but found herself speechless. So she could only wave her delicate little hands. "Don't disturb my work. Be quiet," Fu Lingxuan continued. Su Yin lowered her head, lost in thought. Maybe her sister was right, as she might actually have to consider that option. No way. That would be a disaster. "Sob, sis, save me. I really won't do it again." Su Yin messaged her sister again. "Sis, is there any other way? Can you bear to see your adorable little brother fall into a den of iniquity? Can't you just bail me out?" Su Yin, little brother. Do I have a little brother? I only have a cute little sister. Besides, President Fu is tall, handsome, rich, and has had no scandals for years. He's probably a good man. A man as clean as him is hard to find, even with a lantern. If you could marry him, it would be like burning incense in gratitude. And seriously, I really can't bail you out anymore. If your brother-in-law helped, maybe, but can you bear to have us clean up your mess for a lifetime?" Su Yin, sob, sis, do you think I still have a chance? Su Yin, humph, I think your chances of marrying into the elite are slim, but being his girlfriend for a while is possible. Remember, take your pills, and don't cause any hidden trouble. Alright, sis doesn't have time to chat. I have to keep revising my thesis. In a few months he'll come to see you, so don't show up with a big belly. In Su Yan's heart, her foolish sister was doomed. She'd never find a man better than Fu Lingxuan, or she'd probably be single for life. She genuinely didn't think Fu Lingxuan would marry her. At best, he'd pursue Su Yin, and she'd be his girlfriend for a while. If Su Yin actually dared to have a child, maybe their family would rise like chickens and dogs to heaven, but her life would be miserable from then on. No way. I will never sink that low. Forget it. I'm beyond caring. Like a dead pig, not afraid of scalding water. Since Fu Lingxuan has already paid off my debts, I only owe him money. If he fires me, he gets nothing, so it's better to keep me around to work. Su Yin was in a foul mood, her mind filled with unpleasant images. One moment she was angry and annoyed, the next blushing and flustered. Could I really be like that? No. There had to be another way out. Su Yin refused to give up, even if the hope was slim. Su Yin had been sitting on his lap for quite a while, her bottom beginning to ache, so she cautiously shifted her posture. Watching Fu Lingxuan, who remained utterly absorbed in his work, she found it peculiar. She felt like a child perched on her father's lap, waiting patiently for her industrious father to finish his tasks. A sharp pang of doubt struck her. This isn't right, is it? Su Yin mused as she fumbled for her phone, stealing glances at Fu Lingxuan's face. At that moment he was deeply engrossed in his work, his brow etched with a furrow of worry that alternately tightened and relaxed. By now Fu Lingxuan's legs had gone completely numb, yet he stubbornly refused to let Su Yin leave. This strange sensation enveloped him like a shroud. The warm, fragrant breeze drifting from her seemed to weave an intoxicating spell, seeping into his nostrils and leaving him lightheaded. Even amidst the tedium of work, he could still savor a fleeting sense of tranquility. Gradually Su Yin grew drowsy, yet she dared not stir from his lap. She bobbed her head like a devotee, bowing in prayer, her movements jerky and repetitive. It was a long while before Fu Lingxuan noticed. He reached out, gently encircling her slender waist with his arm, easing her back just a fraction. His touch was so light that even Su Yin failed to perceive it. When they were close enough, Fu Lingxuan leaned in softly, guiding her head to rest against his chest. Though the pain in his legs had scarcely abated, he willingly bore it for her sake. At this proximity, a vast expanse of her form was visible from the collar of her shirt, yet he dared not gaze upon it. He refrained from looking, for he still recalled the dossier his mother had investigated, a thick stack of documents that unequivocally branded this person as male. He dared not act rashly, nor did he possess the courage to uncover whether Su Yin was truly a girl. As long as he kept his hands to himself, she remained in his eyes a girl. Time slipped by, and soon it was lunchtime. Fu Lingxuan's legs were thoroughly numb, but he had finally finished the morning's work. A sudden knock at the door startled him, and he immediately patted Su Yan's cheek gently. The girl jolted awake, catching a glimpse of something astonishing, then looked up at Fu Longxuan, a hint of panic flickering in her eyes. How had she fallen asleep? And what had she just seen? This was utterly wrong. She scrambled off Fu Longxuan's lap, her face a mask of alarm, yet inwardly, she urged herself to remain calm. Don't be afraid, don't let your thoughts run wild, she told herself, but she couldn't help recalling her sister's advice. Could she really do that? Wouldn't it be too shameful? Her cheeks flushed, such matters were far too embarrassing to even mention. Before long the door to the CEO's office swung open. Brother, time to eat, Fu Lingyu announced as she pushed through the door, only to find Su Yin standing beside her brother with a flushed face. There seemed to be reddish marks on her cheek, like the imprint left after sleeping on something. Was she blushing? Could it be that the two of them had been up to something improper? Yet there she stood beside her brother, looking as if she had just woken up. Something was amiss, something profoundly off. Fu Lingyu suppressed her burning curiosity, but it had already exceeded her capacity to contain. Could it be that her foolish brother had fallen for Xiao Yin, without even realizing she was a girl? This was far too thrilling. Not just thrilling, it sparked a mischievous delight within her. Now more than ever she must not reveal Xiao Yin's true identity. She would even tell their mother, so they could share in the joy and together tease her brother, savoring this forbidden romance. Xiao Yin, you go ahead and eat first. I'll join you later, Fu Lingxuan said, needing to change his trousers. While Su Yin had been asleep, drool had soaked through to his pants, and even stained his shirt slightly. Oh dear, Fu Lingyu thought, it looks like brother's clothes are a bit damp. Could Xiao Yin have been sleeping on his shoulder? Her brother's body hadn't fully recovered yet. How much pain must he be enduring? Fu Lingxuan's mind wandered, consumed by the image of Su Yin sleeping so adorably in his arms. But the moment he remembered that this creature possessed that unsightly appendage, a wave of irritation surged through him. He felt an urge to drag her off to Thailand for a minor surgical alteration. Fu Lingxuan retreated to the lounge and changed his clothes. When he emerged, he found that ungrateful Su Yin had already devoured a large portion of his meal, ravaging every dish. The steamed fish was now a mess of gouged-out flesh. Brother, come eat quickly. I ordered just one set of lunch today, but it's enough for the three of us, Fu Lingyu called out, beckoning her brother over. Her gaze lingered on Su Yan's face, still puzzled by the marks on her cheek. The three of them gathered together, enjoying their lunch and a brief respite. Half an hour later, fully sated, they began to mill about the office. Su Yin slipped into the lounge, where there was a charging port and an excellent Wi-Fi signal. Fu Lingxuan was burdened with a heavy heart, waves of agitation flooding his mind. His eyes were filled with the image of Su Yin nestling obediently in his arms, her fair, delicate face exuding docility and serenity. A soft breeze carried her faint fragrance, yet it could not dispel his melancholy. He wanted to give up on seeking revenge. If this continued, he would be the first to suffer. Brother, what are you thinking about? Fu Lingyu asked, knowingly feigning a playful tone. Her mischievous grin made Fu Lingxuan's heart skip a beat. I was thinking about the company's future development. Fu Lingxuan snapped back to reality, banishing his stray thoughts, and launched into a flurry of evasion. And what did you come up with? Nothing particularly useful yet. Fu Lingyu stared at him intently before speaking again. Brother, I have to go out this afternoon. Find someone to cover for me. Where are you going? To see someone. It's important. Fu Lingxuan didn't press further. Instead, he felt a flicker of relief that his sister would be leaving this floor. No, why would such a thought even cross his mind? He took a deep breath, closing his eyes, trying to sever these vexing thoughts. Perhaps his eyes had deceived him. Yes, that must be it. Fu Lingxuan clung stubbornly to this belief. But if he were to expose Su Yin and confirm she was male, yet this feeling persisted, wouldn't that mean he was? Arriving at this conclusion, he nearly blacked out and collapsed. No, it can't be. He insisted. How could a robust man like him be attracted to a crossdresser? Fu Lingxuan was trapped in a paradox. Revealing the truth might bring an outcome he dreaded, while concealing it left him ensnared like a moth in a whirlpool, unable to break free. When had this situation first begun? Fu Lingxuan searched his memory carefully. It seemed that from the very first day he met her, his body had reacted in an unsettling way. Fu Lingxuan wanted to give it a try. What if it was just a false alarm? He walked into the lounge and saw little Nanliang rolling around on his bed, gleefully like a child. Xiaoyan will bring you to tonight's banquet after all, but I need you to help me with something. Fu Lingxuan said nonchalantly. Help? With what? It couldn't be dancing. She didn't know how, having only just learned a few days ago, and her height wasn't suitable to be Fu Lingxuan's partner. Su Yin wanted to refuse. But Fu Lingxuan quickly added, Xiaoyan, you wouldn't want to get fired, would you? I don't keep useless people around. It'll raise your salary a bit. Not that. Was this favor proper? It couldn't be illegal, could it? Su Yin grew uneasy. Especially these days, she knew Fu Lingxuan's tricks. The more he threatened and intimidated, the more complicated the banquet was. Could it be some sort of event? Such an outrageous event. Bringing a Nanliang along. Was that even appropriate? Wasn't he afraid of losing friends? Or maybe she was just overthinking things, and there really were people who liked Nanliangs. Judging by your expression, you must agree. Fu Lingxuan smirked, a wicked grin curling on his lips. He sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Their eyes met. Fu Lingxuan's aggressive gaze locked onto her, making Su Yan's heart skip a beat. What was he doing? Don't do this. I'm scared. Su Yan's small hands clutched her pink, made outfit tightly, her palms sweating. Her legs pressed together, fear and shame overwhelming her. Her fair cheeks flushed crimson, and her breathing grew erratic. It's fine. Banquets always have some awkward moments. You know I have a rib fracture and need rest. I can't drink. There's a small activity at tonight's banquet, and I need your help, Fu Lingxuan said, seeing her fear and suddenly feeling playful. What activity? Su Yan wanted to back away, but Fu Lingxuan quickly closed in. His relentless approach made her heart race. From the look of it, was this activity really proper? He gently cupped her face, bringing them so close that a single stumble could make them kiss. Their gazes intertwined. His burning, passionate eyes pressured Su Yan immensely. In his deep pupils, she saw her own cute, yet timid reflection. She swallowed hard. Could this guy have found another prank to play on her? Xiaoyan is so cute. Fu Lingxuan suddenly chuckled, reaching out to gently rub her cheek. Thanks, but I'd rather be ugly. Suddenly, before Su Yan could react, he pressed her head forward, and their lips met. A brief daze left Su Yan's eyes glazed over. Coming to her senses, she immediately pushed Fu Lingxuan away. Xiaoyan, I need you to pretend to be my girlfriend. Tonight there's a small game of truth or dare. I can't drink, so I'll have to take dares. It might be a bit offensive, please forgive me. Not cool, man. The favor you wanted was me pretending to be your girlfriend. How can this be? Wait, hadn't she originally applied to be Fu Lingxuan's girlfriend? Could it be? He had planned this all along. This is too terrifying. Just as Su Yan broke free, Fu Lingxuan said, Xiaoyan, you wouldn't want to get fired, would you? You know you owe 765,000. It'll be hard to pay back. Fu Lingxuan chuckled lightly. No way, this isn't right. How could a person do this? Su Yan looked at Fu Lingxuan timidly. Hesitant, she suddenly realized she hadn't felt particularly disgusted just now. It was only because she remembered she was a child that she had resisted. No. How could she not hate men? Su Yan clenched her small hands tightly, staring at Fu Lingxuan in disbelief. She bit her lip, her light blue eyes looking at him with grievance and stubbornness. Her white hair brushed against her puffed cheeks, her cute, yet timid demeanor stirring something strange in Fu Lingxuan. He felt an even stronger urge to bully her. What was going on? Never mind. Kissing her a few more times might clear things up. Maybe his eyes were deceived, or a few more kisses might make him nauseous. Fu Lingxuan didn't let Su Yan go. Half an hour later, they had been kissing for quite a while. Su Yan's heart pounded wildly. Her Botus reaction felt wrong. Why did she find Fu Lingxuan somewhat delicious? No, this couldn't be true. Maybe it was just hormones acting up. She was still very manly. Yes, that must be it. Alright, take a nap. Don't overthink it. Fu Lingxuan took off his shoes, put on slippers, and headed to wash his feet and face before sleeping. Watching him walk toward the bathroom, Su Yan immediately hugged a small white blanket and hid in bed, trembling. Was this guy gay? Oh no, oh no. He didn't even know she was a girl, yet he dared to kiss her. Was that right? Fu Lingxuan reached the bathroom, equally terrified. His inner self screamed. What? Why wasn't there even a hint of disgust? In fact, his body got excited like a wolf spotting a rabbit, like a demon seeing blood. It felt as if his genes were in turmoil. He felt his world collapse. Could his orientation be off? No wonder he had been single for so many years, never finding girls soft and fragrant. What if Su Yan was actually a girl? Fu Lingxuan tried to comfort himself. But was that even possible? He had thoroughly investigated her background, even seen her childhood photos. No, he had to investigate Su Yan again. He couldn't remain in this confusion. He splashed water on his face, scrubbing hard to calm down and avoid such an absurd situation. He didn't want to be known as a gay man someday. He could lose face, but his parents' family, and even the entire company couldn't. As a public figure, such behavior would harm national dignity and the enterprise. Once his image was ruined, rebuilding it would be no easy task. Fu Lingxuan felt the world was unfair. Why did he have to like Su Yan of all people when she was a boy? Oh heavens, please don't prank me anymore. I asked for nothing in this life. Just one thing, please make that wretched Su Yan a girl. Su Yan felt as if she had been struck a heavy blow. Even Fu Lingxuan had stuck out his tongue. Yet she didn't feel the slightest urge to vomit. Instead, she felt a shy urge to press her legs together, her body involuntarily tightening, and even sensed a warm current surging in her lower abdomen. Even her ears turned red, yet she wasn't repulsed. In fact, she almost wanted to lean closer. Was Was this reaction normal? It should be right. Su Yin broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if her entire worldview was flipping upside down. Perhaps the estrogen in her body had betrayed her true heart. She hadn't degenerated, it was just this damned hormone acting up. Yes, that's right, she was still very manly. As long as she reinforced her conviction every day, she wouldn't fall. But, no buts. Only persistence. Don't lose heart, and don't overthink, damn it. The factory work had been grueling, yet she had still persevered through winter and summer breaks. How hard could it be to stay true to herself? Just a mere fooling Schwan. Was she really afraid of him? Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Su Yin tossed, and turned in bed feeling restless and stifled yet. The air conditioner was clearly on. Perhaps it was because the blanket was too thick. Before long, Fu Lingxuan emerged after washing his face. Perhaps aware that his body had a reaction to Su Yin, he became cautious. He needed to keep his distance from her lately, and stop indulging his own behavior. You sleep at this end, I'll sleep over here. Fu Lingxuan pointed to the foot of the bed, intending for Su Yin to sleep there, so she wouldn't disturb him. Su Yin scurried to the foot of the bed without a hint of reluctance, her disdainful expression leaving Fu Lingxuan speechless. Her contempt was so obvious. It seemed this guy had no idea about social graces. He'd have to give her a proper lesson after getting up in the afternoon. Hugging the blanket, Su Yin pondered a question. She had heard that a woman's pleasure was 20 times more intense than a man's, and not only that, but her body would also become more. Stop thinking about it. Such things were too strange. Yet the more she tried not to let her mind wander, the more those bizarre images surfaced, leaving her flushed and even sparking her curiosity. So she decided to indulge in that fantasy. Just a little. She was merely curious, not degenerating. Su Yin took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and curled up tightly into a ball. Her cheeks flushed slightly, a faint foolish smile gracing her lips. Half an hour later, Su Yin fell asleep. But Fu Lingxuan couldn't sleep. Strange, he never suffered from insomnia, so why couldn't he drift off? It must be that damn little brat who drugged him. Frustrated, Fu Lingxuan threw off the blanket and got up, intending to go for a walk. But when he saw Su Yin curled up under the blanket, only her little head peeking out, sleeping so soundly, with a cute smile on her face, something struck his heart inexplicably. What if he held her while sleeping? Just give it a try. If he didn't nap at noon, he'd have no energy in the afternoon. This was all for work. He was truly shameless. He felt ashamed of the excuse he had concocted. How could he keep lowering his standards? Was he not afraid of falling? Was he not afraid of actually liking Su Yin? His heart was tormented repeatedly, but in the end he tiptoed lightly to the foot of the bed, gently lifted the blanket, and embraced Su Yin from behind. With her soft jade-like form in his arms and the faint fragrance wafting like incense, he surprisingly felt a wave of drowsiness. This guy really was trouble. Fu Lingxuan took a deep breath. So fragrant. Meanwhile, Fu Lingyu crawled out from under the covers with an aching back, glaring at Li Jinyu, as if he wanted to continue, and couldn't help but snap. Enough? That's it for today. Yes, dear. Then tonight. Tonight I'm going home. By the way, aren't you having a small gathering tonight? Remember to protect Xiao Yin for me. Don't let any bad guys touch her. Fu Lingyu said with utmost seriousness and sternness, as if daring him to refuse would get him kicked out. Li Jinyu helplessly spread his hands. He had no way to deal with her, and could only indulge her. Fu Lingyu thought to herself, damn, she forgot to tell her mother about what she had discovered today. She immediately picked up her phone and dialed Lin Yi's number. Hello, Mom. Have you eaten? What's up, Xiao Yu? Mom, guess what important discovery I made today? Fu Lingyu suddenly became sly, unable to resist playing riddles. But Lin Yi immediately caught on to something. Tell me, how far have they gone? Lin Yi instantly turned gossipy, her tone becoming eager, the fire of curiosity blazing in her eyes. I think I saw drool on my brother's clothes and also on his pants, if I'm not mistaken. He must have been holding Xiao Yin while working, and she was probably sleeping on his chest. Fu Lingyu shared her speculation with her. Unfortunately, the CEO's office had no surveillance cameras installed, only a few outside the door. Really? Does that mean I'm going to be a grandmother? Lin Yi was so excited she nearly jumped up. But if she remembered correctly, her foolish son still hadn't realized that Xiao Yin was a girl. Was there something wrong with this son? Hiss. Don't overthink it, don't overthink it. Suddenly she found herself afraid to tell her son that Su Yin was a girl. Lin Yi sat on the sofa lost in thought. What exactly was it about Su Yin that made her son fall for her? No. She seemed to recall her son saying that if Su Yin were a girl, he would force himself on her and engage in coercive love. So, did that mean her son had transcended gender and would still fall for Su Yin? That was certainly commendable. But did the little cutie like her son? That was what she cared about more. If the little cutie didn't like her son, no matter how much he struggled, it would only end in a painful love affair. Lin Yi was deeply worried about their future and wanted to meddle, but she was afraid it might backfire. Yet her insatiable curiosity couldn't be suppressed. Forget it. She would arrange for a few bodyguards to protect them in secret. They would report to her. Lin Yi restrained her curiosity, not daring to interfere too much with them. In the afternoon, Su Yin felt something tightly holding her from behind. The hard muscles made her uncomfortable. She looked down and saw a thick bicep. At that moment, Fu Lingxuan was holding her tightly. What the hell? Didn't they agree to sleep on separate sides? This guy had issues. I must have been half asleep and wandered over here. Sorry, Xiao Yin. I might have a habit of sleepwalking. Feeling the little one in his arms wake up, Fu Lingxuan could only offer an explanation. Do you think I would believe your lies? Su Yin was terrified, yet utterly helpless. Trapped in a den of wolves. If her sister didn't come to her rescue, she would soon be showing up with a swollen belly. But her sister had no money either. How could she have gotten herself into such a huge mess? Su Yin was filled with regret, but it was too late. At this rate, it was only a matter of time. She dreaded the thought of Fu Lingxuan launching a full investigation. Everything would be ruined. What else could she do? Think fast. Fu Lingxuan stood with his hands on his hips, his expression unchanged, speaking in a deadpan tone. His deep eyes betrayed not a hint of guilt, as if what he said were true. I need a little more practice. Once or twice isn't enough. I'm not skilled yet. I'm afraid those bastards will figure out we're just pretending to be a couple. Seriously, man. You say that without a shred of guilt. Without a hint of panic. Su Yin clenched her small hands, feeling her entire body go weak and limp. Why did a part of her not want to run? Damn legs, why are you giving up on me now? Run. But Fu Lingxuan had already pressed forward, his strong, muscular body, firmly blocking her escape. Don't do this. I'm scared. 10 minutes later, Fu Lingxuan wore a look of regret. He licked his lips and took a deep breath. How had he fallen again, breaking his own limits time after time? Fu Lingxuan felt he was sick and needed to rest. Perhaps it was that car accident. Yes, that must be it. The crash had damaged his brain. But his head hadn't hurt at the time. That's not right. The brain has no pain receptors, only the skull does. So maybe the violent impact had caused a severe concussion, and that was why he was acting a little off. Having found a plausible excuse, Fu Lingxuan was secretly pleased. He thought for a moment and decided to keep Su Yin out of his sight for now. Little Yin, hey race, what will do? I'm giving you some time off. You can go out and have fun, but make sure you're back by the time your shift ends. Your salary will be paid as usual. Really? Su Yin was overjoyed. She actually had a chance to slack off. How exhilarating. She immediately scampered out her steps light and quick. I can't do anything with you. He figured he'd just have to deal with it this way to avoid her influence. Once his big investigation was over, he would deal with her properly. As Su Yin walked out of the office, she saw a tearful Lu Yuebai going through the resignation process. Wait, she had gotten her into trouble. What happened to her? Su Yin hurried over and wrapped her arms around the weeping Lu Yuebai. Feeling the warmth of the embrace, Lu Yuebai looked down and saw it was Su Yin. She was one of the few people she could connect with here. Unfortunately, during Su Yan's absence not long ago, a woman had stormed into the department, and everyone learned that Lu Yuebai was a kept woman, a caged bird supported by a sugar daddy. One by one they distanced themselves, their eyes filled with mockery and contempt, the same look one might give a criminal or a streetwalker. Men and women alike. She dared not tell Su Yin. If Su Yin learned of her miserable past, would she treat her the same way as everyone else? Xiao Yin, you're here. Lu Yuebai cupped her face, holding back her tears, and forced a smile. Su Yin nodded, her face full of apology. She quickly pulled out her phone and typed a string of words. I'm sorry I got you fired. This summer break is almost over, and you might not be able to earn money anymore. Lu Yuebai wiped her tears and smiled. No, it's not your fault. It's my problem. I dragged you into this, and I got you into so much debt. If you need help, we'll pay it back for you. Su Yin quickly waved her hands to refuse. That kind of money, working odd jobs, should never pay it off in this lifetime. But at least she had one more option, though it might be a little embarrassing. Just thinking about it made her face flush red. Su Yin thought Lin Yi was quite generous after all. If she practiced dancing with her every day, she might give her a little bonus now and then. Soon enough, she'd be able to repay the debt. As for the jewelry mother and daughter had given her, Su Yin dared not touch it. Those pieces were worth millions, perhaps tens of millions, even over 100 million. She was afraid to misstep and end up in serious trouble. It's okay, I can handle it, Lu Yuebai said, clenching her fists. At 500 a month, if she could keep it up for a year and a half, she could roughly clear the debt. And Lu Zhan occasionally gave her tips. But her future was already bleak, and now it had sunk even deeper into the abyss. Besides, Lu Zhan was a womanizer with many women. Just thinking about it made her feel nauseous. But who was she to blame? She had fallen into this trap herself. Lu Yuebai hated herself, hated her family. None of them were reliable except her younger sister. As Lu Zhan's favorite, she could probably endure for a year and a half. Su Yin said, no, this is my debt. I'll pay it myself. I take responsibility for my own actions. Besides, I'm CEO fuss girlfriend. I can manage this amount. Su-Yan's face flushed. A little white lie wouldn't hurt, right? A fake girlfriend is still a girlfriend, isn't it? Xiaoyan. Lu Yuebai cupped her face and called out softly. Her eyes were full of guilt and affection for her tears streaming down uncontrollably. Xiaoyan was just like her little sister at home, only more beautiful and adorable. But Su-Yan seemed to feel something different about her, or maybe she was just imagining it. It felt so nice to have a pretty older sister cupping her face. Perhaps it was because her period had just ended and her hormones had returned to normal levels. Her mood was good and everything looked beautiful, except for Fu Lingxuan. I'm resigning today. After this, we might not meet again easily. If you ever have any trouble, just tell me. He'll be going back to school in a while. Lu Yuebai held Su-Yan's face, meeting her eyes with sincere words. She didn't want to lose Su-Yan as a friend. It was nearly September, and the weather was starting to cool. Su-Yan felt the difference in Jingdu. The seasons here were distinct. When it turned cold, it did so quickly, unlike her hometown in Guangnan Province, a province where spring and autumn were indistinguishable. In September, it was still hot enough to wear short sleeves, and it usually didn't get cold until November. Once cold, it stayed cold for half a year. After completing the resignation procedures with Lu Yuebai, Su-Yan accompanied her to get milk tea. Nearby, there was a huge shopping mall with a store called Moda Xiaofu. The milk tea there was quite expensive, maybe because of the high cost of living in the big city, but Su-Yan gritted her teeth and treated her to a cup. The two sat in the milk tea shop, slowly savoring the passage of time. They didn't talk much, just sat quietly, occasionally exchanging glances, and then looking away with a knowing smile. As night fell, Su-Yan had no choice but to bid farewell to Lu Yuebai and prepare for tonight's banquet. She had no idea what would happen, but a sense of foreboding lingered. Fu Lingxuan couldn't drink. Could he be planning to prank her? Su-Yan felt uneasy, convinced that she had been set up tonight. It was definitely a trap. Oh no, did she still have a chance? Could she escape? The thought of Fu Lingxuan's increasingly twisted behavior filled her with a sense of helplessness. Damn it, didn't a little girl have any rights? Su-Yan pinched her own cheek. By the way, she hadn't even had time to look into her sister. The fall from captain to minor was a huge drop. Well, since things had come to this, she might as well let it be. Su-Yan returned to the 6th floor of the headquarters building. Fu Lingxuan had already finished work and was sitting at a desk opposite the elevator on the 6th floor waiting for her. You back now? Or have you been fooling around? Fu Lingxuan asked with a resentful tone, crossing his legs like a neglected wife. He had been waiting here for half an hour before seeing Su-Yan return. Since she couldn't speak anyway, she just let it go. All right, let's head down. Fu Lingxuan stood up, thought for a moment, and noticed that Su-Yan's maid outfit seemed a bit off. He had intended to buy her a dress, but never mind. After all, his good buddies already knew that this little boy was his human pet. Then there was no need to change it. Could be a little romantic touch. Fu Lingxuan reached out and gently took her small hand, slightly cold. The little girl's hand was so soft that he couldn't bear to hold it tightly, like an adult holding a child's hand, deliberately loosening his grip so as not to hurt her. Su-Yan looked up at Fu Lingxuan, feeling that he had suddenly become much gentler. She couldn't quite understand. Perhaps it was her imagination, but after wearing skirts so many times, she had gotten used to it. The first time she wore one, she felt a bit shy, as if she had secretly put on a girl's clothes and her cheeks would turn red. But now she didn't really care anymore. Longquan Grand Hotel was a combination of leisure, KTV, and dining. The 1200 metal building made everyone who came prepared to be taken advantage of. Being expensive was just the basic condition. The hotel, steeped in extravagance, possessed unimaginable wealth. The first floor served as a reception hall, the second and third floors as restaurants, the fourth floor was the legendary entertainment area, with KTV and private rooms. The fifth floor had billiards and a bar. The upper floors were used as hotel rooms. The most expensive presidential suite had even hosted foreign heads of state, earning it a great reputation. Fu Lingxuan was heading to the 4th floor today with his group of friends. As soon as she got out of the car, Su-Yan felt that this hotel was different. The security guards at the entrance stood like soldiers on a parade ground, eyes sharp as torches, seemingly radiating murderous intent. Indeed, they were retired veterans. It was said that the pay here was high, the work was easy, and they could earn tens of thousands a month. If they became managers, making over 100,000 a month was not difficult, and they also had chances to meet wealthy women and heiresses, so they came to try their luck. After Fu Lingxuan got out of the car, his bodyguards quickly formed a triangular formation, attracting many onlookers. Some ordinary tourists secretly peeked, thinking that such a prominent figure was worth getting to know. Since his body had not fully recovered and he couldn't walk far, their private room was close to the elevator. Stepping through the hotel entrance, the spacious lobby had a floor height of 10 meters. The staircase to the 2nd floor was shaped like an X with a small platform at the center for people to pause. Each white railing bore a different pattern. The surrounding giant load-bearing columns each had a golden dragon winding around them, presenting a magnificent sight. In addition, a pure gold lion covered by a golden glass case made one feel that money flowed like water. No one would suspect that the lion was made of copper. The group soon arrived at the 4th floor. Once inside the private room, the bodyguards were allowed to go eat. You guys go eat first. Put the bill on my tab with a spending limit of 2,000. Anything beyond that you pay yourselves, Fu Lingxuan said to his bodyguards. Wow. Su Yin was shocked. Was this guy really that good to his bodyguards? Maybe. If she told him she was a girl, he might treat her even better. But then again, no. She couldn't enjoy that fortune. With her small, fragile body, and being mute, she wouldn't even have time to beg for mercy. Thank you, President Fu. Remember not to offend anyone. There are often officials and foreign guests here, Fu Lingxuan reminded them. In business, the last thing you want is to offend local officials and powerful figures. As for foreign guests, it was because Fenghua Group exported many products, and they didn't want to provoke foreigners fearing future trouble. Moreover, most of the foreigners who came here were capitalists very familiar with China, as well as foreign high-ranking officials. Got it, boss. After giving his instructions, Fu Lingxuan took Su Yan's hand and entered the private room. Once inside, the room was spacious with several lounges and even a restroom. The interior was like an apartment with many rooms. Going deeper inside, Su Yan saw a familiar figure, Lu Yuebai, who was lying in a man's arms. That man was also holding another woman. Su Yan's anger flared instantly, and she wanted to go over and kick that man, but Fu Lingxuan precisely noticed her intent. He gently squeezed her little hand and whispered, "Don't act rashly. The Lu family's wealth ranks among the top in the country. Even though Lu Zhan is not the heir, he is not someone to be trifled with." Fu Lingxuan's words instantly calmed Su Yan, but seeing Lu Yuebai forcing a smile in that man's arms was extremely painful to her eyes. "Yo, Brother Xian is here. Please." Lu Zhan immediately stood up and said obsequiously. His gaze swept over Su Yan, showing a hint of contempt, then he looked away. "Lu Zhan, what are you up to again, bringing 2 women? Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself?" Fu Lingxuan teased, then led Su Yan to sit on the sofa. "Oh, I'm not like you, Brother Xian, with such a business mind. My task at home is just to reproduce and be a useless parasite." Lu Zhan spread his hands, leaned back in his chair, and said half-jokingly, "All right, enough talk. What do you want to play tonight?" Fu Lingxuan asked while holding Su Yan's slender waist. "Truth or dare? Same rules, lose and drink, or do a dare." Bai Yao jumped out and shouted. Li Jinyu sat on the side, carefully observing Su Yan's appearance and figure. Tonight Li Jinyu planned to thoroughly prank Fu Lingxuan. And Lu Zhan had the same idea. That damned Fu Lingxuan letting his sidekick Nin Liang take advantage of his lover. "Tonight you're dead." A group of people began their adventure game for the night. First, the size of the playing cards determined the target of punishment. They all played their cards to see who had the smallest number. From A to K, A is the smallest and K is the largest. "All right, shuffle the cards, no cheating. I can't drink, and the dares you've arranged are a bit twisted. I dare not play with you for too long," Fu Lingxuan said with a deep tone. He felt the atmosphere tonight was off. Beside him, Su Yan had already clenched her fists, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Yuebai, standing by Lu Zhan, lowered her head in shame, not daring to meet Su Yan's gaze. Lu Zhan noticed that the woman beside him seemed very concerned about Su Yan's eyes. "Shuffle," Lu Zhan shouted. Li Jinyu quickly opened the box of playing cards and shuffled them casually. Then he dealt the cards. Fu Lingxuan took his cards, closed his left eye, and sneaked a peek with his right eye. He saw it was a Q. This was secure. So Fu Lingxuan leaned back, crossed his legs, and scanned everyone present. Unless the 3 of them all drew K, then he would be up for a prank. "Show." Fu Lingxuan confidently threw down his card. Then a shocking sight appeared, all 3 of them had K. Su Yan frowned, not yet realizing the gravity of the situation. Was this guy so wicked that even drawing a Q could lose? It was utterly ridiculous. "Cough, Lingxuan, you lost. Truth or dare? Pick one." Li Jinyu's lips curled slightly. As someone who had studied gambling techniques for half a year, he could already skillfully deal every card. No way. What a coincidence. Fu Lingxuan stared at the cards on the table in disbelief. Then Li Jinyu took out a small blind box. "Let's start with a dare to warm up," Fu Lingxuan said. "All right," Li Jinyu replied, then drew a slip of paper from the blind box for him. "Find a suitable person for a French kiss lasting 5 minutes. Lingxuan, I think you can't complete this challenge. There's a glass of Remy Martin here, you choose." Li Jinyu glanced at Fu Lingxuan and smiled. Su Yan frowned slightly. "No way. Xiaoyan, come here. I need a favor. You know I can't drink right now." Fu Lingxuan turned slightly to look at Su Yan beside him, speaking nonchalantly. "Dude, is this right? Why drag me into your dare? Are you going to say you don't want to get fired, do you? And threaten me next?" Seeing Su Yan unmoved, Fu Lingxuan turned and leaned over her, one hand on the sofa backrest behind her. "Oh no. A dare. It felt like a setup specifically to mess with me. Su Yan felt both physically and mentally exhausted along with an unbearable shame. Her legs started trembling uncontrollably, her gaze avoided Fu Lingxuan's direct stare, and her palms began to sweat. Brother Xian, if you can't do it, don't force yourself. A French kiss requires tongue, it's really not necessary. Bai Yao said worriedly. It's fine, a real man can take a loss. With that, Fu Lingxuan unbuttoned his shirt, tugged at his collar, to reveal his sharp jawline, his eyes burning with determination, and kissed without hesitation. The scene instantly erupted in cheers and excitement, but Liu Weibai seemed to notice Su Yan's resisting and evasive eyes. 5 minutes. All right, one more round. Fu Lingxuan took a sip of juice to moisten his throat, while Su Yan beside him, as if tainted, trembled in the corner. Li Jinyu picked up the cards and dealt quickly. He felt he had been set up by the capital because he got an A, the smallest card. I surrender this round. Fu Lingxuan threw his card away. We haven't even shown yet, and you surrender. Li Jinyu's lips curled because he had drawn the ace of diamonds originally, intending to lose on purpose. Oh, careless. Fu Lingxuan's eyes widened. Dude, is this right? Truth or dare? Dare. Fu Lingxuan stubbornly chose dare again. Lu Zhan helped him pick. Li Jinyu, to avoid bias, let someone else draw. Lu Zhan picked up the blind box and randomly drew a slip of paper. He frowned as he read the content aloud. Send your private photo to one person. Thank goodness this one was a bit normal. He could delete the photo later. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yan, this round you play for me. Fu Lingxuan patted her shoulder, his eyes slightly encouraging, as if he didn't care about the game. What? If I lose, will I be pranked again? Li Jinyu continued dealing. Su Yan nervously picked up her card. It was the 10 of clubs. That's not too small, right? Show. Su Yan threw down her card, and saw the others had J, Q, and K. Damn, what a coincidence. How could this lose? Was she set up by the capital? Fu Lingxuan frowned slightly, feeling targeted, losing 3 rounds in a row. Truth. Fu Lingxuan chose this, not wanting to do a dare. Okay, I'll pick a slip. Li Jinyu drew a slip from another box. May I ask if you still have your first time? Fu Lingxuan frowned deeply. Such an embarrassing truth. I do. Fu Lingxuan answered immediately, his face reddening, unable to maintain his cool image. Lingxuan, are you impotent? You're still a virgin. Lu Zhan glanced at a certain spot, unable to suppress his smile. Fu Lingxuan was actually a virgin. Su Yan inexplicably felt happy. Could this guy have issues in that area? If she had his physique, wealth, and looks, she would be chasing after girls every day, living a sweet life. Alright, game on. He quickly changed the subject. Then Fu Lingxuan lost 18 rounds in a row, 15 of which were French kisses, and one was to choose someone to have them step on his face. That task, of course, was carried out by Su Yan. The other 2 times were to walk out of the private room and shout, I am an idiot, 10 times, attracting the attention of 10 people. No more I feel set up. Let's play liar's dice instead. Fu Lingxuan waved his hand, indicating he was a bit overwhelmed. Fine, whoever loses has to find a person and kiss for 5 minutes. Li Jinyu immediately agreed and stated his idea. With his gambling skills, he could make Fu Lingxuan lose every round. This, one at a time. But if you lose, Jinyu, who will you kiss? Lu Zhan asked curiously. Don't worry, if I lose, I'll call in reinforcements. A reinforcement? Fu Lingxuan inexplicably felt something amiss in his gaze. Why was Li Jinyu, that sable-like man, staring at him in a way that made his heart flutter with unease? He was indeed homosexual, but his preference was for adorable, effeminate men like Su Yan, not a burly figure like this. Could it be that he assumed he was indiscriminate? Fu Lingxuan speculated inwardly, his gaze toward Li Jinyu now tinged with disgust. This Li Jinyu was utterly devoid of self-awareness. Catching Fu Lingxuan's expression, Li Jinyu's lips curled slightly upward. This guy's mind was a mess. TSK. Well, he might as well toy with him a bit. Thus Li Jinyu cast an ambiguous glance and provoked him fiercely. That seductive, electrifying look sent a wave of revulsion through Fu Lingxuan. Was this right? Why didn't he feel repulsed when looking at Su Yan? Yet a single glance at these fellows made him want to explode, and imagining such scenes sent him straight to the heavens. Fu Lingxuan's lips twisted into a sneer, his eyes filled with contempt. This guy was far too overconfident. Reinforcement. He could send him flying with a single punch. The game of bluff involves guessing the number of dice beneath the cups. The closer the guess, the better. Ones can stand in for any number, and each person's cup holds 5 dice. Let's begin. Fu Lingxuan shook his cup and glanced at his roll. 5 sixes. 7. 12. Li Jinyu declared with utmost confidence. Huh, were there that many? Fu Lingxuan was taken aback. Challenge. He refused to believe that combined they could have so many 6s. This bunch must be bluffing. Yet when the cups were lifted aside from himself, having no 6s, the 3 of them together indeed had 12 6s. Was this right? 15 dice among 3 people, and they rolled 12 6s. Were they cheating? Brother Xin, you're really pathetic. Lu Zhan smirked coldly. Xiaoyan, I'm sorry, but these guys are up to something. With that Fu Lingxuan lunged towards Su Yan. Oof, what a disaster. That Fu guy was truly pathetic. He couldn't win a single hand of cards after 18 straight losses, and he couldn't even handle dice. Another half-hour passed. Fu Lingxuan lost 3 rounds, and Lu Zhan lost 1. Lu Zhan directly kissed the woman beside him, shocking Su Yan. After kissing her, he then planted a kiss on the reluctant Lu Yuebai. Lu Yubai's hands clenched into fists, the hatred in her eyes never so intense. Yet, what could she do? With her family's circumstances, if she were gone, the household would fall apart. Watching Lu Yubai's resigned submission, Su Yan's fists tightened. Unaccustomed to such scenes, she couldn't bear it. Tears welled up in her eyes. She longed to leave to no longer witness Lu Yubai's humiliation. Luck isn't on my side today. It's getting late, we should head back. Fu Lingxuan noticed Su Yan's distress, and that nearly 3 hours had passed. It was time to leave. So soon. It's only been a while. We've only played a few rounds. I'm not satisfied yet. Li Jinyu wasn't ready to stop. Fine, I'm off to check into a hotel. With that, Lu Zhan walked out, an arm around each of the 2 women. Oh brother Lu, you're in good shape. Playing that game again. Aren't you afraid of burning out? Bai Yao called out with a laugh. Scumbag, womanizer, beast, not human. Su Yan cursed vehemently in her heart, but she truly lacked the courage to watch any longer. Once outside the private room, Fu Lingxuan spoke softly. Hey, don't cry. I originally didn't want to bring you because I feared you'd run into Lu Yuebai. Normally the women he plays with don't last more than a month, but this time is special. She's Lu Zhan's kept canary. Lu Zhan actually has a tragic story too. As the only son of a legitimate wife, he can't inherit the family fortune. His family is too chaotic. His father keeps many mistresses outside. Tragic. He deserved it. Su Yan cursed inwardly. Unfortunately, she was mute, so she could only voice it in her mind. Alright, don't cry. Maybe he'll end up in jail tomorrow. Fu Lingxuan reached out to wipe the tears from her eyes, speaking in a coaxing tone. Su Yan continued to shed silent tears, her heart aching with each sob. Lu Yuebai was such a wonderful girl. How could she have encountered such a scumbag? Fu Lingxuan held her hand, standing there uncertain whether to stay or go. Xiaoyan, let's talk after we get back. This isn't a good place for conversation. Fu Lingxuan continued. Su Yan's legs felt weak, and she nodded, eager to learn the truth from him. They walked to the parking lot, got into the car, and fastened their seatbelts. Fu Lingxuan finally explained, the Lu family situation is unusual. The internal scheming is beyond our imagination. Their discipline isn't as strict as ours. In truth, in the world of the wealthy, people like him are the majority. A few families that value tradition strictly control their children's premarital behavior. After marriage, most reveal their true colors, and some divorce quickly only to repeat the cycle. Only a rare few couples grow old together. Su Yan had stopped crying, but his words brought Lu Yuebai back to mind, and her tears began to flow again. Lu Yubai's family situation is dire. Her father is a hopeless gambler, drowning in debt, 2 million yuan in total. Her mother is gravely ill, her sister is still in school, and the family is destitute. She owes too much. She's not a gold digger, as she's just the only breadwinner. A while ago she worked at a bar, and that's where she met that playboy Lu Zhan. What started as an accident became a lifeline for Lu Yuebai. Fu Lingxuan patted Su Yan's shoulder, trying to comfort her. Knowing that Lu Yuebai wasn't materialistic eased Su Yan's heart slightly, but hearing about her background only tightened the knot in Su Yan's chest. Seeing Su Yan so distressed, Fu Lingxuan decided to help that woman. What became of her afterward was beyond his control. Alright, if you keep crying you'll turn into a little kitten. He cupped her face and said with a smile. Su Yan didn't know what to say. Somehow she found this guy rather agreeable. At least he wasn't one of those disgusting womanizers. Sigh, when I get back he'll be kneeling on a washboard again, Fu Lingxuan muttered to himself, rubbing his chin. Su Yan looked at him in confusion, her mind full of questions. If you come home crying like this, my mom will definitely think I've bullied you. And hadn't he? Kissed 18 times in one night, each lasting 5 minutes timed by the clock, not even a chance to slack off. Just thinking about it was mortifying. Her whole body tensed, her ears burned, and the scene was too shameful. Xiaoyan, I didn't fire Lu Yuebai. The video of you holding her went viral online, and Lu Zhan saw it. He demanded I let his woman go. If I'm not mistaken, just now he was deliberately getting back at you and Lu Yuebai. Perhaps Lu Yuebai is the first woman he's truly cared about. This is the first time I've seen Lu Zhan jealous. Setting that aside, if Lu Zhan truly fell for this woman, the future would surely be a tragedy. Fu Lingxuan dared not even imagine what would come next. Half an hour later, they finally returned to the villa. The journey was silent, the oppressive stillness within the car making it almost unbearable. You'll sleep in the small room tonight, Fu Lingxuan finally said after holding back the words for a long time. Really? You'd better not be lying again. Su Yan cast a suspicious glance at Fu Lingxuan. This was uncharacteristic of him. What? Or do you think I'm gay? Don't flatter yourself. It was just a few kisses, no big deal. Come to my room later and collect your bonus. Fu Lingxuan shoved his hands into his pockets and spoke coldly, his eyes devoid of any emotion, his indifferent demeanor sending a chill through the air. I didn't say anything either. Why are you so eager to explain? Su Yan pouted, unwilling to argue or even spare him a glance. Also, you don't need to come to work tomorrow. Just stay at the villa and accompany my mother, Fu Lingxuan added. His palms were sweating. They got out of the car and walked slowly toward the villa. The brightly lit mansion now held only the servants on duty. They walked side by side in a terrifying silence broken only by the chirping of birds and insects and the sound of their own footsteps. Entering the hall, they saw Fu Lingyu still awake. Brother, you're back. Fu Lingyu noticed her brother's displeased expression. His face was stern, making him look like a domineering CEO, but she didn't like it. Not asleep yet. You have work tomorrow, Fu Lingxuan said as he sat on the sofa, crossing his legs and leaning back against the cushions, his gaze profound. Yet Fu Lingyu could detect the melancholy in her brother's eyes. He seemed troubled by something which was rare for him. Brother, what's wrong with you today? You seem off. Fu Lingyu frowned, then turned to look at Su Yan beside her. The young girl was clutching her skirt tightly, her face showing a hint of shyness and reluctance. Nothing. I'm just tired and want to rest for a while. Fu Lingxuan reached up to loosen his tie, slouching on the sofa in a posture of utter defeat, his voice tinged with weariness. After saying this, he closed his eyes and fell silent. What kind of blow had he suffered? Xiaoyan, come on, let's go take a bath first. Fu Lingyu stood up, walked over to her, and took her hand. Then she noticed that Su Yan's lips seemed a bit chapped. Could it be? She decided to ask Li Jinyu later. That guy would tell her. Fu Lingyu placed her hands on Su Yan's shoulders and pushed her toward the stairs. By the way, she had never seen Su Yan's figure. Maybe she could take this opportunity to bathe together. After reaching the second floor, Fu Lingyu spoke. Xiaoyan, come to my room and take a bath with me. As soon as she said it, she saw Su Yan's face full of resistance. No. If Fu Lingxuan found out, he would flip her skirt, and then what a disaster. Xiaoyan, you don't want my brother to find out you're a girl, do you? Fu Lingyu immediately changed her expression, adopting a threatening posture. No. Why do you all like to threaten so much? Can't we just talk nicely? Su Yan was very distressed, hoping Fu Lingxuan would rest downstairs for a long time and not come up too soon, or the consequences would be terrible. Forget it, she felt that being exposed or not was the same. She figured it wouldn't be long before Fu Lingxuan succeeded. That was the conclusion Su Yan reached after calming down. So she stopped overthinking. In fact, on the way back, Su Yan's impression of Fu Lingxuan had improved a lot. At least he didn't mess around with women, and he didn't seem as fierce anymore. He just occasionally acted mean and teased her. Su Yan rubbed her hands together to cheer herself up. If she was exposed in the future, she would just let him have his way. She was only curious about being a girl. It was definitely not a fall from grace, just a compromise under the current circumstances. Once she paid off her debts, she would be a true hero again. She arrived at Fu Lingyu's bedroom. The room was more feminine, unlike Fu Lingxuan's rigid and serious space that looked like a little princess's room. It felt warm and cozy with warm-tone wallpaper, a white screen partition, and an astonishing walk-in closet. The rooms of the Fu family members were like apartments. Everything except the kitchen was available: a small living room, a separate bedroom, and 2 storage rooms. Fu Lingyu unbuttoned her clothes, changed, and walked towards Su Yan in just her underwear. Su Yan blinked, feeling no abnormal reaction in her body, not even excitement. She was merely surprised by Fu Lingyu's figure. Slim, yet not too thin, well-proportioned and firm as if from regular exercise. Fu Lingyu's skin was slightly darker than hers, but still very fair. Xiaoyan, why do you seem unhappy? Fu Lingyu asked with curiosity and concern while helping Su Yan unbuckle the straps behind her dress. Su Yan couldn't speak, so she just lowered her head and let Fu Lingyu handle her. But Su Yan was surprised that she didn't feel shy, nor did she want to look much. In the past, she would have stared hard. A few minutes later, they soaked in the warm bathtub, doing nothing but resting with closed eyes, feeling the warm water envelop their bodies. Xiaoyan, your skin is so soft. How do you take care of it? Fu Lingyu tried to break the awkwardness, leaning closer and pressing her cheek against Su Yan's. I'm mute. Have you forgotten? Su Yan blinked to show she was listening, otherwise it would be awkward if only one person spoke. Oh well, I can't bring my phone in the bath. You can type it to me later. Fu Lingyu gave up on continuing the conversation since she didn't know sign language. She pressed Su Yan's shoulders and massaged them with practiced skill, a technique she had learned to show filial piety. She never expected to use it on Su Yan. Xiaoyan, I noticed your lips are a bit chapped. Did you kiss my brother? Fu Lingyu asked suddenly while rubbing Su Yan's neck. Su Yan's ears instantly turned red, making her feel terribly embarrassed. I'm not telling you. Su Yan turned her head away, pouting with indignation. Xiaoyan, when you're shy, your ears turn red, and even your neck does. Also, don't clench your little hands so tight. I can see them. Damn, was I found out. Then let me guess what happened tonight. If I'm not mistaken, you kissed my brother tonight, and quite a few times. My brother looked so dejected. Then I think I know the answer. No. I always thought your IQ was about the same as mine. How did you suddenly become so sharp? Suyin opened her mouth slightly, staring at Fu Lingyu in disbelief. Liking someone isn't wrong. When you meet true love, you should bravely pursue it, even if the gender is wrong. You have to try, or you'll regret it someday. Fu Lingyu grabbed her shoulders and made Su Yin look into her eyes. She roughly understood why Su Yin was unwilling to accept her brother. She had been a boy for too long and couldn't accept it overnight. So she had to make Su Yin face her own gender. She needed to make her realize she was a girl, not a Shaonin. After her bath, Su Yin hurried back to the small room, terrified that Fu Lingxuan might discover she had bathed with his sister. She even staged the bathroom, using the shower head to dampen the tiles before retreating to her room. Lying in bed, her gaze vacant, her consciousness drifted to the clouds. Surrendering seemed her only option. She lay still on the bed, as if dreaming of days prior when life brimmed with vitality and promise, when she could soar as a pilot at any moment. Now she had become a minor. What tragedy! Su Yin checked her phone. The website was gone, and even her long-suffering little brother had abandoned her after decades of exploitation. Only a few days had passed, yet it felt like an eternity. Perhaps the changes were too immense beyond her capacity to bear. Su Yin wrapped her legs around the blanket and clutched a pillow, burying her head in it, yearning for sleep, but finding none. She could only roll back and forth on the soft bed, legs gripping the blanket, then restlessly kick the spring mattress, bobbing up and down like a diver. Though utterly exhausted, she was inexplicably wide awake. How was she to explain to her parents that she had lost her little elephant? Su Yin pinched her cheek, took a deep breath, inhaling the unique scent of sun-dried bedding, and pondered for a moment before making a decision. When in doubt, ask her sister first. With a plan in mind, Su Yin immediately pulled out her phone. Her sister should still be awake at this hour, often burning the midnight oil to revise papers. So Su Yin sent a message: Sis, how do I explain to Mom and Dad that the little elephant got stolen? Su Yin, nursing a headache from revising her paper, saw her adorable sister's message. What bizarre tale was about to unfold this time? She too needed some mental amusement. Su Yin replied, like this: say you were snatched by a mysterious tycoon onto a secret cruise ship, jabbed with a gene-altering serum by a wicked capitalist, and then your big asset was gone. Su Yan's lips twitched. Could this really work? The excuse seemed odd, but she had no way to explain her current predicament. She only remembered streaming late that night, her head foggy, and falling asleep thinking she was sick, only to wake up and find her little elephant had been stolen. Su Yin, sis, is there any hope for me? I really don't want to be a girl. And that awful boss is gay. He knew I was a Nan Liang and still forced a kiss on me. It's too much. If I stay any longer, I'll get pregnant from anger. Su Yin replied, I think you should try to accept it. You can't find a girlfriend anyway, so instead of wasting your life, enjoy the moment. I can offer guidance, and most importantly, the family's massive debt will soon be cleared. Then you'll be the family hero. Even if you lose your little brother or tear off the roof tiles, no one will care. And I feel you're about to get into trouble. Whether you expose it or not, the outcome's the same. Su Yin, oh. Sis, don't joke. Can you really bear to see your cute Yin bullied? Can you really let me face the debt alone? And Fu Lingxuan is so huge while I'm so tiny. Su Yin, have you had your chromosomes checked at the hospital? Had a CT scan? Any other tests? Su Yin, my chromosomes are XX. The CT report showed no abnormalities, and my uterus and skeletal structure are no different from a normal girl's. Why? Su Yin, silly sister, isn't that great? Now you can experience the joys of being a girl. Remember to be moderate, don't overdo it, and don't be afraid. Su Yin, oh. Sis, seriously, stop messing with me. Do you have any good advice? Mom and Dad are in the capital now. Su Yin, I can't save you. I can only help keep it quiet, but you'll have to face them eventually. Su Yin exhaled in defeat, as if her spine had been removed. Limp and powerless, she lay weakly on the blanket. She was doomed, utterly doomed. Forget it. She'd hide it as long as she could. She had to stay positive, and most crucially fortify her heart. This was only a temporary compromise, merely to experience what a girl's joy felt like. Indeed, shifting her mindset brought relief. She was just curious, truly just curious, and would never indulge in it. Fu Lingxuan finished his bath and dried his hair, eager to fall asleep quickly, but the opposite happened. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw 1,000 fingers pointing, 10,000 voices condemning him. As if the world had become a soul-devouring hell, each whisper splitting his head with pain. A disgrace to the Chinese people. A certain Fu surname tycoon is actually gay. The secret behind Fu Lingxuan's single life finally revealed. Shock, Fu Lingxuan actually likes this kind of Nan Liang. Annoying, incredibly annoying. He couldn't sleep at all. The moment he shut his eyes, he began fantasizing about those despairing online discussions. He desperately wanted a place to cool down, But even with the air conditioner set so cold, why did he still feel restless and stifled? His extreme melancholy made him crave a cigarette. But the house had smoke alarms. He could only smoke on the balcony. Yet at that moment, he couldn't bear to get up. Without Su Yan by his side, Fu Lingxuan's ability to fall asleep slowed dramatically. Forget it. He'd get up and work for a while. Since he had to work tomorrow anyway, he might as well tackle some tasks while he was awake. Fu Lingxuan rose from bed again, put on his shoes, and left the rest area for the adjacent study. But how could someone irritable and quick-tempered work properly? As soon as he opened his computer, countless vexations appeared. A subordinate reporting that the company's contract factory had closed urgently, needing a replacement requiring approval. Then substandard products led to complaints from old clients, and new products lacked competitiveness. Next came issues with the company's grand strategy and policies, with subordinates flooding him with opinions. Fu Lingxuan held his forehead, his face full of worry. Already agitated, now even more so. None of them were considerate. Due to Fenghua Group's investments spanning too many industries, Fu Lingxuan was often overwhelmed. Even though the vice presidents filtered out only contentious issues requiring his decision, the workload remained hair-raisingly immense. Back and forth. Unable to sleep, unable to work. Sigh. Couldn't sleep. Why not sneak into the little Nan Liang's blanket and tease her? When this thought surfaced, he felt a pang of distress again. Hadn't he already decided to stay away from this little Nan Liang? Yet time and again, he found himself drawn to her. Fu Lingxuan was deeply conflicted, and a wave of frustration once again flooded his heart. The door so close at hand, he still dared not approach, as if it were a gate to hell opening which would lead to utter depravity. Fu Lingxuan had never been so indecisive, and a sense of resistance welled up from the depths of his heart. Eventually, he sat down on the sofa like a monk reciting sutras, closing his eyes and remaining motionless, trying to banish the restless thoughts from his mind. He took a deep breath, then exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, repeating this process in hopes of calming his mind like still water. But it seemed ineffective. Instead, he grew more restless. After a long while, he finally decided to take a look. Just one glance couldn't hurt, could it? Fu Lingxuan mused inwardly. Perhaps realizing he was sinking deeper, Fu Lingxuan tried to restrain himself from approaching Su Yan. When he opened the door, he saw Su Yan about to lift her skirt. Her eyes met Fu Lingxuan's, and she was so startled that she quickly pulled the covers over herself, then rolled sideways, wrapping herself up like a spring roll. Su Yan's delicate face instantly flushed crimson, and her eyes darted away in evasion, a clear sign she was up to no good. Well, interrupting your takeoff, am I, eh? Fu Lingxuan smirked, a playful glint in his eyes. I'm just curious. Haven't even made a move yet. What's with him now? Could he be about to force himself on me? Su Yan stiffened her face, desperately trying to sidestep the awkwardness and act normal. But Fu Lingxuan's handsome face, paired with his mocking expression, was too much to bear. So she just gave up, sitting at the head of the bed with a look of annoyance. Don't be nervous. I can't sleep and wanted someone to talk to, Fu Lingxuan said, plopping down on her bed. Listen to that. How ridiculous. Finding a mute to chat with. What a lame excuse. Su Yan looked reluctant, clutching her small blanket tightly, as she was only wearing a nightgown. The nightgown was quite loose, making it all too easy for Fu Lingxuan to notice something. Xiaoyan, what do you think of me? Fu Lingxuan asked casually, then shifted his gaze slightly, pretending to be indifferent as he surveyed the small storage room. Bro, don't you have any self-awareness? You bully me all the time, and then you dare to ask what do you think of me? After a brief complaint, Su Yan realized that aside from bullying her, Fu Lingxuan was flawless in every other aspect. He was quite outstanding, handsome, and talented, though his eyesight was a bit lacking. He still hadn't figured out she was a girl. If she were Fu Lingxuan, she'd have gotten lucky on the very first day. Seeing Su Yan's constipated expression, her pout, and then her anxious glance at him, Fu Lingxuan no longer needed her to type it out for him. Having understood everything, Fu Lingxuan asked another question. Yan, what kind of girl do you like? A girl. Let her think. Before, she liked someone gentle and considerate, preferably into yoga and dancing, beautiful, with a great figure, quiet and obedient, filial, and with a bit of financial stability. Having all that was nothing but wishful thinking. So, what kind of girl did she like? Su Yan scratched her head momentarily, drawing a blank. Oh, right, I like your sister. Su Yan dared not say it aloud, afraid of getting beaten to death. Watching Su Yan ponder deeply, then suddenly brighten up and break into a silly grin, only to break out in a cold sweat when meeting Fu Lingxuan's sharp gaze like a startled kitten. Fu Lingxuan had an ominous thought. Could this kid be fantasizing about his sister? If so, shouldn't he teach her a lesson? Yes, that's right. This kid needed to be disciplined. He had to give Su Yan a lesson. Fu Lingxuan's thoughts echoed back and forth in his mind like a refrain. Then the corners of his mouth curled up into a cruel smile like a murderer. Bro, your eyes don't look right. Could this guy read minds? Oh no, should I surrender? Don't tell me you like my sister. Fu Lingxuan said, enunciating each word, his eyes fixed on her, afraid to miss a single frame. Oh no, this guy really can read minds. Good, very good, full of spirit and great taste. Fu Lingxuan gave a thumbs up as if finding an excuse to vent and placed a hand on Su Yan's shoulder. Bro, I admit I'm wrong, okay? You're not acting right. Fu Lingxuan leaned in so close to her face their eyes met less than an inch apart, staring straight at Su Yan. Suddenly Fu Lingxuan leaned in for a kiss, intending only a brief touch, but it turned out to be a long one. Damn, he got away with it again. I want to punch him. A cute little Nanliang like you can't attract my sister. You can only attract a big guy like me. Fu Lingxuan smirked, saying it without hesitation. Bro, you're not pretending anymore. His reactions to me before, were they all real? Oh no, my track record is terrifying. Bending a CO while still a kid. I don't know whether to be happy or scared. Don't make that surprised face. I do have a bit of an interest in you, but just a bit. Don't overthink it. Fu Lingxuan reached out and pinched Su Yan's fair cheek, looking pleased with her stunned expression. He even deliberately let out a cold laugh to scare her. Should I give you an award or something? Or just take off my skirt for you, you pervert? If this keeps up, someone's going to get hurt. I'm sleeping here tonight. Any objections? To prevent you from having any improper thoughts about my sister, I need to keep an eye on you. Fu Lingxuan took off his shoes and slipped into her blanket, pulling Su Yan to lie down too. I regret not listening to my sister. This damn guy really does have feelings for me. Boo-hoo. That night, to prevent Su Yan, this little Nanliang, from causing trouble, Fu Lingxuan settled for sleeping in her bed. Lying in bed, Fu Lingxuan gently embraced Su Yan, inhaling the faint fragrance from her. Whenever he smelled this strange, sweet scent, he felt a sense of peace, as if all worries had vanished. Good night, Xiaoyan. Good night, my foot. Didn't he say I'd sleep alone tonight? Why is he crawling into my bed again? When the tables turn, I'll ride on his head and throw my weight around, and even step on his face with my smelly feet to gross him out. Throughout the night, Fu Lingxuan either held her slender waist or brought his face extremely close, seemingly to supervise her and prevent Su Yan from straying too far. In the morning, Fu Lingxuan rose early without waking Su Yan. He dressed himself swiftly and efficiently, then brushed his teeth in one fluid motion. He went downstairs and saw his parents and younger sister preparing to eat breakfast. Lingxuan, where's Xiaoyan? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Was she sleeping in today? I let her stay home and relax for a while. She went to bed very late last night. A girl needs to take care of her skin, so I gave her the day off, Fu Lingxuan said, without changing his expression. Alright, I'll go call her for breakfast later. Hearing her son's explanation, she seemed to understand. Brother, I won't go to work either. Please find someone to handle today's affairs for me, Fu Lingyu said with a light smile. After all, her position was largely ceremonial and dispensable, merely a nominal role. Fu Lingxuan replied casually, suit yourself, just don't go to any place as chaotic as a bar. Deal. Fu Lingyu responded with a smile. Today she planned to transform Xiaoyan, hasten her feminization, so she could witness her little sister-in-law fall into her brother's arms. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yan stretched her arms comfortably and yawned. Since she had the day off, she decided to visit her parents first and see how they were doing. It had been a long time since she had seen them, and she missed them. Su Yan got up and walked to the wardrobe, searching for a suitable outfit. Among all these clothes, the one that best concealed her figure was undoubtedly a hanfu. She could claim it was for cosplay as required by her boss, and that she was allowed out today because her boss had given her the day off. This would also be a chance to badmouth Fu Lingxuan. Su Yan found a set of hanfu, a sky blue outer robe paired with a white inner skirt embroidered with auspicious clouds and peonies on the chest. The sheer fabric danced gently, ethereal and graceful. For a moment she felt it was nice being a girl, dressing up beautifully every day. If a boy wore something so pretty, he'd definitely be called a sissy. Su Yan glanced at her hair and found it unsightly. She needed something to decorate it, but her hair might be difficult to manage. She only knew how to tie a ponytail and could barely braid, which stumped her. Yet wearing hanfu with hair so casually loose didn't look good. As she was worrying, Fu Lingyu opened the door and saw Su Yan fiddling in front of the full-length mirror. Xiaoyan, time for breakfast. Oh my, why haven't you combed your hair? Come, let big sister help you. Fu Lingyu said with great enthusiasm. This was perfect, another chance to fool her parents. Fu Lingyu led Su Yan to her own room, as she had plenty of jewelry to complement Su Yan's beautiful dress. Besides, Fu Lingxuan's room lacked a dressing table, making it uncomfortable to stand for long. Taking advantage of Su Yan's inability to move freely, Fu Lingyu began to coax her. Xiaoyan, I know you can't forget that you used to be a boy, but look at yourself now. Where do you resemble a boy? It's not your fault. It's just that your body had too much male hormone, leading others to treat you as a boy since childhood. In truth, you've always been a girl. Stop it. How do you know so much? What exactly have you investigated? Fu Lingyi's words seemed to strike Su Yan's heart, making her want to scream out loud. But at that moment, Fu Lingyu was pinching her cheeks, rendering her immobile. You don't dislike my brother, do you? I heard you two kissed for a long time last night. In a situation like this, I think my brother should take responsibility for you. Fu Lingyu gently pinched and stroked Su Yan's earlobe. How about I tell my brother that you're actually a girl? His behavior was very wrong. In the old days, he might have been shot for it. Su Yan quickly waved her hands, begging her not to tell him. She could endure a little loss. Loss is a blessing. Actually, you should be bold and give it a try. What if one day you truly fall in love with my brother? While you're young, trying new things isn't a bad thing. Being a girl is nice. You get doted on and can dress up beautifully. Who's trying to brainwash me? Impossible. Who did she think she was? The manliest of men. Fu Lingyu wanted to say more, but observing Su Yan's expression, which showed clear resistance, she stopped. This matter couldn't be rushed. The best approach was to subtly guide Su Yan into accepting her female identity. Xiaoyan, would you like to practice dancing with me today? Fu Lingyu asked, still toying with her earlobe, her tone inviting. Su Yan quickly shook her head, then pulled out her phone and typed, Sister Lingyu, I need to visit my parents today, so maybe another time. All right. Fu Lingyu replied helplessly. Do you need a car? I can have the driver take you there. Su Yan frowned upon hearing this and refused. She was going to see her parents, not to tell them she had latched onto a wealthy patron. Fine, then have a great time. Su Yan made a heart gesture with her hands and flashed a cute smile. Fu Lingyu found Lin Yi dejectedly and recounted the entire conversation. Lingyu, you were too impatient, too direct in your purpose. But I have a plan, Lin Yi said with a sly smile. Dealing with a little girl like Su Yan was a piece of cake. Mom, what do you have in mind? Xiaoyan is still on guard against your brother. Even if she likes him, she'll hold a grudge over what happened before, making it easy to overlook the love deep in her heart. She hasn't truly fallen for your brother yet. So the words you just said to her will stick like a thorn in her heart, causing her pain. We should wait for the right moment when she realizes she's in love with your brother. Then our words will have an effect. Fu Lingyu became intrigued and looked at her mother with disbelief. Was she really this sharp? Take your brother, for example. He can't even bear to keep Xiaoyan by his side. What does that show? It shows he can't face his true feelings, can't shake off the gossip, and maybe fears being hurt. Also, he doesn't want others to whisper behind his back that he's gay. Someone with such strong self-esteem appears indifferent to others' opinions, but in reality, he cares deeply about them, especially from those close to him. So what do you suggest we do? Fu Lingyu asked impatiently. Feelings build up slowly. When the day comes that these two are apart and show signs of irritability, poor sleep, and bad moods, that's when we can nudge them along. Oh, how long will that take? Don't rush. We'll see it soon enough. What we should do now is let Xiaoyan go meet the parents. Elders, after all, love nothing more than urging marriage. Lin Yi detailed her plan. Oh, Fu Lingyu instantly understood a mix of shock and amusement in her voice. She realized that Su Yan's parents must also be aware of their daughter's dramatic physical transformation. When the time came, they would surely advise her to find a man and settle down. After repeated suggestions, her resolve would waver, and over time, she would inevitably succumb. A smile curled at the corners of Fu Lingyi's lips. What she needed to do then was ensure her brother treated Su Yan well. That way, Su Yan's fondness for him would gradually grow until one day things would naturally fall into place. Or perhaps they could lend a helping hand. Fu Lingyu instantly felt the power of experience. Her mother truly was sharp, seeing the crux of the matter in an instant. An hour and a half later, Su Yan appeared at another villa, another property owned by the Fu family. For now, she remained unaware of this. Su Yan arrived at the villa district. This villa was no less impressive than the one she had stayed in, though it was farther from the city center and lacked a subway station. The taxi ride cost nearly 200 yuan, which pained her deeply. How did mom and dad end up being hired at a place like this? Su Yan was baffled. Following the address, she found her parents' workplace. The sprawling villa had few people. Only a handful of servants, the rest being robots, and surveillance cameras were everywhere. As Su Yan approached the gate, she noticed an access control system and what seemed to be infrared surveillance. The villa exuded a high-tech vibe with its square architecture, white glass, expansive balcony, large pool, and an enviable backyard garden. Su Yan sent a message and the door swung open promptly. Her mother's message read, Sweetie, coming quickly. Mom's waiting inside. Remote door access. Interesting. Stepping inside, she saw a path of cobblestones winding through a white stone-paved trail flanked by small flowers and grass. In front of the villa, an open area featured a pond with a massive white horse sculpture. Undaunted, Su Yan walked into the villa where she found her parents sitting on the sofa sipping tea. Xiaoyan, you look thinner, her mother said, rising and approaching upon seeing the familiar figure. Her mother's eyes scanned Su Yan's face, a puzzled expression crossing her features. She rubbed her chin, pondering. Was her child really like this? The outfit was far too elegant, and the vibe didn't feel like a son's. It felt like a daughter's. The thought struck her, leaving her momentarily stunned. Xiaoyan, why are you dressed like this? Her mother asked with a hint of confusion. Su Yan quickly explained in sign language, keeping it brief. due to its limited vocabulary. It's part of the work uniform. My boss likes this style. I see. Then you must work hard, her father replied with a nod and a smile, after seeing the sign language. Xiaoyan, what's your salary? Her mother inquired. Su Yan raised her hand and gestured. Probably 50 to 60,000 a month. The base pay is 8,000, but bonuses are generous. Not bad, much higher than ours. We each make only 8,000 a month, but at least we don't have to do much. Just wander around the villa and handle security, her father said with a nod and a smile. Security work. Su Yan was puzzled. With all these surveillance cameras, who would dare sneak in? At Fu Lingshuan's place, they hired former military personnel who trained daily. If their fitness wasn't up to par, they'd be let go even at a high cost. Su Yan suspected the villa's owner must be bankrupt, either from real estate losses so severe they'd lost their shirt or from the auto industry. They couldn't even afford proper employees, resorting to hiring her parents as mere fill-ins. Xiaoyan, come here. I need to talk to you, her mother said, gripping her hand and signaling with her eyes. Huh, what is it? Had she been found out? Su Yan's heart raced, thumping loudly. Meeting her mother's gaze, she lowered her head, unable to look back. The pressure was overwhelming, as if every secret lay exposed. It's nothing, just a chat, her mother said, deliberately distancing Su Yan from her father. They moved to a far-off sofa where her father could be seen but couldn't hear them. Xiaoyan, your hands have gotten smaller, and your skin is fairer. Have you had surgery? You feel like a girl now, her mother asked, her face etched with worry. She reached out, unable to resist the urge to check if her second child was still there. Oh no. She had underestimated her mother's insight. Just a slight change in hand size, and she had noticed. Su Yan blushed, unsure whether to explain. Have you turned into a girl? Her mother whispered, then reached out to pinch Su Yan's cheek and touch her neck. With no way to hide it now, Su Yan could only hope her mother wouldn't tell her father. Mom, I don't know how it happened either. Can you not tell Dad? Explain exactly what happened. Type it out for me, her mother demanded, fearing a misunderstanding. Mom, you're going to have another daughter. Su Yan's cheeks flushed as she looked at her mother with pleading eyes, seeking comfort. Tell me what really happened. A while ago, my sister and I were still living in a rented apartment in Linjiang City. That night, I felt a bit dizzy, and when I woke up, I was like this. It was bizarre, but not unacceptable. Her mother's gaze softened with pity. The poor girl must have suffered greatly. Having been a child for so long, suddenly becoming like this must be hard to accept. She began to worry about Su Yan's future marriage prospects. Originally unable to find a wife, now she would become someone else's wife. It certainly simplified things, but whether she could handle it was another matter. Her mother suddenly realized the severe psychological impact this could have, leaving her momentarily at a loss. It's okay. You'll always be Mom's child no matter what you become, she said, pinching Su Yan's cheek to comfort her. Mom is the best. They'll keep it secret for now, and won't let your father find out you're a girl too soon, her mother. She decided that not too many people should know about Su Yan's transformation into a girl. Since she had become a girl, she had to ponder her future prospects for marriage. Xiao Yan, I'm afraid you might not be able to accept this, and I don't know whether to say it or not. Her loving gaze rested on her daughter's delicate face, her palm calloused from years of labor, gently stroking her cheek. The hesitation in Su's mother's eyes made Su Yan feel a pang of fear. Mom thinks that in the future you will have to marry. I don't know what to say, but the point is you cannot be with a woman. As she spoke, Su's mother felt like slapping herself. A marriage without children is unstable. When you're old, who will take care of you? What if you adopt a child, and when they grow up their biological parents come back? What would you do then? She had seen same-sex couples before, but lives sustained solely by emotion would inevitably crumble due to it. There were too few people in this world who remained constant. Su's mother didn't believe in love. Her relationship with Su's father had always been maintained at the level of familial affection, certainly not as beautiful as it was at the beginning. Mom, saying this makes me really scared. Su Yan looked at her in horror, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Xiao Yan, you're still young, and you might not understand the hardships of the adult world. The road ahead is still long. I've walked a long path and seen too many things, so I tend to view things with a more self-serving perspective. Perhaps having weathered many storms, Su's mother's gaze was no longer so innocent as she saw conspiracy and intrigue in everything, having witnessed far too much scheming and infighting. It's okay, Mom won't force you. You can choose not to marry, but you must not marry a woman. Don't ruin another girl's life. Su's mother patted her shoulder, indicating understanding. She felt utterly crushed, as if struck by a heavy blow. Why? She didn't understand. But thinking about it, she could somewhat comprehend. She had never been a mother herself. If she had a child who suddenly came out as gay, who could handle that? She had never been a mother, so she couldn't possibly see things entirely from a mother's perspective. Forget it. She could just stay single for life. Lying flat was fine too. Xiao Yan, do you have any boys you like, or have a crush on? Su's mother held her little hand, gently squeezing it, and asked with a hint of anticipation. Her mother's gaze was inescapable, making Su Yin feel rather awkward. Yet in her heart, she thought of Fu Lingxuan, that detestable man, truly unforgettable. As for who she disliked, there was one she hated and one she utterly loathed. She rather disliked Fu Lingxuan, and the one she utterly loathed was of course his good brother Lu Zhan. Su Yan's listless demeanor worried Su's mother. It seemed she hadn't met anyone yet. Her daughter was so beautiful, surely she would meet someone who would treat her exceptionally well. She hoped this son-in-law would be handsome and tall. A wealth didn't matter. The most important thing was that this man loved her daughter deeply. It's okay, you will meet him. When you encounter a man who makes your heart flutter, don't hesitate. It is the best arrangement from heaven. Forget it. She was probably destined to be single for life. Perhaps she could ask Fu Lingxuan to help solve a tiny problem. Just like her sister said, as long as she didn't get lost in it, she would still be fine. Come on, let me take you for a stroll. You can temporarily put aside what I just said. When you figure things out, just tell me. Su's mother suddenly felt that Xiao Yin was quite pitiful, having inexplicably lost her little elephant, and now being persuaded to try accepting a man. A wave of regret washed over her, but once the words were spoken, how could she take them back? Even if Xiao Yin found a girl who liked her, could that girl really stay with her for life? She doubted it. Su's mother simply felt that one had to be objective and set aside emotions when considering things. Mom, what would you think if I found a boyfriend? Would you think I'm weird? Su Yin gestured with her hands, her cheeks flushing slightly with a hint of shyness. After finishing her sign language, she didn't dare to look at her mother anymore. No, Yin is so adorable. I've never thought of you as a boy since you were little. I always felt you were like a lovely daughter, and I often wondered if you were born with the wrong gender. Su's mother rubbed her head, speaking as they walked. The two walked through the luxurious villa, looking around. The villa seemed to have no owner, only servants. Curious, Su Yin asked Mom, why haven't we seen the owner of this villa? The owner has several houses. This one is probably for leisure stays. I heard the owner's surname is Fu, and his family is quite wealthy. Fu. Damn. Could this be Fu Lingxuan's house? Oh no, was she being set up by capital again? Had they already set their sights on her parents? No wonder. Given her parents' circumstances, how could they have so easily become servants in such a beautiful villa, and with such a leisurely air? There must indeed be a conspiracy. What's wrong? Your expression doesn't look right. Su's mother saw her daughter's shocked and frightened look and knew something was amiss. This villa seems to be my boss. What? So? We're here because of you. Su's mother blinked in disbelief, then rubbed her eyes. No wonder. She had thought it was a gift from heaven that they had met a benefactor. Oh no. If she wasn't mistaken, it was very likely Lin Yi pulling the strings behind the scenes, trying to bind her to the Fu family. Su Yin felt a prickling sensation on her skin, her scalp tingling, and her palms sweating. Xiao Yin, it seems there are still some important things you haven't told your mother. Can you share them with me? Su's mother's intellect suddenly sharpened. Normally when the boss was ill, the most trusted and familiar servant would be by his side. There was no reason for Xiao Yin, who hadn't been there long, to have earned such trust. What to do? Mom had suddenly become clever. Could she continue to hide it? Alright, I want to ask. Su's mother frowned, seeing Su Yin pouting, seemingly a little annoyed, and guessed she didn't want to talk about it. However, she could roughly guess that there was definitely something wrong. For Su Yin to be unwilling to speak the matter must involve quite a lot. It was very likely that her boss liked Xiao Yin, otherwise why would they be so close? Su's mother felt a bit worried because she remembered a video call with Su Yin where Fu Lingxuan had briefly appeared. He was a good-looking man. What if that guy was pursuing her daughter? Su's mother's heart began to race with anxiety. The wealthy playing with women's affections was no mere rumor. She didn't want Su Yin to be toyed with. It seemed she would have to introduce some potential suitors in a while. The gap between social standings was unbridgeable, and she didn't believe Fu Lingxuan would marry Su Yin. Xiao Yin, is your work tiring? Mother Su wanted to understand what her main job entailed. Not tiring, but I have to take care of the boss. He's injured. Last time you said he got hurt protecting you. Does that mean he likes you? Mother Su suddenly recalled an important detail. Probably. Su Yin nodded, then nervously twisted her small dress with her little hands, a fleeting panic flashing in her eyes. Mother Su's gaze never left Su Yan's face. Seeing her actually nod, good heavens. If she found out any later, would this girl show up with a swollen belly? An inexplicable anger welled up within her. The thought of that man with his powerful family using privileged means to take liberties with her, or even going further and simply sleeping with this unruly girl. What then? Xiao Yin, I've discovered you have many secrets you haven't shared with me. Are you waiting until your belly is round to come see me? You're far too dishonest. Mother Su, both angry and annoyed, reached out and pinched her adorable cheeks. Seeing Su Yin wince and then close her eyes, adopting a look of utter denial, she found it both infuriating and amusing. Yet as she pinched her cheeks, Mother Su noticed how soft they were. The texture was delightful. How could this girl be so cute? Was it because she had become a girl? She also pinched Su Yan's white hair, discovering it was real, not a wig. Or are your eyes wearing colored contacts? And this hair of yours, is it dyed or did it turn white overnight? Mother Sue held her hair, scrutinizing it closely. Oh, Mom is terrifying. She can't hide any secrets from her, even more so than from Fu Lingxuan. It's real. It turned this way after that day. Rare. Perhaps you did something shameful and heaven is punishing you, or maybe heaven itself decided you should be a girl. Mother Sue continued her superstitious remarks. No way. During her live stream, she hadn't deliberately guided anyone, nor had she labeled herself a beauty streamer. It was Fu Lingxuan who was foolish, randomly throwing gifts. Besides, tipping was a matter of mutual consent. Only someone like Fu Lingxuan, who couldn't afford to lose, would retaliate. Honestly, she really looked down on that guy. With all his wealth, what was a little tip to him? He could treat it like a meal, or like giving alms to a beggar. Why bother with revenge? She just couldn't understand. Xiaoyan, have you slept with your boss? Mother Sue felt this girl was far too untrustworthy, as she had to dig out some answers, especially about matters between men and women. She couldn't believe her daughter was so beautiful, and that man would remain indifferent. Oh, no, it hasn't even started yet. Su Yin waved her hands frantically. All right, from your expression, anyone would think you're feeling guilty. Mother Sue had to stop pressing. She noticed this girl could actually blush. Could it be that she and her so-called boss really had something special? Perhaps they hadn't done that, but holding hands, stealing a kiss. Those were highly possible. Mother Sue carefully observed Su Yan's face and noticed her lips seemed a bit chapped. Su Yan was startled by her mother's intense gaze. Had she discovered something else? Have you kissed your boss? Mother Sue stared at her face with serious, stern eyes. Su Yan's heart fluttered. Her small hands suddenly clenched, her gaze drifted, and she instinctively tried to avoid her mother's scrutinizing look. The moment she turned her head, she regretted it. Wasn't this guilty behavior just telling her mother that something was wrong? Then her heartbeat accelerated and her face flushed crimson in an instant. Thighs. Her mother's pressure was too overwhelming. She had been careless and didn't dodge. It was perfectly reasonable to slip upright. It's over, as she was about to lose all face. Woo. Worse yet, her mother might tell her father about her being a girl. Xiaoyan, I think you might as well just sleep with your boss. You, this dishonest little thing, should get married soon and let your husband torment you thoroughly. Mother Sue said through gritted teeth, her sulking demeanor throwing Su Yan into a panic. She had thought Xiaoyan was an obedient and conservative girl, perhaps not yet ready to accept marriage. But good heavens! The speed of this girl's fall from grace exceeded her imagination. She had been worrying over nothing. Su Yan tugged at her mother's arm, showing a pitiful kitten-like expression, her big eyes staring straight at her, as if begging for shelter. Her apologetic and pleading look lifted Mother Sue's spirits. This girl. Forget it, she'd better ask Xiaoyan's friend instead. This one was too dishonest, as she couldn't get anything important out of her. Su Yan wanted to explain, but it was useless now. Her ears were burning. They were probably already bright red. Xiaoyan, if you think your boss is reliable, then try to accept him. But be careful. Don't invest too much emotion. And make sure to save money. If he stops liking you one day, you can leave quickly and still have money to live freely. Mother Sue rubbed her head and spoke softly, thinking to let Su Yan experience the feeling of love. As for the future, she couldn't guide her because past experience no longer applied to the future. She only hoped her daughters would all be well. Oh, why does everyone urge me to marry a man? Why doesn't anyone advise me to find a pretty little sister or an older sister? Underestimating me. In truth, I'm still very manly. As long as Fu Lingxuan doesn't make the first move, there's no way I'll willingly give myself away. Alright, let's stop here for today. But from now on, don't you dare hide things from me. Your little thoughts are written all over your face, and do you think I can't see them? Mother Sue pinched her cheek and said with a light smile. The two returned to the villa's living room. Mother Sue sat with her daughter on the sofa. Earlier, she had been a bit uneasy, afraid to be too presumptuous. But now, she felt that this comfortable life was all due to her daughter's silent sacrifices. The thought of Su Yan being bullied made her want to spend lavishly in return. Otherwise, wouldn't her daughter have suffered for nothing? Finished talking. What did you two chat about for so long? And you even had to hide from me? Father Su asked with a smile, but he didn't intend to pry. Nothing much, just some personal matters. I was thinking of arranging a blind date for Xiaoyan. A blind date? Su Yan's face flushed. Mom, are you serious? Su Yan looked at her mother in disbelief. I'm serious. Without needing to read her daughter's hand signs, Mother Sue could guess the question she wanted to ask. Oh, I see. Xiaoyan really should find a girlfriend. But she's too short. When looking for a girlfriend, she should be a bit more flexible with her standards. The most important thing is to value the girl's character. Looks don't need to be a high priority. Are you really going to be so harsh with your adorable son? Su Yan's face was filled with helplessness. Gazing at her father's honest, simple, yet caring expression, she didn't know what to say. This father of hers hadn't even noticed her transformation, leaving her momentarily unsure whether to be happy or sad. Su Yin was caught in a complex emotional state. She both hoped her father would see the changes in her and feared he would discover she was a girl. Alright, don't worry about Xiaoyan's matters. I'll help her find a match. Su's mother quickly intervened, speaking while pinching Su Yan's delicate cheek. This kid's skin was even softer than her sister's, more like a girl than a girl herself. How could anyone explain that? Xiaoyan, your father doesn't have much education and doesn't know what common interest means. Unlike your mother who finished high school, I only dropped out after middle school. I'm not good with words. If there's anything you don't understand in the future, you should still ask your mother. She might be able to give you some advice. As usual, Su's father shifted all the children's affairs onto Su's mother. Su's mother felt a bit resigned. Her husband was somewhat incompetent, but the children were already grown. Could she really divorce him now? At their age, divorce would only make their relatives laugh. Xiaoyan, let's go to the cafeteria today for a good meal. The villa provides excellent food for the servants, and there's a lot we've never even seen before. Su's mother took her little hand, wanting to show her what was being cooked in the kitchen today. Little did they know Lin Yi had learned that Su Yin was meeting her parents. She had specifically instructed the chef to upgrade their lunch and had also rewarded the kitchen staff with a month's salary. These hints made it clear that the couple were insiders who needed to be treated well from now on. On the other side, Fu Lingxuan was distracted at work, listless and sluggish, his efficiency severely impacted. In the end, he gave up. Too much work was dumped on him, and he wasn't a beast of burden. As a CEO, his job was to keep the company running smoothly. If he became chairman, things would be different. He could just work behind the scenes. But the problem was that the current chairman was his father, who was acting as a hands-off manager and enslaving him. Work would never be finished anyway, so he might as well scroll through his phone for entertainment. Fu Lingxuan crossed his legs, pulled out his phone, and started browsing short videos. It was during one of his breaks that he had first come across that annoying little cross-dresser Su Yan, and then he fell for her at first sight. Just then his phone rang. Fu Lingxuan saw it was his good buddy calling. Hey Baiyao, why are you calling me? Brother Xian, it's bad. Lu Zhan got thrown into jail. Last night, he slept with his mistress and another woman. That woman, Lu Yuabai, was very resistant. After he finished, he thought throwing some money at her would calm her down, but the next day the police came and took him away. They said he's suspected of rape and organizing a group orgy. According to the lawyer, this time it's a big trouble. And that illegitimate son of the Lu family hired a top lawyer to sue for the woman named Lu, even giving her a lot of money, hoping she won't forgive him. Oh, Fu Lingxuan just frowned and gave a perfunctory reply. Brother Xianyu, you can't just stand by and watch him die. Baiyao asked anxiously, a bit confused. He brought this trouble on himself. Someone will clean up his mess. I'm just his drinking buddy, not someone who'd go through fire and water for him. Besides, if he always plays this game, something was bound to happen. Consider it a lesson. Without setbacks, he won't grow up. He always thinks the world owes him something. His incompetence is the result of his family and you guys spoiling him. If he had been pushed to experience more, that illegitimate son wouldn't have taken over. Fu Lingxuan's tone was cold. He had long been fed up with Lu Zhan. Idle every day, unwilling to improve himself. Now he has a perfect opportunity for self-cultivation. If I recall correctly, there was a young man who loved learning, went to prison, taught himself law and business, helped his boss win lawsuits, and make a lot of money. But he never changed his ways. He stubbornly embezzled the company's funds and ended up with another 10 years. But that boss chose to forgive him, even thinking the kid was a genius. He hoped that after 10 years, when he was released, he could come back to work. But the Lu family will probably abandon that legitimate son now. Are you really going to look the other way? Baiyao still wouldn't give up. What's Li Jinyu's attitude? Fu Lingxuan frowned. It wasn't like Baiyao was a relative of Lu Zhan. Why bother so much? The three of them were just childhood neighbors who grew up together. They weren't even related by blood. Helping was a favor, not helping was a matter of principle. Moreover, this involved public opinion, and he wouldn't easily touch it. Fu Lingxuan had a feeling that if he dared to help, he would be swept up by the media, and the entire company would face problems. Manipulating public opinion was the specialty of that illegitimate son. Brother, you doesn't want to help either. He said, that kid deserved it, and he also hopes you won't get involved. That's why I came to you. Baiyao didn't understand, so he came to ask for clarification. If he doesn't help, then I won't either. There's a saying, no destruction, no construction, you destroy before you build. Lu Zhan needs to learn his lesson. He needs to understand that in this world, only he can trust himself. True strength is the only way to survive. If he hasn't figured that out by now, he deserves it. Fu Lingxuan also wanted to warn Baiyao not to get involved. After all, Lu Zhan was in the wrong. In this situation, as long as the media exaggerated a little, it would be easy for them to be caught in a whirlpool of public opinion, and their companies would suffer negative impacts. Years ago, Samsung in China refused to recall defective phones, and within a few years their entire market disappeared. Public opinion might not have much power over small companies, but for big companies, especially well-known ones, the impact is terrifying. Because the public only remembers a few famous big companies and no one pays attention to small ones. Alright, just hope he doesn't blame us brothers later. Bai Yao fell silent. If everyone stayed away from Lu Zhan now, would he feel abandoned? He won't. Even if he does, he can't do anything to us. After saying this, Fu Longxuan hung up the phone. He didn't want to get involved in the Lu family's affairs anymore. Their relationship wasn't that close, and his Fu family didn't know any high-ranking officials. The people they knew were only business partners. They would invest in building some place or fulfilling a department's needs, and in return, they would get some policy benefits. Moreover, the other party deliberately kept their distance, because the officials the Fu family could reach were already high enough they needed to maintain integrity. The occasional social events were all proper with no extravagant delicacies. Even the meals were quite cheap. After working for half a day, he suddenly realized he couldn't do without Xiao Nanliang. Naturally, the company's interests took precedence. He couldn't let the absence of one person affect his efficiency, and thus the entire company's production. Therefore, Fu Lingxuan decided it was best to invite this outstanding talent back. As a big CEO, keeping a human-like little pet wasn't too much, was it? A human-like little pet could provide him with higher efficiency. If the company had a will of its own, it would surely agree to this, right? What was he waiting for? Time to activate the little pet summoning technique. Fu Lingxuan checked the time. It was already noon. Asking her to come to work in the afternoon was perfectly reasonable, wasn't it? So he quickly dialed the video call. "Oi kid, miss me. The company needs you." Fu Lingxuan raised the corner of his mouth and waved his hand in greeting. Suyin was resting in her room at that moment. She never expected Fu Lingxuan to call her via video directly, giving her no time to react. She could only hide in a corner and answer her phone. "Bro, didn't you say you were giving me a break?" "It's nothing. I'm just calling to remind you to come to work this afternoon. Don't be late, or it'll make you sweat all over tonight." Oh no. This guy was going to torment her again. Couldn't he be a little kinder to her? Woo, back to work again. Hadn't that guy promised that once she was out of the hospital he'd arrange a good position for her, easy and well paid? Why was he forgetting that so soon? Su Yin could only send a message to her parents, and then prepare to take a cab to the company. After their brief time together, Su's mother already knew too much. Who knew how long it would be before their next meeting? Su's mother sat with her on the swing outside waiting for the ride-hailing car to arrive. At 2:30 p.m. Su Yin rushed to clock in just before work started. Then she appeared in Fu Lingxuan's office. But no one was inside, so she sat at his desk, crossed her legs, and played on her phone. Not long after, the office door opened and Fu Lingxuan saw Xiao Nanliang sitting in his special chair, absorbed in her phone. He stood still and coughed loudly. Su Yin was startled and quickly put her phone away. Wait, didn't Fu Lingxuan usually not make her do much work? What was he up to? Fu Lingxuan, unable to sleep at noon, had wandered outside for a long time before returning to the office. He never expected that upon opening the door he'd see the Xiao Nanliang had been thinking about. Today she wore a Hanfa-style skirt, had deliberately styled her hair into a side bun on the left with a long hairpin inserted on the right, dangling gold tassels, and quite a few small hairpins securing it. One look told him it was his sister's doing. The style was proper yet cute, but seeing this bun on Su Yan's head felt strange to him. It was an elegant and graceful hairstyle, yet because of Su Yan's adorable appearance, two different auras were displayed on her head. Just a few more glances and his heart began to race. Not bad. My mom told me you want to see your parents today. You're a filial child. Fu Lingxuan looked at Su Yin, finding her more and more pleasing. Su Yin nodded, wondering what scheme this guy was cooking up. She couldn't figure out what he wanted. I called you back for nothing else. Mainly my body can't handle long hours of work anymore, and I need you to massage my shoulders and back. Fu Lingxuan came up with a reasonable excuse, but in truth, he was just bored. Without this human-like little pet, everything he did felt listless and lifeless. Sit on my lap. My legs are a bit uncomfortable. Having you on them will help relieve it. Fu Lingxuan sat in his office chair and gently patted his thigh. This was suspicious. Su Yin had her doubts, but dared not ask, fearing he'd get angry and take things too far. Then she'd have nowhere to cry. Hesitantly, Su Yin sat on his lap, or more precisely on his left thigh. Then Su Yin began to feign massaging Fu Lingxuan's shoulders. As a fresh graduate, finding a job was tough, but Fu Lingxuan was probably just messing with her. If only she could turn Fu Lingxuan into a brother. That way when he tried to make a move, she could stop him, and then morally condemn this scoundrel for bullying his own bro. Su Yin cupped her chin deep in thought. Was there any other way to avoid giving herself away? Daydreaming again. With that dumb look on your face, I bet you're thinking about how to escape my grasp, right? Fu Lingxuan flashed a very shrewd gaze and provocatively curled his lips. Relax, I'm only interested in your looks, but I don't like you. You don't need to worry about such unrealistic fears. I really don't get why you Xiao Nanliang think I like you. Is it because you think you're too beautiful? As he spoke, Fu Lingxuan rubbed her cheek and said mockingly, as if telling Su Yin not to be so narcissistic. I didn't say anything. Why are you getting so worked up? Rushing to deny it. Did I hit a sensitive and fragile spot deep inside you? Suyin showed a disdainful look, but then felt she was in danger. Fu Lingxuan gently cupped her face, making her face him. I bet you're cursing me in your head, Fu Lingxuan stated confidently. Seeing Su Yan's flustered expression, he knew he was right again. So he gradually leaned in their eyes, meeting with no escape. He noticed that her light blue eyes were strangely beautiful. At that moment, the girl's eyes were like a calm little pond rippling with panic, then quickly shifting to a look of terror. To punish her severely, Fu Lingxuan seized the moment and kissed her. Su Yan held her breath, suddenly realizing that Fu Lingxuan was actually quite handsome. If he wore ancient Hanfu, he'd definitely have the vibe of a domineering prince. Plus his muscles looked great, perfectly fitting the image of the domineering CEO from the female-oriented novels she used to read. But why did his personality feel so weird and a bit silly? As she was lost in thought, Fu Lingxuan launched a surprise attack. Arg! How was I supposed to dodge that? In an instant, her face flushed bright red. She felt just like the heroine in a novel, bullied relentlessly by its tsundere CEO who refused to confess his feelings. Su Yan's small hands clenched into tight fists, gripping the gauzy fabric of her dress. Her heartbeat raced uncontrollably and her cheeks burned. He clearly liked her, but refused to admit it. She couldn't imagine what would happen if he found out she was a girl. Would there be any way out for her? Wouldn't that cause a huge disaster? Oh no, Mom, I don't think I can hold out much longer. If I can't keep it up, can I still hide it from you? Su Yan wasn't sure and just hoped her mother wouldn't blame her. It was all that Fu Lingxuan's fault for being too much. Her heart pounded wildly. She hung her head at a loss like a shy maiden. After kissing for a while, Fu Lingxuan regretfully wiped the liquid from the corner of his mouth, his heart once again pounding uncontrollably. I just wanted to see if your heartbeat would quicken. Looks like you're nothing special. Fu Lingxuan smirked, a triumphant smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly realized an unavoidable truth: he had fallen for Su Yan. The signs had been there since their very first meeting. Why hadn't he guarded against it? Perhaps he had been careless, caught off guard. How had he so abruptly descended into this emotional whirlpool? It was possible that he had liked her from much earlier. Was it their first encounter? No. Perhaps even before that. He guessed he had felt a pull toward her during her live streams. Yet after meeting her in person, he still could not suppress the deep affection blooming in his heart. Fu Lingxuan pondered. Maybe it started with his fondness for the scent she carried, with the way he longed to hold her while sleeping, as if fate itself had entwined them. Later in the hospital, Su Yan cared for him with meticulous attention. When one is vulnerable, kindness leaves the deepest imprint. He recalled how she had once teased him, and his cheeks flushed involuntarily. Now his heart raced for her. He could not help but miss her, could not help but fantasize. Why couldn't she suddenly become a girl? But a relationship between two men was impossible. He thought Su Yan resembled a girl, yet he remembered the photo his mother had shown him. That kid was still young and looked similar, but that kid had a little spout and had lived as a male through high school and college. This was also verifiable. He no longer wanted to endure this torment. He wished to resolve it swiftly. This feeling of being slowly sliced by a dull blade was draining him. Xiaoyan, can I make a challenge with you? Fu Lingxuan suddenly looked at Su Yan with intense seriousness. Seeing Su Yan silent, he spoke slowly. Within 7 days, for whatever reason, if you bring this fountain pen to see me, I will take it as your agreement to be my partner. After 7 days, I will never trouble you again. Huh? What? Such a good deal. Su Yan stared at Fu Lingxuan's eyes in disbelief, her heart pounding wildly, a smile spreading visibly across her face. 7 days. It didn't seem long, and it was even easier than Fu Lingjia's 2.5-minute challenge. Of course, if you want to change your mind after 7 days, I can accept that. Could this guy be trying to make her feminize herself within 7 days? Huh. Wishful thinking. She would never. The moment to test whether she was a true man had arrived again, and this time she would not lose. Wait, had she ever lost? Let me make one thing clear: during these 7 days, if you dare to use this pen to mock me, unpredictable risks may arise, including potential loss of life. Don't blame me for not warning you. Fu Lingxuan told Su Yan with grave seriousness, a chilling madness flickering in his eyes. I feel a bit scared. If I throw this pen away immediately, it'll win for sure in 7 days. This pen must not be discarded. On the 8th day, I will take it back. This pen is very expensive, worth $1 million. Su Yan looked at the somewhat heavy fountain pen in her hand, utterly puzzled. It wasn't even made of gold, so why was it so expensive? She didn't understand. Never mind. She would just keep it safe for Fu Lingxuan for a few days. She would never use this pen to throw herself into his arms. Seeing Su Yan's confident expression, his heart sank. What if she won? Two voices emerged in the depths of his mind. One clamored that if he lost, he could finally give up and never touch Xiao Nanliang again. Another voice argued that losing was fine. He was a capitalist, and it was normal for a capitalist to renege, wasn't it? Honesty and integrity were for businessmen, but he was a capitalist. The two voices argued until his head ached. For the next few days I will do everything in my power to pursue you. I hope you won't resist too much. Fu Lingxuan added another statement. Pursue. Su Yin tilted her head. Did that mean she could place her stinky foot on his face and take revenge? A sudden mischievous thought made her smile faintly with a hint of wickedness. Did that mean she could bully Fu Lingxuan as much as she wanted these days, without facing any punishment? You little jerk, you've actually been bent by me, haven't you? Does that mean I've won? Uh-huh. I really want to cook some chicken soup for him. This despicable guy. Let me think about what ways I can torment Fu Lingxuan these days. Xiao Yin, before this, can you let me know whether you are a boy or a girl? Fu Lingxuan stared straight into Su Yan's eyes, and when he saw her fluster, his heart pounded rapidly. Startled by his question, Su Yin fumbled nervously, quickly reached into the small pocket on her skirt, and pulled out her ID card. The information on it clearly read male gender along with Su Yan's date of birth. It doesn't matter. A trip to Thailand would yield the same result. Fu Lingxuan lowered his head in disappointment, thinking he had found a flaw. It's different. Going to Thailand would only make me more of a boy. But still, 7 days wasn't hard to endure. She would soon have her day of freedom. If you have nothing to do, you can play some games for now. Fu Lingxuan pinched her cheek gently and smiled warmly. Perhaps because he no longer needed to hide his love for Su Yan, he stopped bullying this adorable little one. Really? Su Yan's beautiful eyes widened, and she smiled obediently, both shocked and delighted, her smile exceptionally bright. Really? Fu Lingxuan gently rubbed her head, doting with a smile. Great. Was she finally going to be free? And during these 7 days, she could even feast on all kinds of delicacies, travel everywhere, and enjoy all kinds of benefits. They'll take some leave for the next few days. Fu Lingxuan reached out to stroke her head, his gentleness almost too much. Did that mean she could also take a break? As long as it wasn't maternity leave, it was fine. Tomorrow I'll take you around the capital. You've been here for so long and haven't visited this area yet. Fu Lingxuan gently pinched her soft, fluffy cheek, unable to resist the tender touch. There was nothing particularly important in the near future except for a major acquisition case. This acquisition case had drawn too much attention. The auction date kept being postponed, making him almost want to give up. This was too embarrassing, wasn't it? She wondered if this guy would take her for a lavish meal, if he would bring her to enjoy some high-end dining. She wanted to see a super restaurant to feast on all the delicacies in the world. This would be something she could brag about for a lifetime. She could even take a few photos and boast to others. Xiao Yin, tonight I'll take you to an upscale restaurant. Fu Lingxuan couldn't help but want to be good to her, as if that would win her heart. Moreover, seeing Su Yan's radiant smile brought him joy as well. He hoped his mother wouldn't blame him. When you love someone, it truly is beyond your control. Perhaps overly excited, Su Yin soon felt drowsy, so she nestled closer to Fu Lingxuan and rested her head against his chest, preparing to take a nap. The petite figure was not heavy, weighing around 90 jin, likely due to her short stature. Fu Lingxuan adjusted his posture to make her more comfortable. At that moment, Fu Lingxuan had no mind for work. How could he make this person fall in love with him within 7 days? Aside from forceful restraint, what else could he do? Had he set a goal that was too difficult? Fu Lingxuan felt a mix of fear and hesitation. But what should he do? Anxiety and unease spread within him. He yearned to possess Su Yin, yet dared not. If only this person were a girl, he wouldn't be so torn. Were she female, he would not let her go, even if it meant imprisonment. Fu Lingxuan pressed his forehead, feeling as though he had lost his mind, his mental state troubled. I can't do anything with you. He wanted to reach out and poke Su Yan's cute little face, but feared waking her. She probably hadn't slept on the way here, so he let her rest. Fu Lingxuan let out a long sigh, then looked down at Su Yin, who was sleeping soundly. Her serene face was fair with a rosy glow, her delicate eyelashes curving like tiny fans, and her small, exquisite nose gently breathing. Feeling uncomfortable, Su Yin shifted closer, inadvertently pressing against him. Fu Lingxuan's face flushed red. This one, truly troublesome. Forget it, he would work first and deal with it later. He had finally secured a few days of vacation, perfect for relaxing. Fu Lingxuan recalled his lingering ailment. Though the pain had lessened, it wasn't yet safe for vigorous activity. Inside the villa, he had wanted Su Yin to chat more with his mother, but she quickly hailed a taxi and left. Fu Lingyu grew anxious and hurriedly fetched her mother. After a brief discussion, they decided to visit Su Yan's parents and probe them discreetly. It wouldn't hurt to test their reactions. They changed into plain clothes, hid their jewelry and accessories, and near the villa switched to a cheaper car. Their inherent elegance was hard to conceal, so they posed as a modest family, assuming Su Yan's parents lacked the means to investigate. Acting swiftly, they approached another villa, stopping a kilometer away, then rode shared bikes, speeding toward the destination. Arriving at the villa, they used a work group chat to add all servants except Su Yan's parents into a new group. They warned them not to reveal their identities or face losing their jobs. One disguised as a piano teacher, the other as an etiquette instructor. Their refined demeanor made Sue's mother alert and serious upon their entry. Could these be members of the Fu family? New faces. Are you new hires? Fu Lingyu feigned surprise. Who are you? Sue's mother asked nervously. Oh, I'm the piano teacher for this household's children, and this is the etiquette teacher. Fu Lingyu waved warmly. Really? What's your salary? Sue's mother quickly dismissed her suspicions. Surely a wealthy family wouldn't pretend to be commoners to deceive her. Besides, she doubted Su Yin could enter high society ruling out a background check. Around 100,000 plus a month, Fu Lingyu said casually. So rich. Sue's mother gasped, her mouth agape with envy. Of course, I'm a world-class music teacher who performs on international stages. But since becoming a tutor, I can't appear in public. I see. You're amazing. Sue's mother praised, giving a thumbs up. Do you have children? Fu Lingyu asked curiously. One is a PhD, just got married to an Air Force pilot. Very impressive. Sue's mother beamed. The other daughter is also a PhD, about to graduate and become a doctor. While your daughters are remarkable, but the youngest is quite mischievous. Sue's mother worried. 2 daughters? Fu Lingyu inquired. Yes, the youngest only has a bachelor's degree in liberal arts and works as a maid. I fear she'll be deceived by the rich and come back pregnant. Sue's mother fretted. Where does she work? Fu Lingyu pressed, skilled at gathering information. She didn't think Sue's mother was sharp. For a family named Fu, though I'm not sure what they do, Sue's mother said, pointing to the villa. This nearly made the mother-daughter duo gasp. How did she know? How do you know? Fu Lingyu asked calmly, hiding her shock. I didn't at first, but I asked around. They said the villa's original owner was named Fu, and my child works for a wealthy Fu, so I guessed. What if it's not the same person? Fu Lingyu tried to deflect. Impossible. For country folk like us to land such a good job, something must be off. Fu Lingyu was surprised by her accuracy. She needed to probe further to understand Sue's mother's reasoning. My daughter's boss is pursuing her, so I suspect he's trying to win her over by helping us move here, Sue's mother whispered. Could you elaborate? I didn't know at first, but today she seemed all full of lies and slip-ups. After pressing her, she confessed. So Su Yin was clumsy enough to be caught immediately. She used to be a boy, then suddenly became a girl. At the hospital, her chromosomes were XX, and the doctor confirmed she's female. Strange, isn't it? How can someone suddenly change? Auntie, I know about this. Medically, it's called pseudo-hermaphroditism. Maybe she was always a girl, and you just didn't notice. Possible. She was always short and delicate with no boyish traits. Perhaps fate made her a girl again. Sue's mother rambled. Fu Lingyu smiled silently. Beside her, Lin, he felt it was time to address more important matters. Auntie, your daughter. Does she prefer boys or girls now? Fu Lingyu asked, dropping a bombshell. I think she might like boys. I've already warned that boy. Oh no, that silly girl. To stay away from girls, to not go corrupting decent folks' daughters. Sue's mother felt warm as they chatted, so she pulled Fu Lingyu toward a nearby shady tree, where a large swing sat big enough for several people. Auntie, isn't that a bit too harsh? What if she doesn't like boys? Fu Lingyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. She felt her mother was right. Su Yan's parents were the ultimate allies. To get that one together with her brother sooner, it had to be her own parents who guided her. What else can be done? If a girl doesn't marry a man, does she intend to marry another girl? What if feelings sour one day? What about property? Who handles the household? Who works outside? Would they even adopt a child? If she dares such a path, it'll stir up more problems. I don't like taking risks. Nor do I want my daughter to bear those risks. Love is a fleeting thing. I don't trust it. Without children, I've never seen a marriage that lasts. Of course, I don't disbelieve in love, but I've seen too few examples around me. None really. Sue's mother sighed, her face etched with worry for Su Yan's future. Time flew when gossiping. The two chatted endlessly, revealing each other's names, addresses, and occupations, growing closer with each word. Sue's mother was so delighted she nearly spilled every family secret. Fu Lingyu suddenly asked, feigning curiosity. Then why not encourage her to give that young master a chance? I don't know that tycoon's character, nor his family's values, and I have no clue about the depths of high society. From what I've read online, it's all negative news. High society, like in TV dramas, is full of scheming and backstabbing. If my daughter gets caught up in that, I'd regret it forever. Still, if this tycoon could make Xiao Yan like boys again, it might be a blessing in disguise. But I fear she'd be abandoned and lose all hope. I dare not gamble. Sue's mother worried, afraid someone might toy with her daughter's heart and then discard her. But if Su Yan tasted that experience, might her orientation change? It could be a good thing, yet she feared the girl would fall too deep. Lin Yi, hearing this train of thought, could barely suppress a grin, her lips nearly twisting in delight. Xiao Yan, you're truly trapped this time. It's not my doing. Your mother thinks this way too. Fu Lingyu was about to explain, but Sue's mother stopped her. If that silly daughter kept talking, she'd easily slip up. Yes, which parent doesn't worry about their children? Your thinking is sound, very responsible. Lin Yi first praised Sue's mother, affirming her views, then shifted to small talk. Oh, I forgot about the etiquette teacher. Sorry I got too caught up chatting with Xiaoyu. Sue's mother smiled, apologetically delighted to have someone agree with her. Their bond instantly deepened. No worries, no worries. Go on, I'm listening. Lin Yi waved a hand, smiling. This heartfelt exchange greatly boosted Sue's mother's goodwill. Sigh. This silly girl, what should I think if your child is exceptionally beautiful, marrying into a wealthy family might be best. Great beauty like that piano teacher without status or background easily attracts unwanted attention. At work, managers might threaten or hint at things. In my youth, I was quite pretty too, and I faced plenty. So if your daughter is beautiful, I suggest finding a family with a bit more clout. Lin Yi thought of a way to change Sue's mother's mind. Since she cared so much about her daughter, shed highlight Su Yan's potential risks. Sue's mother was stunned, her mouth agape, at a loss for words. Xiaoyu, are you married? Sue's mother asked curiously. Not yet, but I have a fiancé. He's in business, quite wealthy, runs a large company. Fu Lingyu instantly caught her mother's hint and revealed a bit about her fiancé. I see. Sue's mother fell silent, caught in a dilemma. Well, she'd better not meddle too much in Su Yan's affairs. Seeing Sue's mother struck speechless, the two knew their scheme had succeeded. Then, what do you think of that Fu family boss character? Sue's mother asked nervously, her face full of concern for her daughter. Quite good. He's still single, a virgin. After his birthday this year, he'll be 27. How old is your daughter? Lin Yi gladly answered. My daughter's 22 this year, 23 after her birthday. That's a good match, just about 5 years older. Lin Yi replied with a smile. A good match. With such a gap in status, I can't feel at ease. Sue's mother voiced her worries. Oh, what arrow is this? Still stuck on that. They're a wealthy family, but an alliance won't necessarily benefit them. They have too much wealth, which attracts envy. With your family, I think they'd feel more at ease. The value of alliances for them has diminished. Besides, the Fu family's young lady is already married into another wealthy clan, the Li family, fulfilling their alliance quota. The Fuss value family unity and won't blindly arrange marriages. A disharmonious family like that, gambling tycoons from the news, full of scheming, car accidents, poisonings, mistresses, it's utter chaos. Sue's mother wanted to argue, but didn't know what to say, as she had no voice on the matter. All right, rest assured. Tell me your daughter's name, and I'll quietly look out for her. I have some standing here, and their boss listens to me. Lin Yi patted her shoulder, reassuring her. Thank you. You can look out for her, but don't force a match. I still think it's not right. Sue's mother shook her head, trying to dispel her unease. As you wish. Feeling they'd talked enough, the two prepared to leave, afraid further conversation might reveal their hand. Having swayed Su Yan's mother, their next plan was to find a time to bring those two shy ones together. Those two were always lingering around, stirring their curiosity. After sleeping all afternoon, Su Yan woke up with an aching back and sore neck, only to find a small tent pitched before her. Huh, is this appropriate? Opening her eyes to such a sight. You're awake. Fu Lingxuan sensed the movement and immediately looked down, catching Su Yan wiping drool from her mouth as she stared at him with disdain. What else? And what's with you? Dropping the act already. Getting off work soon. Have you decided where you want to go? Fu Lingxuan reached out and gently squeezed her soft cheeks. She wanted bubble tea, and fruit tea too, plus some delicious food, and she longed to walk the Great Wall, enter the Forbidden City, see the monument to the people's heroes, watch the flag-raising ceremony, and visit the Summer Palace. Su Yan had already searched for many travel guides online. She pulled out her phone and handed it to Fu Lingxuan. He lowered his head, smiling silently. This girl wasn't a local and had a natural curiosity about these things. He'd indulge her for now. Oh, in a few days he'd take her for something more thrilling. Silly girl, these are just tourist spots. You can check them off. Next time he'll take you to the zoo to see beluga whales and orcas, let you admire those adorable creatures. As Fu Lingxuan spoke, he continued to knead her cheeks. As if that wasn't enough, he wanted to pull her into an embrace. Hey, keep your hands to yourself. I'm not your wife yet. Relying solely on this, it seemed a bit difficult to make Su Yan succumb. They gathered their things and left work early. The CEO leaving a few dozen minutes ahead of schedule was perfectly reasonable, wasn't it? Surely no one would dare object. Su Yan followed quietly behind Fu Lingxuan, silent as a shadow, clutching the hem of his coat, like a child crossing the street, holding onto a parent's or elder's garments. The two soon arrived at the parking lot. The bodyguards and driver had already arrived. They wouldn't have a moment's rest in the coming days. The men got into the car with resigned expressions, then set off to escort Fu Lingxuan. Their convoy moved through the city, where traffic was already heavy with signs of congestion looming. The rush hour was upon them again. The grand restaurant they were heading to tonight was in the city center, not far from their location, so they planned to dine for a while to avoid the evening peak. This was the premier restaurant in China, not open to ordinary tourists, and often hosted foreign dignitaries, making its prices exorbitant. Most people couldn't even get past the door. Someone like Fu Lingxuan, however, was no ordinary visitor and could naturally enter. Occasionally, he might even encounter national leaders, so he had to keep a low profile. No matter how formidable an entrepreneur, one must tread carefully before state authorities. Since the distance wasn't too great, they arrived quickly. Upon stepping out of the car, Su Yin beheld an ancient-style building of majestic grandeur. The young men standing guard at the entrance seemed to be soldiers or veterans, their gazes far from friendly. Stepping inside meant one was either wealthy or noble. A single night's tab could easily surpass 300,000 yuan, and with a few bottles of expensive wine it could effortlessly exceed 1 million. Since Fu Lingxuan couldn't drink, tonight's bill wouldn't be exorbitant, but it would still be steep. Upon entering the restaurant, they had to verify their identities. When the staff saw Su Yan's ID card, they were genuinely startled. Ahem, she's my friend. I've been here many times. Can't you cut me some slack? Fu Lingxuan watched as the manager approached, then glanced at Su Yan's ID. Well, Mr. Fu is trustworthy. There are no particularly important foreign guests today, so we can relax a bit. The manager waved his hands, signaling the staff to ease up. It was Su Yan's first time at such a grand restaurant. She was surprised to find she had to go through security checks, as if she were boarding a plane. Fortunately, they didn't give Su Yan a hard time and let her through quickly. Once inside the private room, Fu Lingxuan chuckled, "Lucky it's not National Day, or you wouldn't have gotten in." Su Yan felt that this ID card really needed to be changed, and quietly at that, or even taking the high-speed train would be a problem. Su Yan pondered in her situation. Without a hospital-issued surgery certificate, how could she prove she was herself? Her birth certificate also didn't match her gender, making ID card changes troublesome. She recalled a news story about a girl whose identity was registered as male. During the college entrance exams, she couldn't fix it until it made the news. Clearly, revising identity information was incredibly difficult, especially the gender field. Alright, in a few months, it would be the new year. She had found the perfect excuse not to go home. Her ID card was problematic, she couldn't return, and she couldn't endure long bus rides, so she simply wouldn't go. She was so clever. That way her relatives and friends wouldn't find out she'd become a girl. Su Yan noticed that ordering here involved scanning a QR code, or using a display screen offering a vast array of specialty dishes from almost all 8 major cuisines, dazzling the eyes, but the prices were enough to make one's heart race. A glass of cola cost 720 yuan, a pot of tea 3600. Good heavens, were the dishes made of gold. This seemed like such a ripoff. What's wrong? Nothing you like? Or is it too expensive? Fu Lingxuan noticed Su Yan frowning and immediately asked. Su Yan nodded. It was indeed too expensive, worse than price gouging. This wasn't a restaurant, they might as well be robbing people. Don't worry, you'll order. Seeing her hesitation, Fu Lingxuan took over. As a regular, he was tired of many dishes and had tried almost everything on the menu. Since Su Yan was from Guangdong province, he ordered more Cantonese dishes and some Huayan cuisine. Then he added a few foreign dishes prepared by overseas chefs, such as French foie gras escargot and other exotic fare. With a casual selection, he ordered over a dozen items. The portions were small, perhaps to encourage guests to sample more delicacies. Su Yan glanced at the bill and saw it had already surpassed 100,000 yuan. Seeing Su Yan's pained expression, Fu Lingxuan reassured her, eating at home costs about the same. The kitchen staff's wages weren't low, and while ingredients were slightly cheaper, they weren't significantly so. In the capital, there was a large market where produce cost nearly 10 times the usual price, sometimes even more. A single caddy of grapes could sell for 700 or 800 yuan, and premium goods could easily run into hundreds of thousands. Hearing this, Su Yan felt less guilty. Being so thoroughly fleeced felt terrible, even though it wasn't her money. Honestly, she couldn't figure it out. Xiao Yan, what drink would you like? I'll order one for you. What? Another drink? Was that stuff meant for humans? It cost nearly 1,000 yuan. Su Yan was a bit annoyed. Why couldn't he be more frugal? As Su Yan ate the dishes, she didn't find them particularly delicious. Perhaps the tastes of the wealthy were different to her. The food seemed a bit bland. She might prefer souther flavors, as everyone's palate is unique. The meal cost nearly 100,000. Staring at the lengthy bill, she winced inwardly. A single bite of meat cost thousands, and a small piece of matsutake mushroom was worth several thousand as well. Even eating gold wouldn't be this expensive. Don't worry about the price. Let's head back first. Tomorrow I'll take you to explore the sights around the capital and help you get acquainted slowly. His large hand clasped Su Yan's delicate, boneless little hand as they walked outside. The weather had turned chilly, but fortunately, she was wearing a hanfu, keeping her from the cold. After they got into the car, he instructed the driver to head toward the villa. Yan, can you sleep with me tonight? Fu Lingxin gently squeezed her hand, then brushed his thumb across the back of it. Did she even have the right to refuse? Su Yan wondered. But even more, she was curious. What exactly was their relationship? Were they lovers? Or She didn't feel particularly close to him, so why was he always thinking about holding her while sleeping? Could it be that her scent really attracted him? She wasn't sure. As a poor student in the liberal arts, she knew little about estrogen hormones or such things. She wondered if estrogen was affecting her behavior. Lately she felt strange, losing her masculine edge. In 7 days, she would be free. Su Yan's lips curled into a joyful smile, her bright expression infectious to Fu Lingxian. Her eyes crinkled like little crescent moons when she laughed, utterly adorable. Dimples would have made her even cuter, but she had none. Driving late at night felt lonely. After half an hour on the national highway, large trucks began to crowd around them. Suddenly, a massive truck accelerated and sped dangerously close to their vehicle. Fu Lingxian instinctively shielded Su Yan. The truck roared past at breakneck speed, but its target wasn't them. It was the traffic light ahead. Xiao Wang, take the dashcam footage to the traffic police later and report this truck. Overloaded, speeding, and running red lights. Courting death. Fu Lingxian sneered as he spoke. Su Yan had instinctively leaned into his embrace, and now he was looking down at her. Even in the dim light, his deep, piercing eyes captivated her, making her heart race. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but the poor lighting hid her blush. Got it, CEO. I was quick on the draw and recorded a video on my phone. No need for the dashcam to report it, Xiao Wang said with a smug grin. Damn, that scared me, but luckily I reacted fast and pulled out my phone. Fu Lingxian tightened his arms around her like a hen protecting its chick, giving Su Yan a profound sense of security. It's okay, don't be scared. That truck wasn't targeting us, he said softly, patting her back gently, his voice warm and tender as if soothing a child. Why did this feel strange yet warm? She pressed her legs together, lowered her head, and placed her hands demurely on her abdomen. A warm current seemed to flow through her lower belly. Are you cold? Fu Lingxian asked, worried about Su Yan in the fluctuating weather. She shook her head. This outfit was perfect for autumn, neither too cold nor too hot. Good, he said, rubbing his hands together before releasing her. He didn't know what to talk about, and Su Yan couldn't speak anyway. He decided he needed to learn sign language to understand her. Back at the villa, it was late. Su Yan grabbed her clothes and went to shower first, while Fu Lingxian went to find Lin Yi for a heart-to-heart chat. Mother and son sat on the long sofa in the downstairs reception hall. She could see her son was deeply conflicted. She wanted to tell him that Su Yan was a girl, but seeing him like this, it seemed unnecessary. Letting him discover it himself might excite him even more. Moreover, she was certain her son would take good care of Su Yan. The harder won the love, the harder to let go. Mom, does love really exist in this world? Fu Lingxian asked, his eyes scanning his mother casually to gauge her reaction. If I said no, would you believe me? People often say love can transcend age, gender, life and death, race, and even species. He felt it was a pointless question. Transcend species. The Komodo dragon might have something to say about that. It would surely protest being unfairly labeled as third sister-in-law. Son, do whatever you want. As long as you don't break the law, I can accept it, Lin Yi said, struggling to suppress a laugh at his hesitant expression, but maintaining her dignity. Really? Aren't you afraid your son might turn gay? Fu Lingxian dared not ask that out loud, but with her approval, he could always blame her if things went wrong. No one was faster at shifting responsibility. Why would I lie to you? Hurry up and shower and sleep, Lin Yi said with a feigned hint of annoyance. Fine, you said it. If anything goes wrong later, it's on you. Fu Lingxian bolted away as soon as he said that, wishing he had more legs to run faster. In short, the burden shouldn't fall on one person alone. The pressure would be too much. Lin Yi covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. This guy was something else. Wasn't he afraid of being swayed? Watching her son's retreating figure, she felt a pang of worry. She had hoped to have Su Yan practice dancing to improve her flexibility, benefiting her son in the future. But Su Yan had no time to practice. She wondered if she could still convince Su Yan to keep dancing after the two got together. Lin Yi had already added Su Yan's mother on WeChat, and they chatted freely. They talked about everything, from their children's marriages to household trivialities. Their bond grew quickly. Su's mother thought Lin Yi would never visit her hometown, so she spilled many secrets she shouldn't have. Keeping secrets often meant just not telling relatives or close friends. When chatting with colleagues from other provinces, people spilled everything. Su's mother figured that knowing someone seemingly influential might help look after Su Yan, ensuring someone cared for her. After her bath, Su Yan slipped into a rather modest nightgown. As she was drying her hair, Fu Lingxian returned. Whether it was her imagination or not, she seemed to catch a glint of triumphant determination in his eyes, which sent a tremor through her heart. Fu Lingxian strode in, unbuttoning his shirt as he walked, and retrieved a change of clothes from the wardrobe beside him. Whether intentional or not, he loosened his collar, revealing his broad, solid chest. It was said that this kind of lean muscle wasn't very resilient to blows. She wondered if that was true. But Su Yan knew she was no match for him in a fight. Still, that lean physique was undeniably alluring. If only she had a body like that herself. She was just a bit hungry. No harm in that, right? It wasn't that she coveted Fu Lingxuan's body, she was merely admiring it from an aesthetic perspective. She wondered what it would be like if he loomed over her, pressing down. Snap out of it. She was being led astray by those wretched female hormones again. If she kept this up, it would lead to serious trouble, disaster even. At this rate, she'd end up as a lost cause. If impossible. Would she ever yield? How could she? She was so undeniably masculine. Maybe she was curious about the joys of being a woman, but she would never be swayed. Still, Fu Lingxuan was incredibly handsome. If only she could swap bodies with him. Haha, wouldn't that mean she could torment herself? This train of thought was seriously off. She shouldn't dwell on it. Such ideas were far too absurd. She sat on the sofa and poured herself a cup of tea, needing to calm down. Lately her behavior had been slipping out of control, and she needed to steady herself. Suyin glanced at the time. This was the perfect moment to lie in bed where she could scroll through her phone and think. She looked at the two small rooms, momentarily unsure which way to go. If she remembered correctly, Fu Lingxuan had asked her to sleep in his room tonight. So, she'd go to his room. His bed was plenty big anyway. Besides, his bed was softer and more comfortable to sleep on. Suyin couldn't wait to fling herself onto his bed, clutching his silk quilt. She hugged it with her legs and arms rolling to one side, curling up like a wriggling caterpillar. As autumn approached, the temperature here was quite low, especially at night. While southern nights remained sweltering, the north turned dry and cool after dark. Without a blanket, one could easily catch a chill. When Fu Lingxuan finished his shower, he walked out wearing only his underwear, his hair still slightly damp. He didn't see Su Yin in the small living room, and figured she must have gone to his room, so he went to check. Seeing that she was indeed resting in his room, he couldn't help but feel pleased. She was quite obedient, though occasionally a bit mischievous. Why do you love hugging the quilt so much? If I recall correctly, it's girls who do that, Fu Lingxuan said with a faint smile, sitting down on the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed on Su Yin as she played on her phone. What? Even this he had to comment on. Su Yin was absorbed in her game. She ignored him hugging the quilt with her legs. Only girls do that. What a stereotype. She despised it. Fu Lingxuan said nothing, but from the expression on Su Yan's face, he could tell she seemed quite defiant. He sat on the bed waiting for his hair to air dry, naturally watching Su Yan's adorably clueless demeanor. Even while gaming, she made fierce faces. Clearly she was losing. Su Yan tossed her phone onto the bed, hands on her hips in frustration. What kind of lousy game was this? Why did someone always steal her shoes? Stop playing video games. You should get out more. How about we go to the dance studio next door and practice? No way. She wasn't about to offer herself up on a silver platter. Why would she dance? She strongly suspected that practicing dance was just Lin Yi's way of secretly giving her son a treat. Alright, I'm just teasing you. What game are you playing? Teach me, and it'll carry you, Fu Lingxuan said, pulling out his phone and handing it to Su Yan. Really? And could he even play? If he was just a two-finger player, she probably couldn't carry him. This was a game that made your heart race. What? Underestimating me. Your brother Xian is the CEO. If I can't carry you, can I just find a few streamers to play with you? Fu Lingxuan reached out and poked her cheek, chuckling. Oh right. Why had she forgotten he was the CEO? Su Yan happily agreed and helped Fu Lingxuan download the game. 2.5 hours later, the two of them had been repeatedly ambushed by sneaky shoe stealers or dominated by terrifyingly agile players. Even someone like Fu Lingxuan could only rage helplessly. It's too late. Let's just sleep, Fu Lingxuan said, a bit weary. Su Yan had been explaining all sorts of details to him throughout the game. She was tired too. She had hoped to nurture an esports prodigy, but instead she got a deadweight who refused to move quietly, causing her to lose every round. Her alt accounts and game currency was nearly depleted. Fu Lingxuan hugged Su Yan and drifted off to sleep. Su Yan reluctantly turned off the light, ready to sleep as well. But then a mischievous idea suddenly popped into her head. She carefully wriggled out of Fu Lingxuan's embrace, then turned on the small bedside lamp. In the dim light, she gently placed her size 34 foot on Fu Lingxuan's face, not daring to press hard, afraid of waking him. If she did, she'd be in for it. This guy was extremely vindictive. But she still wanted to sneak a photo. Haha, this counted as stepping on the head of a capitalist. She never imagined she'd have a day like this. Did this count as her victory? At least she had stepped on her nemesis' face. Half asleep, Fu Lingxuan felt a foot on his face and reached out to grab it, but Su Yan reacted quickly, escaping back into bed. That infuriating guy, so alert. She had only taken one photo and hadn't had enough fun yet. No sooner had she lain down than Fu Lingxuan trapped her with his legs, preventing her escape. His grip wasn't tight, but it pressed down so she dared not breathe, deeply afraid of waking him. Had enough fun. It's late. Go to sleep. Fu Lingxuan's voice came out, tinged with drowsy annoyance. Not yet. She wanted to step on him one more time. Su Yan, both reckless and playful, felt her heart racing, sensing something bad was about to happen. She knew Fu Lingxuan was awake and fear set in. He was notoriously petty. The faint scent of Su Yan's body mixed with a hint of sweat reached him. But he didn't find it unpleasant. Instead, it stirred his cells like a hormone rush, making him restless and eroding his drowsiness. What magic did this one possess that it could make him fall so deeply? Su Yan found it hard to sleep as Fu Lingshuan's warmth constantly radiated onto her, and the scent of his body also kept her awake. His odor was not unpleasant, yet she simply could not drift off. The petite girl curled up in his arms, feeling his pulse. Fu Lingshuan's heartbeat was slow but steady and strong. His solid, muscular frame exuded a sense of security, especially from a girlfriend's perspective, making him appear even more protective. This guy was truly massive. If it came to a fight, he would undoubtedly be the most formidable one. After repeatedly closing her eyes and tossing about in boredom, she finally fell asleep. The night was as cool as water. Even without the air conditioner, she could sleep peacefully and comfortably. A cool autumn breeze drifted in through the window. In her dreams, Su Yan for the first time dreamed of being a girl, and here it felt like her own kingdom. In a luxurious room, she imprisoned a humble and destitute man who was none other than Fu Lingshuan. Perhaps because she could not achieve it in reality in her dream, she fiercely kicked his face with her big foot, and he had to wear a fawning expression, not daring to utter a single word of dissent. But the Fu Lingshuan in her dream dared to fight back, surrounding her with a group of bodyguards, this arrogant and domineering woman, and then he alone took Su Yan into the room. The next morning, Su Yan saw Fu Lingshuan's face extremely close to hers. A sweet dream. No, this was a nightmare. At first it was fine. She had imprisoned this detestable guy, but then how did he start getting handsy with her? The Fu Lingshuan in her dream was not only more excessive, but also hateful and deserving of a beating. The real one seemed about the same. But why did that scene make her feel a little tingling and also awake? Go brush your teeth quickly. I'll take you out for a stroll today. He seemed much gentler. What had happened? Su Yan tilted her head, blinking her large water-blue eyes as she looked at him, finding it very strange. Fu Lingshuan rubbed her head, watching Su Yan, who looked like a two-dimensional girl stepping out of a manga, her white hair utterly captivating. Could it be that this guy had recently fallen for her? Fu Lingshuan was not sure, but he could try. While Su Yan was in a daze, he held her face and softly said, "Don't move. It seems like you have a pimple on your face." Fu Lingshuan stared intently at her light blue eyes, making Su Yan's heart flutter and pound wildly. He seriously reached out to squeeze the non-existent pimple. Then suddenly he leaned in and kissed her. She had been tricked again. Damn it. This guy was too dishonest, always doing this. But a warm current surged in Su Yan's lower abdomen, and she seemed not to dislike Fu Lingshuan's kiss. Her mind told her she shouldn't, yet her body uncontrollably wanted to reach out and hold him. His kiss surpassed the previous record. When she was dizzy, he stopped. "Xiaoyan, I really didn't mean to." She hadn't even brushed her teeth yet. How dared he? This guy was definitely up to something. Furious, Su Yan wanted to jump up and punch him. She wasn't even his wife yet. How could this guy be so handsy? He was enough to make her furious beyond words. "I just saw you in a daze and deliberately tested you. It seems you quite like it." Fu Lingshuan pinched her cheek and said teasingly. "Did she?" "No, she didn't. She just wanted to kick him." How could she have shown that she enjoyed his passionate kiss? He was clearly lying. "Do you want to hand me the pen?" Fu Lingshuan continued to rub her face, asking gently. A slander. This was an absolute slander against his masculine dignity. I'll wait. She seemed to be a girl after all. Even if she were a girl, she couldn't give in to this detestable Fu Lingshuan. Seeing Su Yan dazed as if engaged in some high-level thinking. "Little fool, go brush your teeth. Breakfast will be ready soon." Fool. Was she really that foolish? Well, maybe a little, otherwise she wouldn't have been tricked into coming here. But had she allowed this guy to call her a fool? How impudent. Forget it, they had already kissed, so one more time wouldn't matter. There had been even more excessive things before. Fu Lingshuan suddenly paused. Was it a bit too much to keep kissing Su Yan without giving her any benefit? But if he directly gave her money, she would immediately use it to pay off her debts. Was that also not ideal? Deep down, he didn't want her to clear her debts so quickly. If she did, she would no longer be under his control, and if she ran away, what excuse would he have to keep her? But if she liked him only because of money, he would feel stifled. Watching Su Yan walking obediently ahead of him, occasionally turning her head to look at him, she was actually quite cute. Could this girl really like him? He was very puzzled. After all, not everyone like him could love someone beyond gender. Fu Lingshuan was deeply conflicted, just like Lin Yi had been back, then hoping Su Yan would fall for the money and into his son's arms so they could have grandchildren soon, yet also afraid she was a gold-digging schemer. After the family had eaten their fill, Fu Lingshuan quietly found Lin Yi, intending to discuss how to give a gift. "Mom, when you and Dad first got together, what gift did he give you?" "Well," Lin Yi thought for a moment. This guy was acting strange. It didn't seem like he was just discussing the past. Knowing her son, he was probably probing for information, likely wanting to give something to Su Yan. If so, what gift should he give? It couldn't be too cheap or Su Yin would think it was insincere, but it also couldn't be too expensive as she wouldn't dare accept it. The value of a gift lies not in its price, but in its refinement and the thought behind it. Back then your father gave me a hairpin. It was quite nice. Not too cheap, but not too expensive either. My hair used to be messy and I didn't bother to groom it, but after that I started dressing up more often. The rest I don't really remember. Reminded by Lin, Fu Lingxuan pinched his chin pondering. Lin stared at her son with a suspicious gaze, making Fu Lingxuan's hair stand on end. He turned and walked away feeling that if he stayed any longer his mother would know everything. Mothers always had a natural authority and his little schemes could never be hidden. Lin Yi's suspicion deepened. She quickly asked her daughter to find out what gift Su Yin liked, and then remembered to tell her son. As for Fu Lingxuan, he was now sitting in a Hummer with Su Yin. This vehicle consumed a lot of fuel, had a body of steel and iron, and was originally a military vehicle of the United States now used in the civilian sector. This car had a relatively high safety factor and was not cheap. Xiao Yin, if you kiss me I'll give you a gift today. Want to give it a try? Fu Lingxuan wanted to get her attention, so he asked. He hadn't really expected a response. Why not kiss? It wasn't that she wanted to kiss Fu Lingxuan, she just wanted to know what gift he had. Besides, they had kissed so many times already, taking the initiative once seemed like no big deal. Su Yin stared intently at Fu Lingxuan as if making up her mind. His handsome face was so close, almost urging her to hurry, or else she'd miss the chance. Su Yin hesitated for a moment. Should she really do this? It felt strange and inexplicably filled her with intense embarrassment. Something was off. Just kiss him. It wasn't a big deal. She just wanted to see what the gift was. Maybe it was the latest phone or an extremely expensive laptop. Or perhaps it was some other little trinket. Given Fu Lingxuan's family background, it was bound to be valuable. Either way she wouldn't lose out. She truly didn't want to kiss that detestable Fu Lingxuan. She absolutely loathed him. Su Yin spent a long time mentally preparing herself, firmly convinced of her hatred for Fu Lingxuan. Hurry up or you'll miss the gift, Fu Lingxuan said, noticing her hesitation. Normally she wouldn't hesitate. She'd either turn away without a glance or just kiss him directly. After a brief pause, Su Yin leaned in and kissed him. Unlike before, her heart pounded wildly. She felt Fu Lingxuan wasn't so annoying anymore. He pressed his hand against her head, preventing her from pulling away quickly. In truth, he didn't need to hold her there at all. After a long moment, Fu Lingxuan finally let her go. Knowing her well, he guessed she wanted electronic devices like phones or computers, items that would enhance her gaming experience without being too expensive and that she wouldn't pawn. But Fu Lingxuan didn't want to give her electronics. That would just fuel her internet addiction. He watched Su Yin, her face curious, as if about to ask what the gift was with a hint of shyness. Probably because it was her first time initiating a kiss. Don't even think about a computer or phone. You're always on your phone. Aren't you afraid of getting nearsighted? Fu Lingxuan poked her soft cheek, gritting his teeth with a doting tone. Ugh, how could you rule out the most obvious options? Su Yin put her hands on her hips, puffed up with anger, and turned away, not wanting to talk to him. She looked furious. Well, he guessed right, which only confirmed he shouldn't give her a phone. She didn't seem interested in clothes or dressing up either. What else might she like? All right, Yin, your phone and computer aren't worth much. I should give you something pricier to match my status, Fu Lingxuan said, gently bumping her shoulder. Unhappy. No matter how expensive the gift, she couldn't pawn or sell it. What good was it? Su Yan's enthusiasm instantly faded. She regretted kissing him. It was such a loss. All right, you'll like the gift I'm giving you. Fu Lingxuan saw she was still angry with no sign of softening, and she had turned her back to him. He took Su Yin to the area near the second ring road in the capital. There were no tall buildings here, perhaps due to feng shui superstitions, the exorbitant land prices, a desire to preserve the local character, or to protect important national figures. Whatever the reason, the area lacked high-rises. This was Su Yan's second time near here. The first was at a grand restaurant where the meal was so expensive it was hard to stomach. Why did so many people flock there? We've arrived at our destination. Later it'll take you to see the Great Wall, Fu Lingxuan said. He rarely came here, having grown tired of it from frequent childhood visits. While sightseeing, they often saw foreigners and tour groups, all curious about the area's bustling atmosphere. Fu Lingxuan held her hand and led her through familiar streets. Their bodyguards, dressed in plain clothes, kept a low profile to avoid drawing attention. Fu Lingxuan went to an old shop. Before entering, he spotted a familiar figure eating a bowl of noodles costing 50 yuan, a dish meant for ordinary folks. Hey, what brings you here? Fu Lingxuan greeted. Wasn't this guy busy helping Lu Zhan? I hadn't had these noodles in a while, so I came for a taste, Bai Yao said, looking at him, then noticing the girl beside him. A sudden sense of foreboding hit him. Dude, weren't you just supposed to toy with her feelings? Why were they so intimate now? Especially seeing Fu Lingxuan holding Su Yan's hand with such closeness, it made him suspicious. Still, the girl was quite cute and feminine, but that wasn't an excuse for Fu Lingxuan to play with her. He began to worry about his friend. Sit down. What are you standing for? Afraid it's dirty. Bai Yao patted the wooden stool beside him. These stools, aged and blackened with use, had developed a glossy patina from years of wear. The shop owner refused to replace them even though customers included wealthy and influential figures. He feared losing the shop's unique charm. Everything in the old shop bore the marks of time, drawing visitors from afar to savor its atmosphere in this prime location. Running such a small shop here was a feat in itself. Su Yan sat beside Fu Lingxuan. They each ordered a bowl. Xiao Yan, this is my good friend you met last time. His name is Bai Yao. His family is in the medical field, developing medical devices, new drugs, and health products. Many of his relatives are doctors. Fu Lingxuan introduced him in detail. Xinge, why did you decide to come here today? Bai Yao asked curiously. Wasn't this guy always swamped with work? Why did he suddenly have time to wander around with the girl? This wasn't like Fu Lingxuan. Even when sick, he used to rush back to work. Just eat while it's hot. Don't talk too much. Fine, you ungrateful fool. You're being led astray. And you won't even appreciate my concern. He needed to find a way to wake Xingu up before he fell deeper. Su Yan felt Bai Yao's gaze was strange, carrying an unexplained hostility. What had she done wrong? Bai Yao, why are you looking at my Xiao Yan like that? Fu Lingxuan noticed Su Yan's unease and shot Bai Yao a glare to make him behave. Xingu, are you serious? Aren't you afraid your mom? Just eat. We'll talk later. Fu Lingxuan cut him off, wanting to quickly enjoy the local delicacies. They ate quickly, even though the soup noodles were scalding hot. The flavor was exceptionally good. Bai Yao glanced at Fu Lingxuan, noticing that this fellow's gaze seldom left Su Yan. Good heavens, was he really not going to pretend anymore? His brothers, one was at the police station awaiting detention, another was entangled by Nan Liang Oi, and the last was shrouded in mystery up to something unknown. Bai Yao, how is Lu Zhan now? Fu Lingxuan saw that his bowl of noodles was almost empty, so he started a conversation. He'll probably get 3 to 5 years. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Later I'll take Xiaoyan to the Great Wall. Are you coming? Fu Lingxuan swiftly changed the subject, unwilling to dwell on unpleasant topics. No, there's nothing interesting about it. Last time I walked for over 2 hours until my legs cramped. Just thinking about it makes my head spin. Bai Yao glanced at the two of them, then rolled his eyes as he spoke. Suit yourself. Fu Lingxuan nodded. This guy didn't want to come and be a third wheel. After a brief exchange, Fu Lingxuan had the driver circle the area before heading toward the Badaling Great Wall. As for the Great Wall, Fu Lingxuan found it unremarkable. Nothing but crowds, stone-paved walls underfoot, and an iron chain laden with padlocks of everlasting love, all placed by young couples hoping to seal their romance forever. How childish! Who would believe in such things? He scoffed and rolled his eyes. When they arrived at the Great Wall, the sun had just risen and the heat was not yet oppressive. Most of the visitors were out-of-towners who had long admired this famous sight. Su Yan stepped onto the wall, feeling a sense of novelty. Nearby, a vendor was engraving padlocks for couples. The machine carved quickly, but the queue was still long. Many couples clung to each other, and due to the crowd it took some time. Young lovebirds want a lock engraved, the vendor asked, taking them for a couple despite the comical height difference. Su Yan was much shorter. Su Yan hurriedly waved her hands. This was a lover's lock. She and Fu Lingxuan were not a pair. Come on, many newlyweds come here for locks. It's not expensive. This one is only 30 yuan, and we have better quality ones at 50 or 80. Which do you prefer? The vendor noticed Fu Lingxuan's eager look and knew at a glance that he had money to spare. Boss, give me the most expensive one. He'll type the names for you. Fu Lingxuan was visibly delighted, pulling out his phone to key in 2 names. The vendor memorized them instantly. Right away, sir. May you two be united in heart, till old age. The vendor promptly retrieved the most luxurious, golden lock from the shop. Large and impressive. Truly a big spender, going straight for the priciest item. The two waited by the wall for a while as the sun climbed, the temperature gradually rising and growing hotter. Su Yan grew anxious. If the sun got too strong, the view would be ruined. After a long while, the vendor finally finished engraving their names and handed them a key. If they ever regretted it, they'd have to climb back up, search through the locks, and destroy it. But most people weren't that free, leaving their locks of everlasting love on the Great Wall. As they walked along the wall, they saw the iron chain covered with various locks, some weathered and rusted. Su Yan desperately wanted to toss away Fu Lingxuan's ridiculous thing. If this actually worked, she'd never be able to explain herself to the matchmaker. Su Yan tugged at his hand, trying to get him to relent and spare her from this superstitious nonsense. It's fine, just for good luck. Maybe the lock will bring us endless fortune. Or are you afraid that you might end up marrying me? Fu Lingxuan wore a teasing smile. Afraid of a mere lock. Seeing her fear, he was even more determined to climb higher and hang it somewhere she'd never reach again. Seeing his enthusiasm, she couldn't help but puff up her cheeks and put her hands on her hips, exasperated. Childish. Did you think I'd be scared? If this little thing actually worked, I'd eat it. Yet unease nodded her. What if Fu Lingxuan's scheme succeeded? That would be no fun. She still had 6 days left, would she willingly return the pen to him? Wishful thinking. But, what if it did work? Should she stop him? Then again she dismissed the thought. It was just superstition. How could a mere lock shackle her future? Su Yin wavered back and forth. But in the end she didn't stop Fu Lingxuan. They walked only a short distance before Fu Lingxuan began to feel weak, like an impotent husband. He truly wanted to hike for hours to hang the lock as far away as possible, closer to the sun, as a testament to his sincerity. However, his injuries still ached faintly, and he sensed that if he pushed on he'd end up back in bed. So they found a scenic spot, hung the lock, and Fu Lingxuan tossed the key into the dense thicket below the Great Wall. Come on, let's hit the next spot. Fu Lingxuan pinched her cheek. She seemed a bit down, perhaps disappointed that their visit to the Great Wall had to end so abruptly because of him. She hadn't managed to stop him. Would it be a big problem? She was a materialist after all, and hoped Fu Lingxuan's scheme would fail. Before they knew it, evening arrived. They had visited 5 attractions in one day, though as for enjoyment, Su Yin found it only so-so. That night, she suddenly remembered Fu Lingxuan had promised her a gift. What could it be? Fu Lingxuan had spent ages searching for the perfect present, consulting online guides, but everything was either too cheap or didn't match his taste. He was nearly driven mad by the search. Then his younger sister sent him a picture, a pink phoenix coronet. It wasn't cheap, costing several thousand yuan, which was nothing to Fu Lingxuan, but it required manual assembly, taking at least 70 hours. The coronet was exquisite, fulfilling many a maiden's fantasy, though it was pricey for ordinary folks, and not even a finished product. Fu Lingxuan's scalp tingled as his sister also sent a tutorial video. He felt dizzy just looking at it. Still, the corner of his mouth lifted. Only something handmade seemed precious, and it wasn't too expensive. Su Yin probably wouldn't refuse. Fu Lingxuan walked into the room to see Su Yin rushing over excitedly, clearly expecting her gift. The gift is still on its way. It'll take some time. Fu Lingxuan reached out to brush the bangs from her forehead, smiling without a hint of embarrassment. This guy? She had gotten her hopes up for nothing. What kind of gift could it be? That rascal is just teasing me, not telling me in advance. Su Yin tilted her head, her eyes glancing sideways at Fu Lingxuan, curiosity written all over her face. Her big watery eyes sparkled like a child with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Come on, you'll find out in a few days. No need to rush. Fu Lingxuan took her hand and led her downstairs. It was time for dinner. Downstairs, in the bedroom, Fu Lingyu was talking with Lin Yi. Mom, my brother seems off. He's been traveling with Xiaoyan and buying her gifts. Why has he suddenly started pursuing her so aggressively? Has Xiaoyan been exposed? Fu Lingyi's mind was completely consumed with the progress between them, desperate to know how far they had gone. Whether they had started sleeping together, and if her brother had discovered that Xiaoyan was a girl. No, but I don't understand why he's suddenly going after her so fiercely. Later find an opportunity to ask Xiaoyan. Lin Yi was also curious, but she could only rely on her daughter to scare the truth out of her. Leave it to me. Fu Lingyu made an okay gesture, immediately agreeing to the task. Good. Later take Xiaoyan for a walk a bit farther away and give her some exercise. She hasn't worked out in far too long. Lin Yi provided her daughter with a reason. After dinner they could put the plan into action. When the meal was over, during the evening stroll, Fu Lingyu walked close to Su Yin, while Lin Yi pulled her son back inside the house. Xiaoyan, do you want me to tell my brother that you're a girl? Fu Lingyu squeezed her hand and whispered. What's wrong with you? Didn't we agree you'd keep it secret for 2.5 months? You're so unreliable. If you just want me to give up, say so. Fu Lingyu could tell from Su Yan's expression that her brother still didn't know Su Yin was a girl. That meant her brother was quite bold. Then you have to tell me why my brother is suddenly pursuing you. Otherwise, you wouldn't want him to find out, would you? Fu Lingyu cupped her face and grinned mischievously. Annoying. How can she be so nasty? Su Yin thought it over. There were only 6 days left. What could possibly go wrong in that time? Even if I told her, what difference would it make? Could her help actually make a difference? Su Yin felt that even the god of marriage would sigh, and Cupid would weep, let alone the two of them. So she typed out the agreement she had made with Fu Lingxuan on her phone. Then Fu Lingyu saw Su Yin grinning cheekily, like someone celebrating victory before the battle was over. Suspicious, Fu Lingyu picked up her phone. One look shocked her. Brother, your agreement is so unfair. And making Xiaoyan submit in 7 days. Is that even possible? Fu Lingyu looked at Su Yan's smug expression and knew it was far from settled. She had to tell her mother immediately and discuss countermeasures. As Fu Lingyu ran off, Su Yin felt a wave of fear. Would those two drug her? Would they resort to underhanded tactics? She was terrified. Her palms were sweaty, yet a morbid curiosity arose. What would it feel like to take that kind of drug? Wake up. Is that really what you want to know? Lately her mind kept being influenced by those damn female hormones. I'm a man, damn it. Don't underestimate me. She glanced at the time on her phone and sat on the swing outside. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming loneliness, a deep longing for someone to connect with, someone to talk to. Su-yin sat on the swing, gently pushing herself, swaying slowly. The autumn breeze swept by as if trying to blow away the lingering sorrow. She looked up at the clear night sky where only a bright moon hung. Truly a bright moon meant sparse stars. What path should she take from here? Her mother didn't want her to find a girlfriend. Did she want her to marry someone? If she were to marry, it would have to be someone like Fu Lingxuan, tall, handsome, strong, with a good family and parents, and a sister who already liked her. Even if she married into the family, there would be no family conflicts, unlike Liu Yubai's situation. Thinking of Liu Yubai made her feel lucky. Su-yin lowered her head, shyly crossing her legs, and began to fantasize. Just a hypothetical, the most unlikely assumption. She really hadn't fallen that far. It was merely a fantasy about the future with no practical meaning. Just a hypothetical. What if she and Fu Lingxuan got together? Knowing him, wouldn't he be trampled under her feet like that bully junior? She'd make him kneel on a washboard, bend over, and take a good spanking. That scoundrel, after all the ways had bullied her, she'd get her revenge. Besides, she didn't know any other guys. Other guys probably wouldn't accept someone like her. At most, they'd think she was beautiful, use her, then walk away. That would be troublesome. Su-yin stopped the swing and began to pace restlessly along the path. Spotting a small stone, she kicked it away as if a weight had been lifted. Her mood eased a little. She remembered that Fu Lingyu knew about her gender transformation, but only thought she had pseudo-hermaphroditism. Forget it. The truth doesn't matter. Even if I told them, they wouldn't believe it. It's beyond scientific explanation. She felt agitated, unsure of what to say or do. She wanted to scream, to find a place to vent the secrets inside her, to stop living in constant hiding. Maybe she should quietly ask Fu Lingxuan. With that decision, Su-yin, seeing no one around, quickly returned to her room. Opening the door, she found Fu Lingxuan wearing only boxer shorts, his hair slightly damp, clearly fresh from a shower. "Why are you back? What did my sister say?" Fu Lingxuan asked curiously. Su-yin could only shake her head, indicating nothing. "You look so down. Must be a big problem. Don't worry. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. I bet you're just afraid of getting too close to me, afraid he'll turn out to be gay. I can accept that." Fu Lingxuan, as if he knew exactly what they had discussed, had already made up his mind. "That's not it. You guessed wrong." She decided to talk to him via phone instead. "What if one day I turned into a girl? What would you do?" After typing, Su-yin showed the phone to Fu Lingxuan. "Why would you ask that?" Fu Lingxuan frowned, then another possibility crossed his mind. Perhaps Su-yin had already been swayed and was now fantasizing about being a girl. Coming to this conclusion, he felt a surge of excitement, but he needed to suppress it. He had to let Su-yin see his sincerity and not come across as frivolous. "If you were a girl, I'd have caught you long ago, locked you up, and tormented you every day. I'd only let you out once my kids formed a soccer team." Fu Lingxuan pinched her adorable cheek and said with a doting, gritted teeth tone, "Too terrifying. This guy is way too improper. Why do I feel a bit excited? That's not right. I have to be upset. No happiness allowed. What if I were a boy?" Su-yin typed another line and asked nervously. Fu Lingxuan took a deep breath, then broke into a smile. "It's fine. At worst, he'll never marry. If you're not afraid of the pain, he'll take you to Thailand." Fu Lingxuan pulled Su-yin into his arms, gently patted her bottom, and said with a laugh, "If I don't believe you. You despicable man." Deep inside, Su-yin couldn't suppress her joy. This isn't right. The corners of her mouth kept lifting, harder to suppress than an AK. "Damn it. Vile estrogen, is it you stirring trouble again?" Fu Lingxuan cupped her face, drawing closer, their eyes meeting. His deep gaze reflected her image, so full of affection. Su-yin didn't flinch, just stared blankly as Fu Lingxuan inched nearer. Between them, they could smell each other's scent, faint but pleasant. "Let me indulge myself this once, it's not like it matters anymore." Fu Lingyu told Lin Yi about what she had learned. Lin Yi frowned upon hearing it, looking as if she'd seen a ghost. Was this son of hers really that impatient? Couldn't he be more steady? Too rash, too irrational. She wished she could give him an Ultraman flying kick to snap him out of it. The only silver lining was that he was pursuing Su-yin without even knowing she was a girl. Would Su-yin be moved? Hopefully she would be, otherwise it would be tricky. Suddenly, she recalled her conversation with Su's mother. If she remembered correctly, that kid had pseudo-hermaphroditism, meaning she'd lived as a boy for over a decade. Deep down, she probably identified more as a boy. If her son could win her over without confirming Su-yin was a girl, then everything would be set. "Mom, should I tell Big Brother that Su-yin is a girl?" Fu Lingyu saw even her mother frowning deeply. The situation seemed serious. "No, let me think. Don't interrupt my thoughts." Lin Yi immediately waved her hand, signaling her daughter to be quiet. She needed an external force to make Su-yin genuinely accept her son, but she didn't know where to find that external force yet. Moreover, she couldn't let her son know Su-yin was a girl beforehand. She had to wait until Su-yin truly fell in love with him before revealing it. Otherwise, all their efforts would be wasted. Xiao Yu go find Li Jinyu quickly and ask if they had any revenge plans against Xiaoyan before. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as she grasped the key issue, looking sharply at her daughter. Mom, what did you think of? Fu Lingyu looked at her mother curiously. But this plan requires me to understand the full picture before acting. For now, help me gather information and make sure you know their current progress. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Remember, it must be done within 6 days. Lin Yi knew earlier that her son had a revenge plan against Su Yin involving her pretending to be a nagging mother. That plan clearly cast her as an NPC, with the most crucial part likely discussed with his friends. Okay, I'll go ask Li Jinyu right now. Fu Lingyu immediately stood up. Hey, what are you doing? It's so late. Lin Yi asked, puzzled. Mom, it's not far. He lives next door. Even next door, no. Go tomorrow. Fine. Back with Fu Lingxuan, he watched Su Yin dazed and dizzy, then suddenly snapped out of it, stomping his foot in frustration. Good grief. So fickle. Good thing I didn't remind her to take the pen. Still, she was already on the verge of succumbing. Sigh. If only his family could support him. Going it alone was too hard. On his own, he was starting to feel mentally drained. This little one was too hard to win over. Watching Su Yin dash into her little storage room, grab her clothes, and scurry into the bathroom, Fu Lingxuan smiled. That petite figure seemed as if she was annoyed, refusing to face her true feelings. 6 days left, he had to hurry. He needed to assemble that phoenix crown as quickly as possible. It looked lovely in pink, but she'd probably like it. If he successfully won Su Yin over, he'd have a real phoenix crown custom-made using the most expensive materials and had assembled it himself. With that thought, Fu Lingxuan was already looking forward to the last day. Seeing it was still early before bed, he had to think about what to take Su Yin to do tomorrow. A little bit of moving gestures every day and gradually shed fall. Su Yin hid in the bathroom, letting warm water pour over her head to clear her thoughts. Marrying Fu Lingxuan would be terrible. He'd bully her fiercely, and he was so wicked. But Fu Lingxuan was handsome, gave a sense of security, had saved her, and was gentle. He seemed like a doting husband. If she was willing. Oh, what's wrong with me? I can't do this. At this rate, I won't last 6 days. They'll be done in 3. No way, no way. Can't I even survive 7 days? How am I supposed to explain that? Suddenly 7 days feels pretty long. 6 days left now. Oh, I should be able to hold out, right? But, is this state of mind even right? Should I surrender? Surrender? What's that? Am I just going to let Fu Lingxuan have his way? That's impossible, that's not me. Torn between confusion and distress, Su Yin took a long shower, then reluctantly grabbed a towel to dry off. After getting dressed, Su Yin slowly made her way out. Her mind was still occupied with Fu Lingxuan's words. Marrying him was not a problem, but she found it utterly shameful. And more likely than not, this guy would want her to bear him a brood of children, and she had heard childbirth was excruciatingly painful. She wondered if she could even have children. Logically, if she could menstruate, then childbirth shouldn't be a major issue. Why was she even thinking about such things? Hadn't she vowed never to marry? Su Yin, looking vexed, twisted her nightgown in her hands at a loss for what to do, and walked out of the bathroom, glancing at Fu Lingxuan, who was brewing tea nearby. Xiaoyan, come sit over here. Fu Lingxuan beckoned, a smug look on his face as he eyed the tea set before him. This is Da Hong Pao, very expensive. Since those few trees have become protected plants, every sip of this tea is a diminishing treasure. Even our family doesn't have much left. Fu Lingxuan explained earnestly while carefully brewing the tea. Fortunately, his family had bought a large quantity decades ago, but now there was no way to restock. Su Yin was curious. What kind of tea could be so costly? She had seen online that even a tiny amount could cost millions. She suspected it was just hype. The rarer something was, the more valuable it seemed. Have a cup. Fu Lingxuan poured a small amount for Su Yin. She took a gentle sip. It was sweet and mellow, soft and smooth, without any bitterness, and the flavor was rich, likely because the tea leaves had aged for so long. Su Yin nodded, quickly finding it delicious. It felt like drinking liquid gold. Yin Yin, sit on my lap. Fu Lingxuan patted his thighs, signaling for her to come over. What was this? It felt like coaxing a child. She wasn't a child. Fu Lingxuan gently embraced her, as if holding the future itself. He rested his chin on her head, softly inhaling her fragrance. She hadn't had time to dry her hair yet, and it was still slightly damp. But he didn't mind. Where shall we go tomorrow? She didn't know. After visiting 5 places, she found it incredibly dull, with no desire to continue exploring. Su Yin could only shake her head, indicating she had no idea. Don't know. How about I take you to an amusement park, a zoo, or an aquarium? Su Yin nodded, her mind wandering elsewhere, while Fu Lingxuan was also figuring out how to assemble the phoenix crown, needing to carve out time for it. Would he have to stay up late assembling the phoenix crown after Su Yin fell asleep? The thing wasn't even in hand yet, and it was already such a headache. 2 days later. Time had reached the 3rd day. Fu Lingxuan's little package finally arrived at his home. But time was growing tight. Over the previous 2 days, Fu Lingxuan had taken Su Yin to all the tourist spots, and her feet were a bit sore, so she wanted to rest at home. This gave him the chance to assemble the pink phoenix crown. The parts were numerous, requiring each piece to be cut out individually. The small metal bits were tiny, and stringing them together was a real ordeal, nearly blinding him. When Fu Lingxuan opened the gift box, he took another look at the instructions. He was about to explode. This thing was truly something extremely torturous. He hoped Su Yan would like it. He took a deep breath. He had to get it done. Equally anxious were Lin Yi and Fu Lingyu. That detestable brother of hers, how could he cause such a mess? It forced her to let Li Jinyu have his way so many times before that guy finally revealed Fu Lingxuan's original plan to her. After obtaining the complete plan, Fu Lingyu rushed to her mother's room and recounted Fu Lingxuan's initial scheme in full detail to Lin Yi. So originally this guy wanted to turn Xiaoyan, but ended up falling first himself. How amusing. Lin Yi played with her daughter's hair, a smile spreading across her face. That guy's so unreliable. Thank goodness Xiaoyan is a girl, or our family would be in big trouble. Mom, what do you plan to do? Fu Lingyu asked, puzzled. What was the use of knowing this plan? Find an opportunity to invite Bai Yao or Lu Zhan out, act like you're about to have a sister-in-law, and tell them how much your brother likes Xiaoyan. On the 7th day, we'll hold a banquet, making him think your brother is planning to propose that day. Alright, that's the plan for now. Oh, and don't rush this. It's best if you talk to Bai Yao on the evening of the 6th day, or even on the 7th day. Now, let's hurry and find Su Yan's mother to get her help. Lin Yi's plan was complete. Now she just had to wait for Fu Lingxuan to finish assembling the phoenix crown and give it to Su Yan on the last day. She also needed to prepare a beautiful little dress for Su Yan, as if the final day were her son's proposal. Why are we looking for Su Yan's mother? Fu Lingyu didn't understand. I heard Su Yan's mother has been chatting with the maid about the bizarre blind dates other people's children have been on. So I had the maid steer the conversation that way to make her anxious and push her to arrange blind dates for Su Yan. She's planning to find a few suitable sons-in-law for her daughter. I'm going over to sabotage them, Lin Yi said without hesitation. Huh? Fu Lingyu was confused. How did ruining Su Yan's blind dates relate to her brother pursuing Su Yan? Su Yan's mother is desperate to find a good son-in-law. First, this will make Su Yan eager to find a partner to shut her mother up, and that guy will naturally be your brother. Second, it will make Su Yan see how outstanding your brother is. By comparison, Xiaoyan will naturally prefer your brother. It's like shopping. Most people only buy after comparing repeatedly, especially expensive items. And marriage is the most important thing, the one cannot be too careful. Mom, aren't you being too devious? Fu Lingyu covered her mouth with a giggle, as if seeing the successful scheme unfold. Xiaoyan still thinks of herself as a boy and won't like any male, so you can't pursue her with normal methods. Lin Yi pinched her chin, looking smug. That's right. When she learns the truth later, she'll be grateful to you. Fu Lingyu nodded, grinning mischievously. Of course. After all, my son is a very outstanding man. She won't lose out. All right, Mom. Let's act quickly. Time is tight. Less than 4 days remain. We don't have much time. Mom, how do you plan to sabotage her blind dates? Fu Lingyu couldn't help but ask. Oh, you'll see when we get there. Let's go first. Lin Yi pushed her daughter along. Revealing everything so soon would be no fun. It was much more entertaining to witness it firsthand. Okay, I'll arrange a car right away. When doing something wicked, no one feels tired. They only feel eager to act. Su Yan, who had originally planned to rest at the villa for the day, suddenly received a video call from her mother. Baby, are you free? Mother Su greeted cheerfully. Was her mother calling her again? Could there be some scheme behind it? Su Yan nodded, not daring to lie, for her mother's eyes were too sharp. Any hesitation would be clearly seen, and she was never good at deception. Come to me quickly. I have something important, Mother Su said with great delight. What important matter could it be? She really didn't want to go out. Her legs were sore from walking these past few days. Su Yan was reluctant to move, but since it was her mother's request, she had no choice but to be a dutiful daughter. She had to go downstairs and head to another villa owned by the Fu family. To save money, she asked Fu Lingxuan to arrange a driver to take her there. Fu Lingxuan was courteous and directly had the chauffeur drive her in a Rolls-Royce. This also gave him time to assemble the phoenix crown. However, Su Yan planned to get off the car some distance from the villa and take a taxi the rest of the way. She didn't want her mother to think she had fallen into decadence. This was also a good chance to keep some distance from Fu Lingxuan, lest she failed to hold out before the 7th day. Her strategy was quite sound. If being close to Fu Lingxuan led to her downfall, then staying away might ensure her safety. Right? Su Yan imagined everything perfectly, even fantasizing about returning the fountain pen to Fu Lingxuan on the 8th day, thus freeing herself from his threat. An hour and a half later, she arrived at her mother's side. In just a few days, Mother Su had visibly gained weight, clearly due to excellent meals. Baby, come with me to a place. Mother Su was anxious and finally glad to see Su Yan. Could it be that the young master of the Fu family had already succeeded? What nonsense. Mother had been so busy lately. Wasn't she her beloved daughter? Why wasn't she protecting her properly? Where to? Su Yin gestured rapidly with her hands as fast as forming seals in a Xinsha novel. I'm taking you to a blind date. I think you can't handle the rich and am afraid you'll get taken advantage of, so I want to find you a few better men. Mother Su pinched her cheek and said with a smile. What? A blind date? No way. She would rather marry Fu Lingxuan even if he conducted a thorough investigation than be with another man. What? Do you already like that Fu young master? Mother Su saw her daughter's expression and sensed something was amiss. Had that guy actually worked? No, mother must be fooling her. Maybe this blind date was just a setup with actors. Come on, go to the blind date first. If it's not suitable, you can go back to your Fu young master and flirt. Mother Su took her hand and headed toward their destination. Mother Su hadn't originally planned to arrange a blind date, but her colleague was too enthusiastic, insisting on introducing an outstanding young relative to her. Mother Su thought with such a large villa these servants' families were well off too, and their relatives were all graduates from prestigious schools working in big companies with high salaries and stable jobs. Although they couldn't compare to Fu Lingxuan, they seemed more reliable. She didn't dare to dream of marrying into a wealthy family. Besides, she always felt that the Fu family wouldn't like a humble background like theirs. If the wife's family was too weak, her status in the household would be hard to elevate. Moreover, Xiaoyan might not even like these blind date candidates. This was just to let her get familiar with the process and step into the role of a girl early. Su Yin shook her head helplessly. Fine, Shed, take a look. Probably another social obligation Shed have to fulfill. This kind of thing happened too often. Mother Su used to love introducing girls to others and had set up many couples. Su Yin didn't like this behavior because if you matchmake someone and they later divorce, the blame falls on you. It was best to avoid such landmines altogether. Su Yin arrived at a cafe and ordered a cup of coffee. Soon a man sat down across from her. He was formally dressed, looked quite refined, wore a pair of glasses, and was in an expensive suit. Hello. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. Su Yin nodded. How old are you this year? The man straightened his clothes and asked. Su Yin extended both hands, forming pairs of scissors. 22. A mute, but pretty nonetheless. Let me introduce myself. I'm a technician at Finghua Group with a PhD degree earning 500 a month. My requirements are simple. First, be filial to my parents. Second, be willing to have a child as soon as possible. Third, I don't like my woman to be in the public eye. You'd better be a housewife. Education must be at least a master's degree. 20th, it's best if you don't have a younger brother. Our family doesn't want a brother-devouring demon. The man began to speak relentlessly, for he was sent by the CEO's mother to sabotage the date. The young lady before him was the future mistress of the family, and his task was to drive Su Yin away. Su Yin tilted her head, puzzled. Was he done? These conditions seemed acceptable except that she didn't meet the education requirement. Moreover, Su Yin didn't see herself as a girl, but merely as a good listener, so his words didn't make her feel uncomfortable. She even managed to smile in response. Su Yin took out her phone and typed a line. Sorry, I meet all your requirements except for the education level. Well, then I'll be off. I have another blind date. Su Yin nodded. From the second candidate onward, the oddities became terrifying. A man who looked older with a protruding belly, overweight, and a lecherous face sat down across from Su Yin. Hey, pretty girl, you're quite attractive. Coming to a blind date so urgently. Are you already pregnant? The fat man plopped down on the chair, crossing his legs. He was dressed like a thug with a thick gold chain around his neck, a green dragon tattooed on his arm, and large tattooed sleeves that were intimidating. Bro, how could you make me want to run away the moment you sat down? Su Yin was timid and didn't dare to cause trouble. You're not mute, are you? I don't want to mute. Although you're not bad-looking, you're too small. Nobody would hire you in a factory, and you can't earn much money. I'm unemployed at home, so I'm looking for a woman who can support me. Su Yin already felt physically ill. Whose family did this creep belong to? Get him out of here. She stood up, bowed in apology, then turned and ran frantically, fleeing the scene. As for saving face, it didn't matter. She was afraid this man might harm her. A wise man steers clear of danger, so she ran without regard for dignity. Once outside, Su Yin quickly explained to her mother via text, Mom, how could you set me up with a gangster? I almost got caught. You don't know how terrifying he was. Yellow teeth, buck teeth, fat, unemployed, and looking for a woman to support him. Yin, I'm sorry. Let's find another one. Oh, what a disaster. I almost scared my little treasure. After the gangster left, a playboy immediately stepped up and said, I've had too much fun and want to settle down with a woman. There might be 1 or 2 illegitimate children out there, so I hope you don't mind. Before the playboy could finish, Su Yin rose to pay the bill and left without a word. What was she, a trash can or something to be matched with such riffraff? Was she really that unmarriageable? Su Yin sighed in distress. Maybe she should just settle for Fu Lingxuan. But Fu Lingxuan was no mere compromise. Compared to these men, he was like heaven and earth apart. Su Yin almost wished she could let Fu Lingxuan have his way right away. Over the next 2.5 hours, Su Yin entertained 10 blind dates. The subsequent candidates grew even more complicated and outrageous. A 50-year-old man declared he would marry her, but the property and car deeds would never bear her name, as if he was certain Su Yin was desperate to wed. His condescending tone made her sick. Su Yin retorted, "At your age, should I be after your money, your looks, your youth, or your 3 kids? Then came a gambling addict drowning in debt, decent-looking, but poorly educated, hoping to find a woman to help pay off his millions in debts. A small business owner with buck teeth and a massive beer belly earned millions annually, but weighed 400 gene. Su Yin thought, this is just too much to bear. Lin Yi snickered from a distance. It wasn't for nothing that she had hired so many actors. Only one was relatively normal, while the rest grew increasingly bizarre. Su Yin was utterly exhausted and wanted no more blind dates. She was mentally shattered and needed to soothe her wounded spirit. Su's mother realized she had made a mistake. She shouldn't have dragged her daughter into blind dates just to curry favor. Now people would say her daughter was too picky or had unrealistic standards. Look at the quality of these matches. Her daughter was beautiful, a college graduate, even if just a regular bachelor's, and worked in a wealthy household earning tens of thousands a month. Was it too much to ask for a decent man? Sweetie, maybe. You should try dating that mister. Phew. It's hard to find a good man these days, Su's mother said, rubbing her cheek with a smile. It seemed that was the only option. She hadn't truly lowered her standards. It was only after visiting the blind date market that she realized Fu Lingxuan was truly exceptional. Girls admired strength, right? Su Yin found a dozen excuses for herself as if echoes filled her mind. If you meet Fu Lingxuan, marry him. But wait, that wasn't right. She didn't have to get married. Being single was fine. It was just a blind date. How had she fallen so low? Yet the last shred of stubbornness seemed to crumble after this round of blind dates. She saw countless versions of herself battered by fate. Was it too much to ask for a handsome man given how beautiful she was? Since she wanted a handsome man and Fu Lingxuan liked her so much, he didn't even know she was a girl, yet he already loved her this deeply. If he found out she was female, how much more would he adore her? Su Yan's cheeks flushed, her body radiating a gentle warmth. Her face felt hot, a warm current stirred in her belly, and her legs unconsciously pressed together as she fantasized about all sorts of scenes. No, she had to hold out until the last day, as she couldn't let him win too early. That would make her seem too easy. Oh no, I think I've done something stupid. Su's mother pinched her own cheek, thinking to herself as she watched the girl lost in fantasy, her face slightly rosy. A maiden in love with a sweetheart in her heart was a beauty beyond compare. Something was wrong. She felt like she had been set up. Su's mother pressed her forehead. She had noticed the servants in the villa had been overly friendly lately, chatting too intimately. Could these blind dates have been arranged by that young Master Fu? Deliberately provoking Xiao Yin so she would think he was more handsome and attractive. Su's mother beat her chest in frustration, wanting to tell her daughter the truth. But since he had gone to such lengths, maybe he truly loved her daughter. Should she take the gamble? Just as Su's mother hesitated, Lin Yi led Fu Lingyu by the hand to stand before them. Su Yin trotted over, turned joyfully to her mother, and introduced the two in sign language. Neither of them stopped her. After all, they needed the approval of the future in-laws. Mom, this is my boss, mother and sister. Su's mother's eyes widened. Oh my, child, you've made it. They actually set this up for you. Could it be they want you to marry into a wealthy family? Su's mother's heart nearly leaped out of her chest. Hello, you must be Xiao Yan's mother, Lin Yi said with a bow. Xiao Yan, go play over there. I need a word with your mother. Lin Yi pointed to a nearby swing, telling the girl to wait there. Sending her away again. She wasn't a child. Why was she never included in adult conversations? Su Yin lowered her head and trudged off. Future-in-law, I apologize for hiding my identity last time we met. Lin Yi began with an apology. Not at all, it's my fault for being blind and not recognizing you. Su's mother dared not say more. We truly adore Xiao Yan. Rest assured my son is upright and will only have her as his woman. Lin Yi took her hand and led her aside. Then she recounted the story of Su Yin and Fu Lingxuan, letting Su's mother understand the whole affair. This included how her son had been swindled out of 500,000 and how they had fallen into a love-hate dynamic, gradually leading to her son falling deeply for that person. When Su's mother heard that Fu Lingxuan loved Su Yin to distraction without even knowing she was a girl, she could hardly believe it. So can you rest easy now? Lin Yi patted her shoulder reassuringly. Su's mother was stunned into silence. Since the mother herself said she liked Xiao Yin, at least the family situation would be harmonious, and the boy seemed genuinely fond of her daughter. Yes, I'm reassured. The fact that you personally set this up has won me over. Su's mother lowered her head with a smile. You figured it out that quickly. Lin Yi's lips curled into a smile. I guess when I saw my daughter looking lovesick, I initially thought it was your son's scheme, but it turns out it was you. Su's mother felt inferior, realizing she had fallen into every trap Lin Yi had laid. What choice did I have? Xiao Yan has always believed she's a boy, so I couldn't use normal methods on her. As long as the ending is good, isn't that enough? Lin Yi dropped the pretense. After this heart-o-heart, Su's mother no longer opposed the boy's foolish devotion. Even if it was only fleeting happiness, she wanted Xiao Yin to seize it, especially since the odds were heavily in their favor. When the group reached an agreement, Su Yin was still swinging on the swing like a child. What were they discussing? It couldn't be about her marriage, could it? How could that be? They had only met for the first time and Mom would definitely not do anything reckless. Moreover, Mom was not very willing to let her marry Fu Lingxuan. But she was really curious about what the three of them were talking about. Why did they send her away? And right under their noses, she couldn't even sneak over to listen. Su Yin craned her neck trying to eavesdrop on something, but how could she get her wish? The group chatted cheerfully, deliberately lowering their voices. Su Yin watched them chatting happily, and a bad premonition arose in her heart. This premonition grew stronger and stronger, as if something disastrous was about to happen. Her premonition was not wrong. The three of them chatted merrily about Su Yan's future. Mother-in-law, leave Xiaoyan's matters to me. Lin Yi held her hand and gently patted the back of it with her other hand, smiling. Her ID card hasn't been processed yet, but needs some time. No rush, take your time with the ID. Anyway, after they get together, there will be a long time ahead. They're getting along very well now. After receiving confirmation from Mother Su, Lin Yi at least knew that Su Yin was interested in her son. So even if she applied a little more pressure, it would be reasonable, right? However, she still hoped Su Yin would take the initiative rather than relying on them to passively complete everything. Later I'll transfer this house to you and your husband's names. Consider it as the betrothal gift. They'll prepare the rest gradually. Lin Yi pointed to the villa behind her. Oh, that's not acceptable. It's too expensive. Besides, we can't afford to maintain this villa. Mother Su instantly felt immense pressure. This villa must be worth billions, right? Just the land price in the outskirts of the capital was not cheap, and it was decorated so beautifully. The villa also contained many sports cars, expensive liquor, luxury furniture, and countless collectibles. Oh, this is too formal. We'll be family soon. Besides, I'm afraid you might think I'm tricking your daughter. Consider this as a guarantee in your hands. Even if their marriage breaks down someday, you won't leave empty-handed. This, Mother Su still refused. Such a valuable gift was not something she could decide. Moreover, the other party had plenty of ways to take it back. Alright, let's talk about this topic when we're more familiar. Talking about money hurts feelings. Lenny had to end this topic, it was too sensitive. Su Yin watched them chat for a full 2 hours boredly. Didn't they get thirsty? She couldn't understand what was so interesting to talk about. Besides, the afternoon sun was quite hot, yet they chatted happily as if she were a child and couldn't join in. Why? Why could Sister Ling Yu be there while she was sent away? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't help pouting, wanting to mutter a few words, but found herself like a mute. Su Yin leaned against the side of the swing rope, rolling her eyes in boredom. After chatting for a long time, they finally finished. Xiaoyan, go back with Annie first. Lin Yi waved her hand, smiling. What? Why go back again? She wanted to stay overnight. And she hadn't even seen her dad. What was that guy busy with, not coming out to see his own daughter? Alright. Better leave quickly, or Mom would set up another blind date for her. If 2 more weirdos came, she would just collapse on the spot. After such a long blind date session and Lin Yi and Mother Su chatting for so long, the sky was getting dark. It was indeed time to go back. Su Yin followed Lin Yi into the car. She didn't understand why Annie and her mom were so happy chatting. What did they talk about? Su Yin was really curious. Xiaoyan, after we get back, come to my room to exercise, okay? Fu Lingyu pinched her cheek, grinning. Not good. Very not good. Xiaoyan, go play at your sister Linjia's place for a few days. Lin Yi also urged because she needed to give her son enough time to assemble that pink crown. Her own daughter was really something, insisting on such a gift. It was simply too torturous. 70 hours. That would almost take until the last day to finish. It was a really tight deadline. However, her goal was already 95 complete. The rest was up to her son. With her output being so strong, that guy could win, even lying down right. Lin Yi smiled, thinking secretly. It felt like soon their family would have many new members. Her daughter had found a good match, and her son was not so worrying. Marrying a wife was easy for a wealthy family, but marrying off a daughter became a problem. However, she still needed to vet the daughter-in-law. If he married a troublemaker who messed up the household, it would be troublesome. They didn't want any mother-in-law conflicts, as such matters were an eternal problem. Su Yin quickly became drowsy. In the car, it felt like she had just slept for a while, and then they were back at the villa. Su Yin got out of the car dizzily, then prepared to eat. Due to car sickness, she didn't have much appetite, and the Fu family accommodated her. Fu Lingxuan was at that moment in the study of his bedroom, desperately assembling the phoenix crown. His eyes were blurry, and his willpower had reached its limit. This little thing was really tormenting. Just like Su Yin, he had to finish the gift quickly and then capture that tormenting little vixen. Instantly, his fighting spirit surged again, and his gaze became resolute. At that moment, his phone rang. Son, come down for dinner, you can stop working. Lenny made a phone call. Fu Lingxuan had to pack up his things and quickly go downstairs to eat. He would have to continue an all-night battle in the evening. After going downstairs, Fu Lingxuan saw Su Yin, whom he had been longing for. She was sitting listlessly on a stool. "Mom, where did you go? Why are you back so late?" Fu Lingxuan asked curiously. "We went to the Lake Mountain Villa. We haven't been there for a long time." Lenny looked at her son, not far away, looking exhausted. For this guy, she had lost a lot of brain cells these days. Fortunately, Xiaoyan was almost won over, just waiting for this kid to pluck the fruit. This detestable dog who wins by lying down probably still thought the whole family didn't support him and was still fighting alone, right? Fu Lingxuan nodded, speaking absent-mindedly, feeling that nothing major had happened. He was now in the final sprint, but he didn't know if this thing would work. He was a bit anxious inside. After dinner, Fu Lingxuan found an excuse to continue assembling the Phoenix Crown. As for Su Yin, she was naturally taken to the dance studio by Lin Yi, forced to practice basic dance moves. How did she end up in this godforsaken place again? Her legs felt weak. The mere sight of the mirror-lined dance studio made her uncomfortable. Su Yin reluctantly changed into her dance attire and followed Fu Lingyu in practicing the basics. An hour later, it was time to bathe and sleep. She hastily shed her dance clothes and quickly returned to her room. Upon entering, she found Fu Lingxuan wasn't in the small living room. Could he be asleep? Su Yin stealthily crept into his room, thinking that if he was asleep, she could return to her little storage room for the night. She quietly opened his study door, only to find him absent. Could he be in the study? She had never been there. It was Fu Lingxuan's forbidden zone, likely off-limits to her, as she might disturb him while he worked. So she decided to bathe first and spend the night in her little storage room. After showering and drying her hair, drowsiness set in. Xian lay down on the bed and wrapped the blanket between her legs. A kaleidoscope of fantasies flooded her mind, and in an instant she clutched the blanket tighter and rolled around on the bed. Her face flushed a delicate pink like after a sip of wine, with a shy, subtle smile curving her lips. Her eyes were downcast like a young wife awaiting her husband's return. Why did she so desperately want Fu Lingxuan to know she was a girl? But was that really a good idea? If Fu Lingxuan discovered she was female, it would be like a lamb walking into the tiger's den. He would undoubtedly be eager to possess her and treat her roughly. Su Yan's cheeks burned, her body involuntarily tensed, and her mind buzzed. Would her sister laugh at her? That mischievous sister surely would. Boo-hoo. Should she cry a little? And it hadn't been long, as she couldn't hold out not even a month. No, even if something happened, she had to conceal it, at least make her sister believe Shed persevered for half a year or more, or else Shed be ridiculed endlessly. She just wanted a decent-looking partner, one that wouldn't offend her eyes. That was perfectly normal, right? Think about those blind dates today. Except for one who was slightly normal, but their demands were excessive, and they wanted 2 children in 3 years, treating the partner like a breeding sow or a tool. Fu Lingxuan was better. He didn't even care about having offspring, and he liked her without knowing she was a girl. If he found out, well, he would surely spoil her in the future. Her sister shouldn't mock her. She was on the path to happiness. Her sister should bless her, not laugh at her. Su Yin snorted softly, hugged the long pillow tightly, writhed on the bed, and then drifted into whimsical thoughts. Su Yin soon fell asleep, sweetly, a faint smile on her lips, arms wrapped around the pillow, her head resting on another. Fu Lingxuan, after laboring for a long time, was drenched in sweat, experiencing a sense of despair for the first time. Was this what it felt like to work a dead-end job? Fu Lingxuan stared incredulously at the still dismantled Phoenix Crown. Should he take a nap? The thought almost made him steam. No. The future was within reach. He couldn't give up so easily. The thought of adorable Su Yin spurred him to continue like a student burning the midnight oil on the last day of summer break, determined to finish even if it meant tears. Staring at the daunting steps, he had to thread tiny pearls onto thin wires, repeating the process 192 times. Each tassel required over a dozen meticulous steps, careful not to be too forceful and wary of dropping tiny parts that would be lost forever. Completing all the small parts would take another 2.5 to 3 hours. If he rushed, the fastest he could finish was 50 hours, a sleepless marathon. He might not make it in time. His sister sure knew how to pick gifts, a high-difficulty little trinket. He considered buying a finished one, but it wouldn't be special. Only hand-assembled items held true value. That night, Fu Lingxuan developed dark circles after 16 straight hours of work. Dawn was approaching. Exhausted, his steps unsteady, he hurried to rest. Opening the door, he found his beloved wasn't in his bed. She must be in the other room. Fu Lingxuan easily opened the other door and saw Su Yin hugging the blanket, legs clamping, a long pillow sprawled out in an ungraceful pose. Yet she seemed inexplicably cute, especially with a few strands of her striking white hair tangled across her face. The girl's flushed cheeks and faint smile suggested she was having sweet dreams. Fu Lingxuan checked his phone. 4 a.m. already. He needed a few hours of rest, then resume assembly. He aimed to finish by the last day and place it on her head. Fu Lingxuan measured her head with his hand, fearing the phoenix crown might be too large. He moved gently, lying down beside Su Yin, but she rolled over and hugged him. Her soft body, warm skin, and subtle fragrance. Everything captivated Fu Lingxuan. He couldn't resist holding her gently. In that moment, he felt complete. The fatigue vanished. It was just a small phoenix crown. He'd conquer it. As he drifted off, he held Su Yin tighter, afraid she'd slip from his embrace again. The night passed quickly. The next morning, as the sun rose, Su Yin found Fu Lingxuan lying in her bed, with faint dark circles, looking weary. What had he been up to? Was the company busy again? She felt guilty for making him take her out for 2 days, only for him to have to work overtime. Even Ultraman would see red. Could his body handle such strain? Worry creased Su Yan's face. She couldn't resist reaching out to touch his cheek. His stubble had grown prickly, but adding a certain masculine charm. Feeling her touch, Fu Lingxuan suddenly opened his eyes. Remembering his unfinished task, his drowsiness vanished instantly. Xiaoyan, he called out in surprise, noticing her flushed cheeks, as if startled. She looked like a girl with a secret crush caught red-handed. She lowered her head, speechless. Oh right. Seeing Su Yan's reaction, Fu Lingxuan smiled knowingly. So this one did have feelings for him after all. He immediately sat up, gently cupping her face, making Su Yan meet his gaze. Xiaoyan, you like me, don't you? Fu Lingxuan asked with a hint of delighted surprise. No. Su Yan immediately twisted away in awkwardness, her lips slightly pouting as she glared at the empty wall, her head drooping low. That guilty little look of hers was utterly adorable. Fu Lingxuan tried to make Su Yan hold his gaze, then catching her off guard, stole another kiss. Su Yan could already anticipate his move, but she only blushed faintly and closed her eyes. There was no expected resistance, she even became the one to initiate. 10 minutes later. Xiaoyan, I have a gift for you on the last day. Fu Lingxuan rubbed her cheek and said with utmost sincerity. I have a gift for you. Fu Lingxuan gently embraced her, determined to finish the pink phoenix crown by the final day. Before they knew it, the 6th day arrived. Starting that morning, Lin Yi and Fu Lingyu led the servants in decorating the house. They had bought 999 roses to create a sea of flowers and instructed the servants to bring in a multitude of balloons and gardenias as accents. The day was bustling with activity, and Fu Lingxuan, living up to expectations, finally finished assembling the phoenix crown by noon. This little trinket was exquisite. Wearing it, she felt like a little princess from a dream. Fu Lingxuan's gaze grew intense, as if everything was within his grasp. He recalled that Xiaoyan no longer resisted his kisses, and even seemed to be taking the initiative, though she was still a bit introverted, shy, and timid. After finishing his work, Fu Lingxuan went to the bedroom to sleep. He needed to rest up so he could make a dazzling appearance the next morning, dressed sharply. Meanwhile, Su Yin dazedly followed the servants, helping out. She didn't know what everyone was busy with. It looked like they were setting up a scene, but she had little idea of its purpose. It felt like preparations for some grand banquet. Everyone was especially excited, and she dared not slack off since Lin Yi and Fu Lingyu were directing them all. And what was that guy Fu Lingxuan up to lately? It must be related to tomorrow's banquet too. He seemed very busy with work recently, dark circles appearing under his eyes. In short, she just had to keep herself occupied, otherwise she would stand out awkwardly. That evening, following her mother's instructions, Fu Lingyu secretly called Bai Yao and Li Jinyu together for a gathering. She was tasked with leaking some news, letting Bai Yao know about Fu Lingxuan's recent activities. I've been run ragged at home today, decorating with the servants, arranging roses and balloons from morning till night, Fu Lingyu said, leaning coquettishly into Li Jinyu's arms. What's the matter? Why would you need to help with that? Li Jinyu was curious. What was going on? Was there a recent festival? He didn't recall any family member's birthday being near. He had no plans to confess his feelings that day either. So why all the roses? Bai Yao was also puzzled. Roses? I won't tell you more. I'm about to have a little sister-in-law. My silly brother has been busy assembling a phoenix crown lately. That little thing was so tedious. He worked on it for 2 days and 2 nights, plus a morning, even getting dark circles. He's planning to give it to Xiaoyan, Fu Lingyu said, using vague words to confuse them. That's nice, Li Jinyu said, gently rubbing her head with a tender smile. So it seemed his brother-in-law was preparing to take a wife. He hadn't expected the guy's progress to speed up so suddenly. Brother you. This isn't right, is it? Brother Xian, he isn't. Bai Yao hinted wildly, hoping Li Jinyu would say something. He couldn't bear to shatter Fu Lingyi's beautiful dream and didn't want to cause a family rift. Now Bai Yao was pacing in anxiety, eager to tip off Fu Lingxuan and stop his good brother from sinking deeper. Weren't they supposed to just tease Xiao Nanliang and not get emotionally involved? But you good fellow have fallen in yourself. How is Lingxuan now? Bai Yao asked urgently. He's very tired. He probably won't wake up until tomorrow morning. Fu Lingyu glanced at Bai Yao and smiled. Her scheme had worked. In a moment of urgency, telling Bai Yao would make him even more anxious than herself. It was impossible to go over now since her brother was fast asleep, so they had to wait until tomorrow. By tomorrow, he would be even more frantic, watching Bai Yao dash out of the private room and frantically dial his phone. Again and again. But there was no answer on the other end. It seemed Fu Lingxuan was truly resting. Li Jinyu seemed to catch on to his girlfriend's little scheme and could only chuckle quietly, secretly observing her expression. Who are you scheming against now? Li Jinyu reached out and poked her cheek, asking with a smile. Need you ask? Her gaze drifted toward the door of the private room. The meaning was clear. Is Bai Yao part of your plan too? Li Jinyu asked, frowning in confusion. Yes. You could have just come to me. Why go through all the trouble of fooling him? What if it ruins your relationship? Li Jinyu said, ruffling her hair affectionately. My brother has always seen you as a half-enemy. He's wary of you. And you've known Xiao Yan was a girl for a long time. I was afraid you wouldn't act convincingly enough. Fooling you, sneered, then humphed. All right, do I need to be there tomorrow? Li Jinyu nodded. To save face for his future brother-in-law, and to secure fooling you later, he would just obediently be a spectator. That night was destined to be sleepless. Su Yan's heart grew more and more uneasy. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, she still felt an extraordinary shame. Tomorrow she would find the right moment to confess everything to Fu Lingxuan. Would there be a thorough investigation then? Su Yan held him as they fell asleep together, her heartbeat impossibly fast. Tossing and turning her thoughts kept her awake. The young girl would hold him, then hug her pillow, rolling restlessly beside him. The images in her mind grew clearer and made her feel even more shy. It was like the innocent curiosity and anticipation of a maiden from ancient times entering marriage for the first time. Excitement for the future mixed with the bashfulness of budding romance. Fu Lingxuan had already fallen asleep, but was awakened by this little troublemaker. With no other choice, he reached out and pulled her possessively into his arms, trapping her restless body between his legs. After a night's rest, their spirits were replenished. Early in the morning, they cheerfully rose from their beds, as if today promised to be a fine day. Su Yan's cheeks were flushed a lovely pink. Fu Lingxuan held her hand as they went to the bathroom together, brushing their teeth and washing their faces side by side before returning to their respective rooms to change clothes. Su Yan put on a beautiful little dress that Lin Yi had prepared for her. It sparkled and was quite modest, neither revealing her back nor her waist, exuding elegance. Fu Lingxuan meanwhile changed into a dark blue suit, tied his tie, and carefully styled his hair with gel. The two dawdled for quite a while before heading to breakfast. Fu Lingyu and Lin Yi quietly followed behind them. Perhaps knowing that Su Yan would take out that fountain pen today, Fu Lingxuan's heart was filled with eager anticipation, hoping that no one would come to cause trouble. When they went downstairs, they discovered that after yesterday's and last night's decorations, the house had become extraordinarily extravagant, adorned everywhere with small colored lights, balloons, and various little flowers. He was somewhat bewildered. What were his mother and sister up to? Why were they sneaking around like thieves, deliberately keeping a certain distance? If they wanted to eavesdrop or peek, they could just come over directly. At that moment, Bai Yao rushed over to the Fu residence in a fluster. Early in the morning, tormented and with a splitting headache, he was itching to grab Fu Lingxuan and interrogate him harshly. Hadn't they agreed just to turn that little Nong Liang straight? How had he ended up falling for him instead? Bai Yao, why are you here? Fu Lingxuan asked, looking genuinely curious. Seeing Fu Lingxuan holding Su Yan's hand and smiling so sweetly, Bai Yao ground his teeth in rage. Brother Xian, didn't we agree just to turn that wretched little Nong Liang around? How did you end up falling for him? Bai Yao demanded loudly. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Fu Lingyu had also approached them. The drama was about. Su Yan's face suddenly turned pale as if struck by a tremendous blow. If it were true, then all her feelings had been for nothing. She looked up at Fu Lingxuan in disbelief, her wounded gaze tightening his heart. His hands were slick with sweat. Su Yan instinctively let go of him, but he quickly grabbed her small hand again. He was clearly even more panicked. But then he calmed down. He couldn't afford to lose control. Both their hearts were racing faster than when the car accident happened. Xiao Yan, listen to me. I did have that plan before. But during the time I spent with you, I fell helplessly in love with you. Even if the whole world opposes it, even if my family disagrees, even if I have to stake my entire future, I will give everything to be with you. Please, you must believe me. With that, Fu Lingxuan embraced Su Yan and kissed her fiercely. A kiss that shook heaven and earth, altering the mountains and rivers. At that moment, he looked at the servants around him and his slowly approaching mother and sister. His gaze grew exceptionally resolute, especially upon seeing the strange looks in his mother's and sister's eyes, which only strengthened his determination. Brother Xian, wake up. Don't be stubborn. There's no good end for the two of you. Bai Yao roared, his voice echoing like that of a great villain, as if he were Fa Hai trying to tear apart Su Xian and Bai Suzhen. Su Yan's emotions were like a roller coaster, plunging into sorrow one moment, soaring to joy the next. Suddenly she found Fu Lingxuan exceptionally handsome. He held her tightly in his arms, shielding her from all incoming threats. Xiaoyan, even if I offend the whole world, I will marry you. Even if it's a forbidden love, I will have you. Fu Lingxuan's gaze was as steady and firm as Mount Tai, every word he spoke seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Standing behind them, Lin Yi and Fu Lingyu were struggling to hold back their laughter, torn between frustration and emotion, and also a little amused, as if the two were acting as though the entire world owed them something. At that moment, Fu Lingxuan quickly pulled Su Yin toward the second floor, afraid that she might be hurt by gossip and slander, determined to keep all harsh words at bay. Bai Yao watched the two disappear, then looked at Lin Yi and Fu Lingyu, who were covering their mouths and snickering, utterly confused. What are you two laughing at? The one beside brother Xian isn't a girl. Bai Yao found it strange. Didn't they know what Nong Liang meant? No, she's a girl. We checked. She's not a Nong Liang. I just think my brother is too funny. He still doesn't know Xiao Yin is a girl. Fu Lingyu covered her mouth and laughed, seizing the chance to chuckle heartily while her brother was away. So am the clown. And I yelled so loudly. What was that? Just my big mouth. Bai Yao felt utterly duped. He stamped his feet in fury, alternating between rage and anxiety, looking like a fool full of resentment. Bai Yao, I'm sorry I used you. Fu Lingyu confessed without hesitation, laying out her plan. He was so furious he felt dizzy, but the thought that someone else was an even bigger fool made him feel slightly better. Back in the room, Su Yin wanted to confess that she was actually a girl. So she ran into the bathroom, grabbed a towel, then returned to her small room, took off all her clothes, and wrapped herself in the dry towel. As for why she did this, it was because she wanted to give herself to Fu Lingxuan. Meanwhile, Fu Lingxuan rushed to the study and picked up a gift box. This little item was his final trump card. It had to work. When he finished retrieving the gift, he saw Su Yin wrapped in a white towel. The towel was a bit too short, revealing her delicate little feet. The girl's cheeks were slightly flushed. A whirlwind of nervousness and shyness repeatedly assaulted her mind, leaving it blank except for the sight of Fu Lingxuan before her. He too was stunned by the alluring scene. Xiaoyan, look. This is the gift I prepared for you. Fu Lingxuan picked up the gift box and opened it gently. Inside was a pink phoenix crown adorned with many small ornaments, each one gleaming brilliantly under the warm yellow light. I stayed up all night to make this. It usually takes 70 hours, but I finished it in 60, just in time for the last day. It's not expensive, but it means a lot to me. Fu Lingxuan gently placed the phoenix crown on Su Yan's head. Her cheeks grew even redder. So this was what he had been busy with these past few days. In that moment, she was deeply moved. What mattered most in a gift? Its meaning. Su Yan wore it only briefly before setting the crown back on the table, because she had something more important to do. The crown could wait. She would wear it again later. Fu Lingxuan's face instantly turned pale. Had he miscalculated? Should he not have bothered with such fancy trinkets? Should he have just thrown money at it? Fear engulfed him as he watched Su Yan turn and walk toward the small room. He wanted to call her back to stop her, but it was too late. At that moment, it felt like his world had collapsed. But soon Su Yan returned, holding a fountain pen in her hand. He was so excited he could barely speak. Xiaoyan, it's the 7th day. You didn't forget, did you, eh? Fu Lingxuan held his breath, a fire burning within him, his reason teetering on the brink of madness. Su Yan shyly shook her head, her slender fingers tightly gripping the pen, and with a serious expression, she returned it to him. You agree, eh? Fu Lingxuan held his breath, staring at Su Yan in disbelief, and asked softly. Su Yan nodded shyly, her cheeks gradually flushing pink, making her look tender and adorable. An overwhelming surprise enveloped Fu Lingxian. At this moment, Su Yan's hand rested on her bath towel. With just a slight pull, his breath caught in his throat. Could it be that Xiaoyan was actually a girl? The maiden's cheeks flushed faintly as she clutched the cotton bath towel tightly. With a gentle tug, a breeze stirred around her, and the biting chill pierced her skin without obstruction. The autumn air swept in, causing her pale, cold-toned skin to blush slightly. At that moment, Fu Lingxuan's eyes were filled with astonishment. With swift and vigorous movements, he pulled Su Yan into his embrace. He gazed at her excitedly, holding her tightly, as scalding tears inadvertently streamed down his face. After a long while, he kissed her fervently, his actions somewhat rough. In this lifetime, they would never part again. He loved Su Yan deeply, and fortunately his sincerity had not been misplaced. He was determined to give her a warm home. At noon, Fu Lingxian held Su Yan as they slept together, the warmth inexplicably soothing, as if he held the entire world in his arms. Xiaoyan, are you sleepy? He asked softly, cradling her gently, feeling her tender warmth. His tone was as if coaxing a child, the tenderness in his eyes melting into a river of spring water, enveloping her protectively. She shot Fu Lingxian a weak glare. Knowing full well her condition, he still asked knowingly, Why not fetch her some food to replenish her strength? Su Yin pouted her lips, sulking, and glanced at him. Yet she found Fu Lingxian quite handsome, and at least the discomfort had eased. Soon she smiled shyly again, then nestled into Fu Lingxian's arms like a chick hiding under a hen's wings seeking his embrace. Fu Lingxian wrapped his arms around her, rubbing his cheek against hers, a warm surge of happiness flowing through his heart. Even though nearly half a month had passed, the pain in his ribs still lingered. Faced with the soft and lovely maiden, he felt no trace of drowsiness nor any desire to let go. He simply lay quietly on the bed, feeling time slip through his fingers, and in that moment, he found immense contentment. After a while, both felt the pangs of hunger. The maiden seemed reluctant to get out of bed, refusing to rise, even as he gently patted her hip. She remained motionless, curled up in the warm blanket, like an adorable little caterpillar. So he decided to go downstairs first. Fu Lingxian wore a triumphant expression, his spirits soaring like an ancient scholar who had topped the imperial exams. He felt as if he could gallop through the wind and see all the beauty in the world, eager to show off. Upon descending the stairs, he saw his sister wearing a knowing smile, and his mother. "Son, isn't Xiaoyan coming down for lunch?" Lin asked with a beaming smile, her gaze seeming oddly fixed on him. What did she mean by staring at her own brother like that? Fu Lingxian's cheeks flushed. "Mom, how could you?" It felt as if all his secrets were laid bare. "Mom, you went too far. You knew Xiaoyan was a girl, yet you deliberately kept it from me, making me think I had gone astray. Aren't you afraid your son would get into trouble? And you, my dear sister, were you just waiting to see me make a fool of myself? If I hadn't turned things around, Xiaoyan would have run away long ago, and I wouldn't have had a chance." Fu Lingxian was furious. Tisk tsk. They exchanged glances, then revealed helpless, bitter smiles. Only they knew how much they had sacrificed. But seeing Fu Lingxian so happy, they felt it was all worth it. Lin Yi and Fu Lingyu flashed mischievous smiles, saying nothing deliberately, leaving Fu Lingxian hanging. They looked at him as if he were a clown, making his skin crawl. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Fu Lingxian tried to sound indignant. Hadn't he been the MVP? Why did they still look down on him? Clearly they were the MVPs, and this guy was utterly ungrateful. Ahem, forget it. He's too dense. Let's ignore him, Lin Yi said, taking her daughter's hand and walking away. "Mom, what dishes did you make today? I want to pack some to eat in my room," Fu Lingxian quickly asked, running up to them with a fawning tone. "Here, we made a big feast today: seafood bowl, penis soup, chives, kidney tonifying dishes, chicken soup, and pig kidneys," Lin Yi said half-jokingly. "Mom, are you serious?" Fu Lingxian's eyes widened in shock as he asked in panic. "Who needed such nourishment? Oh, hurry up and pack your food. Don't keep Xiaoyan waiting," Lin Yi urged, pushing him along while laughing and glancing at her daughter. When Fu Lingxian reached the dining room, he found none of the dishes his mother had mentioned, but there was plenty of meat for protein. There were charcoal grilled lamb legs, beef, and Iberian ham, each leg costing over 200,000, rarely eaten except on holidays. Also on the table were Buddha jumps over the wall, Australian lobster, king crab, steamed grouper, and various deep-sea fish. Buddha jumps over the wall was an expensive dish requiring a lengthy preparation process to handle the ingredients. Naturally, the finest ingredients were used, and only one chef in the entire Fu household could make it perfectly. Fu Lingxian quickly grabbed a box, taking a bit of each dish, and then filled a bowl with soup. After gathering everything, he hurried back upstairs. By then, Su Yin was so hungry she felt faint. Seeing Fu Lingxian return, she cast aside all restraint, threw off the blanket, and stood up unsteadily, ignoring the cold stumbling toward him. Fu Lingxian's face turned red. He quickly placed the food on the small cabinet by the head of the bed, then turned and embraced Su Yin, wrapping her in his warm arms, afraid she might catch a chill. "Aren't you going to feed me?" Seeing her adorable tsundere expression, he first pinched her cheek, then kissed her deeply. "All right, time to eat." Fu Lingxian picked up a spoon and fed Su Yin himself, as if tending to a baby, his movements gentle, each spoonful generous. Occasionally a few grains of rice fell on her, and he would eat them himself, wasting not a single morsel. How embarrassing. Su Yin felt a wave of shame and wanted to wrap herself in the blanket. "Xiaoyan, when will you come with me to get our marriage certificate?" Fu Lingxian suddenly asked. "Marriage certificate? Wait, isn't that wrong? My ID still shows my gender. How can we get married?" Su Yan's face was filled with panic as she suddenly remembered the ID issue. "What? Are you scared?" "I'm not. It's okay. We're already together. Marriage is just a natural progression." Su Yin turned her head away, unwilling to look at him any longer. Yet as her gaze fell upon the pristine white bedsheet where a vibrant crimson plum blossom bloomed, her cheeks flushed crimson and unease churned within her heart. She quickly grabbed the quilt, pulling it over herself to shield her body from Fu Lingxian's lingering gaze. Being so distant, Fu Lingxian set down his bowl with a light chuckle. Su Yin had already eaten a great deal, and he felt she had had enough. He thought about doing more, but seeing how distressed she was, he decided against it. It seemed unnecessary, but he was cold. Moreover, a hint of regret crept into her heart. Originally, she had only intended to reveal she was a girl. How had things escalated to such intimacy? That man was utterly despicable. She had begged for mercy, yet he feigned ignorance and continued to torment her mercilessly. She would settle both old and new scores. Perhaps due to the rapid decline in hormone levels, her mind was now eerily calm and placid. She wouldn't dwell on it. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Oh, wretched female hormones, how she loathed them. It was all their fault, otherwise she would never have ended up in this situation. Fu Lingxuan continued to feed her, watching as Su Yin wrapped tightly in the quilt, ate with a blank expression. Yin, why the sudden unhappiness? Fu Lingxuan gently nuzzled her with his cheek. If her sister found out she had fallen so quickly, she'd surely be laughed to death. No, she had to hide it. No one was allowed to spread rumors. Especially her mother. With her big mouth, the whole village would know in no time. After they had eaten their fill, they finally had the strength to get out of bed. Su Yin was led to the bathroom, where they each lay in a separate bathtub. The warm water enveloped her, gradually soothing her restless heart. Xiao Yin, let me turn on the massage function, Fu Lingxuan said as he activated the tub's massage feature. It was her first time knowing the bathtub had such a setting. She usually used the shower head. But being wrapped in the warm water felt exceptionally comfortable, especially with the massage. After a while, they dried themselves off, sharing a single towel as they went out to dry their hair together. She wanted to return to her small bedroom, but the large bed was now stained and needed changing. In the small storage room, they lay on the bed, embracing each other, feeling each other's warmth. Fu Lingxuan's heart itched with desire. But Su Yin had already fallen asleep. He could only continue to hold her close. The way this adorable creature pouted was utterly charming. Fu Lingxuan sent a message instructing the servants to tend to the bed in the lounge. Lin Yi, informed by the servants that her son's bedsheet bore bloodstains, secretly went to see. The smile on her lips would not fade. She hadn't expected her son to finally do something right. It seemed Xiao Yin would soon become a new member of their family, and perhaps by next year there would be another new addition. Everyone gets a bonus tonight. A limit of 1000 per person. Lin Yi stood up, exclaiming excitedly to the butler. With so many servants in the house, even a meal allowance of 100 each was enough to elicit cheers. This was a rare feast. Over 100 people were thrilled. Such perks were usually reserved for major holidays. Though it was only 100 per person, a table of 10 meant a sumptuous banquet worth 100. The kitchen staff would be busy, but they would receive a reward of half a month's salary. Tens of thousands for some, and even hundreds of thousands for the top chefs. With such benefits, who would want to work elsewhere? Of course they knew their place. Even the butler, who was closer to the Fu family, remained respectful and adhered strictly to professional ethics. The maids were generally plain-looking, while the bodyguards might be slightly more handsome, but they rarely entered the villa, staying instead in the outer courtyard or their quarters. Lin Yi sat in the reception hall downstairs, legs crossed, waiting for her son to descend. She waited a long time before he finally appeared. Seeing his mother's knowing smile, Fu Lingxuan couldn't suppress his own grin, but he had to maintain composure and not seem frivolous. How did it go? Lin Yi's gaze fell upon his handsome face. Her son had looked rather haggard lately. He had spent countless hours assembling that phoenix crown. She thought the trinket made little difference. Without her help, there was no way he could have won Su Yin over in such a short time. Without underhanded means, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Mom, I want to marry Xiao Yin. Fu Lingxuan suppressed his joy, speaking each word with solemn deliberation. It's time you settled down. Go take care of her. Her ID card hasn't been updated yet. You can accompany her to get a new one. Lin Yi nodded, a gratified smile on her face. Her son had grown up and learned to care for others. Mom, when did you first know Xiao Yin was a girl? Fu Lingxuan asked curiously. The first time I met her, I suspected. The next day, I took her for a checkup, sex chromosomes, and my own observation. Lin Yi crossed her legs, leaning forward, her tone light and cheerful. That early? Fu Lingxuan took a deep breath. He had no desire to probe why Su Yin was a girl. As long as she was, even if it were a sudden gender swap, he could accept it. He had already resigned himself to a different fate. Suddenly discovering that even with a magnifying glass, he couldn't find a trace of masculinity, that joy was beyond words. And it was Su Yin who had taken the initiative to tell him. It seemed she truly loved him deeply. Yet recalling how he had bullied her in the past, a shiver ran down his spine. Mom, where's that washboard you bought last time? Fu Lingxuan asked with an awkward grin. Oh, quick on the uptake. It's in the storage room of my room. I bought a new one for you. I thought about making one of gold, but it was too heavy, so I got you a regular one. Lin Yi's lips curled up as she studied her son with curiosity. Was the pursuit of his wife about to turn into a crematorium so soon? Mom, you're too much. Why would you prepare something like that? Were you also planning to get me a durian? Fu Lingxuan stared at her in shock. Oh, you have no idea how hard it is to find a washboard these days. Who uses such things anymore? I searched for ages to get one, and you're complaining. No wonder. When his mother punished him by making him kneel on a washboard, she had been planning this all along. It's your own fault for not catching on. I told you not to bully Xiao Yin, but you wouldn't listen. I tried to hint at it, but your thick head thought I was just favoring her, so I had to sit back and watch the show. Where's my sister? She knew Xiao Yin was a girl the first time she saw her too. Only you blockhead didn't have a clue. Mom, do I still have a chance now? You figure it out yourself. Lin Yi covered her mouth with a smirk. Her gloating demeanor wearied Fu Lingxuan. Mom, Xiao Yin is already with me. I want to marry her as soon as possible. Fu Lingxuan set aside his playful mood, his gaze resolute, his tone steady and deliberate. I think she might not be ready to accept you just yet. Perhaps she was merely overwhelmed by everything that happened yesterday, and under that influence, she made a hasty, irrational decision. Lin Yi spoke with utmost seriousness. Though she didn't know Su Yin well, that girl wouldn't so easily come to terms with the idea of marriage. If possible, she hoped her son could persuade her in a short time. Perhaps the road ahead was still long, far from the day he could bring her home as his bride. He'll convince her. Fu Lingxuan declared confidently, his unwavering eyes betraying a sense of certainty. All right, go ahead. Just remember, don't bully Xiao Yin anymore. Okay. With that, Fu Lingxuan turned and walked back to his room. He might have to go to work tomorrow, but he could bring Xiao Yin along. During the lunch break, they could do something meaningful. He didn't need rest, he felt absolutely energetic. Back in the bedroom, Fu Lingxuan took off his jacket, slipped back under the covers, and wrapped his arms around Su Yin from behind. She was still fast asleep. After a while, she turned over and suddenly hugged Fu Lingxuan, her slender arms clumsily clinging to him. Breathing in the faint milky scent of Su Yin, he couldn't help but pull her closer, pressing her tightly against him, feeling her warm temperature. The young girl was deeply drowsy, pouting her lips and murmuring discontentedly before burying herself back into Fu Lingxuan's chest and continuing to sleep. After sleeping for a long while, Su Yin finally replenished her energy. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Fu Lingxuan's large face unnervingly close to hers, with his arms tightly holding her. You despicable creature, why are you still here? Where were her clothes? It was getting a bit cold as she needed to put them on quickly. Yin Yin, hurry and get dressed. Fu Lingxuan took her clothes from the nearby stool and simply stared at Su Yin as she put them on piece by piece. Oomph. Su Yin let out a cold snort and kicked Fu Lingxuan hard, but luckily it landed on his hand, not his chest. Yin, let's go for a walk. It's almost time for dinner. Fu Lingxuan reached out to help this fragile little one. Don't you dare touch me, you wicked thing. You knew I was begging for mercy, yet you pretended not to see, bullying me as if I were mute. And you just kept going. Yin Yin, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Look what I brought. Fu Lingxuan took out a washboard from beside him. Su Yin was stunned, almost wanting to laugh, but she feared Fu Lingxuan would hold a grudge and secretly get back at her later. Was this guy actually going to kneel on the washboard? No, she had to kick him first or grab something to make him bend over and let her give him a good beating. She had been itching to get back at him, but she hadn't expected Fu Lingxuan to be so sensible and perceptive. Seeing that Su Yin was barely suppressing her laughter, he knew this little one held a grudge. Without hesitation, he knelt directly on the washboard. She was delighted, but that still didn't seem enough. Su Yin extended her foot, wanting to kick Fu Lingxuan in the face, but she was afraid he might enjoy it. This despicable creature. Yin, do you need to take your medicine? Fu Lingxuan pulled out a small bottle. Medicine? What medicine? Could it be? Birth control pills. This pill has a 48-hour effect. It's a bit harmful to the body, so you can't take it often. Though I don't want you to take it, I respect your choice. Take one pill each time with a minimum interval of 24 hours, and don't overdose. Fu Lingxuan took a small, exquisite porcelain bottle from his pocket. How did it look so sophisticated? But why was it harmful to the body? Whatever the old saying goes that all medicine has side effects. She could just wait a bit longer before taking the next one. She didn't want to cause any trouble. Su Yin poured out a single pink pill from the small porcelain bottle. She was curious. Why did a birth control pill look so cute? She took one, and instead of the expected bitterness, it had a fruity and milky flavor with a hint of strawberry. It was surprisingly delicious. This medicine is prepared for noble ladies who can't stand bitterness. You're lucky to have it. When you run out, ask my mom. She has a stockpile. Fu Lingxuan deliberately mentioned Lin Yi. Hearing this, Su Yin, who had been skeptical, instantly believed him. After all, if the medicine for the wealthy was the same as for commoners, it wouldn't be fitting for high society. Thinking it over, it seemed reasonable, so she didn't doubt the little pill anymore. After swallowing the pill, Su Yin began playing games. From today onward, she would enslave Fu Lingxuan, and no one would ever stop her from enjoying her games again. A game-addicted girl. How to deal with her? Urgent online. After one game, Fu Lingxuan's legs were already aching, so he stood up. Su Yin tilted her head, looking at him. How could he get up so soon? Little did she know Fu Lingxuan's knees were truly sore. This punishment was indeed something. Baby, let's stop playing games. Tonight I'll take you to do something fun, okay? Fu Lingxuan hugged her, coaxing her gently. Do you really think him a fool? You despicable thing. Seeing that Su Yin was unmoved, he remembered that she loved game skins. How about a few skin sets? Su Yin still stood with her hands on her hips, staring coldly at Fu Lingxuan, pouting in a huff. Forget it, let's go eat first. We'll talk tonight, okay? That's more like it. Su Yin slipped on her slippers and followed behind Fu Lingxuan. She seemed to recall that the hall was decorated with many flowers and balloons. What were they for? She looked puzzled. Was there some special occasion coming up? When Su Yin noticed how quiet it was today, the servants seemed to be gathered in the villa's employee cafeteria. The two dining rooms were on opposite sides with a corridor between them. The employee cafeteria had windows like those in a school classroom, offering a full view from the corridor. There were doors at the front and back. The other dining room had only a door on the corridor side, resembling a hotel private room. The cafeteria was quite lively today, but she was heading to the other dining room. When the crowd saw Fu Lingxuan, they fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Even though Fu Lingxuan was in a good mood, they still didn't dare to be too unrestrained. Su Yin looked at the many people gathered here today. Why were they all staring at her? Could it be that they thought she was their young mistress? No way.